future is, of course, rife with contradictory possibilities. And I suppose in some ways, the more rapid the rate of information, the more possibility for good and for evil is making itself manifest at any moment. But it looks like the best way to ensure that the future is everything we wish it would be is to maintain faith that that is the direction that will prevail. And I think that's a form of moral commitment when it's not just naive optimism.
Well, Jordan, thank you for being courageous and being the light amid the darkness for many, many people. And thank you for once again talking today.
Thanks very much for the invitation and for the conversations. But it's always a pleasure to see you. And you're doing a pretty decent job yourself of out there illuminating dark corners and bringing people upward. I mean, you've got a remarkable thing going with your podcast, and you're very good at it.
Thank you, Jordan. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Jordan Peterson. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Friedrich Nietzsche. I would like to learn more and more to see as beautiful that which is necessary in things. Then I shall be one of those who make things beautiful. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with the founding members of the Cursor team, Michael Truel, Swale Asif, Arvid Lundmark, and Aman Sanger. Cursor is a code editor based on VS Code that adds a lot of powerful features for AI-assisted coding. It has captivated the attention and excitement of the programming and AI communities. So I thought this is an excellent opportunity to dive deep into the role of AI in programming. This is a super technical conversation that is bigger than just about one code editor. It's about the future of programming, and in general, the future of human-AI collaboration in designing and engineering complicated and powerful systems. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Michael, Swale, Arvid, and Aman. All right, this is awesome. We have Michael, Aman, Swale, Arvid here from the Cursor. First up, big ridiculous question. What's the point of a code editor?
So the code editor is largely the place where you build software. And today, or for a long time, that's meant the place where you text edit a formal programming language. And for people who aren't programmers, the way to think of a code editor is like a really souped up word processor for programmers, where the reason it's souped up is code has a lot of structure. And so the quote unquote word processor, the code editor, can actually do a lot for you that word processors, sort of in the writing space haven't been able to do for people editing text there. And so, that's everything from giving you visual differentiation of like the actual tokens in the code so you can like scan it quickly, to letting you navigate around the code base, sort of like you're navigating around the internet with like hyperlinks. You're going to sort of definitions of things you're using, to error checking, to catch rudimentary bugs. And so traditionally, that's what a code editor has meant. And I think that what a code editor is going to change a lot over the next 10 years, as what it means to build software maybe starts to look a bit different.
I think also a code editor should just be fun.
Yes, that is very important. And it's actually sort of an underrated aspect of how we decide what to build. Like a lot of the things that we build, and then we try them out, we do an experiment, and then we actually throw them out because they're not fun. And so a big part of being fun is like being fast a lot of the time. Fast is fun.
Yeah, fast is yeah. Yeah, that should be a t-shirt.
like fundamentally, I think one of the things that draws a lot of people to building stuff on computers is this like insane iteration speed, where in other disciplines you might be sort of gatekept by resources or the ability to get a large group together. And coding is this like amazing thing where it's you and the computer, and that alone you can build really cool stuff really quickly.
So for people who don't know, Cursor is this super cool new editor that's a fork of VS Code. It would be interesting to get your kind of explanation of your own journey of editors. how did you? I think all of you were big fans of VS Code with Copilot. How did you arrive to VS Code, and how did that lead to your journey with Cursor?
Yeah. So I think a lot of us, well, all of us, were originally Vim users.
Pure Vim.
Pure Vim, yeah. No NeoVim, just pure Vim in a terminal. And at least for myself, it was around the time that Copilot came out, so 2021, that I really wanted to try it. So I went into VS Code, the only platform, the only code editor in which it was available. And even though I, really enjoyed using Vim, just the experience of Copilot with VS Code was more than good enough to convince me to switch. And so that kind of was the default until we started working on Cursor.
And maybe we should explain what Copilot does. It's like a really nice autocomplete. It suggests, as you start writing a thing, it suggests 1 or 2 or 3 lines how to complete the thing. And there's a fun experience in that, like when you have a close friendship and your friend completes your sentences. Like when it's done well, there's an intimate feeling. There's probably a better word than intimate, but there's a cool feeling of like, holy shit, it gets me.
Yeah.
Now, and then there's an unpleasant feeling when it doesn't get you. And so there's that kind of friction. But I would say for a lot of people, the feeling that it gets me overpowers that it doesn't.
And I think actually one of the underrated aspects of GitHub Copilot is that even when it's wrong, it's like a little bit annoying, but it's not that bad because you just type another character and then maybe then it gets you, or you type another character and then it gets you. So even when it's wrong, it's not that bad.
Yeah, you can sort of iterate and fix it.
Yeah.
I mean, the other underrated part of Copilot for me sort of was just the first real AI product. So the first language model consumer product.
So Copilot was kind of like the first killer app for LLMs.
Yeah, and like the beta was out in 2021.
Right. Okay. So what's the origin story of Cursor?
So around 2020, the scaling loss papers came out from OpenAI. And that was a moment where this looked like clear, predictable progress for the field, where even if we didn't have any more ideas, it looked like you could make these models a lot better if you had more compute and more data.
By the way, we'll probably talk for 3 to 4 hours on the topic of scaling laws.
Yes.
But just to summarize, it's a paper and a set of papers and a set of ideas that say bigger might be better for model size and data size in the realm of machine learning.
It's bigger and better, but predictably better.
Okay, that's another topic of conversation.
Yeah.
But anyway,
So around that time, for some of us, there were like a lot of conceptual conversations about what's this going to look like, what's the story going to be for all these different knowledge worker fields, about how they're going to be made better by this technology getting better. And then I think there were a couple of moments where like the theoretical gains predicted in that paper started to feel really concrete, and it started to feel like a moment where you could actually go and not do a PhD if you wanted to work on do useful work in AI. I actually felt like now there was this whole set of systems one could build that were really useful. And I think that the first moment we already talked about a little bit, which was playing with the early beta of Copilot, like that was awesome and magical. I think that the next big moment where everything kind of clicked together was actually getting early access to GPT-4. So it was sort of end of 2022 was when we were tinkering with that model. And the step up in capabilities felt enormous. And previous to that, we had been working on a couple of different projects. We had been, because of Copilot, because of scaling laws, because of our prior interest in the technology, we had been tinkering around with tools for programmers, but things that are like very specific. So, we were building tools for financial professionals who have to work within a Jupyter notebook, or like, playing around with, can you do static analysis with these models? And then the step up in GPT-4 felt like, look, that really made concrete the theoretical gains that we had predicted before. Felt like you could build a lot more just immediately at that point in time. And also, if we were being consistent, it really felt like this wasn't just going to be a point solution thing. This was going to be all of programming was going to flow through these models. It felt like that demanded a different type of programming environment, a different type of programming. And so we set off to build that sort of larger vision around that.
There's one that I distinctly remember. So my roommate is an IMO Gold winner, and there's a competition in the US called the Putnam, which is sort of the IMO for college people, and it's this math competition. He's exceptionally good. So Sheng Tong and Aman, I remember it's sort of June of 2022, had this bet on whether the 2024 June or July you were going to win a gold medal in the IMO with like models.
IMO is the
And-
International Math Olympiad.
Yeah, IMO is International Math Olympiad, and so Arvid and I are both there, also competed in it, so it was sort of personal. And I remember thinking, Matt, this is not going to happen. This was like, even though I sort of believed in progress, I thought, IMO gold, just like Amon is just delusional.
Yeah.
That was the, and to be honest, I was, to be clear, very wrong, but that was maybe the most prescient bet in the group.
So the new results on DeepMind, it turned out that you were correct. That's what
That was
It was technically not.
Technically incorrect, but 1 point away.
Amon was very enthusiastic about this stuff.
Yeah.
And before, Amon had this like scaling laws T-shirt that he would walk around with, where it had the like charts and like the formulas on it.
Oh, so you like felt the AGI, or you felt the scaling.
Yeah, I distinctly remember there was this one conversation I had with Michael where before I hadn't thought super deeply and critically about scaling laws. And he kind of posed the question, why isn't scaling all you need? Or why isn't scaling going to result in massive gains in progress? And I think I went through like the stages of grief. There is anger, denial, and then finally at the end, just thinking about it, acceptance. And I think I've been quite hopeful and optimistic about progress since. I think one thing I'll caveat is I think it also depends on like which domains you're going to see progress. Like math is a great domain because, especially like formal theorem proving, because you get this fantastic signal of actually verifying if the thing was correct. And so this means something like RL can work really, really well. And I think like you could have systems that are perhaps very superhuman in math and still not technically have AGI.
Okay, so can we take it all the way to Cursor?
Mm-hmm.
And what is Cursor? It's a fork of VS Code, and VS Code is one of the most popular editors for a long time. Like everybody fell in love with it. Everybody left Vim. I left Emacs for it. Sorry. So it unified in some fundamental way the developer community. And then you look at the space of things, you look at the scaling laws, AI is becoming amazing, and you decided, okay, it's not enough to just write an extension for VS Code because there's a lot of limitations to that. We need, if AI is going to keep getting better, we need to really like rethink how the AI is going to be part of the editing process. And so you decided to fork VS Code and start to build a lot of the amazing features we'll be able to talk about. But what was that decision like? Because there's a lot of extensions, including Copilot of VS Code, that are doing sort of AI type stuff. What was the decision like to just fork VS Code?
So the decision to do an editor seemed kind of self-evident to us for at least what we wanted to do and achieve. Because when we started working on the editor, the idea was these models are going to get much better, their capabilities are going to improve, and it's going to entirely change how you build software. Both in a, you will have big productivity gains, but also radical in how like the act of building software is going to change a lot. And so you're very limited in the control you have over a code editor if you're a plugin to an existing coding environment. And we didn't want to get locked in by those limitations. We wanted to be able to just build the most useful stuff.
Okay, well then the natural question is, VS Code is kind of, with Copilot, a competitor. So how do you win? Is it basically just the speed and the quality of the features?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a space that is quite interesting, perhaps quite unique, where if you look at previous tech waves, maybe there's kind of one major thing that happened and it unlocked a new wave of companies. But every single year, every single model capability, or jump you get in model capabilities, you now unlock this new wave of features, things that are possible, especially in programming. And so I think in AI programming, being even just a few months ahead, let alone a year ahead, makes your product much, much, much more useful. I think Cursor a year from now will need to make the Cursor of today look obsolete. And I think, Microsoft has done a number of like fantastic things, but I don't think they're in a great place to really keep innovating and pushing on this in the way that a startup can.
Just rapidly implementing features.
And push, and kind of doing the research experimentation necessary. to really push the ceiling.
I don't know if I think of it in terms of features as I think of it in terms of like capabilities for programmers. It's that like, as the new one model came out, and I'm sure there are going to be more models of different types, like longer context and maybe faster. Like there's all these crazy ideas that you can try, and hopefully 10% of the crazy ideas will make it into something kind of cool and useful. And we want people to have that sooner. To rephrase, it's like an underrated fact is we're making it for ourselves. When we started Cursor, you really felt the frustration that models, you could see models getting better, but the Copilot experience had not changed. It was man, these guys, like the ceiling is getting higher. Like, why is they not making you think? Like they should be making you think. They should be like where's all the alpha features? There were no alpha features. It was like I'm sure it was selling well. I'm sure it was a great business, but it didn't feel. I'm one of these people that really want to try and use new things, and it was like just there's no new thing for like a very long while.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know how you put that into words, but when you compare Cursor with Copilot pretty quickly started to feel stale for some reason.
Yeah, I think one thing that I think helps us is that we're sort of doing it all in one, where we're developing the UX and the way you interact with the model at the same time as we're developing like how we actually make the model do better answers. So like how you build up the prompt or like how do you find the context, and for Cursor tab, like how do you train the model. So I think that helps us to have all of it like sort of like the same people working on the entire experience end to end.
Yeah, it's like the person making the UI and the person training the model like sit to like 18 feet away. So
Often the same person.
Yeah, often you're the same person. So you can create things that are sort of not possible if you're not talking, you're not experimenting.
And you're using, like you said, Cursor to write Cursor.
Oh yeah.
Well, let's talk about some of these features. Let's talk about the all-knowing, the all-powerful praise be to the tab. The, autocomplete on steroids, basically. So how does tab work? What is tab?
To highlight and summarize at a high level, I say that that Cursor is pretty good at right now. There are other things that it does, but two things that it helps programmers with. One is this idea of looking over your shoulder and being like a really fast colleague who can kind of jump ahead of you and type and figure out what you're going to do next. And that was the original idea behind. That was kind of the kernel of the idea behind good autocomplete, was predicting what you're going to do next. You can make that concept even more ambitious by not just predicting the characters after your cursor, but actually predicting the next entire change you're going to make, next diff, next place you're going to jump to. And the second thing Cursor is pretty good at right now too is helping you sometimes jump ahead of the AI and tell it what to do and go from instructions to code. And on both of those, we've done a lot of work on making the editing experience for those things ergonomic, and also making those things smart and fast.
One of the things we really wanted was we wanted the model to be able to edit code for us. That was kind of a wish, and we had multiple attempts at it before we had a sort of a good model that could edit code for you. Then after we had a good model, I think there's been a lot of effort to make the inference fast for having a good experience, and we've been starting to incorporate. I mean, Michael sort of mentioned this like ability to jump to different places, and that jump to different places I think came from a feeling of once you accept an edit. It's like, man, it should be just really obvious where to go next. It's like I made this change. The model should just know that like the next place to go to is like 18 lines down. Like if you're a Wim user, you could press 18JJ or whatever. But like why am I doing this? Like the model should just know it. And then so the idea was, you just press tab, it would go 18 lines down, and then show you the next edit, and you would press tab. So it was just you, as long as you could keep pressing tab. And so the internal competition was how many tabs can you make someone press. Once you have like the idea, more sort of abstractly, the thing to think about is sort of like how are the edits sort of zero entropy. So once you sort of expressed your intent and the edit is, there's no like new bits of information to finish your thought, but you still have to type some characters to like make the computer understand what you're actually thinking. Then maybe the model should just sort of read your mind, and all the zero entropy bits could just be like halved away.
Yeah,
That was sort of the abstract.
There's this interesting thing where if you look at language model loss on different domains, I believe the bits per byte, which is kind of character normalized loss for code, is lower than language, which means in general there are a lot of tokens in code that are super predictable. A lot of characters that are super predictable. And this is, I think, even magnified when you're not just trying to autocomplete code, but predicting what the user is going to do next in their editing of existing code. And so, the gold cursor tab just lets eliminate all the low entropy actions you take inside the editor. When the intent is effectively determined, let's just jump forward in time, skip you forward.
Well, intuition and what's the technical detail of how to do next cursor? But that jump, that's not so intuitive.
Yeah, I think you can speak to a few of the details on how to make these things work. They're incredibly low latency, so you need to train small models on this task. In particular, they're incredibly pre-filled token hungry. What that means is they have these really, really long prompts where they see a lot of code, and they're not actually generating that many tokens. And so the perfect fit for that is using a sparse model, meaning an MLE model. So that was kind of one breakthrough we made that substantially improved performance at longer context. The other being a variant of speculative coding that we kind of built out called speculative edits. These are two, I think, important pieces of what makes quite high quality and very fast.
Okay, so MOE, mixture of experts. The input is huge, the output is small.
Yeah.
Okay, so what else can you say about how to make it? Does caching play a role?
Caching plays a huge role. Because you're dealing with this many input tokens. If every single keystroke that you're typing in a given line, you had to rerun the model on all of those tokens passed in, you're just going to, one, significantly degrade latency, two, you're going to kill your GPUs with load. So you need to design the actual prompts used in the model such that they're caching aware, and then you need to reuse the KD cache across requests, just so that you're just spending less work, less compute.
Again, what are the things that Tab is supposed to be able to do, kind of in the near term? Just to sort of linger on that. Generate code, fill empty space. Also edit code across multiple lines.
Yeah.
And then jump to different locations inside the same file.
Yeah.
And then
Eventually jump to different files also. So if you make an edit in one file, and maybe you have to go to another file to finish your thought. You should go to the second file also.
And then the full generalization is like next action prediction. Like sometimes you need to run a command in the terminal, and it should be able to suggest the command based on the code that you wrote to it. Or sometimes you actually need to, it suggests something, but it's hard for you to know if it's correct because you actually need some more information to learn. You need to know the type to be verified that it's correct. And so maybe it should actually take you to a place that's like the definition of something, and then take you back so that you have all the requisite knowledge to be able to accept the next position.
So providing a human the knowledge.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Can you integrate, I just gotten to know a guy named PrimeGen, who I believe has an SS, you can order coffee via SSH.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we did that.
So can that also, the model do that? Feed you and provide you caffeine? Okay, so that's the general framework.
Yeah. And the magic moment would be if programming is this weird discipline where sometimes the next 5 minutes, not always, but sometimes the next 5 minutes what you're going to do is actually correctable from the stuff you've done recently. And so can you get to a world where that next 5 minutes either happens by you disengaging and it taking you through, or maybe a little bit more of just you seeing next step what it's going to do, and you're like, okay, that's good. And you can just sort of tap through these big changes.
As we're talking about this, as you mentioned, one of the really cool and noticeable things about Cursor is that there's this whole diff interface situation going on. So like the model suggests with the red and the green of like, here's how we're going to modify the code. And in the chat window, you can apply, and it shows you the diff, and you can accept the diff. So maybe can you speak to whatever direction of that?
We'll probably have like 4 or 5 different kinds of diffs. Here we have optimized the diff for the autocomplete, so that has a different diff interface than when you're reviewing larger blocks of code. And then we're trying to optimize another diff thing for when you're doing multiple different files. And sort of at a high level, the difference is for when you're doing autocomplete, it should be really, really fast to read. Actually, it should be really fast to read in all situations. But in autocomplete, you're really like your eyes focused in one area. You can't be in too many. The humans can't look in too many different places.
So you're talking about on the interface side, right?
On the interface side. So it currently has this box on the side. So we have the current box, and if you try to delete code in some place and tries to add other code, it tries to show you a box on the
You
side.
can maybe show it if we pull it up on cursor.com. This is what we're talking
Go on.
about.
So that
Exactly.
box, it was like 3 or 4 different attempts at trying to make this thing work. Where first the attempt was like these blue crossed out lines. So before it was a box on the side, it used to show you the code to delete by showing you like Google Docs style. You would see like a line through it, then you would see the new code. That was super distracting. And then we tried many different, there was sort of deletions, there was trying to red highlight. Then the next iteration of it, which is sort of funny, you would hold on Mac the option button. So it would sort of highlight a region of code to show you that there might be something coming. So maybe in this example, like the input and the value would all get blue. And the blue was to highlight that the AI had a suggestion for you. So instead of directly showing you the thing, it would show you that the AI, it would just hint that the AI had a suggestion. And if you really wanted to see it, you would hold the option button, and then you would see the new suggestion. And if you release the option button, you would then see your original code.
So that's, by the way, that's pretty nice, but you have to know what the full option was.
Yeah.
So
By the way, I'm not a Mac user, but I got it. It's a button, I guess. You people have.
It's it's just non-intuitive. I think that's the key thing.
And there's a chance this is also not the final version of it.
I am personally very excited for making a lot of improvements in this area. Like we often talk about it as the verification problem, where these diffs are great for small edits. For large edits, or like when it's multiple files or something, it's actually a little bit prohibitive to read these diffs. And so there are like a couple of different ideas here. Like one idea that we have is, okay, like parts of the diffs are important. They have a lot of information. And then parts of the diff are just very low entropy. They're like the same thing over and over again. And so maybe you can highlight the important pieces and then gray out the not so important pieces. Or maybe you can have a model that looks at the diff and sees, oh, there's a likely bug here. I will like mark this with a little red squiggly and say like, you should probably like preview this part of the diff. And ideas in that vein, I think, are exciting.
Yeah, that's a really fascinating space of like UX design engineering.
Yep.
So you're basically trying to guide the human programmer through all the things they need to read and nothing more, like optimally.
Yeah, and you want an intelligent model to do it. Like currently, diff algorithms they're just like normal algorithms. There's no intelligence. There's like intelligence that went into designing the algorithm, but then there's no like, you don't care if it's about this thing or this thing, and so you want a model to do this.
So I think the general question is like, Matt, these models are going to get much smarter. As the models get much smarter, the changes they will be able to propose are much bigger. So as the changes get bigger and bigger and bigger, the humans have to do more and more and more verification work. It gets more and more hard. Like, it's just you need to help them out. It's sort of, I don't want to spend all my time looking into it.
can you say a little more across multiple files too?
Yeah, I mean, so GitHub tries to solve it, right, with code review. When you're doing code review, you're reviewing multiple diffs across multiple files. But like Arvid said earlier, I think you can do much better than code review. You know, code review kind of sucks. Like you spend a lot of time trying to grok this code that's often quite unfamiliar to you, and it often like doesn't even actually catch that many bugs. I think you can significantly improve that review experience using language models. For example, using the kinds of tricks that Art had described, with maybe pointing you towards the regions that actually matter. I think also if the code is produced by these language models and it's not produced by someone else, like the code review experience is designed for both the reviewer and the person that produced the code. In the case where the person that produced the code is a language model, you don't have to care that much about their experience. You can design the entire thing around the reviewer so that the reviewer's job is as fun, as easy, as productive as possible. And I think that feels like the issue with just kind of naively trying to make these things look like code review. I think you can be a lot more creative and push the boundary of what's possible.
And just one idea there is, I think, ordering matters. Generally, when you review a PR, you have this list of files and you're reviewing them from top to bottom. But actually, like you actually want to understand this part first because that came like logically first, and then you want to understand the next part. And you don't want to have to figure out that yourself. You want a model to guide you through the thing.
And is the step of creation going to be more and more natural language? Is the goal versus with actual?
I think sometimes. I don't think it's going to be the case that all of programming will be natural language. And the reason for that is, if I'm programming with Swala, and Swala is like a computer and keyboard, and sometimes if I'm like driving, I want to say to Swala, hey, like implement this function, and that works. And then sometimes it's just so annoying to explain to Swala what I want him to do, and so I actually take over the keyboard and I show him. I write like part of the example, and then it makes sense. And that's the easiest way to communicate. And so I think that's also the case for AI. Like sometimes the easiest way to communicate with AI will be to show an example, and then it goes and does the thing everywhere. Or sometimes if you're making a website, for example, the easiest way to show to the AI what you want is not to tell it what to do, but drag things around or draw things. And like maybe eventually we will get to like brain machine interfaces or whatever, and it's gonna like understand what you're thinking. And so I think natural language will have a place. I think it will definitely not be the way most people program most of the time.
I'm really feeling the AGI with this It feels like there's a lot of machine learning going on underneath. Tell me about some of the ML stuff that makes it all work.
Cursor really worked via this ensemble of custom models that we trained alongside, the frontier models that are fantastic at the reasoning intent thing. And so Cursor Tat, for example, is a great example of where you can specialize this model to be even better than even frontier models if you look at evals on the task we set it at. The other domain, which it's kind of surprising that it requires custom models, but it's kind of necessary and works quite well, is in apply. So I think these models are, like the frontier models are quite good at sketching out plans for code and generating like rough sketches that they'll change, but actually creating diffs is quite hard. For frontier models, for your training models, like you try to do this with Sonnet, O1, any frontier model, and it really messes up stupid things like counting line numbers, especially in super large files. And so what we've done to alleviate this is we let the model kind of sketch out this rough code block that indicates what the change will be, and we train a model to then apply that change to the file.
And we should say that apply is the model looks at your code, it gives you a really damn good suggestion of what new things to do, and the seemingly for humans trivial step of combining the two, you're saying is not so trivial.
Contrary to popular perception, it is not a deterministic algorithm.
Yeah. I think like you see shallow copies of apply elsewhere, and it just breaks like most of the time because you think you can kind of try to do some deterministic matching and then it fails at least 40% of the time, and that just results in a terrible product experience. I think in general, this regime of you are going to get smarter and smarter models, and so one other thing that Applied lets you do is it lets you use fewer tokens with the most intelligent model. This is both expensive in terms of latency for generating all these tokens, and cost. So you can give this very, very rough sketch and then have your small models go and implement it, because it's a much easier task to implement this very, very sketched out code. I think that this regime will continue, where you can use smarter and smarter models to plan in, and then maybe the implementation details can be handled by the less intelligent ones. Perhaps you'll have, maybe O1, maybe it'll be even more capable models, given an even higher level plan that is kind of recursively applied by Sonnet and the Bluetooth model.
Maybe we should talk about how to make it fast.
Yeah.
I feel like fast is always an interesting aspect.
Yeah. How do you make it fast?
Yeah. So one big component of making it fast is speculative edits. So speculative edits are a variant of speculative decoding, and maybe it'd be helpful to briefly describe speculative decoding. With speculative decoding, what you do is you can kind of take advantage of the fact that most of the time, and I'll add the caveat that it would be when you're memory bound in language model generation. If you process multiple tokens at once, it is faster than generating one token at a time. So this is like the same reason why, if you look at tokens per second, with prompt tokens versus generated tokens, it's much, much faster for prompt tokens. So what we do is, instead of using what speculative decoding normally does, which is using a really small model to predict these graph tokens, that the larger model will then go in and verify. With code edits, we have a very strong prior of what the existing code will look like. And that prior is literally the same exact code. So what you can do is you could just feed chunks of the original code back into the model. And then the model will just pretty much agree most of the time that, okay, I'm just going to spit this code back out. And so you can process all of those lines in parallel. And you just do this with sufficiently many chunks, and then eventually you'll reach a point of disagreement where the model will now predict text that is different from the ground truth original code. It'll generate those tokens, and then we kind of will decide, after enough tokens match the original code, to restart speculating. What this actually ends up looking like is just a much faster version of normal editing code. It's just it looks like a much faster version of the model rewriting all the code. So just we can use the same exact interface that we use for diffs, but it will just stream down a lot faster.
And then the advantage is that while it's streaming, you can just also be start reviewing the code before it's done, so there's no big loading screen. Maybe that is part of the advantage.
So the human can start reading whatever's done.
I think the interesting riff here is something like that speculation is a fairly common idea nowadays. Like, not only in language models, and there's obviously speculation in CPUs, and it's like speculation for databases and speculation all over the place.
Let me ask the ridiculous question of which LLM is better at coding. GPT, Claude, who wins in the context of programming? And I'm sure the answer is much more nuanced, because it sounds like every single part of this involves a different model.
Yeah, I think there's no model that Pareto dominates others, meaning it is better in all categories that we think matter. Categories being speed, ability to edit code, ability to process lots of code, long context, a couple of other things, and kind of coding capabilities. The one that I'd say right now is just kind of net best is Sonnet. I think this is a consensus opinion. R1's really interesting, and it's really good at reasoning. So if you give it really hard programming interview style problems, or loop code problems, you can do quite well on them. But it doesn't feel like it kind of understands your rough intent as well as Sonnet does. Like, if you look at a lot of the other frontier models, one problem I have is it feels like they're not necessarily I'm not saying they train in benchmarks, but they perform really well in benchmarks, relative to kind of everything that's kind of in the middle. So if you tried on all these benchmarks, things that are in the distribution of the benchmarks they're evaluated on, they'll do really well. But when you push them a little bit outside of that, Sonnet's, I think, the one that kind of does best at kind of maintaining that same capability. Like you kind of have the same capability in the benchmark as when you try to instruct it to do anything with coding.
What, another ridiculous question, is the difference between the normal programming experience versus what benchmarks represent? Like, where do benchmarks fall short, do you think, when we're evaluating these models?
By the way, that's like really, really hard. Like critically important detail, like how different like benchmarks are versus like real coding. For real coding, it's not interview style coding. You're doing these. Humans are saying like half broken English sometimes, and sometimes you're saying like, oh, do what I did before. Sometimes you're saying, go add this thing and then do this other thing for me and then make this UI element, and then it's just like a lot of things are sort of context dependent. You really want to like understand the human and then do what the human wants, as opposed to sort of just maybe the way to put it is sort of abstractly is the interview problems are very well specified. They mean a lot of specification, while the human stuff is less specified.
Yeah, I think that this benchmark question is both complicated by what Swallow just mentioned, and then also to what Amon was getting into is that even if you there's this problem of like the skew between what can you actually model in a benchmark versus real programming, and that can be sometimes hard to encapsulate because it's like real programming is like very messy and sometimes things aren't super well specified what's correct or what isn't. But then it's also doubly hard because of this public benchmark problem, and that's both because public benchmarks are sometimes kind of hill climbed on. Then it's like really, really hard to also get the data from the public benchmarks out of the models. And so, for instance, like one of the most popular like agent benchmarks, is really, really contaminated in the training data of these foundation models. And so if you ask these foundation models to do a speed bench problem, you actually don't give them the context of the code base. They can like hallucinate the right file paths, they can hallucinate the right function names. And so it's also just the public aspect of these things is tricky.
Yeah, like in that case, it could be trained on the literal issues or pull requests themselves. And maybe the labs will start to do a better job, or they've already done a good job at decontaminating those things. But they're not going to omit the actual training data of the repository itself. Like these are all like some of the most popular Python repositories, like SymPy is one example. I don't think they're going to handicap their models on SymPy and all these popular Python repositories in order to get true evaluation of these benchmarks.
Yeah, I think that given the girth and benchmark, there have been like a few interesting crutches that places that build systems with these models or build these models actually see a sense of are they going the right or not. And in a lot of places, people will actually just have humans play with them and give qualitative feedback on these. Like one or two foundation model companies, they have people who that's a big part of their role. And internally they also qualitatively assess these models and actually lean on that a lot in addition to like private evals that we have.
It's like the Vibe.
The Vibe, yeah, the Vibe.
The Vibe.
Vibe benchmark, human benchmark.
Yeah.
You pull in the humans, do a Vibe check.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that's kind of what I do, like just like reading online, forums and Reddit and X. Just like, well, I don't know how to properly load in people's opinions, because they'll say things like, I feel like Claude or GPT's gotten dumber or something. They'll say, I feel like, and then I sometimes feel like that too, but I wonder if it's the model's problem or mine.
With Claude, there's an interesting take I heard where I think AWS has different chips, and I suspect they have slightly different numerics than NVIDIA GPUs, and someone speculated that Claude's degraded performance would have to do with maybe using the quantized version that existed on AWS Bedrock versus whatever was running on Anthropic's GPUs.
I interview a bunch of people that have conspiracy theories, so I'm glad we spoke through this conspiracy
Well,
theory.
it's not like conspiracy theory as much as they're they're humans are humans, and there's these details, and you're doing like these crazy amount of flops, and that chips are messy, and you just have bugs. Like bugs are, it's hard to overstate how hard bugs are to avoid.
What's the role of a good prompt in all of this? You were mentioning that benchmarks have really structured, well-formulated prompts. What should a human be doing to maximize success? And what's the importance of what the human? You wrote a blog post and called it prompt design.
Yeah, I think it depends on which model you're using, and all of them are slightly different, and they respond differently to different prompts. But I think the original GPT-4 and the original sort of beautiful models last year, they were quite sensitive to the prompts. They also had a very small context window. And so we have all of these pieces of information around the code base that would maybe be relevant in the prompt. Like you have the docs, you have the files that you add, you have the conversation history. And then there's a problem like how do you decide what you actually put in the prompt and when you have a limited space. And even for today's models, even when you have long context, filling out the entire context window means that it's slower. It means that sometimes the model actually gets confused, and some models get more confused than others. And we have this one system internally that we call preempt, which helps us with that a little bit. And I think it was built for the era before where we had 8,000 token context windows. And it's a little bit similar to when you're making a website. You sort of you want it to work on mobile, you want it to work on a desktop screen, and you have this dynamic information which you don't have, for example, if you're making like designing a print magazine, you know exactly where you can put stuff. But when you have a website or when you have a prompt, you have these inputs, and then you need to format them to always work. Even if the input is really big, then you might have to cut something down. And so the idea was, okay, like let's take some inspiration. What's the best way to design websites? Well, the thing that we really like is React and the declarative approach where you use JSX in JavaScript, and then you declare this is what I want, and I think this has higher priority, or like this has higher Z index than something else, and then you have this rendering engine. In web design, it's like Chrome, and in our case, it's the preempt renderer, which then fits everything onto the page. And as you declaratively decide what you want, and then it figures out what you want. And so we have found that to be quite helpful. And I think the role of it has sort of shifted over time, where initially it was to fit these small context windows. Now it's really useful because it helps us with splitting up the data that goes into the prompt and the actual rendering of it. And so it's easier to debug because you can change the rendering of the prompt and then try it on old prompts because you have the raw data that went into the prompt. And then you can see did my change actually improve it for like this entire debug set.
Do you literally prompt with JSX?
Yeah. So it kind of looks like React. There are components, like we have one component that's file component, and it takes in like the cursor. Like usually there's like one line where the cursor is in your file, and that's like probably the most important line because that's the one you're looking at. And so then you can give priorities. So like that line has the highest priority, and then you subtract one for every line that is farther away. And then eventually when it's rendered, it figures out how many lines can actually fit in the center around that thing.
That's amazing.
Yeah. And you can do like other fancy things where if you have lots of code blocks from the entire code base, you could use retrieval and things like embedding and rebranching explorers to add priorities for each of these components.
So should humans ask questions also try to use something like that? Like would it be beneficial to write JSX in the prompt, or the whole idea is it should be loose and messy?
I think our goal is kind of that you should just do whatever is the most natural thing for you. And our job is to figure out how do we actually like receive the relevant things so that your thing actually makes sense.
Well, this is sort of the discussion I had with Arvin of Perplexity. Is like his whole idea is like you should let the person be as lazy.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, that's a beautiful thing. but I feel like you're allowed to ask more of programmers, right? So like if you say just do what you want, I mean humans are lazy. There's a kind of tension between just being lazy versus like provide more as be prompted, almost like the system pressuring you or inspiring you to be articulate. Not in terms of the grammar of the sentences, but in terms of the depth of thoughts that you convey inside the prompt.
I think even as the system gets closer to some level of perfection, often when you ask the model for something, you just are not enough intent is conveyed to know what to do. And there are like a few ways to resolve that intent. One is the simple thing of having the model just ask you, I'm not sure how to do these parts based on your query. Could you clarify that? I think the other could be maybe if there are 5 or 6 possible generations given the uncertainty present in the query so far, why don't we just actually show you all of those and let you pick them?
How hard is it for the model to choose to talk back? Sort of versus that's hard. It's sort of like how to deal with the uncertainty. Do I choose to ask for more information to reduce the ambiguity?
So, I mean, one of the things we do is, it's like a recent addition is try to suggest files that you can add. So while you're typing, one can guess what the uncertainty is, and maybe suggest that like, maybe you're writing your API, and we can guess using the commits that you've made previously in the same file that the client and the server is super useful. And there's like a hard technical problem of how do you resolve it across all commits, which files are the most important given your current prompt. And we're still sort of initial version is rolled out, and I'm sure we can make it much more accurate. It's very experimental, but then the idea is we show you like, do you just want to add this file, this file, this file also to tell the model to edit those files for you. Because if you're making the API, like you should also edit the client and the server that is using the API and the other one resolving the API. So that'll be kind of cool. As both there's the phase where you're writing the prompt, and before you even click enter, maybe we could help resolve some of the uncertainty.
To what degree do you use agentic approaches? How useful are agents?
We think agents are really, really cool. Like I think agents is like it's like it resembles sort of like it's sort of like the things like you can kind of feel that it like you're getting closer to AGI because you see a demo where it acts as a human would, and it's really, really cool. I think agents are not yet super useful for many things. I think we're getting close to where they will actually be useful, and so I think there are certain types of tasks where having an agent would be really nice. Like I would love to have an agent. For example, if like we have a bug where you sometimes can't Command C and Command V inside our chat input box. And that's a task that's super well specified. I just want to say, like in 2 sentences, this does not work. Please fix it. And then I would love to have an agent that just goes off, does it, and then a day later, I come back and I review the thing.
You mean it goes, finds the right file?
Yeah, it finds the right files. It like tries to reproduce the bug. It like fixes the bug, and then it verifies that it's correct. And this could be a process that takes a long time. And so I think I would love to have that. And then I think a lot of programming, like there is often this belief that agents will take over all of programming. I don't think we think that that's the case, because a lot of programming, a lot of the value is in iterating, or you don't actually want to specify something up front because you don't really know what you want until you've seen an initial version, and then you want to iterate on that, and then you provide more information. And so for a lot of programming, I think you actually want a system that's instant, that gives you an initial version instantly back, and then you can iterate super, super quickly.
What about something like that we think came out, Replit Agent, that does also like setting up the development environment, installing software packages, configuring everything, configuring the databases, and actually deploying the app?
Yeah.
Is that also in the set of things you dream about?
I think so. I think that would be really cool. For certain types of programming, it would be really cool.
Is that within the scope of Cursor?
Yeah, we aren't actively working on it right now, but it's definitely like we want to make the programmer's life easier and more fun. And some things are just really tedious, and you need to go through a bunch of steps, and you want to delegate that to an agent. And then some things you can actually have an agent in the background while you're working. Like let's say you have a PR that's both backend and front end, and you're working on the front end, and then you can have a background agent that does some work and figure out kind of what you're doing. And then when you get to the backend part of your PR, then you have some like initial piece of code that you can then iterate on. And so that would also be really cool.
One of the things we already talked about is speed. I wonder if we can just linger on that some more in the various places that the technical details involved in making this thing really fast. So every single aspect of Cursor, most aspects of Cursor feel really fast. Like I mentioned, the apply is probably the slowest thing. Sorry, the pain. Sorry.
I know, it's a pain. It's a pain that we're feeling, and we're working on fixing it.
Yeah, I mean, it says something that feels, I don't know what it is, like 1 second or 2 seconds. That feels slow. That means that's actually shows that everything else is just really, really fast. So is there some technical details about how to make some of these models, how to make the chat fast, how to make the diffs fast? Is there something that just jumps to mind?
Yeah, I mean, so we can go over a lot of the strategies that we use. One interesting thing is cache forming. And so what you can do is, if as the user is typing, you can have, you're probably going to use some piece of context, and you can know that before the user's done typing. So, as we discussed before, reusing the KB cache results in lower latency, lower costs, cross requests. So as the user starts typing, you can immediately warm the cache with, like, let's say the current file context. And then when they press enter, there's very few tokens it actually has to pre-fill before starting the generation. This will significantly lower TPFT.
Can you explain how KB cache works?
Yeah. So the way transformers work,
Like
I mean, one of the mechanisms that allow transformers to not just independently, like the mechanism allows transformers to not independently look at each token, but see previous tokens, are the keys and values to attention. And generally the way attention works is you have at your current token some query, and then you have all the keys and values of all your previous tokens, which are some kind of representation that the model stores internally of all the previous tokens in the prompt. And like by default, when you're doing a chat, the model has to, for every single token, do this forward pass through the entire model. That's a lot of making it happen, and that is really, really fun. Instead, if you have already done that and you stored the keys and values and you keep that in the GPU, then when let's say I have stored the last n tokens, if I now want to compute the output token for the n+1 token, I don't need to pass those first n tokens through the entire model because I already have all those keys and values. And so you just need to do the forward pass through that last token. And then when you're doing attention, you're reusing those keys and values that have been computed, which is the only kind of sequential part, or sequentially dependent part of the transformer.
Is there like higher level caching, like caching prompts or that kind of stuff?
I see. Yeah, there's other types of caching you can kind of do. One interesting thing that you can do for cursor cache is you can basically predict ahead as if the user would have accepted the suggestion and then trigger another request. And so then you cache, you've done speculative, it's a mix of speculation and caching, right? Because you're speculating what would happen if they accepted it. And then you have this value that is cached, this suggestion. And then when they press tab, the next one would be waiting for them immediately. It's kind of clever heuristic / trick that uses a higher level caching and can give it feels fast despite there not actually being any changes in the model.
And if you can make the KB cache smaller, one of the advantages you get is like maybe you can speculate even more. Maybe you can guess here's the 10 things that could be useful. Like you predict the next 10, and then like it's possible the user hits the 1 of the 10. It's like much higher chance than the user hits like the exact one that you show them. Maybe they type in other character and we sort of hit something else in the cache. So there's all these tricks where the general phenomena here is I think it's also super useful for RL is maybe a single sample from the model isn't very good, but if you predict like 10 different things, turns out that 1 of the 10 that's right, the probability is much higher. There's these passive key curves, and part of RL like what RL does is you can exploit this passive K phenomena to make many different predictions, and one way to think about this, the model sort of knows internally has some uncertainty over like which of the key things is correct, or like which of the key things does the human want. So when we RL our cursor tab model, one of the things we're doing is we're predicting which of the 100 different suggestions the model produces is more amenable for humans, like which of them do humans more like than other things. Maybe like there's something where the model can predict very far ahead versus like a little bit, and maybe somewhere in the middle, and then you can give a reward to the things that humans would like more, and sort of punish the things that it would like, and sort of then train the model to output the suggestions that humans would like more. You have these like RL loops that are very useful that exploit these passive key curves. Aman maybe can go into even more detail.
Yeah, it is a little different than speed, but I mean, like technically you tie it back in because you can get away with the smaller model if you RL your smaller model and it gets the same performance as the bigger one. That's like, and Swally was mentioning stuff about KV, about reducing the size of your KV cache. There are other techniques there as well that are really helpful for speed. So kind of back in the day, like all the way 2 years ago, people mainly use multi-head attention. And I think there's been a migration towards more efficient attention schemes like group query or multi-query attention. And this is really helpful for then, with larger batch sizes, being able to generate the tokens much faster. The interesting thing here is this now has no effect on that time to first token prefill speed. The thing this matters for is now generating tokens. And why is that? Because when you're generating tokens, instead of being bottlenecked by doing these super parallelizable matrix multiplies across all your tokens, you're bottlenecked by how quickly, is for long context with large batch sizes, by how quickly you can read those cache keys and values. And so then that's memory bandwidth, and how can we make this faster? We can try to compress the size of these keys and values. So multi-query attention is the most aggressive used, where normally with multi-head attention, you have some number of quote-unquote attention heads, and some number of kind of query heads. Multi-query just preserves the query heads, gets rid of all the key value heads. So there's only one kind of key value head, and there's all the remaining query heads. With group query, you instead preserve all the query heads, and then your keys and values are kind of, there are fewer heads to keys and values, but you're not reducing it to just one. But anyways, like the whole point here is you're just reducing the size of your KV cache.
And then there is MLA.
Yeah, multi-latent. That's a little more complicated, and the way that this works is it kind of turns the entirety of your keys and values across all your heads into this kind of one latent vector that is then kind of expanded in inference time.
But MLA is from this company called DeepSeek. It's quite an interesting algorithm. Maybe the key idea is sort of in both SUA and in other places, what you're doing is sort of reducing the number of KV heads. The advantage you get from that is there's less of them, but maybe the theory is that you actually want a lot of different. If you want each of the keys and values to actually be different, so one way to reduce the size is you keep one big shared vector for all the keys and values, and then you have smaller vectors for every single token. so that when you can store only the smaller thing. There's some sort of like low rank reduction. And the low rank reduction was at the end of the time when you eventually want to compute the final things, remember that like you're memory bound, which means that like you still have some compute left that you can use for these things. And if you can expand the latent vector and somehow like this is far more efficient because like you're reducing, like for example, maybe like reducing by 32 or something, like the size of the vector that you're using.
Yeah, there's perhaps some richness in having a separate set of keys and values and queries that kind of pairwise match up versus compressing it all into one. In that interaction, at least.
Okay, and all that is dealing with being memory bound.
Yeah.
And what I mean, ultimately, how does that map to the user experience? Trying to get
the two things that it maps to is you now make your cache larger. It gives you less space allocated to the cache. You make cache a lot more, growing a lot more things. So you get more cache hits, which are helpful for reducing the time to first token for the reasons that were kind of described earlier. And then the second being when you start doing inference with more and more requests and larger batch sizes, you don't see much to slow down in as it's generating the token speed of that.
Well, it also allows you to make your prompt bigger.
Yeah. So the size of your KD cache is both the size of all your prompts multiplied by the number of prompts being processed in parallel. So you could increase either of those dimensions, right? The batch size or the size of your prompts without degrading the latency of generating tokens.
Alright, you wrote a blog post, Shadow Workspace, iterating on code in the background.
Yep.
So what's going on?
So to be clear, we want there to be a lot of stuff happening in the background, and we're experimenting with a lot of things. Right now, we don't have much stuff other than like the cache warming or like figuring out the right context that goes into your command key prompt, for example. But the idea is, if you can actually spend computation in the background, then you can help the user maybe like at a slightly longer time horizon than just predicting the next few lines that you're going to make, but actually like in the next 10 minutes, what are you going to make? And by doing it in the background, you can spend more computation doing that. And so the idea of the Shadow Workspace that we implemented, and we use it internally for like experiments, is that to actually get advantage of doing stuff in the background, you want some kind of feedback signal to give back to the model, because otherwise, like, you can get higher performance by just letting the model think for longer. And so like O1 is a good example of that. But another way you can improve performance is by letting the model iterate and get feedback. And so one very important piece of feedback when you're a programmer is the language server, which is this thing. It exists for most different languages, and there's like a separate language server per language, and it can tell you, you're using the wrong type here, and then gives you an error, or it can allow you to go to definition and sort of understand the structure of your code. So language servers are extensions developed by, like, there's a TypeScript language server developed by the TypeScript people, a Rust language server developed by the Rust people, and then they all interface over the language server protocol to VS Code. So that VS Code doesn't need to have all of the different languages built into VS Code, but rather you can use the existing compiler infrastructure.
For linting purposes?
It's for linting. It's for going to definition, and for like seeing the right types that you're using.
So it's doing like type checking also?
Yes, type checking and going to references. And that's like, when you're working in a big project, you kind of need that. If you don't have that, it's like really hard to code in a big project.
Can you say again how that's being used inside Cursor, the language server protocol communication thing?
So it's using Cursor to show to the programmer just like in VS Code. But then the idea is you want to show that same information to the model, the AI model. And you want to do that in a way that doesn't affect the user, because you want to do it in the background. And so the idea behind the Shadow Workspace was, okay, like, one way we can do this is we spawn a separate window of Cursor that's hidden. And so you can set this flag and when it's hidden. There is a window, but you don't actually see it. And inside of this window, the AI agents can modify code however they want, as long as they don't save it, because it's still the same folder. and then can get feedback from the linkers and go to definition and iterate on your code.
So like literally run everything in the background, like as if right.
Yeah.
Maybe even run the code.
So that's the eventual version.
Okay.
That's what you want, and a lot of the blog post is actually about how do you make that happen, because it's a little bit tricky. You want it to be on the user's machine so that it exactly mirrors the user's environment, and then on Linux you can do this cool thing where you can actually mirror the file system and have the AI make changes to the files, and it thinks that it's operating on the file level, but actually that's stored in memory, and you can create this kernel extension to make it work. Whereas on Mac and Windows, it's a little bit more difficult, but it's a fun technical problem. So that's
one maybe hacky but interesting idea that I like is holding a lock on saving. And so basically you can then have the language model kind of hold the lock on saving to disk. And then instead of you operating in the ground truth version of the files that are saved to disk, you actually are operating what was the shadow workspace before, and these unsaved things that only exist in memory that you still get linter errors for, you can code in. And then when you try to maybe run code, it's just like there's a small warning that there's a lock, and then you kind of will take back the lock from one server if you're trying to do things concurrently, or from the shadow workspace if you're trying to do things concurrently.
That's such an exciting feature, by the way. It's a bit of a tangent, but like to allow a model to change files. It's scary for people, but like it's really cool to be able to just like let the agent do a set of tasks, and you come back the next day and kind of observe, like it's a colleague or something like that. Yeah.
And I think there may be different versions of like runnability where for the simple things where you're doing things in the span of a few minutes on behalf of programming, it makes sense to make something work locally in their machine. I think for the more aggressive things, where you're making larger changes that take longer periods of time, you'll probably want to do this in some sandbox remote environment. And that's another incredibly tricky problem of how do you exactly reproduce, or mostly reproduce, the point of it being effectively equivalent for running code, the user's environment with this remote sandbox.
I'm curious what kind of agents you want for coding.
Oh,
Do you want them to find bugs? Do you want them to like implement new features? Like what agents do you want?
So by the way, when I think about agents, I don't think just about coding. I think so to practice this particular podcast, there's video editing, and a lot of, if you look in Adobe, a lot of there's code behind. It's very poorly documented code, but you could interact with Premiere, for example, using code. And basically all the uploading, everything I do on YouTube, everything, as you could probably imagine, I do all of that through code. And including translation, overdubbing, all of this. So I envision all of those kinds of tasks. So automating many of the tasks that don't have to do directly with the editing. So okay, that's what I was thinking about. But in terms of coding, I would be fundamentally thinking about bug finding. Like many levels of kind of bug finding, and also bug finding like logical bugs, not logical, like spiritual bugs. Ones like sort of big directions of implementation, that kind of stuff.
Not define and bug finding.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting that these models are so bad at bug finding. When just nicely prompted to find the bugs, they're incredibly poorly calibrated.
Even the smartest model.
Exactly. Even O1.
How do you explain that? Is there a good intuition?
I think these models are really strong reflection of the pre-training distribution. And, I do think they generalize as the loss gets lower and lower. But I don't think the loss in the scale is the loss is low enough such that they're like really fully generalizing code. Like the things that we use these things for, the frontier models that they're quite good at are really code generation and questioning. And these things exist in massive quantities in pre-training with all of the code on GitHub on the scale of many, many trillions of tokens and questions and answers on like Stack Overflow and maybe GitHub issues. And so when you try to push into these things that really don't exist very much online, like, for example, the cursive tap objective of predicting the next edit, given the edits done so far, the brittleness kind of shows. And then bug detection is another great example, where there aren't really that many examples of like actually detecting real bugs and then proposing fixes. And the models just kind of like really struggle with it. But I think it's a question of transferring the model, like in the same way that you get this fantastic transfer from pre-trained models just on code in general to the cursor tab objective. You'll see a very, very similar thing with generalized models that are really good at code to bug detection. It just takes like a little bit of kind of nudging in that direction.
Like, to be clear, I think they sort of understand code really well. Like, while they're being pre-trained, like the representation that's being built up, like almost certainly, like somewhere in the stream, there's the model knows that maybe there's something sketchy going on, right? It sort of has some sketchiness, but actually eliciting the sketchiness to like actually like part of it is that humans are really calibrated on which bugs are really important. It's not just it's not just actually saying like there's something sketchy. It's like is this sketchy trivial? Is this sketchy like you're gonna put the server down? It's like part of it is maybe the cultural knowledge of like why is the staff engineer a staff engineer? The staff engineer is good because they know that 3 years ago someone wrote a really sketchy piece of code that took the server down. And as opposed to maybe there's like, you just, this thing is like an experiment. So like a few bugs are fine. Like you're just trying to experiment and get the feel of the thing. And so if the model gets really annoying when you're writing an experiment, that's really bad. But if you're writing something for super production, you're like writing a database, right? You're writing code in Postgres or Linux or whatever. Like your Linus Torvalds, it's sort of unacceptable to have even in that case. And just having the calibration of like how paranoid is the user, like.
But even then, like if you're putting in a maximum paranoia, it still just like doesn't quite get it.
Yeah.
I mean, but this is hard for humans too to understand which line of code is important, which is not. Like I think one of your principles on a website says if a code can do a lot of damage, one should add a comment that says this line of code is dangerous.
And all caps, repeat it 10 times.
No, and you say like for every single line of code inside the function, you have to, and that's quite profound. That says something about human beings because the engineers move on, even the same person, I just forget how it can sink the Titanic, a single function. Like you might not intuit that quite clearly by looking at the single piece of code.
Yeah, and I think that one is also partially also for today's AI models, where if you actually write dangerous in every single line, like the models will pay more attention to that and will be more likely to find bugs in that.
That's like actually just straight up a really good practice of labeling code of how much damage it can do.
Yeah, I mean it's controversial. Like some people think it's ugly.
Well, I actually think it's like in fact I actually think this is one of the things I learned from Arvid is like I sort of aesthetically I don't like it, but I think there's certainly something where like it's useful for the models and humans just forget a lot and it's really easy to make a small mistake and cause like bring down just bring down the server and like of course we like test a lot or whatever, but there's always these things that you have to be very careful.
Yeah, like with just normal doc strings, I think we'll often just give it when making a change and think, oh, I know how to do this. And you kind of really need to point it out. So that doesn't feel clear.
Yeah, you have to be reminded that you can do a lot of damage. That's like we don't really think about that.
Yes.
You think about, okay, how do I figure out how this works so I can improve it? You don't think about the other direction.
Until we have formal verification for everything, then you can do whatever you want, and you know for certain that you have not introduced a bug specifically.
So concretely, what do you think that future would look like?
I think people will just not write tests anymore, and the model will suggest, like you write a function, the model will suggest a spec, and you review the spec, and in the meantime, smart reasoning model computes a proof that the implementation follows the spec. And I think that happens for most functions.
So I think this gets that a little bit, some of the stuff you were talking about earlier with the difficulty of specifying intent for what you want with software. Where sometimes it might be because the intent is really hard to specify, it's also then going to be really hard to prove that it's actually matching whatever your intent is.
Like you think that spec is hard to
Yeah, or just like for a given spec, maybe you can. I think there is a question of like, can you actually do the formal verification? Like that's like, is that possible? I think that there's like more to dig into there. But then also,
even if you have the spec.
if you have the spec, how do you?
Even
If you have the spec, is the spec written in natural language?
Yeah, how
Or
do
is
you
it
map
more
the
No,
complex?
the spec would be formal.
But how easy
Okay,
would that be?
so
to
then
draw?
I think that you care about things that are not going to be easily well specified in the spec language.
I see.
Would
Yeah.
be,
Yeah.
maybe an argument against formal verification is all needed.
Yeah.
The worry
But
is there's this massive document.
Replacing
I-
something like unit tests. Sure.
Yeah. I think you can probably also use the spec languages to capture some of the things that they don't really capture right now. But I don't know. I think it's very dense.
And you're speaking not just about like single functions. You're speaking about entire code bases.
I think entire code bases is harder, but that is what I would love to have, and I think it should be possible. And because you can even there's like a lot of work recently where you can prove formally verified down to the hardware. So like through you formally verify the C code, and then you formally verify through the GCC compiler, and then through the Verilog down to the hardware. And that's like an incredibly big system, but it actually works. And I think big code bases are sort of similar. They're like multi-layered system, and if you can decompose it and formally verify each part, then I think it should be possible. I think the specification problem is a real problem, but
How do you handle side effects? Or how do you handle, I guess, external dependencies like calling the Stripe API?
Maybe Stripe would write a spec for it.
But like you can't do this for everything. Like just for everything you use. Like how do you do it for? There's a language model. Like maybe like you use language models as primitive for this, right? And there's dependence on it. And like how do you do that?
I think you might be able to prove that. So
Prove what about language?
I think it feels possible that you could actually prove that a language model is aligned, for example, or like you can prove that it actually gives the right answer.
Yeah, that is. I mean, that's,
Yeah.
if it's possible. It's I have a dream speech. If it's possible, that will certainly help with making sure your code doesn't have bugs and making sure AI doesn't destroy all of human civilization. So the full spectrum of AI safety to just bug finding. So you said the models struggle with bug finding. What's the hope?
Yeah, my hope initially is, and I can let Michael chime in too, but it's like it should first help with the stupid bugs. Like it should very quickly catch the stupid bugs, like off by one errors. Like sometimes you write something in a comment and do the other way. It's like very common. Like I do this. I write like less than in a comment and like I maybe write the case or something. And the model is like, yeah, it looks sketchy. Like, you sure you want to do that? But eventually, it should be able to catch better bugs.
Yeah, and I think that it's also important to note that this is having good bug finding models feels necessary to get to the highest reaches of having AI do more and more programming for you, where you're going to, if AI is building more and more of the system for you, you need to not just generate, but also verify. And without that, some of the problems that we talked about before with programming with these models will just become untenable. So it's not just for humans, like you write a bug, I write a bug, find the bug for me, but it's also being able to verify the AI's code and check it. It's really important.
Yeah, and then how do you actually do this? Like we have had a lot of contentious dinner discussions of how do you actually clean a bug model. But one very popular idea is, it's kind of potentially easy to introduce a bug than actually finding the bug. And so you can train a model to introduce bugs in existing code. And then you can train a reverse bug model then that can find bugs using this synthetic data. So that's like one example. But yeah, there are lots of ideas.
You can also do a bunch of work, not even at the model level, of taking the biggest models and then maybe giving them access to a lot of information that's not just the code. Like it's kind of a hard problem to like stare at a file and be like, where's the bug? And that's hard for humans often, right? And so often you have to run the code and being able to see things like traces and stuff through a debugger. there's another whole nother direction where it like kind of tends toward that. And it could also be that there are kind of two different product form factors here. It could be that you have a really specialty model that's quite fast, that's kind of running in the background and trying to spot bugs. And it might be that sometimes, sort of to Arvid's earlier example about, some nefarious input box bug, might be that sometimes you want to like, there's a bug, you're not just like checking hypothesis free, you're like, this is a problem, I really want to solve it. And you zap that with tons and tons and tons of compute, and you're willing to put in like $50 to solve that bug or something even more.
Have you thought about integrating money into this whole thing? Like I would pay probably a large amount of money for if you found a bug or even generated code that I really appreciated. Like I had a moment a few days ago when I started using Cursor where it generated perfect 3 functions for interacting with the YouTube API to update captions and for localization, like in different languages. The API documentation is not very good, and the code across, like if I googled it for a while, I couldn't find exactly. There's a lot of confusing information, and Cursor generated it perfectly. And I just sat back, I read the code, I was like, this is correct. I tested it, it's correct. I was like, I want a tip. On a button that goes, here's $5. One that's really good just to support the company, support what the interface is, and the other is that probably sends a strong signal, like, good job. Right? There's a much stronger signal than just accepting the code, right? You just actually send like a strong good job. That, and for bug finding, obviously, like, there's a lot of people, that would pay a huge amount of money for a bug, like a bug bounty thing, right? Is that, you guys think about that?
Yeah, it's a controversial idea inside the company. I think it sort of depends on how much you believe in humanity. Almost, like I think it would be really cool if you spend nothing to try to find a bug, and if it doesn't find a bug, you spend $0. And then if it does find a bug, and you click accept, then it also shows like in parentheses like $1, and so you spend $1 to accept the bug. And then of course there's a worry like, okay, we spent a lot of computation, like maybe people will just copy paste. I think that's a worry. And then there's also the worry that like introducing money into the product makes it like kind of, like it doesn't feel as fun anymore. Like you have to like think about money, and all you want to think about is like the code. And so maybe it actually makes more sense to separate it out. And like you pay some fee like every month, and then you get all of these things for free.
But there could be a tipping component, which is not like it
yeah, but it still has that like dollar symbol. I think it's fine, but I also see the point where like maybe you don't want to introduce it.
Yeah, I was gonna say the moment that feels like people do this is when they share it. When they have a fantastic example, they just kind of share it with their friends.
There is also a potential world where there's a technical solution to this, like honor system problem too, where if we can get to a place where we understand the output of the system more, to the stuff we were talking about with like, error checking with the LSP and then also running the code. But if you could get to a place where you could actually somehow verify, oh, I have fixed the bug, maybe then the bounty system doesn't need to rely on the honor system too.
How much interaction is there between the terminal and the code? Like how much information is gained from if you run the code in the terminal? Like can you do like a loop where it runs the code and suggests how to change the code if the code in runtime gives an error? Because right now they're separate worlds completely. Like I know you can do Control K inside the terminal to help you write the code.
You can use terminal context as well inside of Jasmine as everything. We don't have the looping part yet, so we expect something like this could make a lot of sense. There's a question of whether it happens in the foreground too, or if it happens in the background, like what we've been discussing.
Sure, the background is pretty cool. Like you can do running the code in different ways. Plus, there's a database side to this, which how do you protect from not modifying the database? But okay.
There's certainly cool solutions there. There's this new API that is being developed for. It's not in AWS, but it's certainly. I think it's in PlanetScale. I don't know if PlanetScale was the first one to add it. It's this ability to sort of add branches to a database, which is like if you're working on a feature and you want to test against a broad database, but you don't actually want to test against the broad database, you could sort of add a branch to the database. And the way to do that is to add a branch to the write-ahead log. And there's obviously a lot of technical complexity in doing it correctly. I guess database companies need new things to do. Because they have the database now, and I think like Turbo Buffer, which is one of the databases we use, is going to add maybe branching to the Red Hat log, and so maybe the AI agents will use branching. They'll like test against some branch, and it's sort of going to be a requirement for the database to like support branching or something.
It would be really interesting if you could branch a file system, right?
Yeah, I feel like everything needs branching.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like that's the problem with the multiverse, right? Like if you branch on everything, that's like a lot.
I mean, there's obviously these like super clever algorithms to make sure that you don't actually use a lot of space or CPU.
Okay, this is a good place to ask about infrastructure. So you guys mostly use AWS. What are some interesting details? What are some interesting challenges? Why'd you choose AWS? Why is AWS still winning? Hashtag.
AWS is just really good. It's really good. Like, whenever you use an AWS product, you just know that it's going to work. Like, it might be absolute hell to go through the steps to set it up.
Why is the interface so horrible?
Because it's just so good. It doesn't need
The nature of winning.
I think it's exactly. You just need to yeah. But AWS, you can always trust. Like, it will always work. And if there is a problem, it's probably your problem.
Okay, is there some interesting like challenges to you guys are a pretty new startup to get scaling to like get so many people and
Yeah, I think that it has been a journey, adding each extra zero to the request per second. You run into all of these with like the general components you're using for caching and databases. Run into issues as you make things bigger and bigger, and now we're at the scale where we get like int overflows on our tables and things like that. And then also there have been some custom systems that we built, like for instance our retrieval system for computing a semantic index of your code base and answering questions about a code base that have continually, I feel like, been one of the trickier things to scale.
I have a few friends who are super senior engineers, and one of their sort of lines is like it's very hard to predict where systems will break when you scale them. You could sort of try to predict in advance, but there's always something weird that's going to happen when you have this. You thought through everything, but you didn't actually think through it. But I think for that particular system, so what for concrete details, the thing we do is obviously we upload when like we chunk up all of your code, and then we send out sort of the code for embedding, and we embed the code, and then we store the embeddings in a database, but we don't actually store any of the code. And then there's reasons around making sure that we don't introduce client bugs. Like we're very, very paranoid about client bugs. We store much of the details on the server. Like everything is sort of encrypted. So one of the technical challenges is always making sure that the local index, the local code base state, is the same as the state that is on the server. And the way technically we ended up doing that is, so for every single file, you can sort of keep this hash. And then for every folder, you can sort of keep a hash with the hash of all of its children, and you can sort of recursively do that until the top. And why do something complicated? One thing you could do is you could keep a hash for every file, and every minute you could try to download the hashes that are on the server, figure out what are the files that don't exist on the server. Maybe you just created a new file, maybe you just deleted a file, maybe you checked out a new branch, and try to reconcile the state between the client and the server. But that introduces like absolutely ginormous network overhead, both on the client side. I mean, nobody really wants us to hammer their Wi-Fi all the time if you're using Cursor. But also, like, I mean, it would introduce like ginormous overhead in the database. It would sort of be reading tens of terabyte database, sort of approaching like 20 terabytes or something database like every second. That's just kind of crazy. You definitely don't want to do that. So what you do is you sort of you just try to reconcile the single hash, which is at the root of the project. And then if something mismatches, then you find where all the things disagree. Maybe you look at the children and see if the hashes match. If the hashes don't match, go look at their children and so on. You only do that in the scenario where things don't match. And for most people, most of the time, the hashes match.
So it's a kind of like hierarchical reconciliation.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, it's called the Merkle phase.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes, indeed.
I mean, so yeah, this is cool to see that you kind of have to think through all these problems.
And I mean, the point of like the reason it's gotten hard is just because like the number of people using it, and some of your customers have really large code bases to the point where we originally wrote a dark code base, which is big. I mean, it's just not the size of some company that's been there for 20 years and has an enormous number of files, and you sort of want to scale that across programmers. There's all these details where like building a simple thing is easy, but scaling it to a lot of people, to a lot of companies is obviously a difficult problem. Which is sort of independent of actually, so that there's part of this scaling our current solution is also coming up with new ideas. Obviously, we're working on. But then scaling all of that in the last few weeks, months.
Yeah, and there are a lot of clever things, like additional things that go into this indexing system. For example, the bottleneck in terms of cost is not storing things in the vector database. The database is actually embedding the code. And you don't want to re-embed the code base for every single person in a company that is using the same exact code, except for maybe there's a branch with a few different files, or they've made a few local changes. And so, because again, embeddings is the bottleneck, you can do one clever trick and not have to worry about like the complexity of like dealing with branches and the other databases, where you just have some cache on the actual vectors computed from the hash of the given cell.
Mm-hmm.
And so this means that when the end person at a company goes and embeds their code base, it's really fast. And you do all this without actually storing any code on a service at all. No code data stored. You just store the vectors in the vector database and vector cache.
What's the biggest gains at this time you get from indexing the code base? Like just out of curiosity, like what benefit do users have? It seems like longer term there'll be more and more benefit, but in the short term, just asking questions of the code base, what's the usefulness of that?
I think the most obvious one is just you want to find out where something is happening in your large code base, and you sort of have a fuzzy memory of, okay, I want to find the place where we do X, but you don't exactly know what to search for in a normal text search. And so you ask the chat, you hit Command Enter to ask with the code base chat, and then very often it finds the right place.
I think, like you mentioned, in the future, I think this is only going to get more and more powerful, or we're working a lot on improving the quality of our retrieval. And I think the ceiling for that is really much higher than people give credit for.
One question that's good to ask here: have you considered, and why haven't you much done sort of local stuff to where you can do it seems like everything we just discussed is exceptionally difficult to do. To go to the cloud, you have to think about all these things with the caching and the large code base, or a large number of programmers are using the same code base. You have to figure out the puzzle of that. A lot of it, most software just does stuff, this heavy computational stuff locally. But do you consider doing sort of embeddings locally?
Yeah, we thought about it, and I think it would be cool to do it locally. I think it's just really hard. And one thing to keep in mind is that, some of our users use the latest MacBook Pro, but most of our users, like more than 80% of our users, are in Windows machines, which and many of them are not very powerful. And so local models really only work on the latest computers, and it's also a big overhead to build that in. And so even if we would like to do that, it's currently not something that we are able to focus on. And I think there are some people that do that, and I think that's great. But especially as models get bigger and bigger, and you want to do fancier things with like bigger models, it becomes even harder to do it locally.
Yeah, and it's not a problem of like weaker computers. It's just that, for example, if you're some big company, big company code base, it's just really hard to process big company code base even on the beefiest MacBook Pros. Yeah. So even if it's not even a matter of like if you're just like a student or something, I think if you're like the best programmer at a big company, you're still going to have a horrible experience if you do everything locally. I mean, you could do it and sort of scrape by, but like again, it wouldn't be fun anymore.
Yeah, like an approximate nearest neighbors, and this massive code base is going to just eat up your memory and your CPU. And that's just that. Like, let's talk about like also the modeling side, where as Robert said, there are these headwinds against local models, where one things that seems to move towards MLEs, which like one benefit is maybe there are more memory bandwidth placed in favor of local versus using GPUs or using NVIDIA GPUs. But the downside is these models are just bigger in total, and they're going to need to fit often not even on a single node but multiple nodes. There's no way that's going to fit inside of even really good macros. And I think especially for coding, it's not a question as much of like, does it clear some bar of like the model's good enough to do these things, and then like we're satisfied, which may be the case for other problems, and maybe where local models shine. But people are always going to want the best, the most intelligent, the most capable things, and that's going to be really, really hard to run for almost all people locally.
Don't you want the most capable model? You want Sonnet,
and also with
I like how you're pitching me. Would you be satisfied with an inferior model? I'm one of those, but there's some people that like to do stuff locally, especially like really. There's a whole obviously open source movement that kind of resists, and it's good that they exist actually, because you want to resist the power centers that are growing.
There's actually an alternative to local models that I am particularly fond of. I think it's still very much in the research stage, but you could imagine to do homomorphic encryption for language model inference. So you encrypt your input on your local machine, then you send that out, and then the server can use lots of computation. They can run models that you cannot run locally on this encrypted data, but they cannot see what the data is. And then they send back the answer, and you decrypt the answer, and only you can see the answer. So I think that's still very much research, and all of it is about trying to make the overhead lower, because right now the overhead is really big. But if you can make that happen, I think that would be really, really cool, and I think it would be really, really impactful. Because I think one thing that's actually kind of worrisome is that as these models get better and better, they're going to become more and more economically useful. And so more and more of the world's information and data will flow through, one or two centralized actors. And then there are worries about, there can be traditional hacker attempts, but it also creates this kind of scary part where if all of the world's information is flowing through one node in plain text, you can have surveillance in very bad ways. And sometimes that will happen for, initially will be like good reasons, like people will want to try to protect against like bad actors using AI models in bad ways. And then you will add in some surveillance code, and then someone else will come in and, you're in a slippery slope, and then you start doing bad things with a lot of the world's data. And so I'm very hopeful that we can solve homomorphic encryption for language modeling.
Doing privacy preserving machine learning. But I would say like that's the challenge we have with all software these days. It's like there's so many features that can be provided from the cloud, and all of us increasingly rely on it and make our life awesome, but there's downsides, and that's why you rely on really good security to protect from basic attacks. But there's also only a small set of companies that are controlling that data, and they obviously have leverage, and they can be infiltrated in all kinds of ways. That's the world we live in.
I mean, the thing I'm just actually quite worried about is sort of the world where Anthropic has this responsible scaling policy, where we're on like the low ASLs, Anthropic pretty low already, of the models. But as we get to like quote unquote ASL3, ASL4, whatever models, which are sort of very powerful, both for mostly reasonable security reasons, you would want to monitor all the prompts. But I think that's sort of reasonable and understandable where everyone is coming from. But man, it'd be really horrible if sort of like all the world's information is sort of monitored that heavily. It's way too centralized. It's like sort of this like really fine line you're walking with. On the one side, like you don't want the models to go rogue. On the other side, like humans, like I don't know if I trust like all the world's information to pass through like three model providers.
Yeah.
Why do you think it's different than cloud providers?
Because I think this is a lot of this data would never have gone to the cloud providers in the first place. Where this is often like you want to give more data to the AI models. You want to give personal data that you would never have put online in the first place to these companies or to these models. And it also centralizes control, where right now for cloud you can often use your own encryption keys, and it just can't really do much. But here it's just centralized actors that see the exact plain text of everything.
On the topic of context, that's actually been a friction for me. When I'm writing code, in Python, there's a bunch of stuff imported. You could probably intuit the kind of stuff I would like to include in the context. Is there, like, how hard is it to auto figure out the context?
It's tricky. I think we can do a lot better at computing context automatically in the future. One thing that's important to note is there are trade-offs with including automatic context. So the more context you include for these models, first of all, the slower they are, and the more expensive those requests are, which means you can then do less model calls and do less fancy stuff in the background. Also, for a lot of these models, they get confused if you have a lot of information on the prompt. So the bar for accuracy and for relevance of the context you include should be quite high. But this is already we do some automatic context in some places within the product. It's definitely something we want to get a lot better at. And I think that there are a lot of cool ideas to try there, both on the learning better retrieval systems, like better embedding models, better re-rankers. I think that there are also cool academic ideas, stuff we've tried out internally, but also the field is grappling with writ large about, can you get language models to a place where you can actually just have the model itself understand a new corpus of information? And the most popular talked about version of this is, can you make the context windows infinite? Then if you make the context windows infinite, can you make the model actually pay attention to the infinite context? And then after you can make it pay attention to the infinite context, to make it somewhat feasible to actually do it, can you then do caching for that infinite context? You don't have to recompute that all the time. But there are other cool ideas that are being tried that are a little bit more analogous to fine-tuning of actually learning this information in the weights of the model. And it might be that you actually get sort of a qualitatively different type of understanding if you do it more at the weight level than if you do it at the in-context learning level. I think the jury's still a little bit out on how this is all going to work in the end. But in the interim, us as the company, we are really excited about better retrieval systems and picking the parts of the code base that are most relevant to what you're doing. We can do that a lot better.
Like one interesting proof of concept for the learning this knowledge directly in the weights is with VS Code. So we're in a VS Code fork, and VS Code, the code is all public. So these models in pre-training have seen all the code. They've probably also seen questions and answers about it, and then they've been fine-tuned and always got the ability to answer questions about code in general. So when you ask it a question about VS Code, sometimes it'll hallucinate, but sometimes it actually does a pretty good job at answering the question. And I think this is just it happens via data. But what if you could actually specifically train or post-train a model such that it really was built to understand this? It's an open research question, one that we're quite interested in. And then there's also uncertainty of do you want the model to be the thing that end-to-end is doing everything, i.e. it's doing the retrieval in its internals and then kind of answering the question, creating the code, or do you want to separate the retrieval from the frontier model, where maybe you'll get some really capable models that are much better than the best open source ones in a handful of months, and then you'll want to separately train a really good open source model to be the retriever, to be the thing that feeds in the context to these larger models.
Can you speak a little more to the post-training a model to understand the code base? Like, what do you mean by that? Is this a synthetic data direction? Is this?
Yeah, I mean, there are many possible ways you could try doing it. There's certainly no shortage of ideas. It's just a question of going in and like trying all of it and being empirical about which one works best. One very naive thing is to try to replicate what's done with the Xcode and these frontier models. So let's like continue pre-training. Kind of continue pre-training that includes general code data, but also throws in a lot of the data of some particular repository that you care about. And then in post-training, meaning let's just start with instruction fine-tuning. You have like a normal instruction tuning data set about code. Then you throw in a lot of questions about code in that repository. So you could either get ground truth ones, which might be difficult, or you could do what you kind of hinted at or suggested using synthetic data, i.e. kind of having the model ask questions about various pieces of the code. So you kind of take the pieces of the code, then prompt the model or have a model propose a question for that piece of code, and then add those as instruction fine-tuning data. And then in theory, this might unlock the model's ability to answer questions about that code base.
Let me ask you about OpenAI 01. What do you think is the role of that kind of test time compute system in programming?
I think test time compute is really, really interesting. So there's been the pre-training regime, which will kind of, as you scale up the amount of data and the size of the model, get you better and better performance, both on loss and then on benchmarks, and just general performance when you use it for coding or tasks. We're starting to hit a bit of a data wall, meaning it's going to be hard to continue scaling up this regime. And so scaling up test time compute is an interesting way of now, increasing the number of inference time flops that we use, but still getting as you increase the number of flops used inference time, getting corresponding improvements in performance of these models. Traditionally, we just had to literally train a bigger model that always used that many more flops, but now we could perhaps use the same size model and run it for longer to be able to get an answer at the quality of a much larger model. And so the really interesting thing I like about this is there are some problems that perhaps require 100 trillion parameter model intelligence trained on 100 trillion tokens. But that's like maybe 1%, maybe like 0.1% of all queries. So are you going to spend all of this effort, all of this compute training a model that costs that much and then run it so infrequently? It feels completely wasteful when instead you get the model that you train the model that's capable of doing the 99.9% of queries. Then you have a way of inference time running it longer for those few people that really, really want to max intelligence.
How do you figure out which problem requires what level of intelligence? Is that possible to dynamically figure out when to use GPT-4, when to use a small model, and when you need the 01?
I mean, yeah, that's an open research problem, certainly. I don't think anyone's actually cracked this model routing problem quite well. We'd like to. We have like kind of initial implementations of this for something like Cursor Chat. But at the level of like it's going between 4.0 Sonnet to 01. It's a bit trickier. Perhaps like there's also a question of like what level of intelligence do you need to determine if a thing is too hard for the 4-level model. Maybe you need the 01 level model. It's really unclear.
But you mentioned this, so there's pre-training process, and there's post-training, and then there's like test time compute. Is that fair to sort of separate? Where's the biggest gains?
Well, it's weird because like test time compute, there's like a whole training strategy needed to get test time compute to work. And the other really weird thing about this is no one, like outside of the big labs, and maybe even just OpenAI, no one really knows how it works. Like there have been some really interesting papers that show hints of what they might be doing. And so perhaps they're doing something with tree search using process reward models. But yeah, I think the issue is we don't quite know exactly what it looks like, so it would be hard to kind of comment on like where it fits in. I would put it in post training, but maybe like the compute spent for getting test time compute to work for a model is going to dwarf pre-training eventually.
So we don't even know if O1 is using like chain of thought, RL. We don't know how they're using any of these. We don't know anything.
It's fun to speculate.
Like if you were to build a competing model, what would you do?
Yeah. So one thing to do would be, I think you probably need to train the process reward model, which is, so maybe we can get into reward models and outcome reward models versus process reward models. Outcome reward models are the kind of traditional reward models that people are trained for for language modeling. And it's just looking at the final thing. So if you're doing some math problem, let's look at that final thing you've done, everything, and let's assign a grade to it. How likely we think, like what's the reward for this outcome? Process reward models instead try to grade the chain of thought. And so OpenAI had some preliminary paper on this, I think, last summer, where they used human labelers to get this pretty large, several 100,000 data set of grading chains of thought. Ultimately, it feels like I haven't seen anything interesting in the ways that people use process reward models outside of just using it as a means of affecting how we choose between a bunch of samples. So like what people do in all these papers is they sample a bunch of outputs from the language model and then use the process reward models to grade all those generations alongside maybe some other heuristics, and then use that to choose the best answer. The really interesting thing that people think might work, people want to work, is tree search with these process reward models, because if you really can grade every single step of the chain of thought, then you can kind of branch out and explore multiple paths of this chain of thought, and then use these process reward models to evaluate how good is this branch that you're taking.
Yeah, when the quality of the branch is somehow strongly correlated with the quality of the outcome at the very end. So like you have a good model knowing which branch you take. So not just this in the short term, like in the long term.
And like the interesting work that I think has been done is figuring out how to properly train the process, or the interesting work that has been open sourced and people I think talk about is how to train the process reward models, maybe in a more automated way. I could be wrong here, could not be mentioning something, but I haven't seen anything super that seems to work really well for using the process reward models creatively to do tree search.
This is kind of an AI safety, maybe a bit of a philosophy question. So OpenAI says that they're hiding the chain of thought from the user. And they've said that was a difficult decision to make. They, instead of showing the chain of thought, they're asking the model to summarize the chain of thought. They're also in the background saying they're going to monitor the chain of thought to make sure the model is not trying to manipulate the user, which is a fascinating possibility. But anyway, what do you think about hiding the chain of thought?
One consideration for OpenAI, this is completely speculative, could be that they want to make it hard for people to distill these capabilities out of their model. It might actually be easier if you had access to that hidden chain of thought to replicate the technology, because that's pretty important data, like seeing the steps that the models have to get to the final result.
So you could probably train on that also.
And there was sort of a mirror situation with this. Some of the large language model providers, and also this is speculation, but some of these APIs used to offer easy access to log probabilities for all the tokens that they're generating, and also log probabilities of those prompt tokens. And some of these APIs took those away. And again, complete speculation, but one of the thoughts is that the reason those were taken away is if you have access to log probabilities, similar to this hidden chain of thought, that can give you even more information to try and distill these capabilities out of the APIs, out of these base models in control. As an asterisk on also the previous discussion about us integrating O1, I think that we're still learning how to use this model. So we made O1 available on Cursor because when we got the model, we were really interested in trying it out. I think a lot of programmers are going to be interested in trying it out. But O1 is not part of the default Cursor experience in any way yet. And we still haven't found a way to get integrated into an edit, into the editor in a way that we reach for sort of every hour, maybe even every day. And so I think that the jury's still out on how to use the model. We haven't seen examples yet of people releasing things where it seems really clear, like, oh, that's like now the use case. The obvious one to turn to is maybe this can make it easier for you to have these background things running, right? To have these models in loops, to have these models be agentic. But we're still discovering.
To be clear, we have ideas. We just need to try and get something incredibly useful before we put it out there.
But it has these significant limitations. Like even like barring capabilities, it does not stream, and that means it's really painful to use for things where you want to supervise the output, and instead you're just waiting for the wall of text to show up. Also, it does feel like the early innings of test-time computing search was just like a very, very much a V0. And there's so many things that like don't feel quite right. And I suspect, in parallel to people increasing the amount of pre-training data, the size of the models in pre-training, and finding tricks there, you'll now this other thread of getting search to work better and better.
Well, let me ask you about Strawberry Tomorrow Eyes. So it looks like GitHub Copilot might be integrating O1 in some kind of way. And I think some of the comments are saying, does this mean cursor is done? I think I saw one comment saying that.
It's time to shut down cursor.
Time to shut down cursor. So is it time to shut down cursor?
I think this space is a little bit different from past software spaces over the 2010s, where I think that the ceiling here is really, really, really incredibly high. And so I think that the best product in 3 to 4 years will just be so much more useful than the best product today. And you can like wax poetic about moats this and brand that, and this is our advantage. But I think in the end, just if you don't have if you stop innovating on the product, you will lose. And that's also great for startups. That's great for people trying to enter this market, because it means you have an opportunity to win against people who have lots of users already by just building something better. And so I think over the next few years, it's just about building the best product, building the best system, and that both comes down to the modeling engine side of things, and it also comes down to the editing experience.
Yeah, I think the additional value from Curve versus everything else out there is not just integrating the new model fast like O1. It comes from all of the kind of depth that goes into these custom models that you don't realize are working for you in kind of every facet product, as well as like the really thoughtful UX with every single feature.
All right, from that profound answer, let's descend back down to the technical. You mentioned you have a taxonomy of synthetic data.
Oh yeah.
Can you explain?
Yeah, I think there are 3 main kinds of synthetic data. The first is, so what is synthetic data first? So there's normal data, like non-synthetic data, which is just data that's naturally created, i.e. usually it'll be from humans having done things. So from some human process to get this data. Synthetic data, the first one would be distillation. So having a language model output tokens or probability distributions over tokens, and then you can train some less capable model on this. This approach is not going to get you a net more capable model than the original one that has produced the tokens. But it's really useful for if there's some capability you want to elicit from some really expensive high latency model, and then distill that down into some smaller task-specific model. The second kind is when one direction of the problem is easier than the reverse. And so a great example of this is bug detection, where it's a lot easier to introduce reasonable looking bugs than it is to actually detect them. And this is probably a case for humans too. And so what you can do is you can get a model that's not trained that much data, that's not that smart, to introduce code, and then you can use that to then use a synthetic data to train a model that can do really good testing. The last category, I think, is, I guess, the main one that feels like the big labs are doing for synthetic data, which is producing text with language models that can then be verified easily. So, extreme example of this is if you have a verification system that can detect if language is Shakespeare level and it's a bunch of multi-typewriters. You can eventually get enough training data to train a Shakespeare level language model. And I mean, this is the case, like very much the case for math, where verification is actually really, really easy for formal languages. And then what you can do is you can have an okay model generate a ton of rollouts, and then choose the ones that you know have actually proved the ground truth and train them further. There's similar things you can do for code with leak code like problems, where if you have some set of tests that you know correspond to if something passes these tests is actually a problem, you can do the same verify that it's passed the test and then train them on the outputs that have passed the test. I think it's going to be a little tricky getting this to work in all domains or just in general. Like having the perfect verifier feels really, really hard to do with just like open-ended miscellaneous tasks you give the model or more like licensing tasks, even in coding.
That's because you're not as optimistic as Arvid. But yeah. So that third category requires having a verifier.
Yeah. Verification is, it feels like it's best when you know for a fact that it's correct, and like then like it wouldn't be like using a language model to verify. It would be using tests or formal systems.
Or running the thing too. Doing like a human form of verification where you're just doing manual quality control.
Yeah.
But like the language model version of that where it's like running the things actually understand the output.
Yeah, no, that's
Sort of somewhere between.
yeah. I think that's most likely to result in like massive.
What about RL with feedback aside, RLHF versus RLAIF? Of that in getting better performance on the models.
Yeah, so RLHF is when the reward model you use is trained from some labels you've collected from feedback. I think this works if you have the ability to get a ton of human feedback for kind of tasks that you care about. RLAIF is interesting because you're kind of like this is actually kind of going to. It's depending on the constraint that verification is actually a decent bit easier than generation. Because it feels like, okay, like, what are you doing? You're using this language model to look at the language model outputs and then prove the language model. But no, it actually may work if the language model has a much easier time verifying some solution than it does generating it. Then you actually could perhaps get this kind of recursion. But I don't think it's going to look exactly like that. The other thing you do is that we kind of do is like a little bit of a mix of RLAIF and RLHF, where usually the model is actually quite correct, and this is the case for cursor tab pitching between like two possible generations of what is the better one, and then it just needs like a little bit of human nudging with only like on the order of 50, 100 examples to like kind of align that prior the model has with exactly what you want. It looks different than I think normal RLHF where you usually train these models in tons of examples.
What's your intuition when you compare generation and verification, or generation and ranking? Is ranking way easier than generation?
My intuition would just say, yeah, it should be. Like this is kind of going back to like if you believe P does not equal NP, then there's this massive class of problems that are much easier to verify than actually proving it.
I wonder if the same thing will prove P not equal to NP or P equal to NP.
That would be really cool.
That'd be a whatever field medal by AI. Who gets the credit? Another open philosophical question.
Yeah. I'm actually I'm actually surprisingly curious what like a good bet for one AI will get the field medal will be. I actually don't have
Mon specialty.
I don't know what a monster is.
Sorry, Nobel Prize or Fields Medal first?
Field medal.
Field medal level.
Field medal needs to solve.
Fields Medal comes first. Well, you would say that, of course.
But it's also this like isolated system to verify and
Sure. Like I don't even know if I don't need to do.
I feel like I have much more
2020.
uncertainty there. It felt like the path to get to IMO was a little bit more clear because it already could get a few IMO problems, and there were a bunch of low-hanging fruit given the literature at the time of like what tactics people could take. I think I'm one much less versed in the space of theorem proving now, and two, less intuition about how close we are to solving these really, really hard open problems.
So you think you'll be Fields model first? It won't be like in physics or in.
Oh, 100%. I think that's probably
Oh,
more likely. Like it's probably much more likely that it'll get in. Yeah. Well, I think it goes to like I don't know, like BSD, which is a Boltzmann architecture, or like Riemann hypothesis, or any of these like hard math problems, or just like actually really hard. It's sort of unclear what the path to get even the solution looks like. Like we don't even know what a path looks like, let alone.
Then you
Maybe
go by
it's
the
like-
idea this is just like an isolated system, and you can actually have a reward system, and it feels like it's easier to train for that.
I think we might get Fields medal before
Yeah.
AGI.
I mean, yeah, I'd be very happy. I'd be very happy. But I don't know if I think 2028, 2030.
Or Fields medal.
Fields medal.
All right. It's feels like forever from now, given how fast things have been going. Speaking of how fast things have been going, let's talk about scaling laws. So for people who don't know, maybe it's good to talk about this whole idea of scaling laws. What are they? Where do things stand? And where do you think things are going?
I think it was interesting. The original scaling laws paper by OpenAI was slightly wrong because I think of some issues they did with learning rate schedules. And then Chinchilla showed a more correct version. And then from then, people have again kind of deviated from doing the compute optimal thing because people start now optimizing more so for making the thing work really well, given an inference budget. And I think there are a lot more dimensions to these curves than what we originally used of just compute, number of parameters and data. Like inference compute is the obvious one. I think context length is another obvious one. So if you care, like let's say you care about two things of inference compute and then text window, maybe the thing you want to train is some kind of FSM because they're much cheaper and faster at super long context. And even if maybe it has properties during training, meaning if it's 10x more compute, the thing to get the same level of capabilities, it's worth it because you care most about that inference budget for really long context windows. So it'll be interesting to see how people kind of with all these dimensions.
So yeah, I mean, you speak to the multiple dimensions. Obviously, the original conception was just looking at the variables of the size of the model as measured by parameters and the size of the data as measured by the number of tokens and looking at the ratio of the two.
Yeah.
And it's kind of a compelling notion that there is a number, or at least a minimum. One was emerging. There's a kind of bigger is better.
I mean, I think bigger is certainly better for just raw performance
Raw intelligence.
and raw intelligence. I think that the path that people might take, I'm particularly bullish on distillation. And like, how many knobs can you turn to if we spend like a ton of money on training, like get the most capable cheap model, right? Like really caring as much as you can. Because like the naive version of caring as much as you can about inference time compute is what people have already done with like the llama models, or just overtraining the shit out of 70 models on way more tokens than is Chinchilla optimal. Right? But if you really care about it, maybe the thing to do is what Gamma did, which is let's not just train on tokens. Let's literally train on minimizing the L divergence with the distribution of Gamma 27B, right? So knowledge distillation there. And you're spending the compute of literally training this 27 billion model, billion parameter model on all these tokens just to get out this, I don't know, smaller model.
And the distillation gives you just a faster model. Smaller means faster.
Yeah, distillation in theory is, I think, getting out more signal from the data that you're training on. And it's like it's perhaps another way of getting over, not like completely over, but like partially helping with the data wall, where like you only have so much data to train on. Let's like train this really big model on all these tokens, and we'll distill it into this smaller one, and maybe we can get more signal per token for this much smaller model than we would have originally if we trained it.
So if I gave you $10 trillion, how would you spend it? I mean, you can't buy an island or whatever. How would you allocate it in terms of improving the big model versus maybe paying for HF and RLHF,
Yeah.
or
Yeah, I think there's a lot of these secrets and details about training these large models that I just don't know and are only privy to the large labs. And the issue is I would waste a lot of that money if I even attempted this because I wouldn't know those things. Suspending a lot of belief and assuming like you had the know-how and operate, or if you're saying like you have to operate with like the limited information you have now.
No. Actually, I would say you swoop in and you get all the information, all the little heuristics, all the little parameters, all the parameters that define how the thing is trained.
Mm-hmm.
If we look in how to invest money for the next 5 years in terms of maximizing what you raw intelligence.
I mean, isn't the answer really simple? You just try as much compute as possible. Like at the end of the day, all you need to buy is the GPUs, and then the researchers can find all like they can sort of you can tune whether you want to pre-train a big model or a small model. Like,
well, this gets into the question of like, are you really limited by compute and money, or are you limited by these other things? And
like, I'm more privy to Arvid's belief that we're sort of idea limited, but there's always the like.
But if you have a lot of compute, you can run a lot of experiments.
So you would run a lot of experiments versus like use that compute to train a gigantic model.
I would, but I do believe that we are limited in terms of ideas that we have.
I think, yeah, because even with all this compute and like, all the data you could collect in the world, I think you really are ultimately limited by not even ideas, but just like really good engineering. Like, even with all the capital in the world to assemble, there aren't that many people in the world who really make the difference here. And there's so much work that goes into research that is just like pure, really, really hard engineering work. As kind of hand-wavy example, if you look at the original Transformer paper, how this work was kind of joining together a lot of these really interesting concepts that embedded in the literature versus then going in and writing all the code, like maybe the CUDA kernels, maybe whatever else. I don't know if it ran in GPUs or TPUs originally, such that it actually saturated the GPU performance, right? Getting GNOME here to go in and do all of this code, right? And GNOME was like probably one of the best engineers in the world. Or maybe going a step further, like the next generation of models, having these things, like getting model parallelism to work and scaling it on like, thousands of, or maybe tens of thousands of like V100s, which I think GPT-3 may have been. There's just so much engineering effort that has to go into all of these things to make it work. If you really brought that cost down to like, maybe not zero, but just made it 10x easier, made it super easy for someone with really fantastic ideas to immediately get to the version of like the new architecture they dreamed up that is like getting 50-40% utilization on the GPUs. I think that would just speed up research by a ton.
I mean, I think if you see a clear path to improvement, you should always sort of take the low-hanging fruit first, right? And I think probably OpenAI and all the other labs that did the right thing to pick off the low-hanging fruit, where the low-hanging fruit is like sort of you could scale up to a GPT 4.25 scale, and you just keep scaling and like things keep getting better, and as long as like there's no point of experimenting with new ideas when like everything is working, and you just sort of bang on it and try to get as much juice out of the possible, and then maybe when you really need new ideas for it. I think if you're spending $10 trillion, you probably want to spend then actually like reevaluate your ideas. Like probably your idea limited at that point.
I think all of us believe new ideas are probably needed to get, all the way there to AGI, and all of us also probably believe there exist ways of testing out those ideas at smaller scales, and being fairly confident that they'll play out. It's just quite difficult for the labs in their current position to dedicate their very limited research and engineering talent to exploring all these other ideas when there's like this core thing that will probably like improve performance for some like decent amount of time.
Yeah, but also these big labs like winning. So they're just going wild. Okay. So how, big question looking out into the future. You're now at the center of the programming world, how do you think programming, the nature of programming, changes in the next few months, in the next year, in the next 2 years, in the next 5 years, 10 years?
I think we're really excited about a future where the programmer's in the driver's seat for a long time. And you've heard us talk about this a little bit, but one that emphasizes speed and agency for the programmer and control, the ability to modify anything you want to modify, the ability to iterate really fast on what you're building. And this is a little different, I think, than where some people are jumping to in the space, where I think one idea that's captivated people is, can you talk to your computer? Can you have it build software for you as if you're talking to like an engineering department or an engineer over Slack? And can it just be this sort of isolated text box? And part of the reason we're not excited about that is, some of the stuff we talked about with latency. But then a big piece of a reason we're not excited about that is because that comes with giving up a lot of control. It's much harder to be really specific when you're talking in the text box. And if you're necessarily just going to communicate with a thing like you would be communicating with an engineering department, you're actually abdicating tons of really important decisions to this bot. And this kind of gets at fundamentally what engineering is. I think that some people who are a little bit more removed from engineering might think of it as, the spec is completely written out, and then the engineers just come and they just implement. And it's just about making the thing happen in code and making the thing exist. But I think a lot of the best engineering, the engineering we enjoy, involves tons of tiny micro decisions about what exactly you're building and about really hard trade-offs between, speed and cost and just all the other things involved in a system. And we want, as long as humans are actually the ones designing the software and the ones specifying what they want to be built, and it's not just like company run by all AIs, we think you'll really want the human in a driver's seat dictating these decisions. And so there's the jury's still out on kind of what that looks like. I think that, one weird idea for what that could look like is it could look like you can control the level of abstraction you view a code base at. And you can point at specific parts of a code base that maybe you digest a code base by looking at it in the form of pseudocode. And you can actually edit that pseudocode too, and then have changes get made down at the sort of formal programming level. And you keep you can gesture at any piece of logic in your software component of programming. You keep the inflow text editing component of programming. You keep the control of, you can even go down into the code, you can go at higher levels of abstraction, while also giving you these big productivity gains.
It'd be nice if you can go up and down the abstraction stack.
Yeah. And there are a lot of details to figure out there. That's sort of like a fuzzy idea. Time will tell if it actually works. But these principles of control and speed and the human in the driver's seat, we think are really important. We think for some things, like Arvid mentioned before, for some styles of programming, you can kind of hand it off chatbot style, if you have a bug that's really well specified. But that's not most of programming, and that's also not most of the programming we think a lot of people value.
What about the fundamental skill of programming? There's a lot of people, young people right now, kind of scared, thinking, because they love programming, but they're scared about will I be able to have a future if I pursue this career path? Do you think the very skill of programming will change fundamentally?
I actually think this is a really, really exciting time to be building software. We remember what programming was like in 2013, 2012, whatever it was. And there was just so much more cruft and boilerplate and, looking at something really gnarly. And that stuff still exists. It's definitely not at zero. But programming today is way more fun than back then. It's we're really getting down to the delight, concentration, and all the things that really draw people to programming, for instance, this element of being able to build things really fast and speed and also individual control. All those are just being turned up a ton. And so I think it's going to be a really, really fun time for people who build software. I think that the skills will probably change too. I think that people's taste and creative ideas will be magnified, and it will be a little bit about boilerplate text editing, maybe even a little bit less about carefulness, which I think is really important today. if you're a programmer, it'll be a lot more fun.
What do you guys think?
I agree. I'm very excited to be able to change, like, just one thing that happened recently was like we wanted to do a relatively big migration to our code base. We were using async local storage in Node.js, which is known to be not very performant, and we wanted to migrate to a context object. And this is a big migration and affects the entire code base. And Swal and I spent, I don't know, 5 days working through this, even with today's AI tools. And I am really excited for a future where I can just show a couple of examples, and then the AI applies that to all of the locations, and then it highlights, oh, this is a new example, like what should I do? And then I show exactly what to do there. And then that can be done in like 10 minutes. And then you can iterate much faster. Then you don't have to think as much up front and stand at the blackboard and like think exactly like how are we going to do this because the cost is so high. But you can just try something first, and you realize, oh, this is not actually exactly what I want, and then you can change it instantly again after. And so, yeah, I think being a programmer in the future is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I really like that point about it feels like a lot of the time with programming, there are two ways you can go about it. One is like you think really hard, carefully up front about the best possible way to do it, and then you spend your limited time of engineering to actually implement it. But I much prefer just getting in the code and like, taking a crack at it, seeing how it kind of lays out, and then iterating really quickly on that. That feels more fun.
Yeah, like just speaking to generating the boilerplate is great. So you just focus on the difficult design, nuanced, difficult design decisions. Migration, I feel like this is a cool one. Like it seems like large language models are able to basically translate from one programming language to another, or like translate, like migrate in the general sense of what migrate is. But that's in the current moment. So I mean, the fear has to do with like, okay, as these models get better and better, then you're doing less and less creative decisions. And is it going to kind of move to a place where it's you're operating in the design space of natural language, where natural language is the main programming language? And I guess I could ask that by way of advice. Like if somebody's interested in programming now, what do you think they should learn? Like, do they, you guys started in some Java and I forget some PHP.
Objective-C.
Objective-C, there you go.
Yeah.
I mean, in the end, we all know JavaScript is going to win. And not TypeScript. It's going to be like vanilla JavaScript. It's just going to eat the world, and maybe a little bit of PHP. And I mean, it also brings up the question of like, I think Don Knuth has this idea that some percent of the population is geeks, and like there's a particular kind of psychology and mind required for programming, and it feels like more and more that expands. The kind of person that should be able to can do great programming might expand.
I think different people do programming for different reasons, but I think the true, maybe like the best programmers are the ones that really love, just like absolutely love programming. For example, there are folks on our team who literally when they get back from work, they go and then they boot up Cursor and then they start coding on their side projects for the entire night, and they stay up till 3 a.m. doing that. And when they're sad, they said, I just really need to code. And I think like, there's that level of programmer where like this obsession and love of programming, I think makes really the best programmers. And I think these types of people will really get into the details of how things work.
I guess the question I'm asking, that exact program, let's think about that person. When the super tab, the super awesome, praise be the tab, succeeds, and you keep pressing tab.
That person in the team loves Cursor tab more than anybody else.
Yeah, and it's also not just like pressing tab is like just pressing tab. That's like the easy way to say it, and the catchphrase, But what you're actually doing when you're pressing tab is that you're injecting intent all the time while you're doing it. You're sometimes you're rejecting it, sometimes you're typing a few more characters, and that's the way that you're you're sort of shaping the things that's being created. And I think programming will change a lot to just what is it that you want to make.
So it's sort of higher bandwidth. The communication to the computer just becomes higher and higher bandwidth as opposed to like much lower bandwidth than communicating intent.
I mean, this goes to your manifesto titled Engineering Genius. We are an applied research lab building extraordinary productive human AI systems. So speaking to this like hybrid element. To start, we're building the engineer of the future, a human AI programmer that's an order of magnitude more effective than any one engineer. This hybrid engineer will have effortless control over their code base and no low entropy keystrokes. They will iterate at the speed of their judgment, even in the most complex systems. Using a combination of AI and ingenuity, they will outsmart and out-engineer the best pure AI systems. We are a group of researchers and engineers. We build software and models to invent at the edge of what's useful and what's possible. Our work has already improved the lives of hundreds of thousands of programmers. And on the way to that, we'll at least make programming more fun. So thank you for talking today.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Michael, Swale, Arvid, and Aman. And now, let me leave you with a random, funny, and perhaps profound programming code I saw on Reddit. Nothing is as permanent as a temporary solution that works. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
For the vast majority of human existence, we've been nomadic, and we've done these kind of wider or tighter nomadic circles depending on the geographic region, but they'd move. So once humans figured out how to stay in a place, that's the initial trigger to what would become civilization.
I think you said beauty and blood went hand in hand for the Aztec.
What I meant by that is they were absolutely comfortable with human sacrifice and ripping people's hearts out. They had this just grotesque, violent bent, but in the same way, they also absolutely loved flower gardens and poetry and music and dance. The same Aztec king who would order the hearts of 1,000 people extracted also would stand up at dinner parties to recite his own poetry. But they were really just surgical about it. They'd use a thick obsidian knife where they could just break the ribs right along the sternum and then push the sternum down, pull up, and just
While the person was alive.
Yep, while the person was alive.
The following is a conversation with Ed Barnhart, an archaeologist specializing in ancient civilizations of South America, Mesoamerica, and North America. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Ed Barnhart. Do you think there are lost civilizations in the history of humans on Earth, which we don't know anything about?
Yes, I do.
You're a dog in this
And in
community.
fact, we have found some civilizations that we had no idea about just in my lifetime. I mean, we've got
Target line
Gobekli
like
Tepe,
steak.
and we've got the stuff that's going on in the
Target
Amazon,
line like steak.
and there's some other less startling things that we had no idea existed and push
Not from
our
pork, baby.
dates back and give us whole new civilizations we had no idea about. So, yeah, it's happened, and I think it'll happen again.
Do you think there's a lost civilization in the Amazon that the Amazon jungle has eaten up or is hiding the evidence of?
Yes, I do, and we're beginning to find it. There are these huge, what we call geoglyphs, these mound groups that are in geometric patterns. I think that the average Joe, when they hear the word civilization, they think of something that looks like Rome, and I don't think we're ever going to find anything that looks like Rome in the Amazon. I think a lot of things there, I mean, wherever you are on the planet, you use your natural resources. And in the Amazon, there's not a whole lot of stone. What stone is there is deep, deep, deep. So a lot of their things were built out of dirt and trees and feathers and textiles.
But is it possible that all that land that's not covered by trees is actually hiding stone, for example, some architecture, some things that's just very difficult to find for archaeologists?
I think at the base of the Andes, where the Amazon connects to the Andes, there's a lot of potential there because that's where the stone actually starts poking up. When you get down into the basin, stone is meters and meters under the ground, except for a stray cliff here and there where the river dug deep. And even then, only in the dry season, because that river rises like over 100 feet every year.
That's one of the things, having visited that area, just interacting with waterfalls and seeing the water, I was humbled by the power of water to shape landscapes and probably erase history in the context that we're talking about of civilizations. Because water can just make everything disappear over a period of centuries and millennia. And so if there's something existed a very long time ago, thousands of years ago, it's very possible it was just eaten up by nature.
Absolutely. In fact, in my opinion, that's almost a certainty in a lot of places. The Grand Canyon was dug by water. There's this wimpy little river in it right now, and you can't possibly imagine that it dug that, but it did. The power of nature and geology is really kind of magical. And when it comes to ancient civilizations that could be from a long time ago, there's probably a lot that are just under the ocean, and just the wave action have destroyed them, and what they haven't destroyed buried deep.
Under the ocean? So you think Atlantis ever existed?
I don't think that Atlantis existed. I do think it was one of Plato's many parables talking about, putting it in an interesting story as a teaching device in his school. If one did exist, or a shadow of it, my money would be on Akrotiri. Akrotiri is what's left of a big city that was on the island of Santorini. And when their volcano blew up, it blew up most of the city and shot chunks of it so fast that 70 miles away in Crete, there are chunks of Santorini in their cliff. So it blasted what was ever there. But what's left on the side of the crater, Akrotiri, is strangely advanced for its age. And so if there's anything that's a model for Atlantis, as Plato explained it, it's Akrotiri.
Akrotiri, the ancient Greek city. So it says the settlement was destroyed in the Theran eruption sometime in the 16th century BCE and buried in volcanic ash, which preserved the remains of the frescoes and many objects and artworks. So we don't know how advanced that civilization was.
No, but we can walk around the ruins and see that it's got streets, it's got plumbing, it's got little sconces for torches at night. It was a vibrant city with a lot of, especially in terms of hydraulic engineering, it's very advanced for being 3,500 years old.
So if you check out, here's an image of the excavation. What a project.
It's an amazing place. And you can tell that it's just part of it because it's pretty close to where the crater began. So the city itself was probably much larger.
So in this case, there's a lot of evidence, but like we said, there could be civilizations that there's very little evidence of because of the natural environment that destroys all the evidence.
Right. And I think Akrotiri is actually a great example of that, because here we have the side that did preserve that looks amazing, but we know there was more of the city that was completely obliterated. It was shot. Chunks of that city are probably in the walls of Crete, 70 miles away. And, Plato says that it sunk. It was on an island and it sunk. Well, that's exactly what happened to Akrotiri.
I think this is what Plato was referring to.
If it does exist, at least the model of it, I think this is probably what he was talking about.
And there could be other civilizations of which Plato has never written. Right.
Absolutely.
That we have no record of. And it's humbling to think that entire civilizations, with all the dreams, the hope, the technological innovation, the wars, the conflicts, the political tensions, all of that, the social interactions, the hierarchies, all of that, the art can be just destroyed like that and forgotten, completely lost to ancient history.
I reflect upon that often as an archaeologist. I think about this great country that I live in and love and all the things we've achieved. But, you know, we're a baby, historically speaking. We've been around 200 years. Heck, a lot of the cities I study in Central and South America, they had a run of 800, 1,000 years, and now they're ruined. But we're barely getting started in terms of historical civilizations.
So humans, Homo sapiens, evolved, but they didn't start civilizations right away. There was a long period of time when they did not form these complex societies. So how did we, let's say 300,000 years ago in Africa, actually go from there to creating civilizations?
I think that a lot of human evolution had to do with the pressures that their environment put upon them. And a lot of things start changing right around 12,000 years ago. And that's when our last ice age really ended. I think there was a whole lot of things that just pressured them into especially finding new ways of subsistence. Here in the Americas, a huge thing that happened was all the megafauna went away. When the climate changed enough, the mammoths died out and the bison died out, and there was just, they had to come up with different ways of doing things. We were hunters and gatherers, and we had things we got from hunting and we got things we got from gathering. And in the Americas, when the things that they were used to hunting went away and they had to make do with rabbits, the gathering started to be a much more important thing. And I think that led to figuring out, hey, we could actually grow certain things. And gardens turned into crops, turned into intensive crops, and then people were allowed to gather in bigger groups and survive in a single area. They didn't have to roam around anymore. And that's where we get the first sedentary communities, which means they stayed in the same place all year long. For the vast majority of human existence, we've been nomadic, and we've done these kind of wider or tighter nomadic circles, depending on the geographic region, where they'd know, okay, in the mountains, we'll be in the summer in the mountains because there's berries and things, and then in the winter we'll be down here and we'll hunt. But they'd move. So once humans figured out how to stay in a place, I think that's the initial trigger to what would become civilization.
What do you think is, there's a lot of questions I want to ask here. What do you think is the motivation for societies? Is it the carrot or the stick? So you said, is it like when resources run out, when the old way of life is no longer feeding everybody, then you have to figure stuff out? Or is it more the carrot of there's always this kind of human spirit that wants to explore, that wants to maybe impress the rest of the village or something like this with the new discovery they made and venturing out and coming out with different ideas or technological innovation, let's call it?
Well, I have an explorer's heart, so I'm kind of, I'm biased, right? I do think that we have an innate desire to see what's on the horizon and to impress other people with our achievements, things like that. We're social beings. That's really the edge that humans have, is our ability to work together. So I think that it's much more the carrot than the stick. When things get ugly, the stick comes out. But usually the carrot does the job.
The really interesting story is how the first people came to the Americas. I mean, to me, that's pretty gangster to go from Asia all the way, potentially during the Ice Age, or maybe at the end of the Ice Age, or during that whole period, not knowing what the world looks like, going into the unknown. Can you talk to that process? How did the first people come to the Americas?
Well, first off, I agree with you. That was pretty gangster. I mean, that's a hard place to live. I listened to some of your podcasts as that guy Jordan Jonas who cut the mustard, but I wouldn't have made it crossing there.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Like the fact that those guys exist, that somebody like Jordan Jonas exists, people that survive and thrive in these harsh conditions, that's an indication that it's possible. But yeah, so when do you think and how did the first people come?
The traditional theories are still somewhat valid, or at least on the table, that when that land bridge occurred, that nomadic hunters just followed the game like they always had, and the game went across there because there was no barrier, and they followed them across. The thing that has changed is how early that happened. DNA has been a total game changer for archaeology. We get all these evolutionary tracks that we could never see before. When I was a young archaeologist, I would have never dreamed we'd have the information we have now. And that information, a lot of it's coming out of Texas A&M. We see the traditional, like 12,500 years ago, that there was a migration. But now we're seeing one that's almost certainly happening closer to 30,000 years ago. And now the thing that seems like madness but might be true is that it could have been as early as 60. A lot of the DNA things are suggesting that the very first migration could have come across as early as 60. And when I was a younger archaeologist, it was heresy to go beyond this 12,500. You were a wacko if you said. But now it's really came over at least by 30,000. And the bridge opened and closed, and opened and closed.
That's during the Ice Age.
Right.
I mean, that's crazy, right? That is crazy.
Yeah, and they didn't roll in and immediately make New York, but there were people, and there were definitely not people here before that, which is fascinating. When the bridge closed, DNA mutated. And so we have specific kinds of haplogroups that are here in the Americas that don't exist otherwise. And that same haplogroup game has been showing us more and more that people came across Siberia. It's not Africa. It's not Western Europe. Those are still, they've become kind of fringe theories, but they're not totally eradicated. DNA is a developing science as well, and I think we all need to keep that in mind, that it's not like they just cracked the code and now we know all the answers. And sometimes, like in any science, a breakthrough puts us two steps backwards, not forwards. So I think, we don't need to have too much faith in the models that are now being created through DNA, but they are pointing in the direction of everybody came across from Siberia, that all Native American people are of Asiatic descent.
Do you think it was a gradual process? If it's like 30 to 60,000 years ago, was it just gradual movement of these nomadic tribes as they follow the animals? Or was it like one explorer that pushed the tribe to just go, and go across 100 years, travel all the way across maybe into North America, into North America, where Canada is now. Sort of like big leaps in movement versus gradual movement.
I think it was big leaps. Now this is just mostly guess, I'll admit, but I think that much in the way that a lot of our evolutionary models talk about punctuated equilibrium, that there are big moments of change and then it settles out into a more slow and steady pattern, and then something big will happen again. I do think that the early people went as far as they could go, and there were certain colonies that just got isolated for thousands of years. One of the fascinating things that DNA is showing us, which actually blood types were showing us way before that, is that the oldest people in the Americas are in South America. The ones that are that got separated early and didn't mix their DNA, like the people in the Amazon, most of those guys have O blood type and their haplogroup D. which is the oldest one that entered the U.S. And what are they doing down there? If I do believe they came across the Bering Strait, I don't think it's very. We have no real evidence to say they came in mass across Oceania. So they made it probably by boat along the coast, all the way to South America.
So their cultural engine that drove them to explore. So if you had to bet all your money, it happened like tens of thousands of years ago, but at a very rapid pace. There's these explorers that went all the way to South America, and there established their kind of more stable existence. And from there, South America, Mesoamerica, North America was kind of gradually expanded into that area.
Like the next waves came down ended North America and Central America, and the very first wave made it all the way down to South America and then mixed in with the next groups that came.
That's fascinating.
Kind of like there's an interesting correlate in Europe where today everybody feels like Celtic people are from Ireland. But actually Celtic people started in Eastern Europe, and it was the entire area. And when Rome kind of swept everything and Rome was now the ruler of the day, it was only that far edge of the Celtic world, Ireland, that they were like, we're not going to mess with those guys on that island. We'll leave them be. So now it looks like that's the heart of Celtic tradition, but actually it's the fringe.
So if it is 60,000 years ago, these are really early humans.
Yeah. And there were consistents that have been coming out for decades about very old carbon-14 dates in the Amazon and in the Andes area. Everybody just dismissed this. No, you didn't get a date of 40,000 years. But I think we're going to come back around to start readdressing some of these based on new evidence at hand.
And that's the interesting thing is, the early humans spread throughout the world. And then, like you said, perhaps they've gotten isolated. And then civilizations sprung from there. And they all have similar elements, even though they were isolated. That's really interesting. That there's multiple cradles of civilization. Not just one. Like one good idea. Those ideas naturally come up. Those structures naturally come up.
And I wonder whether the similarities that all those cradles have, it could be a shared, much deeper past that they all have, or it could be a more kind of Star Trek thing where Captain Kirk was always talking about the theory of parallel human development. That humans across the universe go through certain stages of development, and that could be the answer to it.
Which one do you lean on? Which one do you lean towards?
I think it's a case-by-case thing. I think if we look globally, I lean much more towards the human parallel development. But if I look just to the Americas, and we have a shorter time period where the things that become major civilizations now I'll say up to 30,000 years ago, which is still a blip in the time of humans. I think that there were shared things that those people came over with from Asia, and that as they got separated, that they had core values that then turned into things like religion and cultural customs that we can see. I'm a big proponent that there are commonalities in all the cultures of the Americas that lead back to and point to a single distant origin.
You've spoken about the lost cradle of civilization in South America. So South America is not often talked about as one of the cradles of civilization. South America, Mesoamerica, can you explain?
Well, we have very early stuff in South America. You're right. I mean, especially as an American, our country's so big, and we are so far removed from these places, we don't even think about it. But more and more, we're seeing things that predate the earliest stuff that we like to talk about, like Egypt and Mesopotamia. There are things, it's all on the Peruvian coast that we have these cradles of civilization. Someday we might start talking about the Amazon more and more. But right now, what we've got are things that date back into the 3000s BCE along the coast of Peru. And there are big stone-built pyramids and temples. And they're amazingly isolated. Even now that we've found them, some of them, like Corral is one of the most famous ones just north of Lima. We've known about it for a couple decades now, how old it is, but every time I visit there, it's like I visited the moon. There's absolutely nobody there, not for miles. It's amazing how such a discovery was made, and yet still nobody goes to see it. It's not easy to get to.
Do you think there's a bunch of locations like that? Some may not have been discovered in the Peru area.
Oh, there are so many. Peru has tons. That desert gets really ugly quick, and it buries things completely. There are so many pyramids out there that are still completely untouched. You know, when people hear the name pyramids, they think of Egypt immediately. But Egypt has got about 140 pyramids, and we have pretty much found them all. Peru has thousands of pyramids, and now they weren't built of a lot. Not all of them were built of stone. Some of them were adobe bricks, which have weathered terribly. So now they don't look. They're not exciting places to visit today. You know what's funny too? You know, we started off talking about whether I think there's a lost civilization out there. There are definitely things that are still to be discovered, but there are some things that were discovered 100 years ago, and archaeologists, or back then they called themselves antiquarians, just kind of passed over. Corral was one of these sites because the coast of Peru has some of those pyramids that were made by the Moche are full of gold and beautiful ceramics and things that you can sell for big money. But Corral was found a long time ago, but the archaeologist was like, God, no gold, no ceramics. Forget about it. This place is no good. We can't sell anything here. And then about the 1970s or 80s, somebody said, hey, no ceramics? Is that older than the invention of ceramics? Shit, we better go take another look at that place.
So what's the dating on Corral?
Corral, I think, starts at about 3200 BCE, and it lasts as a major civilization with a lot of other cities around it until about 1800 BC.
So what's the story behind, looking at some of these images? What's the story about constructions like that? What was the idea?
Thing, isn't that amazing? Yeah. Gosh, I mean, it should be some sort of, I'll be a flaky archaeologist, that this is a place where rituals. That's so many things we say are so just painfully vague, and that's about what we got. And a place like this, I know the one we're looking at here. I've been here a couple of times. In the pyramid behind it, the rubble's built in a way where the building won't rock apart. This is a very earthquake-prone place, but the buildings haven't fallen because they make these net
live stream yourself watching it?
That all kind of wiggle around and don't allow the building to fall down. And inside these, we've also found a couple of things that were babies, that were human babies that were buried in. And I don't think there's a lot of people that see that and go, "Oh, fuck yeah!" Sacrificing babies.
Here we go, kids.
I think a lot of the things that are interpreted as baby sacrifices, Corral's evidence being one of them, I think it's more about the tragic nature of infant mortality. In the past, it was a lot more common. There were cultures that didn't even really properly name their kid until they got to 5 because chances were they were going to die. And so I think a lot of these babies that we find in these ceremonial contexts that are interpreted as sacrifices, I think they're putting them in special places because they mourn the death of their kids, and it just happened a lot more frequently.
One of the things you said that really surprised me is that pyramids were built in Peru possibly hundreds of years before they were built in Egypt. Is that true?
Absolutely, absolutely. In fact, there's one that's now pushing 6,000 BCE. Like, that's thousands of years before the stuff in Egypt. And that one's called Waka Prieta. And it was not an Egyptian pyramid. But it was a pyramid, and it was thousands of years before.
What do you think is the motivation to build a pyramid? The fact that it can withstand the elements structurally, that kind of thing. Why do humans build pyramids? And why do they build it in all kinds of different locations in the world?
Well, my root answer is pretty boring. A lot of people ask me, why are there pyramids all over the planet? How is that? Is that a coincidence? I mean, I think that when people wanted to build a big building without rebar or cement, you end up building something with a fat base that goes up to a skinny top, and that turns into a pyramid. Any kid who's playing with blocks on the floor builds a couple towers, and his brother knocks him down, and he wants one that's going to stay and be tall. He ends up making something with a fat base and a tiny top. And I think that building something big and tall together is one of those human things. We built that would be here after we're gone. People will remember who we were. We are all, if there's any human commonality, it's fear of our own deaths, and that we were nothing and no one will ever remember us. I think that the first big monuments like that were probably a group of people saying, we're going to do something that people will remember forever. Now, that being said, you remember we were just talking about Waka Prieta, this one that's almost 6,000 BC now is the first one. That one's a funny case. We just talked about all these lofty goals, but actually I'm pretty sure that Waka Prieta's first pyramid was about tapping a smelly pile of trash. I think everybody piled up their trash in the middle of town, and it stunk. It's on the coast. It stunk like fish. And somebody said, if we just bury this thing with dirt, it won't smell it. And then it was a big mound where people could get up and talk to everybody. And then said, well, it's squishy. If we tap it with clay, then it will really not smell. I really think that the very first pyramids in Peru were about trash management. Talk about deflating, huh?
Yeah, but then they probably saw it and they were impressed and humbled by the enormity of the construction. And they're like, oh, maybe the next guy thought maybe we should keep building these kinds of things.
Yeah. In not to jump ahead, but in North America, where they also made pyramids, there's this interesting evolution where there were these piles of shells along rivers and along the coastlines. People ate a lot of shells. That was an easy thing to collect and eat. So these piles of shells would be near communities, and they probably became landmarks. But eventually, they started burying their dead inside those too. Probably again, about stinks and about well, we don't want the dogs to eat them. Well, maybe we put them in the middle of the shell pile. But then that all of a sudden became this, that's where my grandfather's body is. That's where great-grandfather's body is. And all of a sudden, people started being attached to place, not just for the resources, but for the shared memories of their ancestors. So when the very first pyramid was built in Ohio area by the Adena people, it was built out of dirt. But it's full of bodies, and I think it's an echo of an old thing where they used to be putting bodies in shell mounds.
So where and who were the first civilizations in South America?
Well, I think we're still piecing that together. Coming back to the first things we talked about, I think we're still missing a lot of stuff, especially in South America. It just keeps getting older and older. Part of the reason it's hard to answer that question is, at what point do we consider people a civilization or a culture? We have in the Americas this long period of time that we call the Paleo-Indian time, where they were hunting megafauna. And then when those went away, we get into this even longer period of time called the Archaic, where they're just hunters and gatherers. Sometimes somebody's coming up with a cool, different kind of arrowhead. They go back and forth with different hunting tools, but really nothing changes for thousands of years. And then finally they start developing into these larger groups, which for the most part has to do with agriculture. It used to be archaeology, that was just the end-all be-all. Civilization starts with the invention of agriculture. And you can't have sedentary communities until people learn how to farm. But that's been discounted. Peru was a big part of that. That area of Corral, it's connected to another city on the coast called Aspero. And Aspero starts about the same time, but they're all about fishing. They have no farming. And Corral, who's upriver from them, is farming, but funny enough, they're not really farming food. They're farming cotton, and they're making nets, and they're trading the nets with the people on the coast for the fish. So it's not as simple as it's just agriculture anymore, but it is, I think, still rooted in how can we feed more people than just our family? How can we together create a food abundance so we're no longer scared about running out of food?
So is it possible, something you've argued, that civil on?
I just think so. I think religion in South America began in the Amazon. I think there were people there very old. There's actually the earliest pottery in all of the Americas. All these places that we have civilizations that grew up, you know where the oldest pottery is? The middle of the Amazon.
So there's interesting culture development in the Amazon. So religion, you would say, preceded civilization.
In South America, the Corral and Aspero that I was just talking about, it's weird what a dearth of art and any evidence of religion we have. We have those pyramids and things that we call temples, but we don't really know what went on in there. And there's no hints of religious iconography, ceremonies, nothing like that. The first stuff that we get is right when that culture ends, about 1800 BCE. This culture called Chavin starts up, and their main temple is up in the Andes, in this place of least resistance between the Amazon and the coast. It's about 3 days walk either way from this place where this temple is. That's where we start seeing the very first religious iconography. It's all over the temples. There are things that are definitely from the coast, but the iconography are all jaguars and snakes and crocodiles. And those don't come from the coast. All of those things are coming out of the Amazon.
And religion is a really powerful idea. Religions are one of the most powerful ideas. They're the strongest myths that tie people together. And to you, it's possible that this powerful idea in South America started in the Amazon.
I do think it did. And you're right. Ideas are more powerful than weapons, but archaeology can't see them at all. Sometimes we can see ideas manifesting in the things they create and lead to, but there's an interpretation problem. Are we right about what idea created this? Those are things that archaeology just can't get at.
That's one of the challenges of archaeology and looking into ancient histories. You're trying to not just understand what they were doing in terms of architecture, but understand what was going on inside their mind.
That's really what I'm in it for. I'm trying to understand these people, and it's real detective work, and we know we're dealing with a totally flawed record. We only have what can preserve the test of time. If you look around this room here, if 2,000 years of weathering happened in this room, what would be left? And what would we think happened to you?
Right. But there's not in this room, but if you look at thousands of them like it, maybe you can start to piece things together about the different ideologies that move the world, the religions, the different ideas.
Tell me about this fanged deity. One of your more controversial ideas is that you believe that the religions, there's a thread that connects to different civilizations and societies in the Andean region. And the religion they practice is more monotheistic than is currently believed in the mainstream.
That is exactly what I think. And I think it's all about this fanged deity who somewhere thousands of years ago crawled his way out of the Amazon up into the Andes and a religion took hold. That could have been kind of a combination of ideas from the coast to the Amazon, but he is the one creator deity, in my opinion, through all of these cultures. And the people in the Amazon still talk about him. His name is Vihomase in some groups. But they say that his emissaries on Earth are the jaguars, and that he is the creator deity.
Why is the current mainstream belief that a lot of the religions are not monotheistic?
Well, there are bona fide pantheons. Greece had one, Egypt had one, Mesopotamia had one. Lots of the early religions of the old world were pantheons, and I think that was part of the problem. The earliest archaeologists walked in there with a preconceived notion that ancient cultures have pantheons, and so they went to the art looking for them. And they came up with things like the shark god and the moon goddess and the sun god and all these things. But when I looked at the art, and I was trained by a person right here in Austin, Texas, as an art historian, you follow certain diagnostic traits through art to see the development over time. And when I look at it and use that methodology, there's a single face with goggle eyes and fangs and claws on his hands and feet, and snakes coming off his head and off his belt. He's got really identifiable traits. He also likes to sever people's heads off and carry them around. But he's the fanged deity, and he's there. He shows up in Chavin de Pointar, the capital of that Chavin culture. And he keeps showing up through every culture, even thousands of miles away, throughout the next 2 millennia, right up to the Inca. The Inca have a creator deity they call Viracocha. But Viracocha is the fanged deity. He is, when we do see him, by the time you get to Inca, they do this kind of like almost Islamic thing where they say you can't understand the face of Viracocha. So when they do put him in a cosmogram, they'll make him just a blob, like he's just unknowable, but he's at the very top. I think we're misunderstanding a lot of things that we used to say were deities as just supernatural beings. If we flip the mirror on Christianity and take a look at it, which of course Christianity is monotheistic, right? It would be heresy to say otherwise. But who are all these other characters? Who are all these angels and demons and Jesus Christ? I mean, I don't even know who the Holy Spirit is, but he's some sort of supernatural being. But it's that monotheistic system has lots of things that have supernatural powers that are not God. That's where I think the crux of us misunderstanding ancient Andean art.
So what is the process of analyzing art through time to try to figure out what these important entities are for that culture? You just see what shows up over and over and over and over?
Well, certainly without the advent of writing, depictions in art have all sorts of meanings encoded in them, and there are certain, what we call diagnostic elements. Like we can pull apart the same sort of thing in in the Greek pantheon. You know by their dress and what they're holding what the different gods are. You can tell Hades from Zeus by the different things they're holding, lightning bolts or tridents or whatever it is. So they all have these diagnostic elements to them. So that's how art history goes about analyzing art over time. Once we can put it in a chronological sequence, then we can say, okay, here's a deity here in Chavin culture. Now we move forward 500 years. Now we're in Moche and Nazca culture. Where are the deities here? And what I see is that same guy with not just one or two traits, but a whole package of them that shows up again and again and again for thousands of years in each one of these cultures. He's got circular eyes, he's got a fanged mouth, he's got claws on his hands and feet. He's a humanoid, but he also has snakes coming off of his head like hair, and snakes coming off of his belt. And then, not so much in Shavin, but as it goes forward, he starts carting around severed heads, human severed heads. So they're like in the old literature, the Moche will call him the decapitator. But then they have these other, like, oh, here's the crab deity and here's the fox deity. But if you look at them, like the crab deity is just that guy's face coming off of a crab, and the fox deity is that guy's face coming off of a fox. So I think on that particular instance, I explain it similar to what Zeus did. You know how Zeus was able to, like, turn into whatever animal he wanted to get with the woman he wanted, and he showed up in all sorts of forms, but he was always Zeus. I think that the Feng deity manifests himself through people and animals throughout the ark, and that there are missing stories of mythology that we don't have anymore.
And across hundreds of years, thousands of years, from Shavin to Moche to Inca.
Right. Wari has it too, Tiwanaku, that's that famous place, Puma Punku. He's all over there.
I wonder how those ideas of this thing deity.
I think people walked and proselytized. And places like Shavin, there's a later one in Inca times called Pachacama, that are pilgrimage places where people come in to be healed if they're sick, but also just to pay homage to the powers. So Shavin was a place where people from the Amazon and people from the coast were all coming together. In fact, we saw it in the archaeology there. There's these interesting labyrinths under the pyramids with the Fang deity all over them that have, like, one labyrinth will have all pottery. The next labyrinth will have a bunch of animal bones. The next one will have a bunch of things made out of stone. So people are showing up and giving this tribute, and they're learning, and then they're going back to their community. So I think it dispersed from certain pilgrimage spots and became just like pilgrimage spots do. Somebody goes back and they build a temple to the Fang deity.
Do we know much about the relationship they had with the Fang deity and like their conception of the powers of the Fang deity? Is it, were they afraid of the Fang deity and an all-knowing God? Is it something that brings joy and harvest, or is it something that you're supposed to be afraid of and sacrifice animals and humans to keep it bay?
I think he had two sides of the coin. Like a lot of the Hindu gods are, one aspect is terrible, the other aspect is lovely. I think he had that same sort of quality, because we do see him as a fierce warrior taking people's heads off, and he is a jaguar, which in and of itself implies a certain power and ferocity. But then there are other funny things about it, like he is definitely involved in a lot of healing ceremonies, and a lot of those healing ceremonies are involved with sex acts when it comes to the Moche. There's this whole group of sexual pottery where priests are having sex with women or men, and some of them show their faces transforming into that Fang deity, like he is acting through them. But the thing that most cracks me up that shows this softer side is the Fang deity has a little puppy. He has a puppy that's like just dancing around his feet and like jumping up on him in various scenes. You see him again and again. Sometimes he's in these healing sex scenes. In fact, I tracked that puppy from other contexts to these sex scenes where where a priest was having sex with somebody in a house, and there's a Fang deity, and there's a puppy just scratching at the door like, hey, you forgot me. And then finally one day I found one with the puppy having sex with the woman instead of the fang deity. I was like, oh, he is very involved in this. What is this weird puppy? So he likes to take heads off, but he also has a puppy.
This awesomely makes sense now because I saw you opened the paper you wrote 30 years ago on shamanism and Moche civilization. It reads, the Moche are the major focus of this paper. Sex, puppies, and headhunting will be shown to be related to ancient Moche shamanism. So now I understand. I was like, well, the puppies,
yes.
And the headhunting, that's the decapitated.
And I've added rock and roll to that sense, which is rock and roll area. Music is also a big part of it.
Interesting.
They call spirits down. There's this whole spirit world. There's the ancestors. And the people that drink San Pedro cactus juice kind of, they don't talk about the fang deity anymore. I think Christianity in 500 years has somewhat put him in the back. It was unpopular to have a pagan deity. So they don't talk about him much anymore, though he's still around. There in around Trujillo, they call him Ayapec. But music playing in the Amazon, they play flutes, sometimes a chorus of women sing, and that's supposed to bring the spirits down into the ceremony. There's a spirit that's hurting the person that's sick, and then the priest or the shaman or the curandero, whatever you want to call him, has his own posse of spirits that are going to help him figure out what's going on. So when the music starts, that's bringing those spirits in. And people don't see them unless they've imbibed the San Pedro cactus juice, which is this hallucinogen, which is, in the Amazon side, it was ayahuasca. On the coast, it was cactus. So that's what allows you to actually see that other world.
Yeah, I went to the Amazon recently, did ayahuasca, a very high dose of it, boldly. When in Rome, how far back did that go?
Oh, I think longer than anybody can remember. But I mean, it's a natural plant. It's been there forever. I think that it's thousands and thousands of years. That's another thing Shavin de Juantara was talking about, where I think the religion came from the Amazon. There's this wall on the back side that faces the Amazon side. So if you're entering the city from the Amazon path, you see this wall first. And it's a bunch of faces that some of them are human, some of them are total jaguar, and some of them are transforming in between. But there's a group of them that are midway through transformation, and they show their nostrils leaking out this snot that's coming down their face. San Pedro doesn't do that to you, but ayahuasca does. Ayahuasca, traditionally, they take a blowgun and shoot it up your nose or up your ass. But it was a lot of times up your nose. And when it shoots up your nose, the first thing that happens is just this gush of snot comes out. And there are stone depictions of people uncontrollably snotting on the backside of this temple from 3,000 years ago.
That could have been a big component of the development of religion, shamanism.
I think that hallucinogens opened the mind then, like if they open the minds now.
Do you think that, the Stone Age period, do you think that actually could have an actual catalyst for the formation of civilization?
In the Americas, yes, I do. Though, hallucinogens are not part of every ancient tradition in the world. In fact, strangely, the majority of plants that are actually psychotropic, not just mood altering, are from here in the Americas. There are very few drugs that will make you hallucinate outside of the Americas. Of course, now they're global, and they can be grown all over the place. But originally speaking, very, very few were outside of the Americas. So they were part of the experience even in a way that they just couldn't be in other places.
I wonder to what degree they were just part of a ritual and the creative force behind the art versus literally
the methods by which you come up with ideas that define a civilization, like the degree to which they had a role in the formation of civilization. It's kind of fun to think about psychedelics being like a critical role in the formation of civilization.
I think in terms of South America, they probably really were. In North America, where we're in a more northern climate here and there are less of them, not so much, at least in terms of psychedelics. Things like tobacco was always a big part of it. But a lot of there's more than one way to reach a hallucinatory state. The hard way is starvation, sleep deprivation. For the Maya, for example, would go sleep deprivation, starvation, and then they cut themselves very badly. And that loss of blood, we believe, triggered hallucinations and visions. Nothing to do with drugs.
Oh, so
I much prefer the drug thing.
it's the result, not the tools aren't the thing that creates insight. It's the results.
So that getting to, it's hallucinogens are poisonous. They're killing us. That's, it's a near death state. And people of the Americas believe sleeping was entering that other world. Death, you entered this other world, and that when you took this mighty dose of poison, it was helping you enter that other world for a period of time.
Yeah, as Tom Waits said in that one song, I like my town with a little drop of poison. And maybe that poison is a good catalyst for invention. So who were the early first sort of mother cultures, mother civilization in South America? Like what is, if we look chronologically, is there a label we can put on the first peoples that emerged?
That picture is evolving. I mean, forever it was just the Chavin people that you've been talking about, the ones with all the first depictions of religious art, were the mother cultures. And they certainly did transmit a lot of stuff. But then all of a sudden we find Corral. The next one that we've barely even begun looking at, but it's probably older than Corral, is Sachin culture. I was just poking around there last year, and just from the bus on the highway, I could see, like, that's a pyramid out there. Oh, there's another one. And I know how old the stuff we have studied there is. It's, again, 3000 BC. We're just barely beginning to understand them. Corral frustrates me to no end, the lack of art there. We've got, stones and bones and not even ceramics to go on. And they didn't have the courtesy to leave me a bunch of art I can interpret. So I don't know what those people do.
Right, so one of the ways to understand what people believe is looking at the art, the stories told through the art, and then hopefully deciphering if they were doing any kind of writing.
That's our most fruitful place to try to get at this elusive idea.
And it sucks when they don't have art. If we just go back to the Amazon, you've mentioned that it's possible that there's a lost civilization that exists in the Amazon. So it's carried a lot of names, Lost City of Z or El Dorado. Do you think it's possible it existed?
Well, City of Z and El Dorado are in pretty different places. El Dorado, the ideas of where it is kind of center around towards Colombia. And City of Z is named after a region of Brazil called the Xingu. And so those are an America worth of distance apart. The entire, people don't really think about it on the map, but the entire United States would fit inside the Amazon. That's how big that place is. And these two are on either end, but both of them have evidence of civilization. These big, it's lowland and it floods all the time. So what they did is they'd make these big mounds and then they'd make huge causeways between mounds so they could walk through their cities while they were seasonally inundated. And a bunch of that stuff has been found in the Xingu area, like huge areas that would support tens of thousands of people. Again, it's not stone built, and it's been under forest forever, so it's very torn up. But it's there. Now Brazil is big on cattle farming more than ever now. And a thing that I think is completed now is Brazil and Bolivia partnered together and built a highway all the way across and opened up a whole bunch more land, which has found more of these, what we call geometric earthworks. So there's more and more evidence of these civilizations. It's not a could be there. It's there for sure.
By the way, if people who are trying to protect the rainforest really hate the highway. One of the things I learned is if you build a road, loggers will come. Yep, and they'll start cutting stuff down. Now, from an archaeology perspective, if you cut down trees, you get to discover things. But from a sort of protective, very precious rainforest perspective, it's obviously the opposite way. But it is interesting. I've seen where loggers cut through the forest, and then and when they leave, the forest heals itself very quickly.
So quickly.
And you just think that across decades, you expand that to centuries, and it's like you could see how a civilization could be completely swallowed up by the rainforest.
And it happened for sure in the Amazon. One of the ways that we're trying to push the frontier of where people were in the Amazon, because yes, the trees and just the biomass have eaten so much evidence, but they're finding more and more of these places that they call terra preta, which is black earth, and they're huge swaths of it. So I guess the anthropology term is anthropogenic landscapes. Mm-hmm. And what they're saying is that really dark earth couldn't have just got that way through natural forest processes. That sometime in the distant past, that forest wasn't there, and there was major farming and human activity to the point where they totally turned the soil black, and it's much more enriched. And when I took a trip into the Amazon, I went from Manaus up the river, the Black River, a couple of days, and went and met some different communities. And I asked them about this black earth, and they were like, "Yeah, that's why we're here. Sometimes we move our village, but when we move, we look for the terra preta, and that's where we're going to put our village because that's a place that all of our gardens work. The other places they don't."
One of the things you talked about literally is just you have to ask the right question. And the stories, all the secrets are carried by the people.
Yeah, there's so many of them. The thing that excites the world about archaeology right now is Göbekli Tepe. And this, 10,000, now Koran Tepe is 11,000. The whole area is called the Tas Tepler. We only found it a couple of decades ago. But it was just, an archaeologist roaming through the area and asked a sheep herder, "Hey, you guys know where anything ancient is?" "Oh, yeah, let me show you this." And then all of a sudden we've got a lost civilization. And the shepherds always knew where it was, just nobody asked them.
So speaking of Göbekli Tepe, what do you think about the work of Graham Hancock, who also believes that there's a lost civilization in the Amazon?
Well, I've met Graham, and personally, I like him. He's a nice guy, got a nice sense of humor, and I think he's smart. And I also think he is a very good researcher. He and I are working on the same set of facts. The differences are interpretations. I do not believe Graham's idea that a single now lost ancient civilization seeded the rest of them. I just don't see that on a number of levels, artifact-wise, technology-wise, art historical analysis. So I think his research is great. I think that he's very well read, in fact, better read than a lot of my colleagues. But his conclusions I disagree with. And he and I have talked about this and had a very civil and normal conversation about it and agreed to disagree without spitting any venom at any point in the conversation.
That would be a fun argument to be a fly in the wall for. So he believes, he's proposed that it's possible that the Amazon jungle is sort of a man-made garden. So it was planted there by advanced ancient civilization. Is there any degree to which that could be possible?
Frankly, I agree with him. I mean, it's just like what I was just talking about. It's the conclusion part that we differ from. But the facts that he's basing that on are that terra preta, are the huge geometric earthworks, are the ever-increasing evidence of them. They are now from, the bottom of Bolivia to Guyana. They're everywhere. Every time we open up the jungle, we find these big works. So yes, there was a vast civilization that was there. How advanced they were is a question, and also, a perspective thing. Graham really focuses in on what we don't know and what could be.
What's just to educate me, what's the key idea that he's proposing that you disagree with? Is it was the level of advancement the civilization was, or how large and centralized it was?
My main point of disagreement is that his ideas evolve like everybody's. No scientist or researcher in anything has an idea at the beginning of their career and holds it till the day they die. His ideas are evolving, but his ideas remain, a core of them are that there was a very advanced single ancient civilization that was utterly destroyed by climatic conditions, and the younger Dryas hypothesis is part of that. Most recently, he used to not say that. Now he's into this meteor thing. But he believes that civilization was destroyed, but that members of it escaped this cataclysm and then spread out all over the world to seed all of the world's civilizations for the next revival. There's where I disagree with him. I think these were independent civilizations that grew up in their own ways, that they were not seeded by some more advanced civilization from the past, and that they all hold things in common because they have this common ancestry of in his early books he suggested it's Atlantis. I don't think he suggests that anymore, but he still hangs on to the single advanced, now completely lost civilization. And, archaeology, we don't, all of our ideas are theories. Very few of them are facts. And we're not, we could have the story wrong, but one thing we're real good at is finding stuff. I mean, we find fish scales. So I find it just too big a pill to swallow that there was a civilization that was that technologically advanced and that large that we can't even find a potsherd from.
Yeah, and of course it is a compelling story that there's a single civilization from which all of this came from. Because the alternative is, the idea that we came across the Bering Strait from Asia, but all the way down to South America, got isolated and created all these marvelous, sophisticated civilizations and ideas, including religious ideas, that look similar to other, everybody has a flood myth,
right?
So there's a lot of similarities. Everybody building pyramids.
Yeah.
But there could be a lot of other explanations. And for, even if it's a simple, compelling explanation, there has to be evidence for it, right? And what would that evidence
That's
look
the bottom
like?
line. Everything's theories. And as responsible scientists, we're trying to disprove our theories. We are not supposed to be trying to prove our theories. That's one more foot out of the science box that archaeology often steps. We're supposed to be disproving what we think is happening, not proving it.
Yeah, you don't want to lean into the mystery too much. I mean, it's such a weird discipline because you're operating it's like really in a dark room. You're feeling around in a dark room, so it's mostly mystery. I would say a lot of sciences operate in a mostly well-lit room. It's like a dark corner, and you're kind of figuring out a way to light it. But in archaeology, most of it is a mystery, right?
Yes, it's job security. I like that one. But I do also try to always remind myself that every paradigm shifting idea that humans have ever had began as heresy and lunacy. You know, that guy was crazy up to the second he was brilliant. And so we got to keep our minds open to the things that sound outlandish, because one of them eventually is going to lead us to the big paradigm shift. And if we, if we're busy burning books of ideas that we don't like, that's where we close our minds to the possibility of advancement.
I really love that. I really appreciate you saying that. One of the fascinating things about the Amazon community is that there's still a large number of uncontacted tribes. To rewind back to ancient history, you can imagine all of these tribes that existed in the Amazon that were isolated, very sort of distinct from each other. Can you speak to this, your understanding of these tribes and their history?
Well, a lot of them are these, by uncontacted, we mean we don't know anything about these guys. We know roughly where they are, but places like Ecuador have very responsible policies where no one's allowed to go contact them. So we have a dearth of information. If they walk out of the jungle and talk to us, that's one thing, but we don't go out there looking for them. But they do seem frozen in time, and I don't think any of us have a good estimation of how long they've been like that. But we were saying earlier that humans change based on pressures of their environment. It's mother necessity is oftentimes how we invent things or why we change. Pressure. And one thing the Amazon is, once you figure out how not to die in it, it's a paradise of food. Food's falling from the sky all the time there. And adapt to that environment, you've got very little need. There's no pressure to make anything else. Things are working.
So for the modern humans that come across these uncontacted tribes, one of the things they document and notice is the propensity of these tribes for violence. So they get very aggressive in attacking whoever they come across.
And not just foreigners, they attack each other. The Yanomamo are famous for just having never-ending feuds with each other.
What do you think is the philosophy behind that?
I don't, I'm a relatively peaceful person, but I've got the monster in me like everybody does. And I think that these, it's cultural norms that become institutionalized. For the Yanomamo, they really, part of the rite of passage to be a man is to go kill or maim somebody from an outer village. And they go in there, they oftentimes, the way they don't let inbreeding set in and ruin everybody, not that they think of it scientifically, but they typically go and steal women from far off communities. And that starts a big fight. Another thing that starts fights when nobody even fought is illness. Illness in the Amazon and all of the ancient Americas wasn't seen as a biological thing. It was a spiritual thing. So if somebody in your village gets sick, the question is asked, well, what spirit is menacing him and who called it out on him? And then the rumor starts. Well, I bet you it was Joe over there in that other community. He's still pissed off for that time when we stole his daughter. And we ought to go over there and kill him. And then he'll get better. And so this round of never-ending violence, Hatfields and McCoys had that thing. And the people of New Guinea also do that. So it's not, there are certain areas, mostly wooded areas, now that I think about it, where people hide out and they attack each other as a cultural institution.
It's such a tricky thing to do, to study an uncontacted tribe without obviously contacting them. To figure out their language, their philosophy of mind, how they communicate, the hierarchy they operate under.
And there was a fascinating story in Peru, I guess it was probably like 8 years ago or something, but there was a ranger from one of the biology stations who, just in the by and by of protecting his area, met one of these uncontacted tribes and befriended someone, not the whole tribe, but he made some friends who would meet him in the woods, not in their communities. and he started to learn their language over a couple of years. And so he was this kind of important guy who actually could be the first translator to talk to these people. And one day, a couple of them just came out of the woods and just plugged him with arrows and just killed him. And then they went back in the woods like, that's the one guy who understands what we're saying. We should kill him and move our village.
So those folks really lean into the, as you said, the monster versus the puppy.
You know, everybody's got it. I think. You know, we need to listen to our better angels, because if we don't, we as a human species can easily devolve into just using violence and against others to get what we want. It's a daily choice we make not to be savages.
Which is a fascinating thing to remember. We kind of think in civilized society we move past all that. Like it can be summoned. Like in 1984, the 2 Minutes of Hate. With the right words, that primal thing can be summoned and directed and lead to a lot of destruction.
And you know, our sports are really based on taking those kinds of urges and channeling them positive where somebody's not dead at the end of it.
Yep. So, at which point did what we now call the Maya civilization arise?
That's another complicated one, another group living mostly in a jungle that we have barely begun to explore. You know, the truth is, a lot of the questions in the Amazon and what we're talking about now is the Peten and the mountains there. Those aren't places archaeologists want to live. They're horrible. I mean, I've been there. I don't want to live in a tent and eat rations. I want to live in a nice town. So a lot of the places where the answers are, we still really haven't gotten there, because it takes a special person to be educated enough to know what they're looking at and tough enough to want to be there. I've done my tour duty. I'm now in a nice little podcast studio. But seriously, the Maya, the first hint that we see people who are culturally Maya, very close to where the time period for the Chavin culture is, about 1800 BCE. There's a culture that's some call the Mokaya, not Maya. But they're on the Pacific coast where Guatemala and Mexico connect. It's called the Soconusco. And those are the first people that are really going to be culturally Maya. And they're interacting with the culture that has traditionally been seen as Mexico's mother culture, which is the Olmec. They're kind of the same thing as we were talking about in South America, where the Maya, the original Maya, are not, there's not a whole lot to indicate that they have a religion. But the Olmec have this religion they develop, and they start exporting it. And you see the Maya become more and more involved in the religion that's being created by the Olmec, who are to the north of them, in the swamps of what we call the Isthmus of Guantanamo.
I have a lot of questions to ask here about natural stupid confusion. The first, did the Maya or the Olmec come first? And are they distinct groups? Like, how do you maintain a distinct civilization and so forth?
I just finished filming a whole thing on the Olmecs and their interaction with the Maya for the Great Forces. I'm thrilled for it to come out next spring. I think they co-evolve. Archaeology in this regard is the worst enemy of this. We put these names on cultures. We talk about how they evolve from one to another. We draw these lines where there aren't any. We make these time periods that a culture magically transforms into somebody with another name, where I'm pretty sure they didn't care about any of those names. But the Maya and the Olmec are two parts of a larger interaction sphere that's happening in Mesoamerica, a very dynamic time. The Olmec are really bringing the religion part, but the other areas are bringing technology, ceramic technology, making hematite mirrors, making tools out of obsidian and other stone types. You've got Olmec in the middle, where Mexico gets skinny and it gets swampy down there. That's called the Isthmus of Tehuantepec. That's where the Olmec are. Then you've got the Maya to the east of them. Then you have the Valley of Oaxaca, where the people called the Zapotecs, they're rising up. And then you have the Valley of Mexico, which will eventually become the Aztecs, but not millennia. All those areas are interacting with each other.
Can we just also draw some more lines?
Yes.
So what is Mesoamerica and what is South America? And what you just said, the Olmec and the Maya, like, can we just linger on the geography that we're talking about here in the, what is this, like 1000 BC?
Yeah, the time period we're talking about where the Olmec are there, 1000 BC is great. Midpoint. I'd say it starts about 1800 BCE, and by 500 BCE, the Olmec are gone. And a whole new wave of civilization and population increase happening. In terms of Mesoamerica, looking at your map here, I'd say about halfway through the Chihuahua Desert up there in the top left. That's about the boundary of Mesoamerica. There's this big desert where almost nobody lives, and once you get north enough, you get into the ancestral Pueblo people of what's now America, the Four Corners area. They're not Mesoamerican. They have different lives.
Where does modern Mexico end?
Modern Mexico ends right, you see the name Maya there with the white line around it, that's Guatemala. So Guatemala cuts off most of Mexico from Central America. But Mesoamerica only goes about halfway through Honduras. And then it's really kind of a no man's land. Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Panama, they really, they're neither. They're not Mesoamerica, they're not South America. They're more South America because they've got some gold there. But then basically you get on the other side of Panama and you're fully in South America with two distinct groups too. You've got the guys that are on the Andes on the west coast, and then you have the Amazon.
So the west, the Andes and the Amazon are very distinct. So when you refer to the Andean region, is that referring to the Andes and the Amazon, or just the Andes?
Just the Andes, and the coast there. To the Pacific there. That's Andean civilization.
But did the Maya make it to the Andean regions?
Not that archaeology can prove, but it's almost certain that they interacted with each other. Number one, it's just, it's biased to think that these people couldn't travel as widely as people on the other side of the planet did. But there's all sorts of hints, like that first ceramics I was talking about that the Maya made. They show up strangely sophisticated technologically already. And down in Ecuador, they had them for 1,000 years before. So a lot of people, myself included, think that the idea of ceramics actually came from South America to the Maya.
Did the Maya get seeded by the second wave across the Bering Strait, or did that initial wave of people that came and populated South America, were they the ancestors of the Maya? How did the migration happen?
We're piecing it together. I don't think, I'd be lying if I told you I had the answers, but we do have evidence of Maya stature people. They're a small people. Generally speaking, people that grow up in the forest are smaller, and people that grow up in the open plains are taller. Probably about, just generations of people that hit their head on a branch or not.
Joking, but there could be something to that.
I think there's some truth to it. I mean, the pygmies are small, and the people on the plains in Africa are big. The North American Indians are tall, and the Maya are small. There's definitely a pattern of smaller people in the forests. But anyway, there's a cave in the Yucatan called Loltun Cave that has handprints in the cave. It's somebody who put their hand on the cave and spit charcoal around their hands like a negative print. We can date that charcoal, and it comes from 10,000 years ago. And the hands are all small. It's, typical old Mexico. I walked right up to these things and could put my hand, I didn't, mess with them, but I put my hand next to these hands. And they're all smaller than my, Northern European hands. And so either it was a bunch of kids who were in this cave 10,000 years ago, or it was people of Maya stature who did it.
So cool that you can date the charcoal, and it's so cool that 10,000 years ago there were people who
And actually, we have one that's, I think, 2,000 years older now. Just a couple years ago, again in Yucatan, in a cave, they found a woman they named Naia now. And she's like 12,000 years old.
So the best guess maybe that you have is it goes across the Bering Strait to South America, possibly the Amazon, develop a lot of cool ideas in the Amazon and start drifting back up into Mesoamerica.
It was kind of a co-evolution. The technology of ceramics, I think, got there through an innovation.
The interesting thing is that the Maya didn't really have religion, didn't have as a vibrant religious set of ideas, and they borrowed it from the Olmec.
I've been doing a deep dive on this for this Olmec course that I just did, and it really does seem like these other cultures that have jade and hematite and obsidian, the Olmec had none of that stuff. They were living in a swamp and building things out of dirt, but they were importing those materials from those areas, carving them into all sorts of religious iconography, and then exporting them back to them.
And still the Fang deities?
No, the Fang deities nowhere in Central America and Mesoamerica. That's why there's jaguars, there's jaguar iconography, but it's not the same thing. This whole jaguar transformer deity does not exist there. They do have a pantheon.
So the Maya, the Olmecs, are the interesting peoples of the regions. What was their? I'd love to ask questions about who were there. So one question I'm curious about: what was their sense when they looked up at the stars? What was their conception of the cosmos?
That's a question I've spent my entire career trying to answer. I think that they saw it as proof of the cyclical nature of life, and certainly they saw, like every ancient group did, like, are those the gods? Why are those things so far away? But I think that the Maya especially looked at it with a much more mathematical mind than most did. So they watched these things move every night. And if you do that even today, you notice that all the stars move in tandem. They're just this blanket. They're like this curtain behind them. They're the stage upon which some very important players are dancing. And that's the moon, the sun, and the planets. There's 5 planets we can see visibly. So they started watching, like, why are just those 7 moving differently from the rest? And those are the things that they feed on mathematically. The sun, of course, was also involved in the agricultural cycle, so that was important in and of itself. But the planets, we can see them coming up with ideas, definitely doing the math, and seeing that there's a repeated cycle, and then coming up with mythology around them. Like Venus for them was associated with war, and they had very ritualized times to go to war that had something to do with Venus. Sometimes in the classic period Maya, it was the first appearance of Venus as the morning star. That was a good time to go to battle with your neighbors. And when it became the post-classic, with like Chichen Itza being the capital of the Yucatan, then it looks like, if you watch Venus day after day, it goes slowly up every day, and then when it hits its highest point as morning star in the morning, it goes down to the earth like 3 times as fast. All of a sudden, it just shoots down and hits the earth. And so the people of post-classic Maya civilization saw that as the gods shooting a spear into the earth. And that was a good time to attack your neighbors. That was like wartime, when the spear is going to hit the earth.
Right, so fascinating. It just had at the foundation a sense that life existence at the various time scales is cyclical. That's the starting point. And then you just look out there and you feel extremely precise, which is fascinating how precise they were. You can just measure the cycles.
Yeah, and they did it really well. Now, of course, they are the only ones to develop a fully elaborated writing system in all of the Americas. South America had the key, but it's so different than our writing. We're still trying to figure out what the heck it is. We know there's math there too, but they have the ability to take a lifetime worth of measurements and hand it to the next generation, who would then do it more and do it more. That's how they figured out kind of the holy grail of ancient astronomy. How good were they? Was whether they could see the precession of the equinoxes. The fact that we're just barely wobbling and there's a 26,000 year period where the stars as that backdrop will spin all the way around and come back. It's 26,000 years. But the Maya were able to figure out, wait, it's moving 1 degree every 72 years, and did a calculation based on where it should be in the ancient past. And they're using constellations. They're showing us they know by saying, like, this planet's in this constellation right now, and 33,000 years ago, it would be in this constellation.
It's just fascinating that they were able to figure this out. I would love to sort of understand the details of the scientific community, if you can call it that.
I think we absolutely could, and that's actually one of the things that I'm hoping to move the needle on in my generation with my career, is to give these cultures the respect they deserve as standing toe to toe with the rest of our ancient civilizations. We respect that there are things that should be called science that are not being called science at the moment. Their math is incredible. Their hydraulic engineering is incredible. Their chemistry is incredible. And so I hope to talk about these things differently as a way to get people to recognize these achievements in a different way.
Yeah, I mean, unquestionably incredible scientific work in the astronomy sense, especially here. Can you speak to all the sophisticated aspects of the Mayan calendar that they've developed?
I know you got to know here.
Let's go.
No, I'm kidding.
Say that you also gave me 2024 Mayan calendar.
Yeah, I do this just to show the world that calendar system is evergreen. It can go into the future or the past for billions of years in the system they made, just like our system is.
Can you speak to the three components here as I'm reading? The Tolkien, the Hob, and the long count? What are these fascinating components of calendar?
It's amazing how obsessed they were. Really math nerds. It wasn't good enough for them to just make one cycle to describe time. They had all these cycles that interlocked into each other like cogs in a machine. So they never thought of it like that. But the Tolkien is their oldest one, and the one that still endures today. There are millions of Maya people that are living their lives based on a 260-day count. No weeks, no months. It's just 13 numbers combined with 20-day names for a total of 260 days, and then it goes again. Everybody in the Highlands knows what their birthday is in that calendar, knows what it means about their personality and the kind of jobs that they're supposed to do. Each one of those days has their own spirit and what's supposed to happen in those days. The Maya collectively call them the mom, the grandmother, grandfather spirits. And they talk to each one of those days and they pray to them. There's now an association of some 8,000 people that are called Aki, that are day keepers who are keeping the days. And they're also like community psychologists almost. People come to them and say, my life is mixed up. What's wrong here? Well, let's ask the mom. Okay, well, it looks like you're not doing this or that, or you're an accountant. You're not supposed to be an accountant. You're supposed to be, a midwife. What are you doing? You're living your life wrong. You're a Keeb. You need to start being a Keeb
They
first.
take extremely seriously the day on which you're born, what that means, like the spirit that embodies that day.
Right. Like I'm Keeb. I'm 13 Keeb, and it says my. It's funny how accurate a lot of them are. Mine is basically I'm an irresponsible husband and parent, but people like me, so my family still prospers. Like, well, God, that's horribly accurate.
I mean, some of it is also the chicken and the egg. If you truly believe, so if you structure society where this calendar is truly sacred, then it kind of like you manifest a lot of the spirit does manifest itself in the life of the people that is born on that spirit's day.
Absolutely.
It's interesting.
And the Maya really feel this in this system. So that's the core system. This 260-day calendar was the very first calendar they made thousands of years ago, and it's the one that's most important today.
Why 260 days, by the way? Is there a reasoning behind it?
From most Maya agree with this today, and who knows what the original architects thousands of years ago were thinking, but it's 9 months. It's the human gestation period. So if you conceived on the day 13 monkey, chances are your kid's coming out on or near 13 monkey. And I think it's beautiful. I mean, if that's right, that means the Maya and the people of Mesoamerica will all share it together. When they thought about we need a count of time that's for us. They didn't look up into the heavens. They looked like into their bodies. What's the first cycle that we actually go through as humans? And they picked this 9-month thing. It really is our cycle. And no other culture on the planet looked inside themselves to create their calendar like that.
So that's the oldest one and the sacred one that still carries through to today. What's the second one, the Hob?
The Hob is the solar calendar, the one that everybody on the planet eventually comes up with. We know it's second, though, because when they start talking about it, they use all the symbols and the numbers from the 260 one. They say, well, we need a solar one, too. Let's just keep counting this another 105 days, and we'll get to 365.
Oh, interesting. They kind of carry the same. Got it. And that's useful because for all the sort of agriculture, all this kind of thing.
Right. Though, interestingly, they never put a leap year in. The Hob is also called the vague year because it's just 365, which means every year they're off a quarter of a day, and eventually it starts really adding up. In fact, it's even caused modern problems. In this calendar here, I just do the straight math from 1,000 years ago. And so I place the beginning of the solar year differently than some Maya groups do, especially the guys in the highlands of eastern Guatemala. They write me nasty emails saying, I don't know what time of year it is. But their relatives changed it in the 1950s because their agricultural cycle was so far off, they moved it 60 days back to make it in the spring again. But it drifts, which is strange because it's not a very good thing for the agricultural cycle. It's one of these mysteries we still don't have an explanation for.
So that's the Hob. And then what's the long?
The long counts, they're really mysterious, cool one because it's a linear count of days, which are not like that. It's a bunch of cycles like ours. Our weeks are a cycle, our months are a cycle. But it's weird in that its estimation of the year in the long count system is only 360 days. So it's miserably off a solar year. And they count in base 20. So they count, like we count in tens, we're decimal. They count in base 20, the decimal. And so it should be, there's ones, there's 20s, there's 400s, there's 8,000s, there's 160,000s. It goes just like our tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, but it's times 20. So that third, so they have days, months of 20 days, and then they have these years that should be by their math 400, but it's only 360. And that throws the whole thing out of whack going further up. Then they have a 20-year period and a 400-year period. 400 years to their calendar, but it's only, by that time, it's only 396 years in our reckoning. So it's mysterious that it's, why did they tweak it at the year to be only 360 days? That's, that doesn't follow any astronomy, that's not the human cycle.
Yeah, but it's interesting that they build up towards thinking about very long periods of time, like Bactine is 144,000 days.
Right. Or a Bactine is 400 of the long count years. So it's kind of like our millennium. We think it's a big deal when we hit a millennium or a century. They have a 20-year period that they do a lot of celebrations on called Katun, and then they have 400 Bactun, which is the big one. That's like their millennium. And 13 of those Bactuns occurred in the creation before us. They also think that that the world has had multiple creations. They're not alone in that. There's lots of ancient civilizations who say that, but we're technically in the fourth creation. And they have a creation story called the Popol Vuh. And the Popol Vuh is clear as day that the third creation ends with the help of these heroes called the Hero Twins. And the fourth creation begins. And so on the Maya monuments, we see them doing the math through the long count. And we can calculate it back very exactly. It happened, the fourth creation started on August 11th, 3114 BC. And it doesn't say it's day one. It says it's the last day of the 13th Bactun of the third creation. Which leads us to believe that a creation is only 13 Bactuns long.
Right. So, and this would be the fourth creation. The calendar starts
fourth creation. But if you do the math, going from 3114 BC and count 13 Bactuns forward, you get to 2012.
And hence the very popular notion that 2012, whenever that was, December
21st, 2012.
Will be the end of the world.
Right.
So can you explain this?
Those were very fruitful years for me. I had so many lectures around the country. It's like Garrett Morris and Saturday Night Live. The apocalypse was very, very good to me.
But that is pretty interesting. So that would be, so technically would be in the fifth. No.
Yeah, technically we'd be in the fifth. So my argument was that actually, if you look through all the corpus of mathematics and calendars, they never say anything like that. In fact, there's a handful of dates that tell us that the fourth creation does continue farther on. That Bactun place should have 20 Bactuns in, like their counting system would dictate, not 13. And there's a place in Palenque, there's a place in the Dresden Codex, and one other place I'm forgetting that all talk about time after 2012. So how does that happen? It's a conflict.
Is there supposed to be an overlap of the 13? So it's like 13 is the core of it, and it's 20 long.
They love the number 13. It's all over the place. It's a magic jump to them. My explanation, which I admit is not very solid, but I think that the magical deeds of the hero twins in their creation story at the end of the third creation hit the magical reset button, and that it just restarted time right there because of their magic. But that was not to say that the natural Bactun cycle should be 13. And there are certain texts that go way forward in time or way backward in time, and whenever they want to do that, there are higher increments than just the Bactun. Above that, there's the Pictoon, then there's the Kalabatoon, then there's Alawatoon, and it goes on. And these are like, 160,000 years. Huge increments of time. Whenever they want to do that, they talk about a long period of time, they start putting 13s in all of those increments, those higher increments. And I think what they're saying is they're making an esoteric statement about the never-ending nature of time. That's what I think they're telling us in those texts. That time goes on forever. Magic.
But they still had a conception that it didn't go on forever before. Like that there was other civilizations that came before, and this is the fourth creation.
This is the fourth creation, and the gods made everybody. The first ones were made of mud and they melted. The second ones were made of sticks, but they were jerks to the animals. The third ones were like us, but flawed in some other way. And then we're finally made of the blood of the gods and corn. We're made out of corn, so we're perfect. And as it explains to us, the Popol Vuh does, we got it right this time. There's no reason to believe that this creation has a set duration. Well, one of the weird things is that the X, who we talked to a lot, had contact. They also had the concept of multiple creations before us, but they were real clear to the Spanish that they weren't all the same time element. Some of them were in the 300s of years. Some of them were in the 700s of years, but they were not the same time period. So our mathematical logic that if the third creation was 13, this one must be third creation, also be 13. It's in direct opposition to what the Aztecs told us about the nature of creation. They're different time periods.
Why do you think there was the myth of the previous creation? Did they have some kind of long, multi-generational memory of prior civilizations?
It may have had some echo in the flood myth.
The same kind of major myths carried through.
There's a lot of different opinions about it, and they're like, if they were all 13, if we have 5 creations like the Aztecs said, and they were all 13, they would come up to roughly 25,000 something years, which is very close to that precessional cycle. So some people are like, they designed it all to be one completion of the precession of the equinoxes.
And I mean,
that I don't believe that one, but that one sure sounds good, doesn't it? That's going to get a lot of internet hits.
And one of the things I do obviously wonder about is why the flood myth is part of like most societies and most religions.
I think that one's pretty easy. It's the end of the Ice Age, when the bathtub filled back up.
Oh, it's just the Ice Age.
It's the seas filling back up.
And they, without really understanding what happened, they just carried that story.
Everybody knows that everybody's nice coastal village went underwater, and they had to seek higher ground.
And then just like people like talking about the weather, everybody was talking about the weather for many generations as the sea level was going up. And then that myth carried.
Why do we live here, Grandpa? Well, we used to live over there, but then the water came.
And then many grandpas later, it just kind of permeates every idea.
It becomes mythology, but global mythology. So that one, there's a lot of things I don't have a reasonable explanation for. But the flood myth is almost certainly the rise in sea level.
So this idea that every day represents, carries a spirit, there's modern day astrology. Most people kind of consider astrology this maybe a bit unscientific woo-woo type of set of beliefs. But do you think there's some wisdom that astrology carries? From your scholarship of the Mayan calendar, do you think you carry that to the astrological perspective on the world? Do you think there's some wisdom there?
I don't know. You know, I have a woo-woo part of me. I would like to believe that stuff, but I don't think as a scientist I cannot come up with a biological, scientific reason why that would be true. And, you know, when you look at it objectively, I mean, really, is everybody born with the sign Scorpio a moody person? That's just objectively not true. Um, but it is funny how oftentimes these Maya horoscopes, for lack of a better word, do hit the mark. There was some student who surveyed like 300 people with the app I made and asked them about their Greek sign and their Maya sign, and his conclusion for his term paper was that the Maya one was working way better. Which that's fascinating. At least that's fun. But no, I think I'm too much of a scientist to believe that. I just don't have any foundation in science that would allow us to believe that the month in which we were born in a cycle sets our personality and destiny.
I agree, and yet there is so much mystery all around us. That what I do like is the inbuilt humility to that worldview. There's this whole, you can call it a spiritual world, but a world that we don't quite understand. And then you can wonder about what is the wisdom that world carries. And then you construct all kinds of systems to try to interpret that. And then there is where the human hubris can come in, and but it's good to be humbled by how little we know, I suppose.
I do love the mysteries of the world, and I would love to find an ancient civilization, but I don't want to solve the mysteries of the world. I think they're one of the things that make world life worth living.
That's true. That's true. You mentioned the Maya writing system. What are some interesting aspects of their language? What they've used in the written language?
Well, you know, one of the things that confounds me as a guy who's spent, had the honor of being a student of Linda Sheely right here at the University of Texas at Austin. She got the group together who broke the Maya code of hieroglyphics in the 1970s. So I learned from the best, and I loved every minute of it. I miss Linda.
Can you speak to that code, actually, the hieroglyphic code, and what takes to break it?
Oh boy, I mean, what a thing. We had kind of a Rosetta Stone. We had a page out of Diego de Landa's book, a priest who was converting the Maya in Yucatan, asked his informants about their writing system and what every sound meant. And he was convinced they had an alphabet like we do. So he got this Maya guy, sat down in Spanish, and he said, okay, you're going to write all the symbols right here in my book. Write an A here, write a B here, write a C here. And that guy just wrote all of the sounds that the priest told him to write. They were actually syllables. They were vowel consonant combinations. They weren't an alphabet. But that turned into our Rosetta Stone of sorts. The big key is that the Maya still speak that same language. There are millions of Maya people who are speaking a version of Maya. Now there's where I get confused. That we've got a single writing system that is intelligible. We've broken the code, so we know that it's basically the same writing system from the top of the Yucatan into Guatemala and El Salvador. But we have 33 Maya languages today that are mutually unintelligible. And we backwards project the language of what they spoke back then that the glyphs are in to something called Chol-T, which is a combination of Chor-T and Chol, two of those languages. But it doesn't work for me at all. How did, if there was one language, maybe two back then, how did it flower into 33 mutually unintelligible languages in just 500 years during acculturation and horrible infectious diseases that killed 90% of the population? How did that happen? So we're missing something huge here. I think it's more like Chinese, where Chinese letters, writing can be read in multiple languages and still understood. I don't know exactly the mechanics of how that would happen, but it just seems impossible that there are more languages, not less languages, in the Maya area after the last 500 years that they've been through.
That there's some kind of process of either rap generating dialects, or there always has been these dialects, or I should say, even though there's a common writing.
There must have been a way that languages understood the same writing. Maybe there was something like Latin. You know how they're in Europe where like most people were illiterate, and there was this hood who all understood Latin. And maybe the hieroglyphs represent a kind of Latin in the ancient Maya world.
But we don't really know, and there's not clear evidence to fill in the gaps of how it's possible to have that.
Right. But we did realize it was actually a Russian scholar named Yuri Komarozov who wrote the code. The Americans and the Europeans were absolutely sure that the language was, that the written language was a dead language. But Yuri, not knowing any of that, not being filled with all of those thoughts from America and Europe, went about it in the way that he was taught in his grad school in Moscow, and just went to the dictionaries. And he looked at Yucatec language that they're speaking today, and he applied it to the symbol system. And he knew that there were certain sounds. He used Landa's alphabet, and he found there was his two key examples were a picture of a dog with a symbol over it, and a picture of a turkey with a symbol over it. And a dog in Yucatec is Tsu. So he saw two symbols, and he said, this one's probably Tsu, and this one's Cool. And then the turkey was Cool. So it would be Ku ending in Tsu. And he showed how, look, this is Suits, this is Tsul. Those two things that should be Tsu are the same symbols. And that began this process of unraveling the syllables that we're still working on today.
That's fascinating. Just that decoding process is fascinating. Like, how do you even figure that out? And there's probably still, are you aware of any written languages that haven't been decoded yet?
Yeah, there's a number of them. There's Easter Island script. I was just talking to, we've apparently made a few advances there now. It's called Rongo, and we only have about maybe 25 examples of texts. But we're beginning to break that. There's also the big one is Harappan. Harappan, for a long time, we used to say there were 5 independent scripts on the planet. And those were Chinese, cuneiform, which is Mesopotamian, Egyptian, Maya, and then Harappan, which is from India. That's the only one that we've never cracked. And now all the epigraphers, the people that's the term epigraphy is translating these languages, they're all ganging up on Harappan and want to kick it off the list because we can't break it. It had a big enough symbol set, but no one's been able to crack it. And now they're saying it's just an elaborate symbol set and doesn't reflect the spoken word.
That's a hypothesis, right? Which is what it sounds like.
Right. But, we could just be faced with the Twitter generation. Maybe somebody will pick up the baton next generation. The other one that fascinates me is from the Americas. It's the Kipu. The Inca had the Kipu, this knotted string reference, but it was definitely encoding more than just math. We know the math. I know lots. I can do the math Kipus and figure out what they're totaling things. Yeah, there's a Kipu right there.
Kipu are recording devices fashioned from strings historically used by a number of cultures in the region of India and South America. A Kipu usually consists of cotton or camel fiber strings. So there's a set of strings, and they're supposed to what? To be saying something.
There's one long string that the little ones dangle off of, and each one of the dangling strings have sets of knots on them. And the knots, some of them are mathematical Kipus, and those we can just do the math. We can prove that it's math. They also encoded language in there. They had entire libraries in Cusco where Spanish conquistadors were brought through, and the caretakers of the library would just, they'd say, pull that one down, read that one to me. And he'd pull it out and just read a history of something that happened 200 years earlier. So it was definitely writing. But in the 1570s, one head of the church there had all of the people that could read them, called Kipu Kamayaks, gathered up, had them read all of their Kipus and transcribe them into Spanish books, and then had the Kipus burned and those people murdered.
Oh, there you go.
And so we can't break the code still today, but we know it was absolutely a written language. Though it wasn't written, it was weaved or knotted.
And there's still some people available that could be.
I think now we've just crossed the 1,000 mark. So we have 1,000 Kipus. There's enough to break the code. And I think this generation might be the one that does it.
It's sad that so few have survived.
Yeah.
I mean, 1,000 is good, but it's.
But see, Peru has barely scratched the surface with archaeology. There's so much out there. There was a priest I read about named Diego de Torres, who was one of the early people in Peru converting communities. And his chronicle is real clear that he wanted to teach this community of 3,000 people all the Spanish prayers, the important ones for them to convert it into Christianity. And he had the community's people Kamayaks not Kipus for each person that told them that they could read them out and memorize the prayers. And if they were caught without their Kipu in town, they were flogged. So he had 3,000 of the same Kipu made and handed out to this community. If we find that community and find its cemetery, there is our Rosetta Stone.
You know, it is probably the case. There's somebody in Peru, and maybe a large community that knows this language, that understands. And like, you just have to show up and ask them. And it's like they're like, oh yeah.
There are some communities that are using them. There's a couple of them that we had high hopes for, and then it was apparent that they were just making shit up. They didn't actually know how to read it. They just knew it used to be read, so they like made a bunch of stuff about what it says, and they bring it out, and they act like they can read it, but then when you ask them the details, they don't know.
Yeah.
But then on a much simpler level, there's llama herders who keep a string in their pocket, and they've got the knots equaling how many llamas they have, and then they have subcategories of information, like this one's sick, we've lost these ones, this one's pregnant. So they have these more simple and more mathematical keepers, but they're using them to effect as a record.
Is it possible through archaeology to know what, the social organization of the Maya was? Like what, maybe if there was a hierarchy, maybe what the political structure was, if there was a leader, different roles, priests, or like who had the power, who was powerless, who had certain kinds of roles. Is it possible to know that?
Actually, because of hieroglyphs, yeah, we know a whole lot. There's, basic things that archaeology, which is a very blunt tool, can figure out, like this guy lives in a rich house, this guy lives in a poor house. But the hieroglyphs tell us specific stuff about who can rule, that it was hereditary, that hereditary rule was based on royal blood that could be burned and connect to the ancestors that lived up in the sky versus the one that's lived in the underworld. It also told us things about hierarchy, like that there were councils of lords underneath the king who each represented clans who had their own neighborhoods, and that there were revolving positions of authority. There was the site that I mapped for my dissertation and spent years in the jungle there, Palenque, had a lord's title named Fire Lord. That was one of the generals of their army. And we could tell that position changed over time. So there was one guy named Chasutz who was the Fire Lord for the early part of a reign of a king called the Kalmona. And then by the time he carves this other panel, there's another guy in the position of Kaka'ahau, which was the Fire Lord. And so he had
Got promoted.
it was well, he could have been killed. I mean, in the case of that. But then we have the interesting case of in the post-classic, they shed the idea of kings. They don't like kings anymore. That's probably a big part of why the classic disappearance and the abandonment of all those cities happened. People just got sick of kings, and so they turned into this more council system at Chichen Itza. But then, when Chichen Itza falls, there's a new city that's architecture looks a lot like Chichen Itza. It's called Mayapan, but it has what is called the League of Mayapan, and it has a council of representatives from the communities from all around the Yucatan, and it is basically a democracy. It is a Maya democracy that happens. The individuals from all around the Yucatan are there. Each family has their own council house at Mayapan, though they live back at their place. It's kind of like a Maya Congress. And
Representative democracy.
It really was. I mean, and this happens in, I guess, 1250 AD. That this Maya democracy happens, and we know the names of them. We know the families, and of course, they were humans. So eventually, they screwed it all up. One family murdered another family, and the whole city burned.
Yeah, and of course, it's probably some fascinating corruption, which is hard to discover through.
Part of it was the Aztecs screwing things up. The Aztecs came down with all sorts of, like, we'll buy everything you're making. And then eventually they were like, could we maybe buy some humans?
Yeah.
And then one family was like, no. And the other family was like, I don't know. They're making us a lot of money. So then, they murdered each other and the water supply got polluted and then the city burned.
Seems like slavery, murder, and disease is a large component of the story of humans. You mentioned different periods in the Maya, the classic, the post-classic, the pre-classic, the archaic. Can you just speak to that? So archaic is before there was really a civilization.
Archaic's pretty much when everybody's hunter-gatherers.
So the classic period was the Golden Age, and then the pre-classic is the interesting time that we were talking about. And the post-classic is when the democracy came about.
Well, midway through it.
Yeah.
Reverted back to council systems. The Maya loved these parts. So yeah, we have pre-classic is like the origins of civilization. They're starting to build cities. They're starting to create their calendar. They're starting to create these wonderful works of art. And the classic period, if you look at 10 different textbooks for the Maya, you'll get 10 different dates that wiggle around in there. But basically, that's the age of kings to me. That's when these cities decide that they're going to organize themselves around elite royal families that have this magical blood that can contact their ancestors that are directly in contact with the gods. The Maya never contact their gods directly. They contact their ancestors who are up there, who act like liaisons to the gods. And so the Maya Age of Kings has these dynasties sprouting up where these people have basically snowed the rest of the people, that they've got a special quality of their blood, and only their offspring can do the same trick and talk to the gods. Where every Joe Maya can let their blood and burn it and contact their ancestor. But Joe Maya's dad is just a corn farmer who lives down below, and he's got no influence over them. But the rulers, their spirits go down briefly, but then they go up into the heavens and reside where the gods are and can act as liaisons. So that's the validation for this kingship that happens for about 400 years. I know we say 250 to 900, which is kind of the encompassing edges of it, but it's interesting that it's actually specifically the ninth Baktun of their history. The ninth Baktun begins in like 426 and it ends in like 829. So it's 400-year period of time. And before that, there were no kings. And after that, there really aren't kings. They're heads of councils. So I call it the Age of Kings, where everybody's following the directives of basically a despot. And for a while, that's great. I mean, cities build up, population's happening. I see it as kind of a cult personality moment too. Strong, charismatic leaders inspire people to do great things together. But eventually, like happens all the time with power, too much power corrupts. All of a sudden, there's this unwieldy, huge elite class that has to be treated special by everybody else, and they start saying, "Well, I think we should fight with those guys, and I should go take these things." And people eventually get sick of it, and they walk away from these cities, and that's how we get the mysterious Maya collapse, where all these cities are just gone.
That's one of the great mysteries of the Maya civilization, is that over a very short period of time, like 100 years, it seems to have declined very rapidly. It collapsed. What do you think explains that? What happened?
I think it's a failing of archaeology to properly see what was happening. I think that most of those cities' populations moved no more than 20 to 40 kilometers out, started their own farm, and they lived in perishable houses, and all archaeology signature sees is that nobody lives in the city center anymore. We don't see a bunch of mass bodies. There's no evidence of people getting sick. There are certain cities that fought with each other at the end, and we see that signature plain as day. We know when a city was attacked and burned. Mostly that didn't happen. People moved and migrated. And it seems like right there around like between 800 and 900, a lot of the elites that were on top most of it was in the rainforests of northern Guatemala. They moved. They move in two directions. Some of them move into the highlands of Guatemala, and some of them move up into the Yucatan. The city of Chichen Itza becomes the next big capital in Yucatan. But the word Itza is actually a word describing the people who lived around Lake Piten Itza in northern Guatemala. And all of the Maya are super clear about that the Itza came in as immigrants with these new ideas and created Chichen Itza, so that the elites who were no longer welcome in their cities just moved and set up shop somewhere else.
So why was there a decline? What was the catalyst? Was there specific kind of events that started this? Was this an idea that kind of transformed the society?
We are still debating that. I don't think there is a single reason. I think humans are complicated. I think a lot of things led to this. One thing we can see archaeologically is that every one of the cities became overpopulated. They were too popular, and we think that they pushed the limits of their capacity to feed and house people. We see it in lots of the cities at the end of the Classic period that people are seasonally starving. I remember really stark evidence in Copan, Honduras. Copan was this beautiful city, lineage of 17 kings. But the last kings and the last elite burials that we dig from the city center, the teeth are the telling part. They get this thing when you're growing up and you're not getting enough food seasonally, it shows up in the enamel of your teeth. It's called dental hypoplasia. And if somebody's seasonally starving, it gets these lines in their teeth. And that last generation of Maya, before they left Copan, even the rich people are seasonally starving. So there's a problem there for sure. But I also think it's a weird thing. It was not an empire. It was a group of independent city-states like Greece. Some of them were allied, some of them were enemies. There was a huge civil war that settled out about the end of the Classic period. So if it was Europe, the victors would have taken over, the losers would have beat it and gone wherever they went. But when they abandoned these cities that were independent still, they all left, both the guys that won and the guys that lost the war. So it couldn't be just as simple as spoils go to the victor. It's such a wide area. Not everybody was starving like the people in the Copan Valley. So I personally think it was calendrically timed. It is interesting to note that that ninth period, that ninth 400-year period, ends right then. And I think a lot of people, I can't prove it archaeologically, but I think a lot of people said, we're coming to the end of a great cycle, and we need to renew. We need to change what we're doing. When you talk to the Maya today, like at the end of this 2012 thing, if you actually talk to Maya, say, what happens at the end of a big cycle? They say cycles are a time of renewal and transformation, that it is all of our obligation to change our lives at the end of cycles. That change is coming, we can either be part of it or we can get steamrolled by it. The Aztecs did this neat thing called the New Fire Ceremony. Every 52 years, which was the biggest their calendar would go, they burned down perfectly good temples, and they burned down their houses sometimes, and they would just, everybody in society would perform this, what they called the New Fire Ceremony, and they would renew the world. So I think my personal theory is that the Maya decided at the end of the ninth Baktun that it was time to renew the world.
I think this theory makes sense because they really internalized the calendar. I mean, it was a really big part of their culture, the sense of cyclical nature of civilization.
That's what I think. I think that that they created that calendar to perceive the cycle and to harmonize with it.
You mentioned Aztec. What was the origin of the Aztec? Where did these people come from, or what time and how?
Almost every one of the cultures we're talking about now, we have two different versions of the answer to that question. We have the archaeology version, and we have the Aztecs themselves. The Aztecs have this wonderful migration story where they say that they came from a place well to the north called Aswan, and that they had this migration. They went through kind of a hero's journey where they go to this Snake Mountain place and they encounter the birth of the war god that they'll worship after this, and how they stepped into the Valley of Mexico as the lost brothers of everyone in the Valley of Mexico. They said that they all came from the north. Near Aswan is a place, a cave with 7 different passages called Chiquimoscac, and that all the people who spoke the language Nahuatl came from the cave, and most of them went early to the Valley of Mexico. And in the Aztecs story, they were just the lost tribe. They were the last brothers to come in, but then they show up late game and they become mercenaries. They just start working for communities in the Valley of Mexico. And this takes place in the 1300s. So about 200 years before Cortez shows up, the Aztecs show up to the Valley of Mexico. And they make themselves this indispensable group of mercenaries. They do the dirty work. All the civilized communities around Lake Texcoco, which is in the middle of which is now Mexico City. It's all dried up. But those guys were too civilized to fight with each other. But they could hire the Aztecs to do the dirty stuff. So the Aztecs did that and really changed the politics and the game of the Valley of Mexico.
The dirty stuff is the muscle.
Yeah, they'd go in and they'd kill whoever you wanted killed, and now you're the king of this area. So one of these kings that they were working for really liked them, decided, I'm going to make the Aztecs part of our ancestry. I'm going to give them my daughter to marry the head of the Aztecs. And the Aztecs sacrificed her. And that really pissed that guy off. So he took his whole army and ran the Aztecs out. For a while, they say they live in this horrible desert section eating lizards. But then one of their priests say, we're going to walk around the lake, and my visions say that where we see an eagle sitting on a cactus with a snake in its mouth is where we will build our capital. And they see that, but it's out on an island in the lake. And she said, well, I don't know, that's the place. So they build up an island, they go to that island, and then they just start piling up lake mud until they make a whole city there in the middle of the island. Or the lake, they make an island city. And all of this occurs in about 100 years. So they show up about 1300. The capital of Tenochtitlan, as they called it, is really established. And from there, they quickly take over the entire valley. They make what they call the Triple Alliance, which is the two other big communities of the lake are now their allies. But they're not really allies. The Aztecs were brutal. They were just, those guys agreed to shut up and let the Aztecs run the show. And then the Aztecs spread like a wildfire all the way down into the Maya area. Everywhere they go, they rename everybody's towns and make them pay tribute.
Pretty short lasting civilization. Spread extremely quickly. Famous. What are some defining qualities of explain it?
I think they were very much like, they had an attitude like Attila the Hun. They just had no problem ripping your skin off. Everybody else had become too comfortable and too civilized, and the Aztecs were just mercenary. They told everybody, we can either rip your heart out or you can work for us. And if you work for us, you'll be just fine. They'd go to every town they'd go to. The first thing they do is they'd show up with a bunch of merchants. There was a merchant class who were also military. They were really the people who assessed where they were going to attack next. They'd go in with a bunch of Aztec products and say, we'd like to trade with you. But all the time they were assessing their military prowess, what products they had they could take. And then soon after the Pochteka were there would come the military with the reconnaissance.
So the Aztec had a huge warrior class, is what you're saying. So what was their piece linger on their whole relationship with war and violence?
They worshipped a war deity. Their main temple was the Temple Mayor. It had two temples up on top. One was to Tlaloc, the rain god, who liked a lot of sacrifice himself. But then the other one was Huitzilopochtli. He was, that translates the hummingbird on the left. But he's the war god. I love that he's a hummingbird. Maybe, he's fast. He comes from the magical side or something. But then right next to the temple on either side were the two temples of the warriors. One was the Eagle Warrior clan, the other one was the Jaguar Warrior clan. And they were symbolically in competition with each other, though a unified force. I guess, probably an analogy between like the Navy and the Air Force. They had a good-natured competition of who was better, but they were the same force. So those were their symbolic warriors, dressed up in all of their finery, and they would come at people with these two forces, and it was very unlike anything that had happened before in Mesoamerica. Again, I think I could draw a parallel to what happened in Europe. The famous Henry V moment in Agincourt, where his kind of ragtag army wipes out half of France's aristocracy with the longbow. Like, up until that moment, Europe had a very wars for the elite classes kind of attitude. And then after France lost half their aristocracy, then they said, maybe we should be hiring from the villages. The same sort of thing happened with the Aztecs, that there was Mesoamerica really didn't have huge standing armies. But the Aztec put this army together, and they intimidated people. They didn't actually have to use it a lot. It was used to great effect in the Valley of Mexico, and for the rest of Mesoamerica, it was mostly the fear factor.
But there also seemed to be, a celebration of violence. I think you said that beauty and blood went hand in hand for the Aztec. maybe like the Roman Empire? Was it they just had maybe a different relationship with what violence, where that stood in the purpose of life, purpose of existence? Is that fair to say?
I would hypothesize so. I mean, I think it's one of the wonderful things about studying these ancient cultures, knowing what our human capacity is. And the Aztecs, when I said that statement, what I meant by that is they were absolutely comfortable with human sacrifice and ripping people's hearts out. They had this just grotesque, violent bent. But in the same way, they also absolutely loved flower gardens and poetry and music and dance. The same Aztec king who would order the hearts of 1,000 people extracted also would stand up at dinner parties to recite his own poetry or the poetry of famous statesmen that had come before him. And they spent money on things like flower gardens. There's all of the causeways leading to the Aztec capital had beautiful flower gardens, and they had a museum, and they had an aquarium, and a zoo, and they had an opera, and they had a ballet, and these things existed together. There was not in the Aztec mind any conflict between witnessing someone's heart getting ripped out one moment, and the evening we'd go to the ballet.
How does that contrast the relationship with war and violence with the other civilizations of Mesoamerica and South America, maybe the Maya? What was their relationship like with war?
The Maya were certainly influenced by the Aztec at the end, so we get a skewed perspective from the contact period accounts because the Maya were much more violent and sacrifice-oriented in their post-classic rendition, but in the classic period, it was mostly the priests and the king who were doing the sacrificing of themselves. We know that the Maya kings would cut their penises and then bleed that blood onto paper, and the paper would burn and become the smoke through which they'd commune with their ancestors. But they'd actually tie this paper onto their penis, cut it, and then dance so the blood splattered. But it was them cutting themselves. It was different than killing a bunch of other people for it. It was auto-sacrifice, we call it. Still very macabre, but very different than deciding a whole bunch of other people should die. It was a self-sacrifice thing.
Can you speak to sacrifice a bit more? Animal sacrifice, human sacrifice. What role did that play in the Maya, for the Aztecs, or the different cultures? Was that religious in nature?
It was absolutely religious in nature. And the Aztecs were of the opinion that the war god demanded people were captured and sacrificed. And it had to be valuable people. There was a lot of, before they made that big standing army, they had just ritual battles that they would have, and they'd take captives. In fact, all around Mesoamerica, they wanted captives so that they could bring them back and sacrifice them for the gods. And the Aztecs, deciding to specifically follow the war gods, did this more than anybody. They did it so much and so successfully that they didn't have any enemies nearby. So they decided this one poor sucker group, not that far away, called the Rothschild, that they were never going to make peace with them, so that they could go close by every year and just have a little symbolic war with the Rothschilds and haul them back for a sacrifice. Cortez met those guys, and he was like, here are people who hate their guts. I'll just use these guys. So, we say, oh, Cortez took over the Aztec world. It was Cortez and 20,000 super pissed off Rothschilds.
And they actually sacrifice, what, so there would be kind of these ritual battles, or is it chopping off people's heads? Like, is there some interesting rituals around the sacrifice?
It's mostly heart extraction, sometimes heads. They bring them up on top of the temple so everybody can see it, and they had a specific stone where they would bend them over so their rib cage would come out. And they use like a thick obsidian knife. They had a really just tried and true way to do it. They'd stab it in a certain place close, and then they push down on the sternum as they rip up on the rib cage. And they just make a place where they can just rip it right out. With their hands. They were really just surgical about it. They used a thick obsidian knife where they could just break the ribs right along the sternum and then push the sternum down, pull up, and while the person was alive. Yep, while the person was alive. And the Aztecs had this idea, like there was a horrible drought that went on that almost ruined the entire valley, and they came to the conclusion that it's because we haven't been killing enough people. Right. We've got to bump this up. And then when they did, and they decided that they really took it out on the Tlaxcalans, it rained again. So it was positive that they should just keep doing it. And they ate people as well. They really did.
As part of the sacrifice, or
after the sacrifice, then they would eat them. And this was part of the drought and the famine thing that started. But then it was just kind of the thing to do. When Cortez got there, they were still having certain special feasts that involved humans. And it really upset the Spanish that they would be like tricked into eating humans. Like, hey, you like a dinner? Yeah, that was a human.
So the idea, was it actually having a taste of human flesh, or is it just, these kinds of ideas of like if you eat a person's heart, that you can get their spirit and their strength?
In the case of the Aztecs, it seemed like they just liked it. This guy Sahagún, who was a very responsible chronicler, that was pretty specific that there was a distribution thing. Yeah. Like the elites got butts. The butts were the best part. So the butt cheeks, those were the best parts to eat, and then it went down the chain until some people just got like fingers and toes.
Literally butt faces.
Yeah,
boy,
they really did. They really did. In fact, that's what caused the. Have you heard of the Noche Triste, the sad night? The night that the Aztecs really go nuts on the Spanish and kick them out. It's all triggered by this one guy, Pedro de Alvarado, who's left in charge by Cortez. As Cortez goes to the coast and tries to talk to the new force, talk him into being for him, which he does. But Pedro Alvarado's left back in town in charge. And they're doing another one of these huge Aztec buffets and parties to honor them. And it happens. The guy says, hey, do you like this? And Alvarado just freaks out, and he has the guards close the doors, and he murders everyone in the party. Women, children, nobody has weapons. He just murders everyone. And that's what spazzes the Aztecs out to eventually murder Montezuma, who was their captive, and then try to murder all of them. And it was all Pedro Alvarado's fault for freaking out about eating humans.
Just a little practical joke.
Yeah, it's just, they thought it was funny. He did not.
Fascinating. I didn't realize. So I kind of assumed that some level of cannibalism would have to do with eating the heart to gain the spirit of the person or something like that.
In certain deer hunting rituals things for sure, but the Aztecs, no, they just like eating humans. It was part of the fear factor too. I mean, they could walk into a new town and be like, "You guys could either send us, a number of quetzal feathers every month, or we can eat you."
So that's psychological warfare and actual warfare. They work, and that's how they spread.
Mm-hmm. And they were just about to take over the Maya when the Spanish came and messed everything up. They had the Maya surrounded, and they were about to take over the whole Yucatan.
So you think without the Spanish, it would be this Aztec Empire that would last for a very long time?
Well, I think there would have been an Aztec Empire. I think they would have finished dominating everybody, but they did it through hate, and everybody hated the Aztecs. So it wouldn't have lasted forever. They did not. They were not ruling justly. They were ruling by force, and that can only go on so long before revolution happened. The Inca Empire, I think that would have gone on forever because they were really community oriented. Once the Inca took over, like no one in the Inca Empire starved. They built architecture. Everything was safe. It was a society that could have lasted a long time.
What was the origin?
Well, it was bloody at first, like most of them are. But once they started taking over, what they did is they empire built. Everybody else had just raided their neighbors to get the resources, but everybody they raided, they turned them into the Inca Empire, and they created this incredible mita system where you took turns working. And they created the road system so they could get groups of workers back and forth. So a town of, let's say, 5,000 people, the Inca would roll up with an army of 100, 200,000 people and say, would you guys like to be part of the empire, or would you like us to escort you to the edge of the empire? And if your mayor here agrees, then he can have a town, he can have a house in Cusco. But then the very next month, a big work crew would show up, and they'd start building agricultural terraces and storage units. And every month, with the agricultural excess, they would have big parties, and everybody would eat. So people lived well in the Inca Empire. It was a rough beginning, but everybody who agreed to be part of it immediately had access to a whole bunch of resources and security they never had.
So they started in South America, in Peru, and Cusco. Cusco was like the center of it.
Cusco, in their language, Quechua, it means navel or belly button, and it's up in the mountains. But there's 4 quarters. They called their empire Tiwantinsuyu, the land of 4 quarters, and the center of those 4 quarters was Cusco.
It sprung to life in like 1200 AD.
Yeah, we backwards project what it was, but it was probably mid-1200s when the first Sapa Inca, the first ruler, came in. But it was the 9th one, Pachacuti, who really started being an empire builder.
And part of that, what really defined the empire? You said roads. They built a massive road network.
Roads, and in the same way that the Roman strategy of building roads and infrastructure, and then every place they took over, they create certain key pieces of Roman architecture that kind of made that city Roman, and they rename it something. The Inca did the same thing. They had certain signature Inca architecture that they would build in as the administrative part. They'd send the Kipu Kamaya, the guys who would weave or not the Kipus, as accountants, and they would go through and say what everybody did. Okay, you're a good farmer, you're going to farm. You are a good weaver, you're going to weave. All the men here are going to take a turn at being part of the army. And they said independent people Kamaya. Every community had like 5 or 6 that were not allowed to work with each other, and they all had to independently send their Kipus back to Cusco. And if there were accounting discrepancies, they were called to Cusco to figure out who was lying about what.
So there's like a super sophisticated record keeping system.
Yeah, and that was the keeping. And the Spanish recorded what they could and then burned them all.
That's an interesting development for an empire, because that allows you to really expand and have some kind of management, some level of control.
Yeah, they couldn't. At the end, they were at least 10 million people, and there was just no way to do that without some sort of sophisticated record-keeping system.
The Inca had to face Aztecs.
I mean, the Aztecs were psychotic, but the Inca had just reserves for miles. And they had that essential hearts and minds. And there was only one thing that everybody got pissed off about when they joined the Inca Empire. For some reason, everything was owned communally except the llamas. The llamas were the kings. And so that was one thing that, like, some of them would stay in town just to be work llamas, but you don't own your llama anymore. And people are really attached to their llama. To this day, they are like family members. So it'd be like everybody walked in and said, everybody's family dog is now mine. It like really upset people on an emotional level.
Well, so llamas got domesticated at some point. Probably, I don't even know when, but early on.
It's we have rock art that progresses to make it seem that like a progression from people depicted hunting them to people depicted standing next to pregnant ones. Yeah. So it was still in that archaic period, at least, that they became friends.
But if you roll in and you own them, that's
that pissed everybody off. For some reason, the Inca owned everybody's llama instantly, and he would take anything he wanted. A lot of them would just get carted away that day, just sent to Cusco. They'd also take their mummies. That was a weird thing. Everybody mourns their dead, but the Inca just like ceased to accept it. They would just, the mummies were still there. Okay, he's dead, but look, he's still got clothes. He's at the party. Let's put a beer in front of him. They just kept people as mummies. And so the ancestral mummies of every town, part of the being absorbed into the empire was, okay, your most important mummies are now going to have their own beautiful house in Cusco. But they would physically bring those mummies to Cusco to make now Cusco the spiritual heart of their belief system.
I can see how that would piss people off, but it's also a pretty powerful way to the ancestors that you idolize, that you respect, are now in the capital.
It's an elevator. We didn't steal them. We have given them a new place of honor. And you're welcome to come visit them all the time. And they did. They had these festivals where everyone from all corners of the Inca world would come to Cusco.
And which of the civilizations mummified people? Is it
the Incas for sure mummified people, and even did some of that kind of like Egyptian-esque taking out of organs and preparing the body. They put like straw inside the cavity and mummify them. But the Maya didn't do it at all. The Maya, in fact, on purpose, would flood tombs with water so that the skin would float off the skeletons faster, and then they'd get back in there. It was jungly, so I think the bugs probably had part of it too. So then they would get back in there to get the bones. They'd open it back up and take the bones out and paint them with red cinnabar. The one that I was in Copan, we had evidence that they had gone in there 4 different times. And the last couple times, they only took the skull out and repainted it and then put it back in, articulated on the skeleton. But they didn't mummify. They, on purpose, would like grossly float the bodies so they could get the skin off faster and get to the bones.
Or would they keep the bones?
Yeah, they keep the bones, and they pull the bones out occasionally and do rituals to them or commune with them and then put them back in.
So there's still a deep connection to the ancestors, to the physical manifestation of the ancestors.
Yeah.
Whether mummified or bone.
And to this day, like if you do an excavation here in the United States, Native American people don't like it. They don't like their graves, which is fine enough. I wouldn't want somebody digging up my grandma either. But the Mayas, they love it.
They love it.
Every Maya person, if we find grave, they're like, yeah, look at that, bones, cool, can I touch?
Yeah.
They're not spooked about it at all. They think it's exciting. I one time helped out a physical anthropologist in town in Copan to get a osteology collection together of various animals. So if we got bones from an excavation, we could see what kind of animal it was based on the collection. And this family said, well, our family dog died last year, buried in the backyard. We still take him up. We do need a dog. We're going to take up your dog, and then they were like, but the kids really want to help you. So their kids came out, and this was like their puppy. And they died, less than a year ago. When we got to it, like one of them was like, grabbed the phone, and he was like, wait, see, go, like, what a weird attitude. That's your dead dog there. But they have a different relationship with their dead.
In some sense, that's a beautiful attitude, right?
Yeah.
Why pretend like we're not mortal? We're not just the process of it. Kind of, as you say it now, kind of would be cool.
That's what Day of the Dead is all about. And I love Day of the Dead. Halloween's this creepy thing where they're all monsters. But Day of the Dead is this beautiful time where we remember our ancestors. I convinced my kids after the movie Coco came out. Now we have an altar with all of our great grandparents on the altar. They talk about who they were and how they lived. And we put things on the altar that mattered in their life. And we remember them on that day. It turned something that was a weird, eat too much candy and wear a monster mask thing into something beautiful where we discuss where we came from.
I have to ask about the giant stones that Inca has been able to somehow move and put together perfectly. Do you understand? Is it understood how they were able to do that so well?
No. The moving of it, I think that we have reasonable theories. There are ways to pivot large weights. There's a great guy named Wally Wallington, a retired contractor here in the U.S., who built Stonehenge in his backyard in Minnesota single-handedly, showing how you can move big stones. So I think Wally's already figured out how to move them. It's the perfectly fit, so carefully fit together that you couldn't even put a diamond between the stones. That's the one that I think still has people baffled. The common archaeological wisdom that you find out of a textbook is that they just kept pecking away at it with hammer stones and setting them and resetting them until they were perfect, which has to be bullshit. That is, there is no way that they just were that meticulous. I mean, everybody's got a hammer stone. I personally think it's acid. I think they melted them together. And there are weird places when you really look at closely to these stones, which I've done a number of times. I'm going back next month to Machu Picchu and especially Cusco. I walk around in the alleys where these 500, to 1,000-year-old walls are still there. And I see things like the crystals in the andesite are almost stitched together along the seams. Like there's the andesite around it is melted and the crystals haven't. And there are other places where there are weird wipes on the wall, like it's just melted, like somebody took a rag and wiped it while it was soft. Lots of talk about soft stones turning hard too. I haven't been able to prove it. This is one of these, end of my archaeological career chapters. I'm either going to prove myself wrong or prove it. But I think they used acids. My dad's a chemist, and he told me a long time ago that there's no naturally occurring acids. But my current theory, actually, I got the idea initially from the show Breaking Bad. I don't know if you ever saw that show. But there's a point in which they're trying to dissolve a body, and they're using hydrofluoric acid, and it goes right through the ceiling. That hydrofluoric acid is so fascinating. It won't go through plastic, and you can also bring it in inert parts and then combine it. The Inca made tons of jewelry out of fluorite. Fluorite is big in the Andes, and they also mine a lot of things for gold and silver, and the byproduct of that mining is sulfuric acid. You put sulfuric acid and fluorite together, and it's hydrofluoric acid, and that will burn through andesite or anything. And if you learn how to do it judiciously, and you didn't care whether servants lost an arm or two, then you could actually use them to fuse these together. And I think they're fused together. I asked the city of Cusco if I could take some core samples, and they said, "Go away, Gringo! Don't touch our walls." So this next time, I'm going to go try to talk to the more Quechua authorities in a place called Ollantaytambo, and maybe I can convince them. But right now, they just think I'm a weird ass gringo who wants to put holes in their walls.
It's a fascinating theory. And so how could you get to the bottom of that? So getting core samples to see if there's some kind of trace.
Chemists I'm working with say that if there was hydrofluoric acid in between these, that a core sample right along a seam, they can separate out the elements in there and detect whether there was actually elements of hydrofluoric acid. I wanted to go straight to burning rock, but they were like, no, I mean, we already know that's true. I mean, yeah, we can burn some rock, but it would happen. That's just chemistry. We gotta prove that it would happen in the walls. So go get us samples. And that was before COVID and all sorts of, you know how it is. You probably are the same guy where you've got 1,000 ideas, and the ones that are fruitful you run with, and the other ones you get back to.
That would be fascinating if true, and I hope you should. Or false, either one.
I'll try to disprove it.
Yeah. I wonder if we discount how much amazing stuff a collection of humans can do. It just feels like a large number of humans are just working a little bit, chipping away at stuff. At scale, they can do miraculous things. So the question is, how can a large number of humans be motivated to do? I just when we think about like Stonehenge, some very challenging architectural construction, we don't think about a large number of humans working together.
Well, that large number of humans are motivated to work together by a small number of administrators who are dynamic and convincing in some way or another.
Right.
One of my favorite quotes is, and I'll probably get this quote here, I think it's Margaret Mead who said, "Never underestimate the power of small groups working together." And the truth is that those are the only people that have ever changed the world. That small, dedicated groups of people are what change the world.
Yeah.
And they inspire big groups of people to embrace their vision.
Yeah. I think we sometimes underestimate how much humans can do across
And
continents.
we are way less capable than we used to be. I mean, the average human had all sorts of skills that at least I personally do not. I'm wearing a shirt, but I can't make a shirt. That's for somebody else.
You've also lectured about, which I really enjoyed, about North America, and also helped teach me that there's a lot more complex societies going on here for a long period of time. So maybe can we start at the beginning? Who were the early humans in North America?
Well, we go through that Paleo-Indian and Archaic period for thousands of years. As we started this conversation, probably 30,000 years is a conservative now humans first entered the Americas. But the first cultures we get here are mound builders around the Mississippi and to the east, and then also a totally separate group in what we call the American Southwest now, the Four Corners, who will develop into mostly the people we call the Pueblo people, who are still there today, like Zuni and Hopi people. So we've got these two clusters. The very first major community in North America is in the most unlikely place. It's in northern Louisiana. People think I'm crazy when I say this, but there is a pyramid in northern Louisiana, a big one, at a site called Poverty Point, that is 3,500 years old, so it's the same age as the pyramids in Egypt. And it is a giant thing just poking out of the bayous of Louisiana. And people don't believe me when I say it, but it's there.
The mountain builders. What was that society like in comparison to everything else we've been talking about in Mesoamerica?
They evolved over thousands of years. We call them mound builders. This is something I object to. I think we should have a better. We do the last version of them. We call them Mississippians now. But generally speaking, we call all these guys mound builders. But what they built were pyramids. They look like mounds now, and they didn't build them out of stone. That's kind of our just inherent Western bias. Something that's built out of stone is sophisticated, and something that's built out of dirt is rudimentary. But in their full living form, they did have cores of dirt, but then they also had kind of clay caps. So they had terraces, they had whole complexes of buildings up on top. There were kings that lived up there. There's the biggest of the Mississippian cities is called Cahokia, and it's right outside of St. Louis. And it was huge. It had a population of 20,000 people and pyramids all over the place, a huge palisade wall around it. It was absolutely gigantic, a thriving metropolis. And we in America have kind of a collective amnesia. Like we never hear about these massive civilizations. Cahokia was the big first city, but then it spread from the Mississippi all the way to the Atlantic. There were hundreds and hundreds of these big cities that had 5,000 to 10,000 people each.
Were they their own thing, or was there some kind of thread connecting all of them?
They had a unified religion and culture. They were, again, not an empire, so there were warring city-states. There were kind of territories that were owned by big kings, and then the cities around them were kind of the subsidiary lords and kings. And then one kingdom could either ally with a neighbor or have a fight. So they were kind of countries, I think. We could safely say there were different countries within this patchwork that was Eastern United States. And it's so weird that we don't know this, because it was clearly documented by the Spanish. I'm not talking about just archaeology. You find them in archaeology now, but Hernando de Soto landed in Florida and went for 3 years. Went up into the Carolinas and over down into Alabama and Louisiana, and he's the first one to see the Mississippi up there. But for 3 years, he went through city after city after city, unfortunately decimating them, eating all their corn, giving them diseases. But the documentation is clearly there. He met collectively millions of people in a very sophisticated and uniform civilization.
There's disease and stealing of resources. Or was there like explicit murdering going on?
Unfortunately, yeah. He was a murderer and a psycho and a liar. He snowed them that he was some kind of deity. Actually learned a trick from the Inca. He was with Pizarro in his first run and went back to Spain, was rich, had a wife, a castle. Then he got bored and he decided to have a reign of terror on Northern America for 3 years. But he had people burned at the stake. He had his dogs rip them apart. He was very, very brutal. He ruled that area through fear and had absolutely no respect for anybody. He made promises and broke them all the time. He was a brutal man.
So this whole period when Christopher Columbus came, how did that change everything?
Well, there's a great anthropological body of literature. It's called the Columbian Exchange. They're based on Columbus, but it's all this trade back and forth between the New World and the Old World. And the Old World got just wonderful stuff. All of a sudden, their diet didn't suck. All these vegetables came in. The New World got herd animals. It got pigs and cows and goats that it didn't have, but it also got 13 infectious diseases. Europe had wave after wave and kind of had herd immunity on a lot of things, but it didn't actually go away. It just couldn't spread like a wildfire through the community. So when they arrived in America, all of a sudden, just a pile of horrible diseases hit people. I think in the first 20, 30 years, there were people who had contracted multiple deadly diseases at once and died of them. But the numbers, it's a shameful part of history. And it wasn't something that Europe perpetrated on them. The medical science at that time was still the four humors theory, that people were made of yellow bile, black bile, blood, and phlegm. And we did things like, well, you've got a bleeding, you'll feel better then. So we had no idea what an infectious disease was. But the reality was that this horde of diseases hit everyone. And the numbers are now saying in the first 50 years that 90% of everybody is dead, and that the number of people has increased as well. As far as our estimates, we're thinking it's somewhere around 150 million people, and 90% of them die, and with them all their knowledge. Imagine the moment. Who dies when things get bad? It's the young and the old. So all the knowledge keepers die suddenly. The children die. This next generation that's half taught and now completely demoralized, thinking that this is a spiritual attack, that their God saved them. That the only way out of it is to accept this new Christianity. But they don't have to bring kids into this world where everybody's dying, and even if they do, they can't teach them what the old people were going to teach them, because the old people are gone and didn't finish transmission. So in a single terrible moment in human history, the generation loses all their knowledge. So a lot of the things that these people knew just blipped out.
But with that also is just the wisdom of the entire civilization.
So much of what they knew was just lost at that moment. We have the Maya who had those hieroglyphs, and we've learned a lot.
Yeah, but not a significant integration of that wisdom. There wasn't, when the Europeans came, it wasn't like the cultures were integrated. It was a story of domination.
In North America, there's a new term in the literature that I like. We call it the Mississippian shatter zone. So Mississippian civilization was millions of people, but they got spread out all over the place over the next centuries. And now we have this shatter zone where we have ruins, and the people that were actually from those ruins are somewhere else on a reservation far away. And I'm just about to talk to a Cherokee man who listened to some of the things I had to say and says, all those Ho-Chunk things you were saying from that Ho-Chunk culture, my grandparents talk about these sort of things too. Can I talk to you by phone and tell you about these things? So we've got the shatter zone where we're going to try to put the puzzle back together, especially in terms of Mississippian religion. I really think we're making headway in this generation, and it's exciting to be part of piecing this old religion and its mythology back together.
Just as a lot of people kind of refer to Christopher Columbus as the person who discovered America, I read that the Vikings reached North America much earlier, in 1000. And why do you think they didn't expand upon that?
Because they got their ass kicked. It's the truth. It is absolutely true that the Vikings were here. There's a great site in Nova Scotia called Lenso Meadows, which definitely has what's left of a Viking colony. It was Leif Erich and his father Eric the Red, who they got kind of kicked out of Europe because they apparently couldn't stop murdering people. And so they went to Greenland and then kind of island hopped over to Canada. But I think the culture that was in that area was in the Dorset. But they would have nothing to do with the Vikings. They attacked the Viking settlements every day and did not give them an inch until they decided it was just worthless and they left it. as the Vikings attacked Ireland, and they just found a bunch of, monasteries full of gold with a bunch of guys going, "We're men of God, we don't fight." And the Vikings were like, "This is great, that's great, this will be easy then. We'll just loot all these Easter eggs." But the Native Americans in Canada were like, not having it. They kicked their ass. In fact, Leif Erikson's brother, Thor, died there. The natives killed him. He was supposed to be in charge of expanding the settlement, but they just killed him.
So a lot of the Native American cultures were also, they sophisticated warring cultures also.
Yes, they fought, especially the Mississippians. Boy, they were tough. And so were, the Five Nations, the Mohawk, the Huron. The ones that kicked the Vikings' ass up there, they were probably Algonquin speakers. But they were connected, just above the Great Lakes. But they were all very tough people.
When you think about the Spaniards and the Portuguese and the over 100 million people that were killed, do you see that as a tragedy of history, or is it just the way of history?
I think that the epidemics, I consider it a tragedy. That did not have to happen, and that was not, a fair fight. Nobody knew what to do about it. There was just a tragic, perfect storm of events. It was not, I think that the Spanish and the Portuguese get unfairly maligned in what's been called the Black Legend, that they just marched into America and murdered everyone. That's not the fact. It was the diseases that murdered everyone. In fact, there was a really poignant story I read of a Spanish priest in the Amazon, in the Brazilian northern part of the Amazon, where he made this utopian community, and he was bringing people in that were getting sick, and he wrote, "I'm baptizing everyone. I have baptized 10,000 people a day, and yet God's still killing them. Why is he doing this to them? They're doing everything that I asked them to do. They are submitting to the will of God. But this guy doesn't realize that the same bowl of holy water that he's baptizing them in, he's just wiping the disease on everybody's faces. He's accelerating it when he doesn't even realize. He thinks he's saving them, but he's actually killing them."
Yeah.
That's a tragedy. That's not just like spoils go to the victim stuff. That's just straight up tragedy.
Yeah. Yeah, but that one is really hard to know too, with like Black Death. Infections, they don't operate on normal human terms, right? It just go through entire populations. Back to wild ideas.
All right. Just my style.
We didn't really talk about how life originated on Earth, or how humans have evolved. And we did talk about that there could be just a lot of stuff in ancient history we haven't even uncovered yet. Do you think it's possible that other intelligent civilizations from outside of Earth, aliens, ever visited?
You had me right until the ever visited. That one I'm not entirely sure about. I'm not sure whether we have any. We certainly have no archaeological proof that I would cite or contemplate as the evidence of such. But the guys that discovered DNA, Watson and Crick, Watson, who actually habitually used hallucinogens to invigorate his thinking, he said that he thought that DNA on this planet was way too complex to have developed over the time period that it had at its disposal, and that his guess was that our DNA was somehow seeded from outside of our planet. Take that for what it is, but the guy who we respect on many other levels also said that. So that's interesting. But in terms of, aliens visiting us, I don't know. It does smack of a kind of human hubris that we think we're important enough for some advanced species to give a shit about us. Statistically speaking, the universe is way too big. We can't be the only sentient beings. There's got to be somebody else out there. Whether they care about us, that's a question. I've been on Ancient Aliens a number of times. I show up as, I'm an educator. I mean, refusing to be part of the conversation is an immediate fail in my book. But there was one time where they asked me at the end, do you have anything else you want to say? And I said, well, y'all's premise is that aliens came down a long time ago and they gave humanity these wonderful gifts of, science and medicine, engineering, all these things. Today, we also have a lot of stories of the aliens coming down. But now, all they're doing is mutilating cows and sodomizing rednecks. Like, whatever we did, we super pissed them off, apparently.
The quality of the gift has decreased rapidly. It's an interesting thought you've mentioned. What archaeologically would you have to see to be like, this might be an alien?
A technology that doesn't belong there, first and foremost. I mean, we gotta, if we just run with the premise that somebody was capable of making a vehicle that could get them from somewhere far away to here, that was almost certainly mechanical. I love the aliens. They were, biomechanical or something that certainly could be, and that was, that would disintegrate. We wouldn't see that at all. But I would expect some kind of technology that showed up out of the blue and changed things. That would be something. But I would think, mechanical or a substance that's not from here.
But of course, we would only see the results of that mechanical. You mean like literally a mechanical thing?
Right, some sort of thing like that. The typical thing people say is like, how did they move these giant stones, right? But let's just look at that on the face for a second. Aliens come from across the universe to meet humans, and the thing they tell them is how to move rocks. Fucking kidding me? I mean, like give them antibiotics or a combustion engine or something. They came across the universe and they showed them how to move big rocks. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. That just doesn't make any sense.
What do you think Earth will look like 10,000 years from now?
That's an interesting question. I think it will be a lot more automated, or it'll be a smoldering file. There is a possibility we could end ourselves. There's always that possibility. But we've really opened Pandora's in some regards. I did listen to one of your podcast guests, what would happen in the case of nuclear war. That was chilling. Her opinion was certainly we would start everything to a crisp within, apparently. So we have that capacity. That's scary. That's a possible future for us. But I'm an optimist. I'd like to think that guys like you are going to make the bucks. You make my job better.
Like 1,000, 10,000 years is a long time. And technology is improving, becoming more advanced rapidly, and the rate of that improvement is increasing ever more. So
that's the part that frightens me, actually. I don't know, does that frighten you?
yes, terrifying.
I heard somebody say, I forget who it was, but systems of any kind, human systems, biological systems, can be put on a graph that's changed over time. And any graph that the change is way faster than the time, and the line starts going straight up, that is a system in crisis. In almost any biological system that has that fast change over that little of time, any other thing, you'd describe it as a crisis. When you apply that charge to technology change, it's a crisis.
From that perspective, absolutely. But I also have a faith in human ingenuity, that we humans like to create a really difficult situation and then come up with ways to get out of that difficult situation. And in so doing, innovate and create a lot of awesome stuff, and sometimes cause a lot of suffering. But on the whole, on average, make a better world. But yeah, if it, like with nuclear weapons, the bad stuff might actually lead to the death of everybody.
I guess there's always that chance. But I am an optimist. I think you're an optimist too. I think exactly as you just said. I think that the greatest capacity of humans is our ability to innovate, and we are never more innovative than when we're under stress. I think that a lot of the developments of humans over the last thousands of years have been about, we didn't change the world when we were comfortable. It was when we were in crisis. Necessity is the mother of invention. And I think we'll be all right. I think that this impending climate crisis is real and happening. I actually personally think that I'm gonna answer a question that you didn't ask. I think we're wasting our time thinking that we can reverse this. We're delusional. I'm all for electric cars and being good stewards of the environment, but we are wasting our time not technologically adapting to what's about to happen. We're spending too much time pretending that the average American thinks that we all just drive electric cars will be okay. That's bullshit. That's not going to happen. We need to start making technologies that desalinize water, so a host of things that we need to use our technological capacity to accept it and adapt instead of Pollyanna thinking we can make it go away.
Yeah, kind of accept that the world will change and a lot of big problems will arise, and just develop technology that addresses them.
I think you have some guys that have their finger on the pulse there. We need to start thinking about how we're going to survive this, not that we're going to make it go away.
It's not just thrive. Again, we're pretty innovative in that regard. But if some catastrophic thing happens, or we just leave this planet, what do you think would be followed by aforementioned alien civilizations when they visit? The anthropologists, the grad students, anthropologists that visit Earth and study, how much of what we now have and love and think of as human civilization will be lost?
Well, time moves on and things that are perishable perish. So, you didn't put a time element in there, but I would say that, everything that can perish will, and whoever shows up here will be stuck with only things that didn't perish. So we'll have, buildings, plaques, but they won't have any books, they won't have any, billboards. They'll have the incomplete record I have. I one time did a talk in Sioux Falls, and I said, I drove in here, and there was a big obelisk in front of the town. And everywhere I go, I see the names Lewis and Clark. And 1,000 years from now, if I was an archaeologist investigating this place, I would think that it was founded by the Egyptians, and their kings were named Lewis and Clark. But the truth is, Lewis and Clark stayed one night here. But it's just a big deal. So I would be so wrong about what I thought about your town based on what preserved.
It's so beautiful as a thought experiment. Like, what would archaeologists be really wrong about? And what would they could possibly be right about?
Washington, D.C. was clearly made by a combination of the Egyptians and the Greeks and the Romans, because that's what all the architecture is.
Yeah, and would they be able to reconstruct the important empires, the powerful empires, and the warring empires?
For that matter, have me and my colleagues done that at all? I'm almost certain that the Maya would just gut laugh at what I think I know what they were.
I wonder, do you ever think about like what we just as a human civilization are wrong about the most, like mainstream archaeology? Just like a suspicion. What could we get completely wrong? Well, one way to get something wrong is totally like lost civilization, like an obviously gigantic civilization that was there along with the Maya or something like this in the 10,000 years ago.
There's certainly that. There could be things that were either wiped away or still hiding under the oceans that would completely changed the way we think about things.
And everybody knew they existed. Nobody interacted with them.
I think it's our estimation of their motivations that we're probably most wrong on. My teacher Sheely a long time ago said, I've come up with all sorts of theories. I was always thinking about stuff, and she looked at me and she said, if you don't stop thinking like a Western European and start trying to put yourself in the mindset of these people, you will never understand any of it. Which I've always taken to heart. I mean, I really do. When I approach these things, I try to step out of my cultural assumptions, try to think like they would think is the best I could. And it's very different. I mean, this whole, the Maya are cyclical. The whole sacrifice, we're so, obsessed with that. But there wasn't a austere actual sacrifice on their part. They weren't just, hey, let's all get together and kill that guy that's pissing us off. I mean, they were like, giving the best of them. There was a different mentality. This was not brutal. This was a bona fide sacrifice on their part, a loss.
So that's the whole mystery of the puppy that eventually starts having sex with this
mystery. That one, I'm gonna unleave that one of these days.
No, that puppy appeared on pottery,
all over pottery. Yeah, he's everywhere. I gotta write this book. This next year is the year I'm gonna write my Fang Deity book. I will have a whole chapter dedicated to the puppy.
the mystery solved. I mean, it could just be the birth of mean humor. I don't know. I mean, again, humor. You don't know what the nature of their humor or what their jokes are.
Oh, that's a neat one too, and that's so human. I'll tell you a little side story here that when I worked with the Maya people in Palenque, I spent 3 years making this map of the city and hiking through the jungle every day. And they would talk to each other in their own language. It was Celtal was the group I was working with. But I noticed after a while they were big jokers. They loved to make jokes, and they would laugh at jokes. But then they would also, one of them would say something, and the other ones would go, hoo-hoo. And I eventually asked him, what is that? Why do you guys always make that hoo-hoo noise? They said, that's because he made a really smart pun. It was like he said 3 different things at once. It was a turn of phrase that was smart. And they didn't make laughs at that. It was they had a noise for when somebody said something just super clever. So there's also that, just clever turn of speech. Yeah, wit. And I think about that when I'm a hieroglyphic translator. Like, here's a beautiful thing. It's going to be like a poem or a political statement. And I'm just ploddingly looking in a dictionary of what that word means. There's probably double, triple entendres all through this text. And the real meaning is the subtext. And I'm thinking they're talking about corn and they're talking about the nature of life.
Yes, it could be satire. It could be, as it was in the Soviet Union, when there's a dictator, there's an overpowering king. You're not allowed to actually speak. You have to hide the thing you're actually trying to say in the subtext. So, and all of that.
There was a funny Maya ceramics that had the ceramics are neat because they don't. The monuments can be kind of broken records. I'm the king. I was born this time. I beat these people up. I married this woman. I died. But the ceramics will tell us things out of mythology stories. And there was this one with a rabbit looking at the merchant god, and nobody could translate the text. And finally, this Eastern European, actually a Ukrainian guy, translated it. And the rabbit saying to the merchant god, "Bend over and smell my ass." It's like, oh man, we were expecting this wonderful piece of mythology, but no, it translates "bend over and smell my ass." That's great. That's human.
As we mentioned previously, human nature does not change. You mentioned Palenque and mapping it. It's just out of curiosity, what is that process like? It seems fascinating.
Oh, it was a great adventure. I loved it, but it was difficult. I woke up every morning thinking, I will be hurt today somehow. I don't know how. I don't know how badly. Where on my body it will occur, but it's going to happen. Because it was the jungle.
So in the jungle, what's the process like? What do you have to do to map it?
Well, it was tricky too because it was also a national forest. So the forestry department didn't want us to cut down anything more than we had to. So we basically just cut tunnels through the foliage, and we'd map everything twice. The first thing we do is I'd go in, find a building, draw it on a piece of graph paper, and I'd say like, you guys go north, you guys go east, west, find other buildings, and when you find them, pace back to this one. And so I start making a map, and I'd make the whole, one piece of graph paper was enough to, then we'd bring the machine in, we'd bring the laser theodolite and get really accurate information. But on that piece of paper, I would write like, don't bring the machine this way, there's a tree fall. Or stand on top of this building and you'll see 4 different buildings at once from this one.
And all of this is in dense jungle.
Right. And the deeper we got off the road, the deeper it was. Sometimes it would clear out, but certain places, if it was low, it would be such thick vegetation, and it would grow back so fast. Sometimes we would cut just tunnels through tall grass, and we'd come back like 5 days later, and they were gone. Like we couldn't even find where our trails were. It would grow back that fast.
But you see the buildings, so you can see.
Right, and that was the fun part. I mean, sometimes it would just be like a little neighborhood with a little low buildings no bigger than this table. But sometimes, just 5 more meters in, and I'm standing under a pyramid that nobody had ever mapped. Wow, I just found another one. And some days, on good days, we'd find 3 pyramids. I felt that's such a more exciting job than the typical excavations. And my buddies were all just, in a hole for the whole week in the middle of the city. And we're dancing around through the jungle. I could find, 10 buildings today. I might find a pyramid today. Who knows?
What's that feel like to find like a pyramid or buildings that you're one of the only humans that are not from that civilization to ever see this thing? What's that feel like?
It's great. I love that feeling. I am, I'm an explorer at heart. So finding something like that, when I was 25 years old, I found the whole Maya city. Got to name it. Its name is Mashna. It's off in the Belizean jungle, and that was just outrageous. I mean, it almost that one almost depressed me. I was my entire I had this great life ambition that I would find a lost city, and then I did it at 25, and I was like, God, now what do I do? I thought that was supposed to take me my whole life. I actually I wrote a bunch of letters to NASA trying to get them to let me be the first archaeologist on Mars. I never got a single reply back. I'm sure I'm on NASA's list as some weirdo.
How'd you find a Mayan city?
I used a topography map of the area, and I played the game. If I was a Maya, where would my favorite place to live in this big area be? I looked for the biggest mountain because they call all of their pyramids Tun Wheat Stone Mountains. I knew they loved mountains, and when I found that mountain, there were 2 others right next to it that made a triangle, and they loved those triads, and there were rivers in between them, and I thought, that's it. That's where I would build the city, and I hiked out there over 2 seasons with students. The other grad students were like, he's just having a student just wander in the jungle all day, but I came back with the city.
So, given that you've looked into the deep past of humanity, what gives you hope about our future? Maybe our deep future of this human civilization?
It's a good one. And I do have hope. I believe in the spirit of humankind. I as a person who has studied history, I kind of feel like history does kind of a sine wave. There's highs and there's lows, but no matter how low we go, we get up again and we climb. And I think that humanity will continue that. We will rise to the challenge. Now, some of the challenges may be created by ourselves as well, but we will adapt and overcome. That's what we do.
Yeah, humans find a way, right? That's like that's the thing you see with history. When the empires collapse, the humans that come out of that, they pick themselves up and find another way. It's building.
And the people I study believe in the cyclical nature of life, that you really can't, life can't continue without death being part of the cycle. We get our lows, we get our highs, but the cycle continues.
I should mention that you have a lot of great lectures, great courses, but you have also an amazing podcast, Archeo Ed. If people want to listen to it, this is a tough question, but what would you recommend? What episodes should they listen to?
Oh, that is a tough question.
What is the sampling? You know, it's like asking a chef like what he does stuff on the menu.
Well, different strokes for different folks. You know, I do two different things on that podcast. Sometimes I just teach about cultures that you've never heard about. Or I start off by saying, it's my podcast and I'll talk about whatever the heck I want to talk about. Sometimes I talk about really specific things like a tool type or an animal type. But my favorite ones have become when I just tell my stories of my adventures. I've got a lot of weird adventure stories, and it's been fun, and they've been very well received. I've got, I can put my humor in there, and I can talk about, the things that went right, the things that went wrong, the adventures that I had are all part of this Archeo Ed thing. And Archeo Ed is kind of a double entendre. It's me, I'm just Ed, but it's also education. What I'm really trying to do with this too, it's specifically the Americans. I want to be part of the reawakening that there were these great civilizations here, especially North America. I think that we have a group amnesia that there was no great civilizations here before Europe showed up. That's simply not true. I think it should be part of our history books. In fact, I have a program called Before the Americans that would introduce, as part of American history, the part before European contact. And I think that kids in the K through 12 level should grow up not being told this fallacy that no one was here before we showed up in 1492. And one of these days, I'm going to find a funder to help us put together Before the Americas, and we're going to make it part of the curriculum for every kid in the U.S. to know the full history of this country.
It's a great project. Ed, thank you so much. Thank you for talking today. Thank you for all the fast ideas that you put on to the world. And I can't wait to hear your new course.
Thank you so much, Lex. It was a real pleasure.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Ed Barnhart. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Joseph Campbell. Life is but a mask worn on the face of death. And is death, then, but another mask? How many can say, asks the Aztec poet, that there is or is not truth beyond? Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
The way I would do it, 75% headcount reduction across the board in the federal bureaucracy. Send them home. Shut down agencies that shouldn't exist. Rescind every unconstitutional regulation that Congress never passed. In a true self-governing democracy, it should be our elected representatives that make the laws and the rules, not an elected bureaucrat. Merit and equity are actually incompatible. Merit and group quotas are incompatible. You can have one or the other, you can't have both. It's an assault and a crusade on the nanny state. And that nanny state presents itself in several forms. There's the entitlement state, the welfare state, presents itself in the form of the regulatory state, that's what we're talking about. And then there's the foreign nanny state, where effectively we are subsidizing other countries that aren't paying their fair share of protection or other resources. To summarize my ideology in a nutshell, it is to terminate the nanny state in the United States of America in all of its forms. The entitlement state, the regulatory state, and the foreign policy state. Once we've done that, we've revived the republic that I think would make George Washington proud.
Following is a conversation with Vivek Ramaswamy,
about the future of conservatism in America. He has written many books on this topic, including his latest called Truth, the Future of America First. He ran for president this year in the Republican primary. He's considered by many to represent the future of the Republican Party. Before all that, he was a successful biotech entrepreneur and investor with a degree in biology from Harvard and a law degree from Yale. As always, the topic is politics. I will continue talking to people on both the left and the right, with empathy, curiosity, and background. This is the Let's Streaming Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, your friends, with Vivek from Swami. You are one of the great elucidators of conservative ideas, so you're the perfect person to ask, what is conservative? What's your, let's say, conservative vision for America?
Well, actually, this is one of my criticisms of the modern Republican Party and direction of the conservative movement is that we've gotten so good at describing what we're against. And there's a list of things that we could rail against: wokeism, transgender ideology, climate ideology, COVIDism, COVID policies, the radical Biden agenda, the radical Harris agenda, the list goes on. But actually what's missing in the conservative movement right now is what we actually stand for. What is our vision for the future of the country? And I saw that as a deficit at the time I started my presidential campaign. It was in many ways the purpose of my campaign, because I do feel that that's why we didn't have the red wave in 2022. So they tried to blame Donald Trump, they tried to blame abortion, they blamed a bunch of individual specific issues for that. I think the real reason we didn't have that red wave was that we got so practiced at criticizing Joe Biden that we forgot to articulate who we are and what we stand for. So what do we stand for as conservatives? I think we stand for the ideals that we fought the American Revolution for in 1776. Ideals like marriage, right? That the best person gets the job without regard for their genetics. That you get ahead in this country not on the color of your skin, but on the content of your character. Free speech and open debate, not just as some sort of catchphrase, but the idea that any opinion, no matter how heinous, you get to express it in the United States. Self-governance, and this is a big one right now, is that the people we elect to run the government, they're no longer the ones who actually run the government. We, in the conservative movement, I believe, should believe in restoring self-governance, where it's not bureaucrats running the show, but actually elected representatives. And then the other ideal that the nation was founded on that I think we need to revive, and I think is a North Star of the conservative movement, is restoring the rule of law in this country. Think about even the abandonment of the rule of law at the southern border. It's particularly personal to me as legal immigrants to this country. You and I actually share a couple of aspects in common in that regard. That also, though, means your first act of entering this country can't break the law. So there's some policy commitments and principles: merit, free speech, self-governance, rule of law. And then I think culturally, what does it mean to be a conservative is it means we believe in the anchors of our identity. In truth, the value of the individual, family, nation, and God beat race, gender, sexuality, and climate if we have the courage to actually stand for our religion. And that's a big part of what's been missing, and it's a big part of not just through the campaign, but through a lot of advocacy. That's exactly why we need to show.
Yeah, we'll talk about each of those issues. Immigration, the growing bureaucracy of government, religion is a really interesting topic, something you've spoken about a lot. But you've also had a lot of really tense debates, so you're a perfect person to ask to steel me on the other side.
Yeah.
So let me ask you about progressivism. Can you steel me on the case for progressivism and left-wing ideas?
Yeah, so look, I think the strongest case, particularly for left-wing ideas in the United States, in the American context, is that the country has been imperfect in living up to its ideals. So even though our founding fathers preached the importance of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness and freedom, they didn't practice those values in terms of many of our founding fathers being slave owners, inequalities with respect to women, and other disempowered groups, such that they say that created power structure in this country that continues to last to this day. The vestiges of what happened even in 1860, in the course of human history, isn't that long ago. and that we need to do everything in our power to correct for those imbalances in power in the United States. That's the core view of the modern left. I'm not criticizing it right now. I'm filming it. I'm trying to give you, I think, a good articulation of why the left believes they have a compelling case for the government stepping in to correct for historical or present inequalities. I can give you my counter rebuttal of that, but the best statement of the left, I think that it's the fact that we've been imperfect in living up to those ideals. In order to fix that, we're going to have to take steps that are severe steps, if needed, to correct for those historical inequalities before we actually have true equality of opportunity. That's the case for the left-wing view.
So what's your criticism of that?
So my concern with it is, even if that's well motivated, I think that it recreates many of the same problems that they were setting out to solve. I'll give you a really tangible example of that in the present. Right? I may be alone amongst prominent conservatives who would say something like this right now, but I think it's true, so I'm going to say it. I'm actually, even in the last year and a half, seeing actually a rise in anti-black and anti-minority racism in this country, which is a little curious. Right when, over the last 10 years, we got as close to Martin Luther King's promised land as you could envision. A place where you have every American, regardless of their skin color, able to vote without obstruction. A place where you have people able to get the highest jobs in the land without race standing in their way. Why are we seeing that resurgence? In part, it's because of, I believe, that left-wing obsession with racial equity over the course of the last 20 years in this country. And so when you take something away from someone based on their skin color, and that's what correcting for prior injustice was supposed to do. The left-wing views were to correct for prior injustice by saying that whether you're white, straight, cis man, you have certain privileges that you have to actually correct for. When you take something away from somebody based on their genetics, you actually foster greater animus towards other groups around you. And so the problem with that philosophy is that it creates several problems with it, but the most significant problem that I think everybody can agree we want to avoid is to actually fan the flames of the very divisions that you supposedly want to heal. I see that in the context of our immigration policy as well. Think about even what's going on I'm from Ohio. I was born and raised in Ohio, and I live there today. The controversy in Springfield, Ohio. I personally don't blame really any of the people who are in Springfield, either the native people who were born and raised in Springfield, or even the Haitians who have been moved to Springfield. But it ends up becoming a divide and conquer strategy and outcome where if you put 20,000 people in a community where 50,000 people, where the 20,000 who are coming in don't know the language, are unable to follow the traffic laws, are unable to assimilate, you know there's going to be a reactionary backlash. And so even though that began perhaps with some type of charitable instinct, right? Some type of sympathy for people who went through the earthquake in 2010 in Haiti and achieved temporary protective status in the United States. What began with sympathy, what began with earnest intention, actually creates the very division and reactionary response that supposedly we say we wanted to avoid. So that's my number one criticism of that left-wing worldview. Number two is I do believe that merit and equity are actually incompatible. Merit and group quotas are incompatible. You can have one or the other, you can't have both. And the reason why is no two people, and I think it's a beautiful thing, it's true between you and I, between you, I, and all of our friends or family or strangers or neighbors or colleagues. No two people have the same skill sets. We're each endowed by different things. We're each endowed with different talents. And that's the beauty of human diversity. And a true meritocracy is a system in which you're able to achieve the maximum of your God-given potential without anybody standing in your way. But that means necessarily there's going to be differences in outcomes in a wide range of parameters, not just financial, not just money, not just fame or currency or whatever it is. There's just going to be different outcomes for different people in different spheres of life. And that's what meritocracy demands, what it requires. And so the left's vision of group equity necessarily comes at the cost of meritocracy. And so those are my two reasons for opposing the view. One is it's not meritocratic. And number two is it often even has the effect of hurting the very people they claim to have wanted to help. And I think that's part of what we're seeing in modern America.
Yeah, you had a pretty intense debate with Mark Hewitt. Great conversation. I think it's on your podcast.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, it was great. It was great. Okay, well, speaking of good guys, he messages me all the time with beautifully eloquent criticism. I appreciate that, Mark.
What was one of the more convincing things he said to you? You're mostly focused on kind of DEI.
So let's just take a step back and understand. People use these acronyms and then they start saying it out of muscle memory and stop asking what it actually is. DEI refers to capital D, diversity, equity, and inclusion, which is a philosophy adopted by institutions, principally in the private sector, companies, nonprofits, and universities. So that they need to strive for specific forms of racial, gender, and sexual orientation diversity. And it's not just the D, it's the equity in ensuring that you have equal outcomes as measured by certain group quota targets or group representation targets that they would meet in their ranks. Now, the problem with the DEI agenda is in the name of diversity, it actually has been a vehicle for sacrificing true diversity of thought. So the way the argument goes is this, is that we have to create an environment that is receptive to minorities and minority views. But if certain opinions are themselves deemed to be hostile to those minorities, then you have to exclude those opinions in the name of the capital D diversity. But that means that you're necessarily sacrificing actual diversity of thought. I can give you a very specific example. That might sound like, okay, well, is it such a bad thing if an organization doesn't want to exclude people who are saying racist things on a given day? You could debate that. But let's get to the tangible world of how that actually plays out. I, for my part, have not really heard in ordinary America people uttering racial epithets if you're going to a restaurant or in the grocery store. Something I've encountered, certainly not in the workplace. But that's a theoretical case. Let's talk about the real world case of how this plays out. So there was an instance, there was a case that presented itself before the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, the EEOC, one of the government enforcers of the DEI agenda. And there was a case of a woman who wore a red sweater on Fridays in celebration of veterans and those who had served in the military, and invited others in the workplace to do the same thing. And they had a kind of affinity group, you could call it that, a veteran type affinity group, appreciating those who had served, her son had served. There was a minority employee at that business who said that he found that to be a microaggression. So the employer asked her to stop wearing such clothes to the office. Well, she still felt like she wanted to celebrate. I think it was Friday was the day of the week where they did it. She still wore the red sweater. She didn't wear it, but she would hang it on the back of her seat, right? Put it on the back of her seat at the office. They said, no, you can't do that either. So the irony is, in the name of this capital D diversity, just creating a supposedly welcoming workplace for all kinds of Americans, by focusing only on certain kinds of so-called diversity, that translates into actually not even a diversity of your genetics, which is what they claim to be solving, but also a hostility to diversity of thought. And I think that's dangerous. And you're seeing that happen in the last 4 years across this country. It's been pretty rampant. I think it leaves America worse off. The beauty of America is we're a country where we should be able to have institutions that are stronger from different points of view being expressed. But my number one criticism of the DEI agenda is not even that it's anti-meritocratic. It is anti-meritocratic. But my number one criticism is that it's actually hostile to the free and open exchange of ideas by creating often legal liability for organizations that even permit certain viewpoints to be expressed. And I think that's the biggest concern.
I think what Mark would say is that diversity allows you to look for talent in places where you haven't looked before, and therefore find really special talent, special people. I think that's the case for you.
He did make that case, and it was a great conversation. And my response to that is, great, that's a good thing. You don't need a three-letter acronym to do that, right? You don't need special programmatic DEI incentives to do it, because companies are always going to seek in a truly free market, which I think we're missing in the United States today for a lot of reasons. But in a truly free market, companies will have the incentive to hire the best and brightest, or else they're going to be less competitive versus other companies. But you don't need ESG, DEI, CSR regimes in part enforced by the government to do it. Today, to be a government contractor, for example, you have to adopt certain racial and gender representation targets in your workforce. That's not the free market work. So I think you can't have it both ways. Either it's going to be good for companies, and companies are going to do what's in their self-interest. That's what capitalists like Mark Cuban and I believe. But if we really believe that, then we should let the market work rather than forcing it to adopt these top-down standards. That's my issue with it.
I don't know what it is about human psychology, but whenever you have a sort of administration, a committee that gets together to do a good thing, the committee starts to use the good thing, the ideology behind which there's a good ideal, to bully people into do bad things. I don't know what it is.
This has less to do with left-wing versus right-wing ideology, and more the nature of a bureaucracy is one that looks after its own existence as its top goal. So part of what you've seen with the so-called perpetuation of wokeness in American life is that the bureaucracy has used the appearance of virtue to actually deflect accountabilities for its own failure. So you've seen that in several different spheres of American life. You can even talk about in the military, right? Think about our entry into Iraq after 9/11 had nothing to do with the stated objectives that we had. And I think by all accounts, it was a policy move we regret. Our policy ranks and our foreign policy establishment made a mistake in entering Iraq, invading a country that really, by all accounts, was not at all responsible for 9/11. Nonetheless, if you're part of the U.S. military or you're General Mark Milley, you would rather talk about white rage or systemic racism than you would actually talk about the military's actual substantive failure. It's what I call the practice of blowing woke smoke to deflect accountability. I say the same thing with respect to the educational system. It's a lot easier to claim that, and I'm not the one making this claim, but others have made this claim, that math is racist because there are inequitable results on objective tests of mathematics based on different demographic attributes. We can claim using that math is racist. It's a lot easier to blow that woke smoke than it is to accept accountability for failing to teach Black kids in the inner city how to actually do math and fix our public school systems and the zip coded mechanism for trapping kids in poor communities in bad schools. So I think that in many cases what these bureaucracies do is they use the appearance of signaling this virtue as a way of not really advancing a social cause, but of strengthening the power of the bureaucracy itself and insulating that bureaucracy. So in many ways, bureaucracy, I think, carves the channel through which much of this woke ideology has flowed over the last several years. And that's why part of my focus has shifted away from just combating wokeness, because that's a symptom, versus combating actual bureaucracy itself, the rise of this managerial class, the rise of the deep state. We talk about that in the government. The deep state doesn't just exist in the government. It exists, I think, in every sphere of our lives, from companies to nonprofits to universities. It's the rise of called the managerial class, the committee class, the people who professionally sit on committees, I think are wielding far more power today than actual creators, entrepreneurs, original ideators, and ordinary citizens alike.
Yeah, you need managers, but as few as possible. It seems like when you have a giant managerial class, the actual doers don't get to do. But like you said, bureaucracy is a phenomenon of both the left and the right.
It's not even a left or right. It just transcends that. But it's anti-American in its core. So our founding fathers, they were anti-bureaucratic. They were the pioneers, the explorers, the unafraid. Right? They were the inventors, the creators. People forget this about Benjamin Franklin, who signed the Declaration of Independence. One of the great inventors that we have in the United States as well. He invented the lightning rod. He invented the Franklin stove, which was actually one of the great innovations of the field of thermodynamics. He even invented a number of musical instruments that Mozart and Beethoven went on to use. That's just Benjamin Franklin. So you think, oh, he's a one-off. Everybody thinks that. He was the one zany founder who was also a creative, scientific innovator who happened to be one of the founders of the country. Wrong. It wasn't unique. You have Thomas Jefferson. What are you sitting in right now? You're sitting in a swivel chair. Mm-hmm. Who invented the swivel chair?
Thomas Jefferson?
Yes, Thomas Jefferson. Funny
Yeah.
enough, he invented the swivel chair while he was writing the Declaration of Independence.
You're the one that reminded me that he wrote the Declaration of Independence when he was 33.
And he was 33 when he did it, while inventing the swivel chair.
I like how you're focused on the swivel chair. Can we just pause on the Declaration of Independence? It makes me feel horrible.
The Declaration of Independence part everybody knows. What people don't know, he was an architect. So he worked in Virginia, at the Virginia State Capitol Dome, the building that's in Virginia today, the Capitol. That dome was actually designed by Thomas Jefferson as well. So these people weren't people who sat on professional committees. They weren't bureaucrats. They hated bureaucracy. Part of Old World England is Old World England was committed to the idea of bureaucracy. Bureaucracy and monarchy go hand in hand. A monarch can't actually administer or govern directly. It requires a bureaucracy, machine to actually technocratically govern for them. So the United States of America was founded on the idea that we reject that old world. Like the old world vision was that we the people cannot be trusted to self-govern or make decisions for ourselves. We would burn ourselves off the planet is the modern version of this. With existential risks like global climate change, if we just leave it to the people and their democratic will. That's why you need professional technocrats, educated elites, enlightened bureaucrats to be able to set limits that actually protect people from their own worst impulses. That's the old world view. And most nations in history operate. But what made the United States of America itself, you know what made America great? We have to go what made America itself. What made America itself is we said hell no to that. That we the people, for better or worse, are going to self-govern without the committee class restraining what we do. And the likes of Jefferson and Benjamin Franklin, and I could give you examples of John Adams or Robert Livingston. You go straight down the list of founding fathers who were inventors, creators, pioneers, explorers, who also were the very people who came together to sign the Declaration of Independence. And so, yeah, this rise of bureaucracy in America in every sphere of life, I view it as anti-American, actually. And I hope that conservatives and liberals alike can get behind my crusade. Certainly, they get in there and shut most of it down.
Yeah, speaking of shutting most of it down, how do you propose to do that? How do we make government more efficient? How do we make it smaller? What are the different ideas of how to do that?
Well, the first thing I would say is you're always taking a risk. There's no free lunch, most of it. You're always taking a risk. One risk is that you say, I want to reform it gradually. I want to have a grand master plan and get to exactly what the right end state is, and then carefully cut with a chisel, like a work of art to get there. I don't believe that approach works. I think that's an approach that conservatives have taken for many years. I think it hasn't gotten us very far. And the reason is, if you have like an 8-headed hydra, and you cut off one of the heads, it grows right back. The other risk you could take, so that's the risk of not cutting enough. The other risk you could take is the risk of cutting too much. To say that I'm going to cut so much that I'm going to take the risk of not just cutting the fat, but also cutting some muscle along the way. But I'm going to take that risk. I can't give you option C, which is to say that I'm going to cut exactly the right amount. I'm going to do it perfectly. Okay, you don't know ex ante, you don't know beforehand that it's exactly how it's going to go. So that's a meaningless claim. It's only a question of which risk you're going to take. I believe in the moment we live in right now. The second risk is the risk we have to take. We haven't had a class of politicians. Donald Trump in 2016 was as close as we've gotten. I think the second term will be even closer to what we need. But short of that, I don't think we've really had a class of politicians who has gotten very serious about cutting so much that you're also going to cut some fat, but not only some fat, but also fat. That's the risk you have to take. So the way I would do it, 75% headcount reduction across the board into federal bureaucracy. Send them home packed. Shut down agencies that shouldn't exist. Rescind every unconstitutional regulation that Congress never passed. In a true self-governing democracy, it should be our elected representatives that make the laws and the rules, not an elected bureaucrat. And that is the single greatest form of economic stimulus we can have in this country, but it is also the single most effective way to restore self-governance in our country as well. And it is the blueprint for, I think, how we save this country.
That's pretty gangster. 75%. There's this kind of almost meme-like video of Argentinian President Javier Milei, where on a whiteboard he has all the 18 ministries lined up, and he's ripping like Department of Education gone, and he's just going like this. Now the situation in Argentina is pretty dire, and the situation in the United States is not, despite everybody saying the empire is falling. This is still, in my opinion, the greatest nation on earth. Still, the economy is doing very well. Still, this is the hub of culture, the hub of innovation, the hub of so many amazing things. Do you think it's possible to do something like firing 75% of people in government when things are going relatively well?
Yes, in fact, I think it's necessary and essential. I think it depends on what your level of well really is, what your benchmark is. America's not built on complacency. Right? We're built on the pursuit of excellence. And are we still the greatest nation on planet Earth? I believe we are. I agree with you on that. But are we great as we could possibly be, or even as we have been in the past, measured against our own standards of excellence? No, we're not. I think the nation is in a trajectory of decline. That doesn't mean it's the end of the empire yet. But we are a nation in decline right now. I don't think we have to. But part of that decline is driven by the rise of this managerial class, the bureaucracy, sucking the lifeblood out of the country, sucking the lifeblood out of our innovative culture, our culture of self-governance. So is it possible? Yeah, it's really possible. I mean, I'll tell you one easy way to do it. This is a little bit, I'm being a little bit glib here, but I think it's not crazy, at least as a thought experiment. Get in there on day one, say that anybody in the federal bureaucracy who is not elected, elected representatives, obviously, are elected by the people, but the people who are not elected, if your social security number ends in an odd number, you're out. If it ends in an even number, you're in. There's 50% cut right there. Of those who remain, if your social security number starts in an even number, you're in. And if it starts with an odd number, you're out. Boom. That's 75% reduction. Then literally stochastic. Okay. One of the virtues of that, it's a thought experiment, not a policy experiment. But one of the virtues of that thought experiment is that you don't have a bunch of lawsuits you're dealing with about gender discrimination or racial discrimination or political viewpoint discrimination. Actually, the reality is you didn't bring the chisel, you brought a chainsaw. I guarantee you, do that on day one, and do step two on day two. On day three, not a thing will have changed for the ordinary American, other than the size of the government being a lot smaller and more restrained, spending a lot less money to operate it. And most people who run a company, especially larger companies, know this. It's 25% of the people who do 80 to 90% of the useful work. These government agencies are no different. So now imagine you could do that same thought experiment, but not just doing it at random. Still at large scale, while having some metric of screening for those who actually had both the greatest competence and the greatest commitment and knowledge. That immediately raised not only the civic character of the United States. Now we feel, okay, the people we elect to run the government, they've got the power back. They're running the government again, as opposed to the unelected bureaucrats who wield the power today. It would also stimulate the economy. I mean, the regulatory state is like a wet blanket on the American economy. Most of it's unconstitutional. All we require is leadership with a spine to get in there and actually do what conservative presidents have maybe gestured towards and talked about, but have not really effectuated ever in modern history.
And by the way, that kind of thing would attract the ultra competent to actually want to work in government.
Exactly, which you're missing today. Because right now the government will swallow them. Most competent people feel like that bureaucratic machine will swallow them whole. You clear the decks of 75% of them, real innovators can then show up.
Yeah, you know, there's kind of this cynical view of capitalism where people think that the only reason you do anything is to earn more money. But I think a lot of people would want to work in government to build something that's helpful to a huge number of people.
Yeah, well, look, I think there's opportunities for the very best to have large-scale impact in all kinds of different institutions. You know, universities, K-12 education, through entrepreneurship. I'm obviously very biased in that regard. I think there's a lot you're able to create that you couldn't create through government. But I do think in the moment that we live in, where our government is as broken as it is as responsible for the declining nature of our country. Yeah, I think bringing in people who are unafraid, talented, and able to have an impact could make all of the difference. And I agree with you. I don't think actually most people, even most people who say they're motivated by money, I don't think they're actually motivated by money. I think most people are driven by a belief that they can do more than they're being permitted to do right now with their skill set. I'll tell you that, so I've run a number of companies, and one of the things that I used to ask when I was, I'm not day-to-day involved in them anymore, but as a CEO, I would ask when I did interviews. And the first company I started at Rothschild, like for 4 years in, where the company was pretty big by that point, I was still intent on interviewing every candidate before they joined, screening for the culture of that person. I can talk a lot more about things we did to build that culture, but one of the questions I would always ask them naturally just to start a conversation, it's a pretty basic question, is why did you leave your last job, or why are you leaving your last job? I'll tell you what I didn't do very often, is that I wasn't paid enough. Right? And maybe they'd be shy to tell you that during the interview, but there's indirect ways to say that. That really wasn't at all like even a top 10 reason why people were leaving their jobs. I'll give you what the number one reason is that they felt like they were unable to do the true maximum of what their potential was in their life. That's the number one reason people leave their jobs. And I think, by the way, I would say that I'm saying that in a self-boastful way that we attract these people. I think it's also true for most of the people who left the company as well, right? And that was true at Royvitz, true at other companies I've started. I think the number one reason people join companies, the number one people leave companies, whether they've been to join mine or to leave mine in the past, have been that they feel like they're able to do more than they're able to with their skill sets than that environment permits them to actually achieve. And so I think that's what people hung for. When think about capitalism and true free market capitalism, and we used words earlier like meritocracy. It's about building a system, whether it's in a nation or whether it's even within an organization, that allows every individual to flourish and achieve the maximum of their potential. And sometimes it's just like an organization. Let's say the mission is here, and somebody's skill sets could be really well aligned to a different mission. Then the right answer is it's not a negative thing. It's just that person needs to leave and find their mission somewhere else. But to bring that back to government, I think part of what's happened right now is that the rise of that bureaucracy in so many of these government agencies has actually obfuscated the mission of these agencies. I think if you went to most federal bureaucracies and asked them, like, what's the mission? I'm just making one up off the top of my head right now. The Department of Health and Human Services. What is the mission of HHS in the United States? I doubt somebody who works there, even the person who leads it, could give you a coherent answer to that question. I just heavily doubt it. And you could fill in the blank for any range of us. Department of Commerce. I mean, you could go straight down the list of each of these other ones. What is the mission of this organization? You could say for the U.S. military. What purpose of the U.S. military is Department of Defense? I can give you. I think it is to win wars, and more importantly, through its strength to avoid wars. That's it. Well, okay, that's the mission. Okay, it's not tinkering around and messing around in some foreign conflict where we kind of feel like it sometimes, and other ones where we don't. Who decides that? I don't really know, but whoever the people are that decide that, we follow those orders. No, our mission is to protect the United States of America, to win wars, and to avoid wars. Those three things. What does protecting the United States of America mean? Number one, the homeland of the United States of America and the people. Okay, that's a clear mission. I mean, the Department of Health and Human Services maybe could be a reasonable mission to say that I want to make America the healthiest country on planet Earth, and we will develop the metrics and meet those metrics. That's the goal of the Department of HHS, to set policies, or at least implement policies that best achieve that goal. And you can't, and maybe that's the right statement of the mission, maybe it's not, but one of the things that happens is when you're governed by the committee class, it dilutes the sense of mission out of any organization, whether it's a company or government agency or bureaucracy. And once you've done that, then you lose the ability to attract the best and the brightest, because in order for somebody to achieve the maximum of their potential, you have to know what it's towards. There has to be a mission in the first place. Then you're not getting the best and brightest, you get more from the committee class, and that becomes a self-perpetuating downward spiral, and that is what the blob of the federal bureaucracy really looks like today.
Yes, you said something really profound. At the individual scale, the individual contributor, doer, creator, what happens is you have a certain capacity to do awesome shit. And then there's barriers that come up. We have to wait a little bit. This happens, there's frictions always. When humans together are working on something, there's friction. And so the goal of a great company is to minimize that friction, minimize the number of barriers. And what happens is the managerial class, the incentive is to create barriers.
Well, it does. I mean, that's just by the nature of a bureaucracy. It creates sand in the gears to slow down whatever the other process was. Is there some room for that somewhere in some context? Sure. It's like a defensive mechanism that's designed to reduce dynamism. But I think when that becomes cancerous in its scope, it then actually kills the host itself, whether that's a school, whether that's a company, whether that's a government. And so the way I think about it, Lex, is there's sort of a balance of distributed power. And I don't mean power in the Foucault sense of social power, but I mean just sort of power in the sense of the ability to affect relevant change in any organization between what you could call the founder class, the creator class, the everyday citizen, the stakeholder class, and then the managerial class. And there's a role for all three of them, right? You have the constituents of an organization, say in a constitutional republic, that's the citizen. You could have the equivalent of the creator class, people who create things in that polity, and then you have the bureaucratic class that's designed to administer and serve as a liaison between the two. I'm not denying that there's some role somewhere for people who are in that managerial class. But right now, in this moment in American history, and I think it's been more or less true for the last century, but it's grown, starting with Woodrow Wilson's advent of the modern administrative state, metastasizing through FDR's New Deal and what was required to administer it, blown over and metastasizing further through LBJ's Great Society and everything that's happened since, even aided and abetted by Republican presidents along the way, like Richard Nixon, has created a United States of America where that committee class, both in and outside the government in our culture, wields far too much influence and power relative to the everyday citizen stakeholder and to the creators who are in many ways constrained, hamstrung, shackled, in a straitjacket from achieving the maximum of their own potential contribution. And I certainly feel that myself. I probably identify as being a member of that creator class most closely. It's just what I've done. I create things. And I think we live in an environment in the United States of America where we're still probably the best country on earth where that creator has that shot. So that's the positive side of it. But one where we are far more constrictive to the creator class than we have been when we've been at the best. And that's what I want to see change.
You sort of steel man the perspective of somebody that looks at a particular Department of Education, and are saying that the amount of pain that will be caused by closing and firing 75% of people will be too much.
Yeah, so I go back to this question, right? A lot of people who make arguments for the Department of Education aren't aware why the Department of Education was created in the first place. So that might be a useful place to start, is that this thing was created. It had a purpose. What was that purpose? Might be at least a relevant question to ask before we decide what are we doing with it or not. What was the purpose of this thing that we created? It's not to me, seems like a highly relevant question. Yet in this discussion about government reform, it's interesting how eager people try to skip over that question and just talk about, okay, but we got the status quo and it's just going to be disruptive, versus asking the question of, okay, this institution was created, it had an original purpose. Is that purpose still relevant? Is this organization at all fulfilling that purpose today? To me, those are some relevant questions to ask. So let's talk about that for the Department of Education. Its purpose was relevant at that time, which was to make sure that localities, and particularly states, were not siphoning dollars, taxpayer dollars, away from predominantly black school districts to predominantly white ones. And that was not a theoretical concern at the time. It was happening. There was at least some evidence that was happening in some states and sides. And so you may say you don't like the federal solution, you may say you like the federal solution, but like it or not, that was the original purpose of the U.S. Department of Education, to make sure that from a federal perspective, states were not systematically disadvantaging black school districts over predominantly white ones. However noble and relevant that purpose may have been 6 decades ago, it's not a relevant purpose today. There's no evidence today of states intentionally mapping out which are the black versus white school districts and siphoning money in one direction versus another. To the contrary, one of the things we've learned is that the school districts in the inner city, many of which are predominantly black, actually spend more money per student than other school districts for a worse result as measured by test scores and other performance on a per student basis, suggesting that there are other factors than the dollar expenditures per school determining student success, and actually suggesting that even the overfunding of some of those already poorly run schools rewards them for their actual bureaucratic failures. So against that backdrop, the Department of Education has instead extrapolated that original purpose of a racial equality purpose to instead implement a different vision of racial equity through the ideologies that they demand in the content of the curriculum that these public schools actually teach. So Department of Education funding, so federal funding accounts for about, I'm giving you round numbers here, but around 10% of the funding of most public schools across the country. But that comes with strings attached. So in today's Department of Education, this didn't happen back in 1970, but it's happening today. Ironically, it's funny how these things change with the bureaucracies that fail. They blow smoke to cover up for their own failures. What happens with today's Department of Education? They effectively say you don't get that funding unless you adopt certain goals deemed as achieving racial or gender equity goals. And in fact, they also intervene in the curriculum where there's evidence of schools in the Midwest or in the Great Plains that have been denied funding because the Department of Education funding, so long as they have certain subjects like archery. There was one instance of a school that had archery in its curriculum. I find that to be pretty interesting, actually. I think you have different kinds of physical education. This is one that combines mental focus with physical aptitude. But hey, maybe I'm biased. Doesn't matter whether you like archery or not. I don't think it's the federal government's job to withhold funding from schools because they include something in their curriculum that the federal government deems inappropriate, where that locality found that to be a relevant locus of education. So what you see then is an abandonment of the original purpose that's long past. You don't have this problem that the Department of Education was originally formed to solve of siphoning money from black school districts to white school districts and laundering that effectively in public funds. That doesn't exist anymore. So they find new purposes instead, creating a lot more damage along the way. So you asked me to steel man it, and can I say something constructive rather than just pounding down on the other side? One way to think about this is, for a lot of these agencies, were many of them formed with a positive intention at the outset? Yes. Where that positive intention existed, I'm still a skeptic of creating bureaucracies, but if you're going to create one, at least make it, what should we call it, a task force. Make it a task force. A task force versus an agency means after it's done, you celebrate, you've done your work, pat yourself on the back, and then move on, rather than creating a standing bureaucracy, which actually finds things to do after it has already solved or addressed the first reason it was born in the first place. And I think we don't have enough of that in our culture. I mean, even if you have a company that's generated tons of cash flow and it solved a problem, let's say it's a biopharmaceutical company that developed a cure to some disease, and the only thing people knew at that company was how to develop a cure to that disease, and they generated a boatload of cash from doing it. At a certain point, you could just give it to your shareholders and close up shop, and that's actually a beautiful thing to do. You don't see that happen enough in the American consciousness and the American culture of when an institution has achieved its purpose, celebrate it, and then move on. And I think that culture in our government would result in a vastly restrained scope of government, rather than today, it's a one-way ratchet. Once you cause it to come into existence, you cause new things to come into existence, but the old one that came into existence continues to persist and exist as well. And that's where you get this metastasis over the last century.
So what kind of things do you think government should do that the private sector, the forces of capitalism, would create drastic inequalities or create the kind of pain we don't want to have in government?
So the question is, what should government do that the private sector cannot? I'll give you one. Protect our border. I mean, capitalism, it's never going to be the job of capitalists, or never going to be the capability or inclination of capitalists to preserve a national border. And I think a nation, literally, I think one of the chapters of this book, okay, a nation without borders is not a nation. It's almost a tautology. An open border is not a border. Capitalism is not going to solve that. What's going to solve that is a nation. Part of the job of the federal government is to protect the homeland of its nation, in this case, the United States of America. That's an example of a proper function of the federal government, to provide physical security to its citizens. Another proper role of that federal government is to look after, or in this case, could be state government, to make sure that private parties cannot externalize their costs onto somebody else without their consent. Fancy way economists would use to describe it. What does that mean? It means if you go dump your chemicals in somebody else's river, then you're liable for that. It's not that, okay, I'm a capitalist, and so I want to create things, and I'm going to do hell or high water, whether or not that harms people around me. The job of a proper government is to make sure that you protect the rights of those who may be harmed by those who are pursuing their own rights through a system of capitalism. In seeking prosperity, you're free to do it. But if you're hurting somebody else without their consent in the process, the government is there to enforce what is really just a different form of enforcing the private property right. So I would say that those are two central functions of government, is to preserve national boundaries and the national security of a homeland. And number two is to protect and preserve private property rights and the enforcement of those private property rights. And I think at that point you've described about 80 to 90% of the proper role of government.
What about infrastructure?
Look, I think that most infrastructure can be dealt with through the private sector. I mean, we can get into specifics. You could have infrastructure that's specific to national security. No, I do think that military-industrial base is essential to provide national security. That's a form of infrastructure. I don't think you could rely exclusively on the private sector to provide the optimal level of that protection to a nation. But, interstate highways, I think you could think about whether or not that's a common good that everybody benefits from, but nobody has the incentive to create. I think you could make an argument for the existence of interstate highways. I think you could also make powerful arguments for the fact that actually you could have enough private sector co-ops that could cause that to come into existence as well. But I'm not dogmatic about this. But broadly speaking, 80 to 90% of the goal of the federal government, I'm not going to say 100, 80 to 90% of the goal of the existence of the federal government should be to protect national boundaries and provide security for the people who live there, and to protect the private property rights of the people who reside there. If we restore that, I think we're well on our way to a revival of what our founding fathers envisioned, and I think many of them would give you the same answer that I just did.
So if we get government out of education, would you be also for reducing this as a government in the states for something like
I
education?
think here, if it goes closer to municipalities and to states, I'm fine with that being a locus for people determining, as, for example, let's say school districts are taxed at the local level. For that to be a matter for municipalities and townships to actually decide democratically how they actually want that governed, whether it's balance between a public school district versus making that same money available to families in the form of vouchers or other forms of ability to educational savings accounts or whichever mechanism it is to opt out of that. If that's done locally, I'll have views on that that tend to go further in the direction of true educational choice and diversity of choice, the implementation of charter schools, the granting of state charters, or even lowering the barriers to granting one. I favor those kinds of policies. But if we've gotten the federal government out of it, that's achieved 75% of what I think we need to achieve, that I'm focused on solving other problems and leave that to the states and municipalities to cover for them.
So given this conversation, what do you think of Elon's proposal of the Department of Government Efficiency in the Trump administration, or really any administration?
Well, I'm of course, biased because Elon and I have discussed that for the better part of the last year and a half, because I think it's a great idea. It's something that's very consistent with the core premise of my presidential candidacy. I got to know him as I was running for U.S. president in a couple of events that he came to, and then we built a friendship after that. So obviously, I think it's a great idea.
Who do you think is more hardcore on the cutting, you or Elon?
Well, I think Elon's pretty hardcore. I said 75% of federal bureaucrats, and while I was running for president, he said you need to put at least 75%. So I agree with him. I think it'd be a fun competition to see who ends up more hardcore. I think I don't think there's someone out there who's going to be more hardcore than here I would be. And the reason is, I think we share in common a willingness to take the risk and see what happens. I mean, the sun will still rise in the east and center west. That much I guarantee you. Is there going to be some broken glass and some damage? Yes, there is. There's no way around that. But once you're willing to take that risk, then it doesn't become so scary anymore. And here's the thing, Lex. It's easy to say this. Let's talk about where the rubber hits the road. Even in second Trump term, this would be, the discussion. President Trump and I have had this conversation, but I think we would continue to have this conversation. Is where does it rank on our prioritization list? Because there's always going to be a trade-off. If you have a different policy objective that you want to achieve, a good policy objective, whatever that is, right? You could talk about immigration policy, you could talk about economic policy. There are other policy objectives. You're going to trade off a little bit in the short run the effectiveness of your ability to carry out that policy goal if you're also committed to actually thinning out the federal government by 75%, because there's just going to be some clunkiness, right? And there's just going to be frictional costs for that level of cut. So the question is, where does that rank on your prioritization list? To pull that off, to pull off a 75% reduction in the size and scale of the federal government, the regulatory state, and the headcount, I think that only happens if that's your top priority. You can do it at a smaller scale, but at that scale, it only happens if that's your top priority, because then as president, you're in a position to say, I know in the super short run, that might even make it a little bit harder for me to do this other thing that I want to do and use the regulatory state to do it. But I'm going to pass on that. I'm going to pass that up. I'm going to bear that hardship and inconvenience because I know this other goal is more important on the scale of decades and centuries for the country. So it's a question of prioritization. And certainly my own view is that now is the moment where that needs to be a top priority for saving this country. And if there's one thing about my campaign, if I was to do it again, I would be even clearer about, because I talked about a lot of things in the campaign, and we can cover a lot of that too. But if there's one thing that I care about more than anything else is dismantling that bureaucracy, and moreover, it's an assault and a crusade on the nanny state itself. And that nanny state presents itself in several forms. There's the entitlement state, the welfare state, presents itself in the form of the regulatory state. That's what we're talking about. And then there's the foreign nanny state, where effectively we are subsidizing other countries that aren't paying their fair share of protection or other resources. If I was to summarize my ideology in a nutshell, it is to terminate the nanny state in the United States of America in all of its forms. The entitlement state, the regulatory state, and the foreign policy nanny state. Once we've done that, we've revived the republic that I think would make George Washington proud.
You mentioned Department of Education. There's also the Department of Defense. And there's a very large number of very powerful people that have gotten used to and a budget that's increasing and the number of wars and military conflicts that's increasing. So if we could just talk about that. So sure. This is the number one priority. It's like there's difficulty levels here. The DoD it would be probably the hardest. So let's take that on. What's your view on the military-industrial complex, Department of Defense, and wars in general?
So I think the nanny state, I'm against it overall. I'm against the foreign policy nanny state as well. Let me start from that as the starting off point, and I'll tell you about my views on the DoD. First of all, I think that, and I think that it was easy for many people from the neocon school of thought to caricature my views with the media at their side. But actually, my own view is, if it's in the interest of the United States and America to provide certain levels of protection to U.S. allies, we can do that as long as those allies actually pay for it. And I think that's important for two reasons. The less important reason, still important reason, the less important reason is it's still money for us, right? It's not like we're swimming in a cash surplus right now. We're at $34 trillion national debt and growing. And, I think pretty soon the interest payments are going to be the largest line item in our own federal budget. So it's not like we have money willy-nilly to just hand over for free. That's the less important reason. The more important reason is that it makes sure that our allies have actual skin in the game, to not have skewed incentives to actually enter conflicts where they're not actually bearing the full cost of those conflicts. So take NATO, for example. Most NATO countries, literally a majority of NATO countries today, do not pay or contribute 2% of their GDP to their own national defense, which is supposedly a requirement to be in NATO. So a majority of NATO countries are failing to meet their basic commitment to be in NATO in the first place. Germany particularly is, I think, arbitraging the hell out of the United States of America. And I don't think that I'm not going to be some sort of shrill voice here saying, so therefore we should not be supporting any allies or providing security blankets. No, I'm not going in that direction. What I would say is you got to pay for it, right? Pay for your fair share. A, because we're not swimming in excess money ourselves. But B, is it tells us that you actually have skin in the game for your own defense, which actually then makes nations far more prudent in the risks that they take, whether or not they're in a war, versus if somebody else is paying for it and somebody else is providing our security guarantee, yeah, again, might as well, take the gamble and see where I end up at the end of a war, versus the restraint that imposes on the decision-making of those allies. So now let's bring this under the Department of Defense. I think the top goal of the U.S. defense policy establishment should be to provide for the national defense of the United States of America. And the irony is that's what we're actually doing most poorly. We're not really using, other than the Coast Guard, we're not really using the U.S. military to prevent crossings at our own southern border and crossings at our other borders. In fact, the United States of America, our homeland, I believe is less secure today than it has been in a very long time. Vulnerable to threats from hypersonic missiles, where China and Russia certainly has capabilities in excess of that of the United States. Missiles, hypersonic means faster than the speed of sound, that could hit the United States, including those carrying nuclear warheads. We are more vulnerable to super EMP attacks, electromagnetic pulse attacks, that could, without exaggeration, some of this could be from other nations, some of this could even be from solar flares, cause significant mass casualty in the United States. We're more vulnerable to cyber. I know this, people start yawning and say, okay, super EMP, cyber, whatever. Actually, it's pretty relevant to whether or not you actually are facing the risk of not getting your insulin because your refrigerator doesn't work anymore, or your food can't be stored, or your car or your ability to fly in an airplane is impaired. Okay, so I think that these are serious risks where our own national defense spending has been wholly inadequate. So I'm not one of these people that says, we decrease versus increase national defense spending. We're not spending it in the right places. The number one place we need to be spending it is actually protecting our national defense. And I think protecting our own physical homeland. And I think we actually need an increase in spending on protecting our own homeland. But that is different from the agenda of foreign interventionism and foreign nanny-statism for its own state, where we should expect more and demand more of our allies to provide for their own national defense, and then provide the relevant security guarantees to allies where that actually advances the interests of the United States of America. So that's what I believe. And, I think this process has been corrupted by what Dwight Eisenhower famously in his farewell address called the military-industrial complex in the United States. But I think it's bigger than just I think it's easy to tell the tales of the financial corruption. It's a kind of cultural corruption and conceit that just because a certain number of people in that expert class have a belief, that their belief happens to be the right one because they can scare you with what the consequence would be if you don't follow their advice. And one of the beauties of the United States is, at least in principle, we have civilian control of the military. The person who we elect to be the U.S. president is the one that actually is the true commander-in-chief. I have my doubts of whether it operates that way. I think it's quite obvious that Joe Biden is not a functioning commander-in-chief of the United States of America, yet on paper, supposedly we still are supposed to call him that. But at least in theory, we're supposed to have civilian control of the U.S. military. And I think that one of the things that leader needs to do is to ask the question of, again, the mission. What's the purpose of this U.S. military in the first place? At the top of the list should be to protect the homeland and the people who actually live here, which we're failing to do. So that's where I land on that question.
Wait, okay, there's a lot of stuff to ask. First of all, on Joe Biden, you mean he's functionally not in control of the U.S. military because of the age factor or because of the nature of the presidency?
It's a good question. I would say in his case, it's particularly accentuated because it's both. In his case, I don't think anybody in America anymore believes that Joe Biden is the functioning president of the United States. How could he be? He wasn't even sufficiently functioning to be the candidate after a debate that was held in June. There's no way he's going to be in a position to make the most important decisions on a daily and demanding basis to protect the leading nation in the world. Now, more generally, though, I think we have a deeper problem that even when it's not Joe Biden, in general, the people we elect to run the government haven't really been the ones running the government. It's been the unelected bureaucrats and the bureaucratic deep state underneath that's really been making the decisions. So I've done business in a number of places. I've traveled to Japan. There's an interesting corporate analogy. Sometimes if you get outside of politics, people can, I find, listen and pay attention a little bit more because politics is so fraught right now that if you start talking to somebody who disagrees with you about the politics of it, you're just butting heads but not really making progress. So let's just make the same point but go outside of politics for a second. So I was traveling to Japan. I was having a late night dinner with a CEO of a Japanese pharmaceutical company. And, it takes a while to really get them to open up, culturally speaking, in Japan, a couple nights of karaoke and whatnot, maybe late night restaurant, whatever it is. Well, we built a good enough relationship where he was very candid. He said, I'm the CEO of the company. I could go and find the head of a research unit and tell him, okay, this is a project we're no longer working on as a company. We don't want to spend money on it. I'm going to spend money somewhere else. And he'll look me in the eye and he'll say, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll come back 6 months later and find that they're spending exactly the same amount of money on those exact same projects. And I'll tell him, no, we agreed. I told you that you're not going to spend money on this project, and we have to stop now. It should have stopped 6 months ago. Get a slap on the wrist for it. Says, yes, sir, I'm sorry. Yes, no, of course, that's correct. Come back 6 months later, same person is spending the same money on the same project. Here's why. Historically in Japan, and I should say in Japan this is changing now, but historically, until very recently, and even to an extent now, it's near impossible to fire them. So if somebody works for you and you can't fire them, that means they don't actually work for you. It means in some deeper, perverse sense, you work for them because you're responsible for what they do without any authority to actually change. So I think most people who have traveled in Japan and Japanese corporate culture through the 1990s and 2000s and 2010s and maybe even some vestiges in the 2020s wouldn't really dispute what I just told you. Now, we're bringing it back to the more contentious terrain. I think that's basically how things have worked in the executive branch of the federal government of the United States of America. You have these so-called civil service protections on the books. Now, if you really read them carefully, I think that there are areas to provide daylight for a truly constitutionally well-trained president to act. But apart from those, that's a contrary view that I have that bucks conventional wisdom. But apart from that caveat, in general, the conventional view is that the U.S. president can't fire these people. There's 4 million federal bureaucrats, 99.9% of them can't be touched by the person who the people who elected to run the executive branch can't even fire these people. It's like the equivalent of that Japanese. And so that culture exists every bit as much in the federal bureaucracy of the United States of America as it did in Japanese corporate culture through the 1990s. And that's a lot of what's wrong with not just the way that our Department of Defense is run and our foreign policy establishment is run, but I think it applies to a lot of the domestic policy establishment as well. And come back to the core point. How are we going to save this republic? This is the debate in the conservative movement right now. So this is a little bit spicy for some Republicans to sort of swallow right now. And, my top focus is making sure that we win the election. But let's just move the ball forward a little bit and skate to where the puck is going. Okay? Yes, let's say we win the election, all is well and dandy. Okay, what's the philosophy that determines how we govern? There's a little bit of a fork in the road amongst the conservatives, where there are those who believe that the right answer now is to use that regulatory state and use those levers of power to advance our own pro-conservative, pro-American, pro-worker goals. And I'm sympathetic to all of those goals. But I don't think that the right way to do it is to create a conservative regulatory state that replaces a liberal regulatory state. I think the right answer is actually to get in there and shut it down. I don't want to replace the left-wing nanny state with a right-wing nanny state. I want to get in there and actually dismantle the nanny state. And I think it has been a long time in the United States, maybe ever in modern history, that we've had a conservative leader at the national level who makes it their principal objective to dismantle the nanny state in all of its forms. The entitlement state, the regulatory state, and the foreign policy nanny state. That was a core focus of my candidacy. One of the things that I wish, this on me, not anybody else, that I should have done better, was to make that more crystal clear as a focus without getting distracted by a lot of the shenanigans, let's just say, that happen as sideshows during the presidential campaign. I call that a lesson learned, because I do think it's what the country needs now more than ever.
Yeah, it's a really, really powerful idea. It's actually something that Donald Trump ran on in 2016.
Drain the swamp.
Drain the swamp. I think by most accounts, maybe you could disagree with me, he did not successfully do so. He did fire a bunch of people, more than usual.
Can I say a word about the conditions he was operating in? Because I think that's why I'm far more excited for this time around. Is that a lot has changed in the legal landscape. So Donald Trump did not have the Supreme Court backdrop in 2016 that he does today. So there's some really important cases that have come down from the Supreme Court. One is West Virginia versus EPA. I think it's probably the most important case of our generation. In 2022, that came down and said that if Congress has not passed a rule into law itself through the halls of Congress, and it relates to what they call a major question, a major policy or economic question, it can't be done by the stroke of a pen by a regulator, an unelected bureaucrat. That quite literally means most federal regulations today are unconstitutional. Then this year comes down a different, big one, another big one from the Supreme Court in the Loper-Bright case, which held that historically, for the last 50 years in this country, the doctrine has been called Chevron deference. It's a doctrine that says that federal courts have to defer to an agency's interpretation of the law. They now toss that out the window and said, no, the federal courts no longer have to defer to an agency's interpretation of what the law actually is. The combination of those two cases is seismic in its impact for the regulatory state. There's also another great case that came down, was SEC versus Jarkissi. And the SEC is one of these agencies that embodies everything we're talking about here. The SEC, among other agencies, has tribunals inside that not only do they write the rules, not only do they enforce those rules, they also have these judges inside the agency that also interpret the rules and determine and dole out punishments. That doesn't make sense if you believe in separation of powers in the United States. So the Supreme Court put an end to that and said that practice of the SEC is unconstitutional. Actually, as a side note, the Supreme Court has said countless practices and rules written by the SEC, the EPA, the FTC in recent years were outright unconstitutional. Think about what that means for a constitutional republic. That supposedly these law enforcement agencies, the courts have now said, especially this year, the courts have now said that their own behaviors actually break the law. So the very agencies entrusted with supposedly enforcing the law are actually behaving with utter, blatant disregard for the law itself. That's un-American. It's not tenable in the United States of America. But thankfully, we now have a Supreme Court that recognizes it. So, whether or not we have a second Trump term, no, that's up to the voters. But even whether or not that now takes advantage of that backdrop that the Supreme Court has given us to actually gut the regulatory state, we'll find out. I'm optimistic. I certainly think it's the best chance that we've had in a generation in this country. And that's a big part of why I'm supporting Donald Trump and why I'm going to do everything in my power to help him. But I do think it is going to take a spine of steel to see that through. And then after we've taken on the regulatory state, I think that's the next step. But I do think there's this broader project of dismantling the nanny state in all of its forms. The entitlement state, the regulatory state, and the foreign policy nanny state. 3-word answer, but to summarize my worldview and my presidential campaign in 3 words: shut it down.
Shut it down. Okay, so the Supreme Court cases you mentioned, there's a lot of nuance there.
Yeah.
I guess it's weakening the immune system of the different departments.
Yeah, it's a good way of putting it. Okay. Yep.
On the human psychology level, so you basically kind of implied that for Donald Trump or for any president, the legal situation was difficult. Is that the only thing really operating? Like, isn't it
Probably not.
just on a psychological level, just hard to fire a very large number of people? Is that what it is? Like, why is there a basic civility and momentum
Well, I
going
think there's
on?
one other factor. So you're right to point. I mean, the legal backdrop is a valid and understandable excuse and reason. I think there are other factors at play too. So I think there's something to be said for never having been in government, showing up there the first time, and you're having to understand the rules of the road as you're operating within them, and also having to depend on people who actually aren't aligned with your policy vision but tell you to your face that they are. And so I think that's one of the things that I've admired about President Trump is he's actually been very open about that, very humble about that, to say that there's a million learnings from that first term that make him ambitious and more ambitious in that second term. But everything I'm talking to you about, this is what needs to happen in the country. It's not specific to Donald Trump. It lays out what needs to be done in the country. There's the next 4 years. Donald Trump is our last best hope and chance for moving that ball forward. But I think that the vision I'm laying out here is one that hopefully goes even beyond just the next 2 or 4 years of really fixing a century's worth of mistakes. I think we're going to fix a lot of them in the next 4 years of Donald Trump's president. But if you have a century's worth of mistakes that have accumulated with the overgrowth of the entitlement state in the U.S., I think it's going to take, probably the better part of a decade at least to actually fix them.
I disagree with you on both the last and the best hope. Donald Trump is more likely to fire a lot of people, but Is he the best person to do so?
We've got two candidates, right? People face a choice. This is a relevant election. One of my goals is to speak to people who may not agree with 100% of what who do not agree with 100% of what Donald Trump says. And I can tell them, you know what? I don't agree with 100% of what he says. And I can tell you, as somebody who ran against him for U.S. president, that right now he is, when I say the last best hope, I mean this cycle, the last best hope that we have for dismantling that bureaucratic class. And, I think that I'm also open about the fact that it's going to take, this is a long run project, but we have the next step to actually take over the next few years. That's kind of where I land on it. I mean, you talked to him, I guess, a few weeks ago. I saw you had a podcast with him, right? What was your impression about his preparedness to do it?
My impression is his priority allocation was different than yours. I think he's more focused on some of the other topics that you are also
laser focused on.
And there is a tension there, just as you clearly highlighted.
We share the same priority with respect to the southern border, and those are near-term fixes that we can hit out of the park in the first year. But at the same time, I think we've got to think also on decade-long time horizons. So my own view is, I think that it is my conviction and belief that he does care about dismantling that federal bureaucracy, certainly more so than any Republican nominee we have had certainly in my lifetime. But I do think that there are going to be competing schools of thought where some will say, okay, well, we want to create a right-wing entitlement state, right? To shower federal subsidies on favored industries while keeping them away from disfavored industries and new bureaucracies to administer them. And, I don't come from that school of thought. I don't want to see the bureaucracy expand in a pro-conservative direction. I want to see the bureaucracy shrink in every direction. And, I do think that from my conversation with Donald Trump, I believe that he is well aligned with this vision of shrinking bureaucracy. But that's a longer-term project.
There's so many priorities at play here, though. I mean, you really do have to do the Elon thing of walking into Twitter headquarters.
Shut it down.
In the sink, right? Let that sink in. That basically firing a very large number of people. And it's not just about firing. It's about setting clear missions for the different departments that remain. Hiring back because you overfire, hiring back based on meritocracy, and it's a full time, and it's not only full time in terms of actual time, it's full time psychologically because you're walking into a place unlike a company like Twitter, an already successful company. In government, I mean, everybody around you, all the experts and the advisors, are going to tell you you're wrong. Mm-hmm. And it's a very difficult psychological place to operate in because you're constantly the asshole. And I mean, the certainty you have to have about what you're doing is just nearly infinite because all the really smart people are telling you, no, this is a terrible idea. Sir, this is a terrible idea.
You have to have this spine of steel to cut through what that short-term advice is you're getting. And I'll tell you, certainly, I intend to do whatever I can for this country, both in the next 4 years and beyond. But my voice on this will be crystal clear. And President Trump knows that's my view on it, and I believe he shares it deeply, is that all else equal, get in there and shut down as much of the excess bureaucracy as we can, do it as quickly as possible. And it's a big part of how we save our country.
Okay, I'll give you an example that's really difficult tension, given your priorities. Immigration. There's an estimated 14 million illegal immigrants in the United States. You've spoken about mass deportation.
Yes.
That requires a lot of effort. Right? Money. I mean, how do you do it, and how does that conflict with the shutting it down?
Sure. And so it goes back to that original discussion we had: is what are the few proper roles of the federal government? I gave you two. One is of the government, period. One is to protect the national borders and sovereignty of the United States, and two is to protect private property rights. There's a lot else. Most of what the government's doing today, both at the federal and state level, is something other than those two things. But in my book, those are the two things that are the proper function of government. So for everything else the federal government should not be doing, the one thing they should be doing is to protect the homeland of the United States of America and the sovereignty and sanctity of our national borders. So in that domain, that's mission aligned with a proper purpose for the federal government. I think we're a nation founded on the rule of law. I say this is the kid of legal immigrants. That means your first act of entering this country cannot break the law. And in some ways, if I was to summarize a formula for saving the country over the next 4 years, it would be a tale of two mass deportations. The mass deportations of millions of illegals who are in this country and should not be, and then the mass deportation of millions of unelected federal bureaucrats out of Washington, D.C. Now, all else equal, you could say that those are intention, but I think that the reality is anything outside of the scope of what the core function of the government is, which is protecting borders and protecting private property rights, that's really where I think the predominant cuts need to be. And if you look at the number of people who are looking after the border, it's not even 0.1% of the federal employee base today. So 75% isn't 99.99%, it's 75%, which still leaves that it would still be a tiny fraction of the remaining 25%, which I actually think needs to be more rather than less. So it's a good question, but that's sort of where I land on it. When it's a proper role of the federal government, great. Act and actually do your job. The irony is 99.9999% of those resources are going to functions other than the protection of private property rights and the protection of our national physical protection.
There is a lot of criticism of the idea of mass deportation, though. So one,
Fair enough.
it will cause a large amount of economic harm, at least in the short term. The other is there would be potentially violations of our kind of higher ideals of how we like to treat human beings, in particular separation of families, for example, tearing families apart. And the other is just like the logistical complexity of things like this. How do you answer some of those criticisms?
Just fair enough. And I will call those even not even criticisms, but just thoughtful questions, right? Even if somebody who's really aligned with doing this, those are thoughtful questions to ask. So I do want to say something about this point on how we think about the breakage of the rule of law in other contexts. There are 350,000 mothers who are in prison in the United States today who committed crimes and were convicted of them. They didn't take their kids with them to those prisons either, right? So we face difficult trade-offs in all kinds of contexts as it relates to the enforcement of law. And I just want to make that basic observation against the backdrop of if we're a nation founded on the rule of law, that we acknowledge that there are trade-offs to enforcing the law. And we've acknowledged that in other contexts. I don't think that we should have a special exemption for saying that somehow we weigh the other way when it comes to the issue of the border. We're a nation founded on the rule of law. We enforce law that has costs, that has trade-offs, but it's who we are. So that backdrop is, and the easiest fact I can cite is 350,000 or so mothers who are in prison and did not take their kids to prison with them. Is that bad? That it is undesirable for kids to grow up without those 350,000 mothers? It is. But it's a difficult situation created by people who violated the law and faced the consequences of it, which is also a competing and important priority of the country. So that's in the domestic context. As it relates to this question of mass deportations, let's just get very practical, because all that was theoretical. Very practically, there's ways to do this, starting with people who have already broken the law, people who have not just broken the law of entering, but are committing other crimes while already here in the United States. That's a clear case for an instant mass deportation. You have a lot of people who haven't integrated into their communities. You can't think about the economic impact of this. A lot of people are in detention already. A lot of those people should be immediately returned to their country of origin, or at least what is called a safe third country. So safe third country means even if somebody's claiming to seek asylum from political persecution, we'll move them to another country that doesn't have to be the United States of America that they passed through, say Mexico, before actually coming here. Other countries around the world are doing this. Australia is detaining people. They don't let them out and live a normal, joyful life because they came to the country. They detain them until their case is adjudicated. Well, the rates of fraud in Australia, of what people lie about what their conditions are, is way lower now than in the United States because people respond to those incentives. So I think that in some ways people make this sound much bigger and scarier than it needs to be. I think we're taking a deeply pragmatic approach. And the North Star for me is I want the policy that helps the United States citizens who are already here. What's that policy? Clearly, that's going to be a policy that includes a large number of deportations. I think by definition, it's going to be the largest mass deportation in American history. It sounds like a punchline at a campaign rally, but actually it's just a factual statement that says if we've had the by far largest influx of illegal immigrants in American history, it just stands to reason. It's logic that, okay, if we're going to fix that, we're going to have the largest mass deportation in American history. And we can be rational. Start with people who are breaking the law in other ways here in the United States. Start with people who are already in detention or entering detention now. That comes at no cost and strict benefit. There isn't even a little bit of an economic trade-off. Then you get to areas where you would say, okay, the costs actually continue to outweigh the benefits. And that's exactly the way our policy should be guided here. I want to do it in as respectful and as humane of a manner as possible. And the reality is, I think one of the things we got to remember, give the example I gave with the Haitian case in Springfield, a town that I've spent a lot of time in growing up in Ohio. I live about an hour from there today. I don't blame the individual Haitians who came here. I'm not saying that they're bad people, because in that particular case, those weren't even people who broke the law in coming here. They came as part of a program called temporary protected status. Now, the operative word there is the first one, temporary. They have been all kinds of lawsuits. There have been all kinds of lawsuits for people who even 8, 10, 12, 14 years after the earthquake in Haiti, where many of them came, when they're going to be removed, there are allegations of racial discrimination or otherwise. No, temporary protected status means it's temporary, and we're not abandoning the rule of law when we send them back. We're abandoning the rule of law when we let them stay. Now, if that has a true benefit to the United States of America, economically or otherwise, go through the paths that allow somebody to enter this country for economic reasons. But don't do it through asylum-based claims or temporary protected status. I think one of the features of our immigration system right now is it is built on a lie, and it incentivizes lying. The reason is the arguments for keeping people in the country, if those are economic reasons, but the people actually enter using claims of asylum or refugee status, those two things don't match up. So just be honest about what our immigration system actually is. I think we do need dramatic reforms to the legal immigration system to select purposely for the people who are going to actually improve the United States of America. I think there are many people, I know some of them. I gave a story of one guy who I met who is educated at our best universities, or among our best universities. He went to Princeton, he went to Harvard Business School. He has a great job in the investment community. He was a professional tennis player. He was a concert pianist. He could do a Rubik's Cube in less than a minute. I'm not making this stuff up. These are hard facts. He can't get a green card in the United States. He's been here for 10 years or something like this. He asked me for the best advice I could give him. I unfortunately could not give him the actual best advice, which would be to just take a flight to Mexico and cross the border and claim to be somebody who is seeking asylum in the United States. That would have been morally wrong advice, so I didn't give it to him. But practically, if you were giving him advice, that would be the best advice that you actually could give somebody, which is a broken system on both sides. People who are going to make those contributions to the United States and pledge allegiance to the United States and speak our language and assimilate, we should have a path for them to be able to add value to the United States. Yet they're not the ones who are getting in. It's actually the people, our immigration system selects for people who are willing to lie. That's what it does. Select for people who are willing to say they're seeking refugee status or seeking asylum when in fact they're not. And then we have policymakers who lie after the fact, use economic justifications to keep them here. But if it was an economic justification, that should have been the criteria you used to bring them in the first place, not this illusion of asylum or refugee status. There was a case, actually, even the New York Times reported on this, believe it or not, of a woman who came from Russia fleeing Vladimir Putin's intolerant anti-LGBTQ regime. She was fleeing persecution by the evil man Putin. She came here, and eventually, when she was pressed on the series of lies, it came out that she was crying finally when she broke down and admitted this. She was like, I'm not even gay. I don't even like gay people. That's what she said. And yet she was pretending to be some sort of LGBTQ advocate who was persecuted in Russia, when in fact it was just somebody who was seeking better economic conditions in the United States. I'm not saying you're wrong to seek better economic conditions in the United States, but you are wrong to lie about it. And that's what you're seeing a lot of people, even in this industry, of sort of quote unquote tourism to the United States. They're having their kids in the United States. They go back to their home country, but their kids enjoy birthright citizenship. That's built on a lie. You have people claiming to suffer from persecution. In fact, they're just working in the United States and then living in these relative mansions in parts of Mexico or Central America after they've spent 4 or 5 years making money here. Just abandon the lie. Let's just have an immigration system built on honesty. Just tell the truth. If the argument is that we need more people here for economically fulfilling jobs, I'm skeptical the extent to which a lot of those arguments actually end up being true. But let's have that debate in the open, rather than having it through the back door saying that it's refugee and asylum status when we know it's a lie. And then we justify it after the fact by saying that that economically helps the United States. Cut the dishonesty. And I just think that that is a policy we would do well to expand to every sphere. We talk about the military-industrial complex, to the rise of the managerial class, to a lot of what our government's covered up about our own history, to even this question of immigration today. Just tell the people the truth. And I think our government will be better serving our people if it did.
Yeah, in the way you describe eloquently, the immigration system is broken in that way that is built
fundamentally on lies. But there's the other side of it. Illegal immigrants are used in political campaigns for fear mongering, for example. So what I would like to understand is what is the actual harm that illegal immigrants are causing. So the claim, one of the more intense claims, is of crime, and haven't studied this rigorously, but sort of the surface level studies all show that legal and illegal immigrants commit less crime than U.S.
I think that is true for legal immigrants. I think it's not true for illegal.
That's not what I saw.
In sort of in this part of why I wrote this book, okay, and if the book is called Truths, so better darn well have well-sourced facts in here, right? Can't be made up hypotheses, hard truths. And there's a chapter where even in my own research on it, Lex, I mean, I know a lot about this issue from my time as a presidential candidate, but even in writing the chapter on the border here, I learned a lot from a lot of different dimensions, and some of which even caused me to revise some of my premises going into it, okay? My main thesis in that chapter is forget the demonization of illegal or legal immigrants or whatever, as you put it, right? Fear mongering, just put all that to one side. I want an immigration system that is built on honesty. Identify what the objective is. We could debate the objective. We might have different opinions on the objectives. Some people may say the objective is the economic growth of the United States. I air that argument in this book. And I think that that's insufficient personally. Personally, I think you need the United States is more than just an economic zone. It is a country, it is a nation bound together by civic ideals. I think we need to screen not just for immigrants who are going to make economic contributions, but those who speak our language, those who are able to assimilate, and those who share those civic ideals and know U.S. history even better than the average U.S. citizen who's here. That's what I believe. But even if you disagree with me and say, no, the sole goal is economic production in the United States, then at least have an immigration system that's honest about that, rather than one which claims to solve for that goal by bringing in people who are rewarded for being a refugee. We should reward the people in that model, which is, I don't even think should be the whole model, but even if that were your model, reward the people who have demonstrably proven that they would make economic contributions to the United States, not the people who have demonstrated that they're willing to lie to achieve a goal. And right now, our immigration system rewards one quality over any other. There's one parameter that it rewards over any other. It isn't civic allegiance to the United States. It isn't fluency in English. It isn't the ability to make an economic contribution to this country. The number one attribute, human attribute, that our immigration system rewards is whether or not you are willing to lie. And the people who are telling those lies about whether they're seeking asylum or not are the ones who are most likely to get in. And the people who are most unwilling to tell those lies are the ones who are actually not getting in. That is a hard, uncomfortable truth about our immigration system. And the reason is the law says you only get asylum if you're going to face bodily harm or near-term risk of bodily injury based on your religion, your ethnicity, or certain other factors. And so when you come into the country, you're asked, do you fulfill that criteria or not? And the number one way to get into this country is to check the box and say yes. So that means just systematically, right? Imagine if you're a university, Harvard or Yale or whatever, you're running your admissions process. The number one attribute you're selecting for isn't your SAT score, isn't your GPA, it isn't your athletic accomplishments. It's whether or not you're willing to lie on the application. You're going to have a class populated by a bunch of charlatans and frauds. That's exactly what our immigration system is doing to the United States of America. It is literally selecting for the people who are willing to lie. Let's say you have somebody who's a person of integrity says, I want a better life for my family, but I want to teach my kids that I'm not going to lie or break the law to do it. That person is infinitely less likely to get into the United States. I know it sounds provocative to frame it that way, but it is not an opinion. It is a fact that is the number one human attribute that our current immigration system is selecting for. I want an immigration system centered on honesty. In order to implement that, we require acknowledging what the goals of our immigration system are in the first place. And there we have competing visions on the right. Okay, amongst conservatives, there's a rift. Some conservatives believe, I respect them for their honesty, I disagree with them, believe that the goal of the immigration system should be to, in part, protect American workers from the effects of foreign wage competition. That if we have immigrants, it's going to bring down prices, and we need to protect American workers from the effects of that downward pressure on wages. it's a goal. It's a coherent goal. I don't think it's the right goal, but many of my friends on the right believe that's a goal. But at least it's honest, and then we can design an honest immigration system to achieve that goal if that's their goal. I have other friends on the right that say the sole goal is economic growth. Nothing else matters. I disagree with that as well. My view is the goal should be whatever enriches the civic quality of the United States of America. That includes those who know the language, know our ideals, pledge allegiance to those ideals, and also are willing to make economic contributions to the country, which is one of our ideals as well. But whatever it is, we can have that debate. I have a very different view. I don't think it's a proper role of immigration policy to make it from a labor policy, because the United States of America is founded on excellence. We should be able to compete. But that's a policy debate we can have. But right now, we're not even able to have the policy debate because the whole immigration policy is built on not only a lie, but on rewarding those who do lie. And that's what I want to see change.
There, just to linger a little bit on the demonization and to bring Ann Coulter into the picture, her, which I recommend people should listen to your conversation with her. I haven't listened to her much, but she had this thing where she clearly admires and respects you as a human being, and she's basically saying you're one of the good ones. And this idea that you had this brilliant question of like, what does it mean to be in America? And she basically said, not you, Vivek. She said, well, maybe you, but not people like you. So that whole kind of approach to immigration, I think, is really anti-meritocratic.
And maybe even anti-American.
Anti-American, yeah.
So I want to confront this directly because it is a popular current on the American right. The reason I'm not picking on Ann Coulter specifically is I think actually it's a much more widely shared view, and I just give her at least credit for willing to articulate it, a view that the blood and soil is what makes for your American identity, your genetic lineage. And I just reject that view. I think it's anti-American. I think what makes for an American identity is your allegiance, your unabiding allegiance to the founding ideals of this country, and your willingness to pledge allegiance to those ideals. So those are two different views. I think that there is a view on the American right now that says that we're not a creedal nation, that our nation is not about a creed, it's about a physical place and a physical homeland. I think that view fails on several accounts. Obviously, we're a nation. Every nation has to have a geographic space that defines its own. So obviously, we are, among other things, a geographic space. But the essence of the United States of America, I think, is the common creed, the ideals that hold that common nation together. Without that, a few things happen. First of all, American exceptionalism becomes impossible. And I'll tell you why. Every other nation is also built on the same idea. Most nations have been built on common blood and soil arguments, genetic stock of, Italy or Japan would have a stronger national identity than the United States in that case, because they have a much longer standing claim on what their genetic lineage really was. The ethnicity of the people is far more pure in those contexts than in the United States. So that's the first reason. American exceptionalism becomes impossible. The second is there's all kinds of contradictions that then start to emerge. Your claim on American identity is defined based on how long you've been here. Well, then the Native Americans would have a far greater claim of being American than somebody who came here on Mayflower or somebody who came here afterwards. Now, maybe that blood and soil view is, no, it's not quite Native Americans. You only have to start at this point and end at this point. So on this view of blood and soil identity, it has to be, okay, it couldn't have come before a certain year, then it doesn't count. But if it came after a certain year, it doesn't count either. That just becomes highly uncompelling as a view of what American national identity actually is, versus my view that American national identity is grounded on whether or not you pledge allegiance to the ideals codified in the Declaration of Independence and actualized in the U.S. Constitution. And, it's been said, some of my friends on the right have said things like, people will not die for a set of ideals. People won't fight for abstractions or abstract ideals. I actually disagree with that. The American Revolution basically disproves that. The American Revolution was fought for anything over abstract ideals. That said that, we believe in self-governance, free speech, and free exercise of religion. That's what we believe in the United States, which is different from old world England. So I do think that there is this brewing debate on the right. And do I disagree like hell with Ann Coulter on this? Absolutely. And did I take serious issue with some of the things she told me? Absolutely. But I also believe that she had the stones to say, if I may say it that way, that things that many on the right believe. but haven't quite articulated in the way that she has. And I think we need to have that debate in the open. Now, personally, I think most of the conservative movement actually is with me on this, but I think it's become a very popular counter narrative in the other direction to say that your vision of American identity is far more physical in nature. And to me, I think it is still ideals based in nature. And I think that that's a good debate for the future for us to have in the conservative movement. And I think it's going to be a defining feature of what direction the conservative movement goes in the future.
Quick pause. Bathroom break?
Yeah.
Let me ask you to, again, steelman the case for and against Trump. So my biggest criticism for him is the fake electoral scheme, the 2020 election, and actually the 2020 election in the way you formulated in the Nation of Victims. It's just the entirety of that process, instead of focusing on winning, doing a lot of whining. I like people that win, not whine, even when the refs are biased in whatever direction.
So look, I think the United States of America, I preach this to the left. I preach it to my kids. We got to accept it on our own side too. We're not going to save this country by being victims. We're going to save this country by being victorious. Okay. And I don't care whether it's left-wing victimhood, right-wing victimhood. I'm against victimhood culture. The number one factor that determines whether you achieve something in life is you. I believe that's not the only factor that matters. There's a lot of other factors that affect whether or not you succeed. Life is not fair. But I tell my kids the same thing. The number one factor that determines whether or not you succeed in achieving your goal is you. If I tell it to my kids, I preach to the left, I'm going to preach that to our own side as well. Now, that being said, that's just a philosophy. Okay, that's a personal philosophy. You asked me to do something different, and I'm always a fan. One of the things that the standard I hope that people hold me to when they read this book as well is I try to do that in this book, to give the best possible argument for the other side. You don't want to give some rinky-dink argument for the other side and knock it down. You want to give the best possible argument for the other side, and then offer your own view, or else you don't understand it. So you asked me, what's the strongest case against Donald Trump? Well, I ran for U.S. president against Donald Trump. So I'm going to give you what my perspective is. I think it's nothing of what you hear on MSNBC or from the left attacking him to be a threat to democracy. I think all of that's actually nonsense. I actually think it is, if you were making that case, and I'm he has my full support, as you know, but if you were making that case, I think for many voters who are of the next generation, they're asking a question about how are you going to understand the position that I'm in as a member of a new generation. The same criticism they had of Biden, they could say, oh, well, are you too old? Are you from a different generation that's too far removed from my generation's concerns? And I think that that's in many ways a factor that was weighing on both Trump and Biden. But when they played the trick of swapping out Joe Biden, it left that issue much more on the table for Donald Trump. So you asked me to steelman it, that's what I would say, is that when I look at what's the number one issue that I would need to persuade independent voters of to say that, no, this is still the right choices. Even though the other side claims to offer a new generation of leadership, here's somebody who is one of the older presidents we all have had who was elected. How do we convince those people to vote? That's what I would give you in that case.
Right. But I get it. And you share a lot of ideas with Donald Trump. So I get when you're running for president that you would say that kind of thing. But there's other criticism you can provide. And again, on the 2020 election.
Let me ask you, you spoke to Donald Trump recently. What's your top objection to potentially voting for Donald Trump? And let me see if I can address that.
2020 election, and not in the, TDS kind of objection. It's just, I don't think there's clear, definitive evidence that there was voter fraud.
Let me ask you about a different area.
Hold on a second. I think there's a lot of interesting topics about the influence of media, of tech, and so on. But I want a president that has a good, clear relationship with the truth and knows what truth is, what is true, and what is not true. And moreover, I want a person who doesn't play victim, like you said, who focuses on winning and winning big. And if they lose, walk away with honor and win bigger next time, or channel that into growth and winning in some other direction. So just the strength of being able to give everything you got to win and walk away with honor if you lose. And everything that happened around 2020 election goes against that to
So I'll respond to that. Obviously, I'm not the candidate, but I'm going to give you my perspective. I think we have seen some growth from Donald Trump over that first term and the experience of the 2020 election. And you hear a lot of that on the campaign trail. I heard a lot of that even in the conversation that he had with you. I think he is more ambitious for that second term than he was for that first term. So I think that was the most interesting part of what you just said is you're looking for somebody who has growth from their own experiences. Say what you will, I have seen, personally, I believe, some meaningful level of personal growth and ambition for what Donald Trump hopes to achieve for the country in the second term that he wasn't able to for one reason or another. COVID, you could put a lot of different things on it, but in that first term. Now, I think the facts of the backdrop of the 2020 election actually really do matter. I don't think you can isolate one particular aspect of criticizing the 2020 election without looking at it holistically. On the eve of the 2020 presidential election, we saw a systematic, bureaucratically and government-aided suppression of probably the single most important piece of information released on the eve of that election, the Hunter Biden laptop story, revealing potentially a compromised U.S. presidential candidate. His family was compromised by foreign interests, and it was suppressed as misinformation by every major tech company. The New York Post had its own Twitter account locked at that time. And we now know that many of the censorship decisions made in the year 2020 were actually made at behest of U.S. bureaucratic actors in the deep state, threatening those tech companies to do it, or else those tech companies would face consequences. I think it might be the most undemocratic thing that's happened in the history of our country, actually, is the way in which government actors who were never elected to the government used private sector actors to suppress information on the eve of an election that, based on polling afterwards, likely did influence the outcome of the 2020 presidential election. That was election interference of the highest order. So I think that that's just a hard fact that we have to contend with. And I think a lot of what you've heard in terms of complaints about the 2020 election, whatever those complaints have been, take place against the backdrop of large technology companies interfering in that election in a way that I think did have an impact on the outcome. I personally believe if the Hunter Biden laptop story had not been suppressed and censored, I think Donald Trump would have been unambiguous. I think the president of the United States right now would be Donald Trump. No doubt about it, in my mind. You look at polling before and after and the impact that would have had on the independent voter. Now you look at, okay, let's talk about constructive solutions, because I care about moving the country forward. What is a constructive solution to this issue of concerns about election integrity? Here's one. Single-day voting on election day as a national holiday with paper ballots and government-issued voter ID to match the voter file. I favor that. We do it even in Puerto Rico, which is a territory of the United States. Why not do that everywhere in the United States? And I'll make a pledge. I'll do it right here, right? My pledge is, as a leader in a movement, I will do everything in my power to make sure we are done complaining about stolen elections. If we get to that simple place of basic election security measures, I think it'd be unifying too. Make Election Day a national holiday that unites us around our civic purpose one day. Single day voting on Election Day as a national holiday with paper ballots and government-issued voter ID to match the voter file. Let's get there as a country, and you have my word. I will lead our movement in whatever way I can to make sure we are done complaining about stolen elections and fake ballots. And I think the fact that you see resistance to that proposal, which is otherwise very practical, very reasonable, nonpartisan proposal, I think the fact of that resistance actually provokes a lot of understandable skepticism. Understandable skepticism of what else is actually going on, if not that, what exactly is going on here?
Well, I think I agree with a lot of things you said. Probably disagree, but it's hard to disagree with the Hunter Biden laptop story, whether that would have changed the
We can't know, obviously. I looked at some post-election polling about the views that would have had, and I can't prove that to you, but that's my instinct, it's my opinion.
I think that's just one example, maybe a sexy example of a bias in the complex of the media, and there's bias in the other direction too, but probably there's bias
It's hard to
Let
characterize
me
bias.
ask one question about, because there's bias is one thing, bias in the reporting. Censorship is another. So I would be open-minded to hearing an instance of, and if I did hear it, I would condemn it, of the government systematically ordering tech companies to suppress information that was favorable to Democrats, suppress that information to lift up Republicans. If there was an instance that we know of government bureaucrats that were ordering technology companies covertly to silence information that voters otherwise would have had to advantage Republicans in the ballot box, to censor it, I would be against that. And I would condemn that with equal force as I did suppression of the Hunter Biden laptop story, suppression and censorship of the origin of COVID-19. All happened in 2020. These are hard facts. I'm not aware of one instance. If you are aware of one, let me know, because I would condemn it.
Most people in tech companies are privately, their political persuasions on the left. And most journalists, majority of journalists are on the left. But to characterize the actual reporting and the impact of the reporting in the media and the impact of the censorship is difficult to do. But that's a real problem, just like we talked about, a real problem in immigration.
But there's two different problems. I just want to sort them out, right? Because I have a problem with both. You talked about two issues, and I think both are important, but they're different issues. One is bias in reporting. One is censorship of information. So bias in reporting, I felt, certainly the recent presidential debate moderated by ABC was biased in the way that it was conducted. But that's a different issue from saying that voters don't get access to information through any source. So this Hunter Biden laptop story, we now know that it contains evidence of foreign interference in potentially the Biden administration and their families' incentive structure. That story was systematically suppressed. So in the United States of America, if you wanted to find that on the internet, through any major social media platform or through even Google search, that story was suppressed or downplayed algorithmically, that you couldn't see it. Even on Twitter, if you tried to send it via direct message, that's the equivalent of email, right? Sending a peer-to-peer message. They blocked you from even being able to send that story using private messages. That, I think, is a different level of concern. That's not bias at that point. That's outright interference in whether or not, that's outright interference in the election. Let's do a thought experiment here. Let's suppose that Russia orchestrated that. What would the backlash be? Let's say the Russian government orchestrated the U.S. election, they interfered in it by saying that tech companies, they work with them covertly to stop U.S. citizens from being able to see information on the evening election. There would be a mass uproar in this country if the Russian government orchestrated that. Well, if actors in the U.S. government bureaucracy or the U.S. technology industry bureaucracy orchestrated the same thing, then we can't apply a different standard to say that if Russia did it, it's really bad and interfered in our election. But if it happened right here in the United States of America, and by the way, they blamed Russia for it falsely, on the Russian disinformation of the Hunter Biden laptop story that was false claim, we have to apply the same standard in both cases. And so the fact that if that were Russian interference, it would have been an outcry, but now it happened domestically, and we just call that, hey, it's a little bit of bias ahead of an election. I don't think that that's a fair characterization of how important that event was.
Okay, so the connection of government to platform is this should not exist. Government, FBI, or anybody else should not be able to pressure platforms to censor information. Yes, we could talk about Paul Durov and the censorship there. There should not be any censorship, and should not be media bias. And you're right to complain if there is media bias, and we can lay it out in the open and try to fix that system. That said, the voter fraud thing, you can't right a wrong by doing another wrong. You can't just, if there's some shady stuff going on in the media and the censorship complex, you can't just make shit up. You can't do the fake elector scheme and then do a lot of shady, crappy behavior during January 6th and try to shortcut your way. Just because your friend is cheating a Monopoly when you're playing Monopoly, you can't cheat. You shouldn't cheat yourself. You should be honest and with honor and use your platform to help fix the system versus cheat your way.
So here's my view: has any U.S. politician ever been perfect throughout the course of American history? No. But if you want to understand the essence of what was going around in 2020, the mindset of the country, we had a year where people in this country were systematically locked down, told to shut up, sit down, do as they're told. Unless they're BLM or Antifa rioters, in which case it's perfectly fine for them to burn cities down. We were told that we're going to have an election, a free and fair election, and then they were denied information systematically heading into that election, which was really important and, in this case, damning information about one of the parties. And then you tell these people that they still have to continue to shut up and comply. That creates, I think, a real culture of deep frustration in the United States of America. And I think that the reaction to systematic censorship is never good. History teaches us that. It's not good in the United States. It's not good at other points in the history of the United States. The reaction to systematic, coordinated censorship and restraints on the freedom of the free people is never good. And if you want to really understand what happened, if one really wants to get to the bottom of it rather than figuring out who to point fingers at, that really was the essence of the national malaise at the end of 2020. Is it was a year of unjust policies, including COVID-19 lockdowns, systematic lies about it, lies about the election, that created a level of public frustration that I think was understandable. Now, job of leaders is to how do you channel that in the most productive direction possible. And to your question, to the independent voter out there evaluating, as you are, do I think that Donald Trump has exhibited a lot of growth based on his experience in his first term and what he hopes to achieve in his second term? I think the answer is absolutely yes. And so even if you don't agree with everything that he's said or done in the choice ahead of us in this election, I still believe he's unambiguously the best choice to revive that sense of national pride and also prosperity in our country. So people aren't in the condition where they're suffering at behest of government policies that leave them angry and channel that anger in other unproductive ways. No, the best way to do it is actually actions do speak louder than words. Implement the policies that make people's lives better. And I do think that that's the next step of how we best save the country.
Are you worried if in this election, it's a close election, and Donald Trump loses by a whisker, but there's chaos that's unleashed? How do we minimize the chance of that?
I mean, I don't think that that's a concern to frame narrowly in the context of Donald Trump winning it or losing it by a whisker. I think this is a man who, in the last couple of months, in the span of 2 months, has faced 2 assassination attempts. We're not talking about theoretical attempts. We're talking about like gunshots fired. That is history changing in the context of American history. We haven't seen that in a generation. And yet now that has become normalized in the U.S. So do I worry we're skating on thin ice as a country? I do. I do think it is a little bit strange to obsess over our concerns or national and media concerns over Donald Trump, when in fact he's the one on the receiving end of fire from assailants who reportedly are saying exactly the kinds of things about him that you hear from the Democratic machine. And I do think that it is irresponsible, at least, for the Democratic Party to make their core case against Donald Trump. And Joe Biden's entire message for years that he's a threat to democracy, to the existence of America. Well, if you keep saying that about somebody against the backdrop conditions that we live in as a country, I don't think that's good for a nation. And so do I have concerns about the future of the country? Do I think we're skating on thin ice? Absolutely. And I think the best way around it is really through it. Through it in this election, win by a landslide. I think a unifying landslide would be the best thing that happens for this country. Like Reagan delivered in 1980 and then again in 1984. And in a very practical note, a landslide minus some shenanigans is still going to be a victory. That, I think, is how we unite this country. And so I don't think, 50.001 margin where cable news is declaring the winner 6 days after the election, I don't think that's going to be good. I think a decisive victory that unites the country, turns the page on a lot of the challenges of the last 4 years, and says, okay, this is where we're going. This is who we are and what we stand for. This is a revival of our national identity, revive national pride in the United States, regardless of whether you're Democrat or Republican. That, I think, is achievable in this election, too, and that's what the outcome I'm rooting for.
So, just to pile on, That's where steelman and the criticism against Trump is the rhetoric. I wish there was less of, although at times it is so ridiculous, it is entertaining, the I hate Taylor Swift type of tweets or truths or whatever. I don't think that's
He's a funny guy. I mean, the reality is different people have different attributes. One of the attributes for Donald Trump is he's one of the funnier presidents we've had in a long time. That might not be everybody's cup of tea. Maybe different people don't want, that's not a quality they value in their president. I think at a moment where you're also able to make, I will say this much, is everybody's got different styles. Donald Trump's style is different from mine. But I do think that if we're able to use levity in a moment of national division, and in some ways, I think right now is probably a role where really good stand-up comedians could probably do a big service to the country if they're able to laugh at everybody 360 degrees. So they can go up there and make fun of Donald Trump all they want, do it in a lighthearted and manner that loves the country, do the same thing to Kamala Harris with an equal standard. I think that's actually good for the country. But, I think I'm more interested, Lex, as you know, in discussing the future direction of the country, my own views. I was a presidential candidate who ran against Donald Trump, by the way, and supporting him now. But I just prefer engaging on the substance of what I think each candidate's going to achieve for the country, rather than picking on really the personal attributes of either one. Right? I'm not criticizing Kamala Harris's manner of laugh or whatever. One might criticize as like a personal attribute of hers that you may hear elsewhere. And I just think our country's better off if we have a focus on both the policies, but also who's going to be more likely to revive the country. That, I think, is a healthy debate headed to an election. I think everybody has their personality attributes, their flaws, what makes them funny and lovable to some people, makes them irritating to others. I think that matters less heading into an election.
I love that you do that. I love that you focus on policy and can speak for hours on policy. Let's look at foreign policy.
Sure.
What kind of peace deal do you think is possible, feasible, optimal in Ukraine? If you sat down, you became president, if you sat down with Zelensky and sat down with Putin, what do you think is possible to talk to them about? One of the hilarious things you did, which were intense and entertaining, your debates in the primary. But anyway, is how you grilled the other candidates that didn't know any regions. They wanted to send money and troops and lead to the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people, and they didn't know any of the regions in Ukraine.
Yeah.
You had a lot of zingers in that one. But anyway, how do you think about negotiating with world leaders about what's going on there?
Yeah, so look, I think that let's just get the self-interest of each party on the table. And let's be very transparent about it. From everyone's perspective, they think the other side is the aggressor or whatever. Just get it on the table. Russia is concerned about NATO shifting the balance of power away from Russia to Western Europe when NATO has expanded far more than they expected to, and frankly, that Russia was told that NATO was going to expand. It's an uncomfortable fact for some in America, but James Baker made a commitment to Mikhail Gorbachev in the early 90s, where he said NATO would expand not 1 inch past East Germany. Well, NATO's expanded far more after the fall of the USSR than it did during the existence of the USSR. And that is a reality we have to contend with. That's the Russian perspective. From the Western perspective, the hard fact is Russia was the aggressor in this conflict, crossing the boundaries of a sovereign nation. And that is a violation of international norms, and it's a violation of the recognition of international law. Nations without borders are not a nation. And so against that backdrop, what's the actual interest of each country? I think if we're able to do a reasonable deal that gives Russia the assurances it needs about what they might allege as NATO expansionism violating prior commitments, but get codified commitments for Russia that we're not going to see willy-nilly behavior of just randomly deciding they're going to violate the sovereignty of neighboring nations and have hard assurances and consequences for that. That's the beginnings of a deal. But then I want to be ambitious with the United States. I want to weaken the Russia-China alliance. And I think that we can do a deal that gives some real gifts to Russia, conditioned on Russia withdrawing itself from its military alliance with China. And this could be good for Russia, too, in the long run, because right now, Vladimir Putin does not enjoy being Xi Jinping's little brother in that relationship. But Russia's military, combined with China's naval capacity, and Russia's hypersonic missiles, and China's economic might, together those countries in an alliance pose a real threat to the United States. But if as a condition for a reasonable discussion about where different territories land, given what's occupied right now, hard requirements that Russia remove its military presence from the Western Hemisphere, people forget this. Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua, we don't want a Russian military presence in the Western Hemisphere. That too would be a win for the United States. No more joint military exercises with China off the coast of the Aleutian Islands. The kinds of wins that the United States wants to protect the West's security, get Russia out of the Western Hemisphere, certainly out of the North American periphery, and then also make sure that Russia's no longer in that military alliance with China. In return for that, able to provide Russia some things that are important to Russia, we'd have to have a reasonable discussion about what the territorial concessions would be at the end of this war to bring it to peace and resolution, and what the guarantees are to make sure that NATO is going to not expand beyond the scope of what the United States has at least historically guaranteed. That, I think, together would be a reasonable deal that gives every party what they're looking for, that results in immediate peace, that results in greater stability, and most importantly, weakening the Russia-China alliance, which I think is the actual threat that we have so far, no matter who in this debate, more or less Ukraine funding, has really failed to confront. That, I think, is the way we de-escalate the risk of World War III and weaken the threats to the West by actually dismantling that alliance.
So from the American perspective, the main interest is weakening the alliance between Russia and China.
Yes, I think the military alliance between Russia and China represents the single greatest threat we face. So do a deal that's very reasonable across the board, but one of the main things we get out of it is weakening that alliance. So no joint military exercises, no military collaborations. These are monitorable. These are monitorable attributes. If there's cheating on that, we're going to immediately have consequences. The consequence of their cheating, but we can't cheat on our own obligations that we would make in the context of that deal as well.
There might be some extremely painful things for Ukraine here. So Ukraine currently captured a small region in Russia, the Kursk region, but Russia has captured giant chunks, Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporizhzhia, Kherson regions. So it seems, given what you're laying out, it's very unlikely for Russia to give up any of the regions it's already captured.
I actually think that would come down to the specifics of the negotiation. But the core goals of the negotiation are peace in this war, weaken the Russia-China alliance. And for Russia, what do they get out of it? Part of this is, here's something that's not negative for Ukraine, but that could be positive for Russia as part of that deal. Right? Because it's not a zero-sum game alone with Ukraine on the losing end of this. I think reopening economic relations with the West would be a big win for Russia, but also a carrot that gets them out of that military relationship with China. So I do think that the foreign policy establishment has historically been, at the very least, unimaginative about the levers that we're able to use. Actually, I was a little critical of Nixon earlier in this discussion for his contribution to the overgrowth of the U.S. entitlement state and regulatory state. But I'll give Nixon credit here on a different point, which is that he was imaginative of being able to pull Red China out from the clasp of the USSR. He broke the China-Russia alliance back then, which was an important step to bring us to the near end of the Cold War. So I think there's an opportunity for a similar unconventional maneuver now of using greater reopened economic relations with Russia to pull Russia out from the hands of China today. There's no skin off Ukraine's back for that. And I do think that's a big carrot for Russia in this direction. I do think it will involve some level of territorial negotiation as well, that, out of any good deal, not everyone's going to like 100% of what comes out of it. But that's part of the cost of securing peace, is that not everyone's going to be happy about every attribute. But I could make a case that an immediate peace deal is also now in the best interests of Ukraine. Let's just rewind the clock. We're looking at now, let's just say we're early 2022, maybe June of 2022. Zelensky was ready to come to the table for a deal back then, until Boris Johnson traveled when he had his own domestic political travails to convince Zelensky to continue to fight. And that goes to the point where when nations aren't asked to pay for their own national security, they have what the problem is of moral hazard of taking risks that really are suboptimal risks for them to take because they're not bearing the consequences of taking those risks, not fully in the cost. If Ukraine had done a deal back then, I think it is unambiguous that they would have done a better deal for themselves than they're doing now after having spent hundreds of billions of dollars and expended tens of thousands of Ukrainian lives. So the idea that Ukraine is somehow better off because it failed to do that deal before is a lie. And if we're not willing to learn from those mistakes of the recent past, we're doomed to repeat them again. So this idea that it would be painful for Ukraine, you know what's been painful? Tens and tens and tens of thousands of people continuing to die without any increased leverage in actually getting the outcome that they want. So I think there's an opportunity for a win-win-win. A win for the United States and the West more broadly in weakening the Russia-China alliance. A win for Ukraine in having an agreement that's backstopped by the United States of America's interests that provides a greater degree of long-run security for future existence of Ukraine and its sovereignty, and also stopping the bloodshed today. And I think a win for Russia, which is to reopen economic relations with the West and have certain guarantees about what the mission creep or scope creep of NATO will be. There's no rule that says that when one party, before a full outright world war starts at least, there's an opportunity for there to actually be a win for everybody on the table rather than to assume that a win for us is a loss to Russia or that anything positive that happens for Russia is a loss for the United States.
Just to add to the table some things that Putin won't like, but I think are possible to negotiate, which is Ukraine joining the European Union and not NATO. So establishing some kind of economic relationships there, and also splitting the bill, sort of guaranteeing some amount of money from both Russia and the United States for rebuilding Ukraine. One of the challenges in Ukraine, a war-torn country, is how do you guarantee the flourishing of this particular nation? Right, so you want to not just stop the death of people and the destruction, but also provide a foundation on which you can rebuild the country and build a flourishing future country.
I think out of this conversation alone, there are a number of levers on the table for negotiation in a lot of different directions. And that's where you want to be, right? If there's only one factor that matters to each of the two parties, and those are their red line factors, then there's no room for negotiation. This is a deeply complicated, historically intricate dynamic between Ukraine and Russia, and between NATO and the United States, and the Russia-China alliance, and economic interests that are at issue combined with the geopolitical factors. There are a lot of levers for negotiation, and the more levers there are, the more likely there is to be a win-win-win deal that gets done for everybody. So I think it should be encouraging the fact that there are as many different possible levers here almost makes certain that a reasonable, practicable peace deal is possible. In contrast to a situation where there's only one thing that matters for each side, then I can't tell you that there's a deal to be done. There's definitely a deal to be done here. And I think that it requires real leadership in the United States playing hardball, not just with one side of this, not just with Zelensky or with Putin, but across the board, hardball for our own interests, which are the interests of stability here. And I think that that will happen to well serve both Ukraine and Russia in the process.
If you were president, would you call Putin?
Absolutely. I mean, in any negotiation, you've got to manage when you're calling somebody and when you're not. But I do believe that open conversation, the willingness to have that as another lever in the negotiation is totally fair game.
Okay, let's go to the China side of this. The big concern here is that the brewing cold or, God forbid, hot war between the United States and China in the 21st century. How do we avoid that?
So a few things. One is, I do think the best way we also avoid it is by reducing the consequences to the United States in the event of that type of conflict. Because at that point, what you're setting up for, if the consequences are existential for the United States, then what you're buying yourself in the context of what could be a small conflict is an all-out great war. So the first thing I want to make sure we avoid is a major conflict between the United States and China, like a World War level conflict. And the way to do that is to bring down the existential stakes for the U.S. And the way we bring down the existential stakes for the U.S. is make sure that the United States does not depend on China for our modern way of life. Right now we do. Because right now we depend on China for everything, pharmaceuticals in our medicine cabinet. 95% of ibuprofen, one of the most basic medicines used in the United States, depends on China for its supply chain. We depend on China, ironically, for our own military industrial base. Think about how little sense that makes, actually. Our own military, which supposedly exists to protect ourselves against adversaries, depends for its own supplies, semiconductors and otherwise, on our top adversary. That doesn't make sense. Even if you're a libertarian in the school of Friedrich von Hayek, somebody I admire as well, even then, you would not argue for a foreign dependence on adversary for your military. So I think that's the next step we need to take, is at least reduce U.S. dependence on China for the most essential inputs for the functioning of the United States of America, including our own military. As a side note, I believe that means not just onshoring to the United States. It does. But if we're really serious about that, it also means expanding our relationships with allies like Japan, South Korea, India, the Philippines. And that's an interesting debate to have, because some on the right would say, okay, I want to decouple from China, but I also want less trade with all these other places. You can't have both those things at the same time. You can have one or the other, you can't have both. And so we have to acknowledge and be honest with ourselves that there are trade-offs to declaring independence from China. But the question is, what are the long-run benefits? Now, you think about the other way to do this is strategic clarity. I think the way that you see world wars often emerge is strategic ambiguity from two adversaries who don't really know what the other side's red line is or isn't, and accidentally crosses those red lines. So I think we need to be much clearer with what are our hard red lines and what aren't they. And I think that's the single most effective way to make sure this doesn't spiral into major world war. And then let's talk about ending the Russia-Ukraine conflict on the terms that I just discussed with you before. I think weakening the Russia-China alliance not only reduces the risk that Russia becomes an aggressor, it also reduces the risk that China takes the risks that could escalate us to World War III as well. So I think that geopolitically, you got to look at these things holistically. That end of the Russia-Ukraine war and that peace deal de-escalates not only the Russia-Ukraine conflict, but the risk of a broader conflict that includes China as well, by also weakening China, because Russia also has hypersonic missiles and missile capabilities that are ahead of that of China's. If Russia is no longer in a military alliance with China, that changes China's calculus as well. So that's kind of, I think, more strategic vision we need in our foreign policy than we've had since certainly the Nixon era. I think that you need people who are going to be able to challenge the status quo, question the existing orthodoxies, the willingness to use levers to get great deals done that otherwise wouldn't have gotten done. And that's what I do think. Someone like Donald Trump in the presidency, and obviously I ran for president as an outsider and a businessman as well. I think this is an area, our foreign policy is one where we actually benefit from having business leaders in those roles rather than people who are shackled by the traditional political manner of thinking.
I think the thing you didn't quite make clear, but I think implied, is that we have to accept the red line that China provides of the one China policy.
Both sides need to have their red lines. Both sides need to have the red lines. So, we can get into specifics, but it's gonna vary depending on the circumstances. But the principle that I would give you is that we have to have a hard red line that's clear. I think that hard red line, I was clear during my campaign on this, so I'll say it again, is I think that we have to have a clear red line that China will not and should not, for any time in the foreseeable future, annex Taiwan. I do think that for the United States, it probably is prudent right now not to suddenly upend the diplomatic policy we've adopted for decades of what is recognizing the one China policy in our position of quiet deference to that. And understand that may be their red line, is the national recognition of Taiwan as an independent nation would be a red line that China would have, but we would have a red line to say that we do not, in any circumstance, tolerate the annexation by physical force at any time in the foreseeable future when that's against the interests of the United States of America. So those are examples, but the principle here is, you asked how do we avoid major conflict with China. I think it starts with clear red lines on both sides. I think it starts with also lowering the stakes for the United States by making sure we're not dependent on China for our modern way of life. I think it also starts with, ironically, using a peaceful resolution to the Ukraine war as a way of weakening the Russia-China alliance, which in the other direction of weakening China has significant benefits to us as well.
But what do you do when China says very politely, we're going to annex Taiwan, whether you like it or not?
Against the backdrop that I just laid out, that's not going to happen. That wouldn't happen if we actually make sure that we're crystal clear about what our red lines and priorities are. We're also dependent on Taiwan right now for our own semiconductor supply chain. So China knows that's going to draw us into serious conflict in that circumstance. So against the backdrop of clearly drawn red lines, against the backdrop of Russia no longer automatically being in China's camp, that's a big lever. I think also strengthening our relationship with other allies where we have room to strengthen those relationships, like India. And I'm not just saying that, because my name is Vivek Ramaswamy, right? I'm saying it because it's strategically important to the United States to understand that God forbid, in a conflict scenario, China would perceive some risk to the Indian Ocean or the Andaman Sea, no longer being reliable for getting Middle Eastern oil supplies. There's a lot of levers here, but I think that if we are both strategically clear with our allies and with our adversaries about what our red lines are, what our priorities are, reasonable deals that pull Russia out of the hands of China and vice versa, reasonable allies and relationships that cause China to question whether it can continue to have the same access to Middle Eastern oil supplies as it does today, and then clear red lines with China itself about what we definitely aren't okay with, and understand that they may have certain red lines too. That allows us, I think, to still avoid what many people will call the unavoidable conflict, the Thucydides trap, against the circumstance of when there's a rising power against the backdrop of a declining power, conflict always becomes inevitable. That's a theory. It's not a law of physics. And I don't think that, A, we have to be a declining power, and B, I don't think that has to necessarily result in major conflict with China here. It's going to require real leadership with a spine. And you don't have to judge based on international relations theory to form your view on this. 4 years under Trump, we didn't have major conflicts in the Middle East, in places like Russia or Ukraine. We were on the cusp of war with North Korea when Obama left office and Trump took over. 4 years under Biden, less than 4 years under Biden and Harris, what do you have? Major conflicts in the Middle East, major conflict in Russia, Ukraine, judged by the results. And, I would say that even if you're somebody who disagrees with a lot of Donald Trump and you don't like his style, if your single issue is you want to stay out of World War III, I think there's a pretty clear case for why you go for Trump in this election.
So, Prime Minister Modi, I think you've complimented him in a bunch of different directions, one of which is when you're discussing nationalism.
Yeah, I believe that, somebody I've gotten to know actually reasonably well, for example, recently is Giorgia Meloni, who's a leader of Italy. Told her the same thing. One of the things I love about her as a leader of Italy is that she does not apologize for the national identity of the country, and that she stands for certain values uncompromising. And she doesn't give a second care about what the media has to say about it. One of the things I loved last time I spoke to her, which was in the U.S., when we sat down, was she talked about she doesn't even read the newspaper. She doesn't read and watch the media, and it allows her to make decisions that are best for the people. And there are elements of that in Modi's approach as well, which I respect about him, is he doesn't apologize for the fact that India has a national identity and that the nation should be proud of it. But I'm not saying that because I'm proud of Meloni or Modi for their own countries. I'm American. I think there are lessons to learn from leaders who are proud of their own nation's identity rather than apologizing. And I think it's a big part of why I ran for president on a campaign centered on national pride. It's also why I'm not only voting for, but actively supporting Donald Trump, because I do think he's going to be the one that restores that missing national pride in the United States. And I touch on this as well in the book. There's a chapter here. It says nationalism isn't a bad word. I think nationalism can be a very positive thing if it's grounded in the actual true attributes of the nation. And in the United States, that doesn't mean ethno-nationalism, because that was not what the national identity of the United States was based on in the first place. But a civic nationalism grounded in our actual national ideals, that is who we are. And I think that is something that we've gotten uncomfortable with in the countries, to say that, I'm proud of being American. I believe in American exceptionalism. Somehow that's looking down on others. No, I'm not looking down on anybody, but I'm proud of my own country. And I think Modi's revived that spirit in India in a way that was missing for a long time. Right? India had an inferiority complex, a psychological inferiority complex. But now to be proud of its national heritage and its national myth-making and its national legacy and history, and to say that every nation does have to have a kind of myth-making about its past, and to be proud of that. It's like Malcolm X actually said this here in the United States, is that a nation without an appreciation for its history is like a tree without roots. It's dead. And I think that that's true not just for the United States. I think it's true for every other nation. I think leaders like Meloni in Italy, leaders like Modi in India have done a great job, that I wish to bring that type of pride back in the United States. And whatever I do next, Alex, I'll tell you this, is I think reviving that sense of identity and pride, especially in the next generation, is one of the most important things we can do for this country.
Speaking of what you do next, any chance you run in 2028?
Well, I'm not going to rule it out. I mean, that's a long time from now. And I'm most focused on what I can do in the next chapter for the country. I ran for president, a million things that I learned from that experience that you can only learn by doing it. it was very much a fire first, aim later. With getting into the race, there was no way I could have planned and plotted this out as somebody who was coming from the outside. I was 37 years old, came from the business world. So there was a lot that only could learn by actually doing it, and I did. But I care about the same things that led me into the presidential race, and I don't think the issues have been solved. I think that we have a generation that is lost in the country. It's not just young people. I think it's all of us in some ways are hungry for purpose and meaning at a time in our history when the things that used to fill that void in our heart, they're missing. And I think we need a president who both has the right policies for the country, seal the border, grow the economy, stay out of World War III, end rampant crime. Yes, we need the right policies. But we also need leaders who, in a sustained way, revive our national character, revive our sense of pride in this country, revive our identity as Americans. And, I think that need exists as much today as it did when I first ran for president. I don't think it's going to be automatically solved in just a few years. I think Donald Trump is the right person to carry that banner forward for the next 4 years. But after that, we'll see where the country is heading into 2028. And whatever I do, it'll be whatever has a maximal positive impact on the country. I'll also tell you that my laser focus, maybe as distinct from other politicians on both sides, to take America to the next level, to move beyond our victimhood culture, to restore our culture of excellence, we got to shut down that nanny state. The entitlement state, the regulatory state, the foreign policy nanny state, shut it down and revive who we really are as Americans. And I'm as passionate about that as ever. But the next step is not running for president. The next step is what happens in the next 4 years. And that's why over the next 4 weeks, I'm focused on doing whatever I can to make sure we succeed in this election.
Well, I hope you run because this was made clear on the stage in the primary debates. You have a unique clarity and honesty in expressing the ideas you stand for. And it would be nice to see that. I would also like to see the same thing on the other side, which would make for some badass, interesting debates.
I would love nothing more than a kick-ass set of top-tier Democrat candidates. After 4 years of Donald Trump, we have a primary filled with actually people who have real visions for the country on both sides. And the people of this country can choose between those competing visions without insult or injury being the way I would love nothing more than to see that in 2028.
Who do you think? So for me, I would love to see in some kind of future where it's you versus somebody like Tim Walz. So Tim Walz, maybe I'm lacking in knowledge. Is first of all, like a good dude, has similar to you, strongly held, if not radical, ideas of how to make progress in this country. So to just be on stage and debate honestly about the ideas, there's a tension between those ideas. Is there other people? Shapiro is interesting also.
I would like to take on in earnest and civil but contested context, right, of a debate. Who do you want to take on? You want to take on somebody who disagrees with you but still has deep ideology of their own. I think John Fetterman's pretty interesting. He's demonstrated himself to be somebody who is thoughtful, able to change his mind on positions, but not in some sort of fake flippity-floppity way, but in a thoughtful evolution. Somebody who's been through personal struggles. Somebody I deeply disagree with on a lot of his views, most of his views, but who I can at least say comes across at least as somebody who has been through that torturous process of really examining your beliefs and convictions, and has, when necessary, been able to preach to his own tribe where he thinks they're wrong. I think it's interesting. I think that you have a number of other leaders probably emerging at lower levels. On the left, not everybody's going to necessarily come from Washington, D.C. In fact, the longer they're there, the more they in some ways get polluted by it. I think the governor of Colorado is an interesting guy. He's got a more libertarian tendency. I don't know as much about his views on from a national perspective, but it's intriguing to see somebody who has at least libertarian, freedom-oriented tendencies within the Democratic Party. I think that there are a number of, I don't foresee him running for president, but I had a debate last year when I was running for president with Ro Khanna, who, say what you will about him, he's a highly intelligent person and is somebody who is at least willing to buck the consensus of his party when necessary. I think he recently, I would say, lambasted. He phrased it very delicately, but criticized Kamala Harris's proposed tax on unrealized capital gains. So I like people who are willing to challenge the orthodoxies in their own party because it says they actually have convictions. And so whoever the Democrats put up, I hope it's someone like that. And for my part, I have and continue to have beliefs that will challenge Republicans. That on the face of it may not be the policies that poll on paper as the policies you're supposed to adopt as a Republican candidate. But what a true leader doesn't just tell people what they want to hear. You tell people what they need to hear. And you tell people what your actual convictions are. And this idea that I don't want to create a right-wing entitlement state or a nanny state. I want to shut it down. That challenges the presuppositions of where a lot of the conservative movement is right now. I don't think the bill to cap credit card interest rates is a good idea because that's price control, just like Kamala Harris's price controls. And it'll reduce access to credit. I don't think that we want a crony capitalist state showering private benefits on selected industries that favor us, or that we want to expand the CFPB or the FTC's remit and somehow we're going to trust it because it's under our watch. No, I believe in shutting it down. That challenges a lot of the current direction of the conservative movement. I believe in certain issues that, maybe even outside the scope of what Republicans currently care about right now. One of the things that I oppose, for example, is this is not a top issue in American politics, but just to give you a sense for how I think and view the world. I'm against factory farming of a large scale of, you could sort of say putting the mistreatment of, it's one thing to say that you need it for your sustenance, and that's great, but it's another to say that you have to do it in a factory farming setting that gives special exemptions from historical laws that have existed that are the product of crony capitalism. I'm against crony capitalism. I'm against the influence of mega money in politics. I don't think that's been good either for Democrats or Republicans. Some of those views, I think, are not necessarily the traditional Republican orthodoxy, reading chapter and verse from what the Republican Party platform has been. It's not against the Republican Party platform, but it's asking what the future of our movement is.
Some of these things are hard, like getting money out of politics.
Getting mega money.
The mega money, yeah.
And so long as it exists, you got to play the game. I mean, if you're going to play to win. I think it's one of the things I realized is that you just can't compete without it. But you want to win the game in order to change the game. And I think that that's something that I keep in mind as well. So
you have written a lot. You're exceptionally productive. But even just looking book-wise, you've written basically a book a year for the last 4 years. When you're writing and you're thinking about how to solve the problems of the world, to develop your policy, how do you think?
I need quiet time, extended periods of it that are separated from the rush of the day-to-day or the travel. I actually think a lot better when I'm working out and physically active. So if I'm running, playing tennis, lifting, somehow for me that really opens up my mind. And then I need a significant amount of time after that with a notebook. I usually carry around a notebook everywhere I go and write it down in there.
Is the notebook full of chaotic thoughts, or is it structured?
Sometimes it's chaotic, sometimes it's structured. It's a little bit of both. Sometimes I have a thought that I know I don't want to forget later. I'll immediately jot it down. Other times, on the flight over here, I had a much more structured layout I got a lot of different projects in the air, for example. And I cross-pollinate. I was in the shower this morning, had a bunch of thoughts, collected those on my plane ride over here. So I think that writing is something in all of its forms that helps me. It's one of the things that actually helped me this year was actually writing this book. You're going through a presidential campaign, you're going at super speed. And if I was to do the presidential campaign again, the thing I would do is actually to take more structured breaks. I don't mean breaks isn't just like vacations, but I mean breaks to reflect on what's actually happening. Probably the biggest mistake I made is last time around, heading into the first debate. I was like not 9 different states over 7 days. I would have just taken that as a pause, right? We're halfway through, you've established relevance. Now make sure the country sees who you actually are in full, rather than just the momentum, competitive driven version of you. And I just think that that's sort of taking those moments to just take stock of where you are. Do some writing. I didn't do much writing during the presidential campaign. I enjoy writing. It's part of how I center myself. Part of what this book allowed me to do is, okay, I ran that whirlwind of a campaign. The first thing I started doing after I collected myself for a couple of weeks was take the pen and start writing. And I was committed to writing that book, whether or not anybody read it. I was writing it for myself. And actually it started in a very different form. It was very personal, reflection oriented. So most of that, funny enough, I've learned about writing your books, Lex, is
Edited it out.
it just didn't end up in the book because it went in a different direction than like what's interesting for a publisher to publish. And so for each of my books, the things that I started writing ended up never in the book anyway, just because the topic ended up morphing. But the journey that led me to write this book, a lot of it in this book is still in there. This is my fourth book in 4 years, you're right. And I hope it's the most important one, but it is certainly the product of an honest reflection that whatever it might do for the reader, it helped me to write it. And I think that's one of the things that I learned from this campaign is not just all the policy lessons, but even just as a matter of personal practice, the ability to take spaces of time to not only physically challenge yourself, work out, etc., but to give yourself the space to reflect, to recenter yourself on the why. Had I done that, I think I would have been even more centered on the mission the whole time, rather than you get attacked on the way, you're thrown off your tilt, you're thrown off your balance. It becomes a lot harder for someone else to do that to you if you've really centered yourself on your own purpose. Probably one of my biggest learnings.
So you've mentioned the first primary debate. So more than almost basically anybody I've ever seen, you step into some really intense debates.
Yeah.
On your own podcast, but in general, kind of in all kinds of walks of life, whether it's sort of debates with sort of protesters or debates with people that really disagree with you, like the radical opposite of you. What's the philosophy behind that, and what's the psychology of being able to be calm through all of that, which you seem to be?
Well, I enjoy debate, and for me, I think just in ordinary life, forget about like a formal debate setting. Whenever I've received criticism or a contrary view, my first impulse is always, are they right? It's always a possibility, right? And most of the time what happens is you understand the other side's argument, but you emerge with a stronger conviction in your own belief, right? You know your own beliefs better if you can state the best argument for the other side. And sometimes you do change your mind. And I think that that's happened over the course of my life as well. I think no one's a thinking human being unless that happens once in a while too. And so anyway, just the idea of the pursuit of truth through open debate and inquiry, that's always just been part of my identity, part of who I am. I'm wired that way. I thrive on it. I enjoy it. Even my relationships with my closest friends are built around heated debates and deep-seated disagreements. And I just think that's beautiful. Not just about human relationships, but it's particularly beautiful about America, right? Because it's part of the culture of this country, more so than other countries, China or India, or Asian cultures, even a lot of European cultures are very different, where that's considered not genteel behavior. It's not the respectful behavior. Whereas for us, part of what makes this country great is you can disagree like hell and still get together at the dinner table at the end of it. I think we've lost some of that, but I'm on a bit of a mission to bring that back. And so I don't know whether it's in politics or not, I'm committed in that next step, whatever the path is over the next 4 years. One of the things I'm committed to doing is making sure that I go out of my way to talk to people who actually disagree with me. And I think it's a big part of how we're going to save our country.
Are they right is a thing I actually literally see you do. So you are listening to the other person.
For my own benefit, to be honest, it's selfish.
You also don't lose your shit. So you don't take it personally. You don't get emotional. But you get emotional sort of in a positive way. You get passionate, but you don't get, it doesn't, I've never seen you broken. Like to where they get you like outraged. It's always probably because you just love the heat.
I love the heat, and I'm a curious person. So I'm always curious about what's actually what's motivating the person on the other side. That curiosity, I think, is actually the best antidote, right? Because if you're just trying to stay calm in the face of somebody attacking you, that's kind of fake. But if you're kind of curious about them, right? Genuinely, just wondering. I think most people are good people inherently. We all maybe get misguided from time to time. But what is it that's moving that person to go in such a different direction than you? I think as long as you're curious about that, the climate change protesters that have interrupted my events, I'm as fascinated by the psychology of what's moving them and what they might be hungry for as I am concerned about rebutting the content of what they're saying to me. And I think that that's certainly something I care to revive. We don't talk about in politics that much, but reviving that sense of curiosity, I think, is in a certain way one of the ways we're going to be able to disagree but still remain friends and fellow citizens at the end of it.
I agree with you. I think fundamentally most people are good. And one of the things I love most about humans is the very thing you said, which is curiosity. I think we should lean into that.
You're a curious person. You know, this podcast is basically born of your curiosity, I'm sure. And so I just think we need more of that in America. That kind of, you know, when I talked about our founding fathers, we were joking about it, but they were inventors, they were writers, they were political theorists, they were founders of a nation. They kind of had that boundless curiosity too. And I think part of what's happened culturally in the country is we've gotten to this place where, you know, we've been told that stay in your lane. You know, you don't have an expert degree in that, therefore you can't have an opinion about it. I don't know. I think it's a little bit un-American in terms of the culture of it. And yeah, it's one of the things I like about you and why I was looking forward to this conversation too, is it's cool to have intellectual interests that span sports to culture to politics to philosophy. And it's not like you just have to be an expert trained in one of those things to be able to engage in it. But actually, maybe, just maybe, you might even be better at each of those things because you're curious about the other. The Renaissance man, if you will. I think we've lost a little bit of that concept in America, but it's certainly something that is important to me. And this year it's been kind of cool. After leaving the campaign, I've been doing a wide range of things, right? I've been picking up my tennis game again. I've practiced at the Ohio State.
You're damn good at tennis.
I used to be better, but I'm picking
Somebody
it up.
online was trying to correct me. I think you shot a very particular angle of that video. I think they were criticizing your backhand was weak potentially because
That would be fair criticism. But it's gotten better again. It's gotten better recently. I've been playing with I've been practicing with the Ohio State team in the morning. They're like number one in the country or close to it. Now the guys on the team play, but there's a couple coaches who were recently on the team. One of them used to be a guy I used to play with in the juniors who invited me out. So I hit with them in the mornings alongside the team. My goal, I should be careful here.
Oh no!
My hips are telling me that I've been playing so many days a week that I set a goal for myself by the end of to play in a particular tournament. But we'll see if that happens.
No.
But regardless, it's been fun to get back into tennis. I was an executive producer on a movie, something I've never done before. It's called City of Dreams. It's about a story of a young man who was trafficked into the United States. It's a thriller. It's a very cool movie to be a part of. I've actually started a couple companies. One company in particular that I think is going to be significant this year, guiding some of the other businesses that I've gotten off the ground in the past. So for me, I'm re-energized now, where I was in the thick of politics for a full year there, and getting a little bit of oxygen outside of politics, doing some things in the private sector has actually given me a renewed sense of energy to get back into driving change through public service.
Well, it's been fun watching you do all these fascinating things, but I do hope that you have a future in politics as well, because it's nice to have somebody that has rigorously developed their ideas and is honest about presenting them and is willing to debate those ideas out in the public space. So I would love for you and people like you to represent the future of American politics. So with that, thank you so much. For every time I'm swiveling in this chair, I'm thinking of Thomas Jefferson.
It's good. That was my goal.
So big shout out to Thomas Jefferson for the swivel chair, and thank you so much for talking today, Vivek. This was fun.
Thanks. One final fact of Thomas Jefferson, whether you cut this out, of course, he wrote 16,000 essays in his life, letters, right? So he's written 4 books in 4 years. That is nothing compared to how prolific this guy was. Anyway, good stuff, man. Thanks for having me. And
neither of us will ever live up to anything close to Thomas Jefferson.
I love your curiosity, man. Thanks for reading the book, and appreciated your feedback on it as well. Hopefully we'll do this again sometime.
Yep. Thank you, brother.
Thanks.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Vivek Ramaswamy. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from George Orwell. Political language is designed to make lies sound truthful
and murder respectively, and to give an appearance of solidity to pure wind. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
And the outcome here is a horrific man-made famine, not a natural disaster, not bad harvest, but a man-made famine as a result of then the compulsion that gets used by the Soviet state to extract those resources, cordoning off the area, not allowing starving people to escape. You put very well some of the implications of this case study in how things look in the abstract versus in practice. And those phenomena were going to haunt the rest of the experience of the Soviet Union. The whole notion that up and down the chain of command, everybody is falsifying or tinkering with or prettifying the statistics or their reports in order not to look bad and not to have vengeance visited upon them, reaches the point where nobody, in spite of the pretense of comprehensive knowledge, right? There's a state planning agency that creates 5-year plans for the economy as a whole, which is supposed to have accurate statistics. All of this is founded upon a foundation of saying a deliberate plan to bring class conflict and bring civil war and then heighten it in the countryside does damage. And not least of that is this phenomenon of a negative selection. Those who have most enterprise, those who are most entrepreneurial, those who have most self-discipline, those who are best organized, will be winnowed again and again and again, sending the message that mediocrity is comparatively much safer than talent. Hitler and Himmler envisioned permanent war on the Eastern Front. Not a peace treaty, not a settlement, not a border, but a constant moving of the border every generation, hundreds of miles east, in order to keep winning more and more living space. And with analogy to other frontiers, to always give more fighting experience and more training in aggression to generation after generation of German soldiers. In terms of nightmarish visions, this one's right up.
The following is conversation with Vehas Lunevicius, a historian specializing in Germany and Eastern Europe. He has lectured extensively on the rise, the reign, and the fall of communism. Our discussion goes deep on this, the very heaviest of topics, the communist ideology that has led to over 100 million deaths in the 20th century. We also discuss Hitler, Nazi ideology, and World War II. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Vehas Lunevicius. Let's start with Karl Marx. What were the central ideas of Marx that laid the foundation of communism?
I think there were several key ideas that Marx deployed that were destined to have such an impact. And in some ways, they were actually kind of contradictory. On the one hand, Marx insisted that history has a purpose, that history is not just random events, but that rather it's history, we might say with a capital H, history moving in a deliberate direction, history having a goal, a direction that it was predestined to move in. At the same time, in the Communist Manifesto, Karl Marx and his colleague Friedrich Engels also suggested that there was a role for special individuals who might, even if history was still moving in this predetermined direction, might give it an extra push, might play a heroic role in that process. And I think that these two ideas added together, the notion that there is a science of revolution that suggests that you can move in a deliberate and meaningful, rational way towards the end of history and the resolution of all conflicts, a total liberation of the human person, And that, moreover, that was inevitable, that was pre-programmed and destined in the order of things. When you add to that the notion that there's also room for heroism and the individual role, this ended up being tremendously powerful as a combination. Earlier thinkers who were socialists had already dreamt of or projected futures where all conflict would be resolved and human life would achieve some sort of perfection. Marx added these other elements that made it far more powerful than the earlier versions that he decried as merely utopian socialism.
So there's a million questions I could ask there, but so on the utopian side, so there is a utopian component to the way he tried to conceive of his ideas.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, first of all, one has to stress, Marx would have gotten extremely upset at this point in the conversation because to call someone a utopian was precisely to argue that you're not scientific, you're not rational, you are not laying out the iron laws of history, you're merely hoping for the best. And that might be laudable, but it was fundamentally unrealistic. That said, hidden among Marx's insistence that there are laws and structures as history moves through class conflict, modes of production towards its ultimate goal of a comprehensive final revolution that will see all exploitation overthrown and people finally being freed from necessity. Smuggled in among those things are most definitely utopian elements. And there they come especially at the end, in which Marx sketches the notion of what things will look like after the revolution has resolved all problems. There, vagueness sets in. It's clear that it's a blessed state that's being talked about. People no longer exploiting one another. People no longer subject to necessity or poverty, but instead enjoying all of the productivity of industrialization that hitherto had been put to private profit, now collectively owned and deployed. The notion that one will be able to work at one job in the morning and then engage in leisure activity at yet another fulfilling job in the afternoon. All of this free of any contradictions, free of necessity, free of the sort of ordinary irritations that we experience in our ordinary lives. That's deeply utopia. The difference was that Marx charted a route towards that outcome that was that presented itself as cutting-edge science, and moreover having the full credibility that science commanded so much, especially in the 19th and early 20th century.
So there is a long journey from capitalism to communism that includes a lot of problems. He thought once you resolve the problems, all the complexities of human interactions, the friction, the problems will be gone.
To the extent that they were based on inequalities and on man's exploitation of man, the result was supposed to be a resolution of all of this. And inevitably, when you talk about the history of communism, you have to include the fact that this often tragic and dramatic history produced a lot of jokes that were in part reactions sometimes to the ideological claims made by people like Marx. And one of the famous jokes was that, what's the difference between capitalism and communism? And the joke's answer was, capitalism is the exploitation of man by man, and communism is the exact opposite.
Yeah, you actually have a lecture on humor. I love it. And you deliver in such a dry, beautiful way. Okay, there's, again, a million questions. So you outline a set of contradictions, but it's interesting to talk about his view. For example, what was Marx's view of history?
Marx had been a student of Hegel, and Hegel, as a German idealist philosopher, had announced very definitively that history has a purpose. History is not a collection of random facts. And as an idealist, he proposed that the true movement of history, the true meaning of history, what made history with a capital H, something that's transcendent and meaningful, was that it was the working out of an idea through different civilizations, different stages of historical development, and that idea was the idea of human freedom. So it was not individuals or great thinkers alone making history and having an impact. It was the idea itself. striving to come to fruition, striving to come to an ever more perfect realization. In the case of Hegel, in this very Prussian German context, he identified the realization of freedom also with the growth of the state, because he thought that governments are the ones that are going to be able to deliver on laws and on the ideal of a state of the rule of law, in German, the Rechtsstaat. That was a noble dream. At the same time, as we recognize from our perspective, state power has been put to all sorts of purposes besides guaranteeing the rule of law in our own times. What Marx did was to take this characteristic insistence of Hegel that history is moving in a meaningful and discernible way towards the realization of an idea, and flipped it on its head. Marx insisted that Hegel had so much that was right in his thinking, but what he had neglected to keep in mind was that, in fact, history is based on matter. So, hence dialectical materialism. Dialectical referring to things proceeding by clashes or conflict towards an ever greater realization of some essential idea. And so Marx adapts a lot of ideas of Hegel. You can recognize entire rhetorical maneuvers that are indebted to that earlier training, but now taken in a very different direction. What remained, though, was the confidence of being on the right side of history. And there are few things that are as intoxicating as being convinced that your actions not only are right in the abstract, but are also destined to be successful.
And also that you have the rigor of science backing you in your journey towards the truth.
Absolutely. So Engels, when he gives the graveside eulogy for his beloved friend Marx, claims that Marx is essentially the Darwin of history, that he had done for the world of politics and of human history what Darwin had done with his theory of evolution, understanding the hidden mechanism, understanding the laws that are at work and that make that whole process meaningful rather than just one damn thing after another.
What about the sort of famous line that history of all existing societies is the history of class struggles? So what about this conception of history as a history of class struggle?
Well, so this was the motive force that Karl Marx and Engels saw driving the historical process forward. And it's important to keep in mind that class conflict doesn't just mean revolutions, revolts, peasant uprisings. It's sort of the totality of frictions and of clashes, conflicts of interest that appear in any society. And so Marx was able, in this spirit that he avowed was very scientific, to demarcate stages of historical transformation. Primitive communism in the prehistoric period, then moving towards what was called state slavery. That's to say, the early civilizations deploying human resources and ordering them by all-powerful monarchs. Then private slavery in the ancient period. And then moving to feudalism in the Middle Ages. And then here's where Marx is able to deliver a pronouncement about his own times, seeing that the present day is the penultimate, the next to last stage of this historical development. Because the feudal system of the Middle Ages and the dominance of the aristocracy has been overcome, has been displaced by the often heroic achievements, astonishing achievements in commerce and in world building of the middle class, the bourgeoisie, who have taken the world into their own hands and are engaged in class conflict with the class below them, which is the working class or the proletariat. And so this sort of conflict also, by the way, obtains within classes. So the bourgeoisie are going to be gravediggers, Marx announces, of their own supremacy, because they're also competing against one another. And members who don't survive that competition get pressed down into the subordinate working class, which grows and grows and grows to the point where at some future moment, the inevitable explosion will come and a swift revolution will overturn this penultimate stage of human history and usher in instead the dictatorship of the working class, and then the abolition of all classes, because with only one class remaining, everyone is finally unified and without those internal contradictions that mark class conflict before.
The dictatorship of the working class is an interesting term. So what is the role of revolution in history?
So this in particular for Marx, I think, is a really key moment, which is what makes that such a good question. In his vision, the epic narrative that he's presenting to us, revolution is key. It's not enough to have evolutionary change. It's not a question of compromises. It's not a case of bargaining or balancing interests. Revolution is necessary as part of the process of a subjugated class coming to awareness of its own historical role. And when we get to the proletariat, this working class in its entirety, to whom Marx assigns this epic Promethean role of being the ones who are going to liberate all of humanity, a class that is universal in its interests and in the sort of role in salvation history that they'll be playing in this secular framework. They need revolution and the experience of revolution in order to come into their own. Because without it, you'll only have half-hearted compromise and something less than the consciousness that they then need in order to rule, to administer, and to play the historical role that they're fated to play.
How did he conceive of a revolution, potentially a violent revolution, stabilizing itself into something where the working class was able to rule?
That's where things become a good deal less detailed in his and Engels' accounts. The answer that they proposed in part was, this is for the future to determine. So all of the details will be settled later. I think it was allied to this was a tremendous confidence in some very 19th century ideas about how society could be administered and what made for orderly society, in a way where if the right infrastructure was in place, you might expect society to kind of run itself without the need for micromanagement from above. And hence, we arrive at Marx's tantalizing promise that there will be a period where it will be necessary to have centralized control. And there might have to be, as he puts it, despotic inroads against property in order to bring this revolution to pass. But then afterwards, the state, because it represents everybody, rather than representing particular class interests that are in conflict with other classes, the state will eventually wither away. So there won't be need for it. Now, that's not to say that pure stasis arrives, right? Or that the stabilization equals being frozen in time. It's not as if that is what things will look like. But instead, the big issues will be settled. And henceforth, people will be able to enjoy lives of, as he would consider, an authentic freedom without necessity, without poverty, as a result of this blessed state that's been arrived.
Despotic inroads against property. Did he elaborate on the despotic inroads?
Dispossession of the middle classes and of the bourgeoisie. In his model, humanity is never standing still, right? So he'd probably argue in this dynamic vision of how history unfolds that there's always conflict and it's always moving, propelling history forward towards its predestined ending. In the way he saw this climax was that as things did not stay the same, the condition of the working class was constantly getting worse, and hence their revolutionary potential was growing. And at the same time, the expropriators, the bourgeoisie, were also facing diminishing returns as they competed against one another, with more and more wealth concentrated in fewer and fewer hands, and more elements of what had been the middle class detached from the ruling class and being pressed down into the working class. For Marx, this is really a key part. I mean, it's a key part of this whole ratchet effect that's going to produce this final historical explosion. And in German, the word given to that process was Verelendung, which is very evocative. Elend means misery, so it's the growing misery. When this gets translated into English, the results are never quite as evocative or satisfactory. The words that get used are immiserization or pauperization, meaning more and more people are being turned into paupers. But for Marx, that prediction is really key. And even in his own lifetime, there were already hints that, in fact, if you look sociologically at the really developed working classes in places like Great Britain or Germany, that process was not playing out as he had expected. In fact, although there have been enormous dislocations and tremendous suffering in the early chaotic sort of Wild West stages of capitalism and of industrialization, there had been reform movements as well. And there had been unions which had sought to carve out rules and agreements with employers for how the conditions under which workers labored might be ameliorated. Moreover, the middle class, rather than dwindling and dwindling, seemed to actually be strengthening and growing in numbers. The appearance of new kinds of people like white-collar workers or technical experts. So already in Marx's own lifetime, and then especially in what follows Marx's lifetime, this becomes a real problem because it puts a stick into the spokes of this particular historical prediction.
Can you speak to this realm of ideas? Which is fascinating. This battle of big ideas in the 19th century. What are the ideas that were swimming around?
Yeah. Well, to describe the 19th century as sort of an age of ideologies is very apt because Europe is being racked and being put through the ringer of nationalism, demands for self-expression of peoples who earlier have been in empires or under monarchical rule, demands to redraw the map. The tremendous transformations of the Industrial Revolution meant that in the course of about a generation, you would have seen the world around you change in ways that made it entirely unfamiliar. You'd be able to travel across the landscape at speeds that had been unthinkable when you were a child. So it's enormous change and demands for yet more change. And so it's a great mix of ideas, ideologies, the old and the new, religious ideas, religious revivals, as well as demands for secularization. And stepping into all of this are Marx and Engels together in what has been called, I think with justice, one of the most important and influential intellectual partnerships of history. They were very different men. They were both German by origin. Marx had trained as an academic. He had married the daughter of a baron. Because of his radical ideas, he had foreclosed or just found himself cut off from a possible academic career and went the route of radical journalism. Engels was very different. Engels was the son of an industrialist, and the family owned factories in Germany and in England. So he was most definitely not a member of the proletariat that he and Marx were celebrating as so significant in their future historical role. There were also huge differences in character between these men. Marx, when people met him, they were astonished by his energy, his dynamism. They also saw him as a man who felt determined to dominate arguments, who wanted to win arguments, and was not one to settle for compromise or a middle road. He was disorderly in his personal habits. We might mention, among other things, that he impregnated the family maid and didn't accept responsibility for the child. He was also not inclined to undertake regular employment in order to support his growing family. That's where Engels came in. Engels essentially, from his family fortune, and then from his journalism afterwards, supported both himself and the Marx family for decades. And so in a sense, Engels made things happen. In the mysterious way that friendships work, the very differences between these men made them formidable as a dynamic duo because they balanced off one another's idiosyncrasies and turned what might have been faults into potential strengths. British historian A.J.P. Taylor always has a lovely turn of phrase, even when he's wrong about a historical issue. In this case, he was right. He said that Engels had charm and brilliance. Marx was the genius. And Engels saw himself as definitely the junior partner in this relationship. But here's the paradox. Without Engels, pretty clearly Marx would not have gone on to have the sort of lasting historical impact in the world of idea that he had.
Just to throw in the mix, there's interesting characters swimming around. So you have Darwin. He has it's difficult to characterize the level of impact he had, even just in the religious context. It challenges our conception of who we are as humans. There's Nietzsche, who's also, I don't know, hanging around the area. On the Russian side, there's Dostoevsky. So it's interesting to ask, maybe, from your perspective, did these people interact in the space of ideas to where this is relevant to our discussion, or is this mostly isolated?
I think that it's part of a great conversation, right? I think that in their works, they're reacting to one another. I mean, Dostoevsky's thought ranges across the condition of modernity, and he definitely has things to say about industrialization. I think that they react to one another in these oblique ways rather than always being at each other's throats in direct confrontations. And that's what makes the 19th century so compelling as a story, just because of the sheer vitality of the arguments that are taking place in ways big and small.
What we should say here, you mentioned Karl Marx. Maybe the color red comes up for people, and they think the Soviet Union, maybe China, but they don't think Germany necessarily. It's interesting that, I mean, Germany is where communism was supposed to happen. That's right. And so, can you maybe speak to that tension?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is definitely a factor in the entire history that we're referencing. Marx and Engels never really shed their identity as Germans. Many of their preconceptions, even those traces of nationalism that they had within themselves, even as they were condemning nationalism as a fraud against the working class, their entire formation had been affected by their German background. And it's very true, as you point out, that Germany is intended to be the place where these predictions will play out. Also in Britain, also in France, also eventually in the United States. But it's it's Germany by virtue of its central location and then its rapid development later than Britain or France in industrialization, give it this special role in Marx's worldview. And so it's a lasting irony, or a central irony of this whole story, that when a government establishes itself that claims to be following Marx's prescriptions and realizing his vision, it happens in the wreckage of the Russian Empire, a place that did not match the requirements of being industrialized, developed, well on its way in this historical process. And nobody knew this better than the Bolsheviks. Lenin and his colleagues had a keen sense that what they were doing, exciting as it was a gamble. It was a risk, because in fact, the revolution to really take hold had to seize power in Germany. And that's why immediately after taking power, they're not sure they're going to last. Their hope, their promise of salvation is that a workers' revolution will erupt in Germany, defeated Germany, in order to link up with the one that has been launched in this unlikely Russian location, and henceforth, great things will follow that do hew to Marx's historical vision. The last thing to mention about this is that this predominance of German in the thinking of Marx had two other reflections. One was that German socialists and later communists organized in order to fulfill Marx's vision, and they produced something that leaves other Westerners in awe in the late 19th century, and that's the building of a strong German workers' movement and a social democratic party. That social democratic party by 1912 is the largest party in German politics by vote, and there's the possibility they might even come to power without needing radical revolution, which again also goes against Marx's original vision of the necessity for a revolution. Workers around the world, or rather radical socialists, look with admiration and awe at what the Germans have achieved, and they see themselves as trying to do what the Germans have done. The final point is, growing up during the Cold War, one thought that, well, if you want to represent somebody as being a communist, that person has to have a Russian accent, because Russia, after all, the homeland of this form of government, the Soviet Union, that must be the point of origin. Before the Bolsheviks seized power, in order to really be a serious radical socialist, you needed to read German, because you needed to read Marx, and you needed to read Kautsky, and you needed to read Bernstein and other thinkers in this tradition. And it's only after the Soviet seizure of power that this all changed. So there's lots of marks of that phenomenon.
Which is why the clash between nationalism and communism in Germany is such a fascinating aspect of history and all the different trajectories it could take, and we'll talk about it. If we return to the 19th century, you said that Marx's chief rival was Russian anarchist Mikhail Bakunin, who famously said in 1942, quote, "The passion for destruction is also a creative passion." So what kind of future did Bakunin envision?
Well, Bakunin, in some things, agreed with Marx, and in many others, disagreed. He was an anarchist rather than hewing to the sort of scheme of history that Marx was proposing. So he did see humanity as fighting a struggle for a better way of life. He envisioned, as your quote suggests, that revolution and sheer confrontation and overthrow of the existing state of things, not compromise, was going to be the way to get there. But his vision was very different. Rather than organizing conspiratorial and hierarchical political movement, Bakunin envisioned that the ties would be far looser, that both the revolutionary movement and the future state of humanity would grow out of the free association, anarchist thinking, the free association of individuals who rejected hierarchical thinking in their relations with one another, rejected the state as a form of organized violence, and rejected traditional religious ideas that he saw as buttressing hierarchies. So Bakunin is part of a broader movement of socialists and anarchists who are demanding change and envisioning really fundamental transformation. But his particular anarchist vision steers him into conflict with Marx. And he makes some prophetic remarks about the problems with the system that Marx is proposing. You should add to this that the very fact that Marx is a German by background and Bakunin is Russian kind of adds a further nationalist or element of ethnic difference there. Bakunin warned that a sort of creeping German authoritarianism might insinuate its way into a movement that hewed too closely to having hierarchies in the struggle to overthrow hierarchies. And his anarchist convictions are not in question here. They led him into conflict with Marx, and Marx railed against him, denounced him, and eventually had him expelled from the International. One of the things, though, that also makes Bakunin so significant is Bakunin is the first in a longer series of approaches between anarchists and communists where they try to make common cause. And you have to say that in every case it ends badly for the anarchists, because the communist vision in particular, especially in its Leninist version, argued for discipline and a tightly organized professional revolutionary movement. The anarchists who sought to make common cause with communists, whether it was in the days of the Russian Revolution or the Russian Civil War, or whether it was then in the Spanish Civil War, the anarchists found themselves targeted by communists precisely because of their skepticism about what turned out to be an absolutely key element in the Leninist prescription for a successful revolution.
If we can take that tangent a little bit, so I guess anarchists were less organized.
By definition.
Yeah. Why do you think anarchism hasn't been rigorously tried in the way that communism was? If you just take a complete sort of tangent, I mean, in one sense, we are living in anarchy today because the nations are in an anarchic state with each other. But why do you think sort of there's not been an anarchist revolution?
Well, I think that probably some anarchists would beg to differ. Right? They would see communes in Spain during the Spanish Civil War as an example of trying to put anarchist ideas into place. Bakunin, flitted from one area of unrest to another, hoping to be in on finally the founding of the sort of free communes that he had in mind. Another key point in all of this is that anarchy means something different to different people as a term. And so when you point out quite correctly that we have an anarchic international situation, that's kind of the Hobbesian model of the war of all against all, where man is a wolf to man. Generally, except if you're talking about nihilists in the Russian revolutionary tradition, anarchists see anarchy as a blessed state, and one where finally people will be freed from the distorting influence of hierarchies, traditional beliefs, subjugation, inequalities. So for them, anarchy, growing out of the liberation of the human being, is seen as a positive good and peaceful. Now, that's at odds with the prescription of someone like Bakunin for how to get there. He sees overthrow as being necessary on the route to that. But, as we point out, it's absolutely key to this entire dynamic that to be an anarchist means that your efforts are not going to be organized the way a disciplined and tightly organized revolutionary movement would be.
Yeah, it's an interesting stretch that a violent revolution will take us to a place of no violence or very little violence. So it's a leap.
It's a leap, and it points to a phenomenon that would have enraged Marx and would have been deeply alienating to others in the tradition who followed him, but that so many scholars have commented on, and that's that there is a religious element, not a avowed one, but a kind of hidden religious or secular religious element to Marx's vision, to the tradition that follows Marx, and just think of the correspondences, right? Marx himself as kind of positioning himself as a savior figure, whether that's a Prometheus or a Moses who will lead people to the promised land. The apocalypse or the end times is this final revolution that will usher in a blessed final state, a utopia, which is equivalent to a secular version of heaven. There's the working class playing the role of humanity in its struggle to be redeemed. And scholar after scholar has pointed this out. Reinhold Niebuhr, back in the 1930s, had an article in the Atlantic magazine that talked about the Soviet Union's communism as a religion. Erich Voegelin, a German-American scholar who fled the Nazis and relocated to Louisiana State University and wrote tomes about the new phenomenon of political religions in the modern period. And he saw fascism and Nazism and Soviet communism as bearing the stamp of political religions, meaning ideologies that promised what an earlier age would have understood in religious terms. And Voegelin called this the eschaton, and said that these end times, the eschaton, was being promised in the here and now, being made imminent. And he warned against that, saying the results are likely to be disastrous.
So that's actually a disagreement with this idea that People sometimes say that the Soviet Union is an example of an atheistic society. So when you have atheism as the primary thing that underpins the society, this is what you get. So that's what you're saying is a kind of rejection of that, saying that there's a strong religious component to a communism.
A hidden component, one that's not officially recognized. I mean, I think that I had a chance to witness this actually. When I was a child, my family, I grew up in Chicago to a Lithuanian American family, and my father, who was a mathematician, got a very rare invitation to travel to Soviet Lithuania, to the University of Vilnius, to meet with colleagues. And at this point, journeys of more than a few days or a week were very rare for the Soviet Union for Americans. And the result was that I had unforgettable experiences visiting the Soviet Union in Brezhnev's day. And among the things I saw there was a museum of atheism that had been established in a church that had been ripped apart from inside and was meant to kind of embody the official stance of atheism. And I remember being baffled by the museum on the inside, because you would expect exhibits, you would expect something dramatic, something that would be compelling. And instead, there was some folk art from the countryside showing bygone beliefs. There were some lithographs or engravings of the Spanish Inquisition and its horrors, and that was pretty much it. But as a child, I remember being reproved in that museum for not wearing my windbreaker, but instead carrying it on my arm, which was a very disrespectful thing to do in an official museum of atheism. When I was able to visit the Soviet Union later for a language course in the summer of 1989, one of the obligatory tours that we took was to file reverently past the body of Lenin outside the Kremlin in the mausoleum at Red Square. And communist mummies, like those of Lenin, earlier Stalin had been there as well, communist mummies like Mao or Ho Chi Minh, really, I think, speak to a blending of earlier religious sensibility, reverence for relics of great figures, almost saintly figures, so that even what got proclaimed as atheism turned out to be a very demanding faith as well. And I think that's a contradiction that other scholars have pointed out as well.
Yeah, this is a very complicated sort of discussion. When you remove religion as a big component of society, whether something like a framing of political ideologies in religious ways is the natural consequence of that.
You hear nature abhorring a vacuum. I think that there are places in human character that long for transcendental explanations, right? That it's not all meaningless. In fact, there's a larger purpose. And I think it's not a coincidence that such a significant part of resistance to communist regimes has in part come from, on the one hand, religious believers, and on the other hand, from disillusioned true believers in communism who find themselves undergoing an internal experience of just revulsion, finding that their ideals have not been followed through.
So this topic is one of several topics that you eloquently describe as contradictions within the ideas of Marx. So there is a kind of religious adherence versus also the rejection of religious dogma that he stood for. We've talked about some of the others, the tension between nationalism that emerged when it was implemented versus what communism is supposed to be, which is global, so globalism. Then there's the thing that we started talking with, is individualism. So, history is supposed to be defined by the large collection of humans, but there does seem to be these singular figures, including Marx himself, that are like really important. Geography of global versus restricted to certain countries, and tradition. Sort of, you're supposed to break with the past and communism, but then Marxism became one of the strongest traditions in history.
That's right. I think that that last one is especially significant because it's deeply paradoxical. I mean, trying to outline these contradictions, by the way, is like subjecting Marx to a sort of analysis that Marx subjected other people to, just to point out internal contradictions, things that are likely to become pressure points or cracks that might open up in what's supposed to be a completely set and durable and effective framework. The one about tradition, Marx points out that the need for revolution is in order to break with the traditions that have hemmed people in. This earlier ways of thinking, earlier social structures, and to constantly renovate. And what happens instead is a tradition of radical rupture emerges, and that's really tough, because imagine the last stages of the Soviet Union, where keen observers can tell that there are problems that are building in society. There are discontents and demands that are going to clash, especially when someone like Gorbachev is proposing reforms and things are suddenly thrown open for discussion. The very notion that you have the celebration of revolutionaries and the Bolshevik legacy at a time when the state wants to enforce stability and an order that's been received from the prior generation. Think of Brezhnev's time, for instance. All of that is an especially volatile mix and unlikely to work out very durably in the long run.
I would love to sort of talk about the works of Marx, the Communist Manifesto and Das Kapital. What can we say that's interesting about the manifestation of his ideas on paper?
Well, the first thing to note, obviously, is that those two works are very different. Das Kapital is an enormous multi-volume work that Marx worked at and only got the first volume out because Engels begged him to stop revising. Please just finally get it into press. And then the rest, Engels had to actually reconstruct out of notes after Marx passed away. It's a huge work. By contrast, the Communist Manifesto is a brief pamphlet that ended up affecting the lives of many millions worldwide, in spite of its comparative brevity. The Communist Manifesto, moreover, is also something of the nature of having a delayed fuse, you could say, because when it first appears amid the revolutions of 1848 that sweep across Europe, the work is contrary to what people often believe. That pamphlet did not cause the revolutions of 1848, many of which had national or liberal demands. The voice of Marx and Engels was barely to be heard over the din of other far more prominent actors. It is, however, in the aftermath that this work takes on tremendous significance and becomes popularly read and popularly distributed. It's especially the episode, the bloody episode of the Paris Commune in 1871, which comes to be identified with Marx, even though it was not purely inspired by Marx alone, nor were all of the communards devoted Marxists. It's the identification of this famous or infamous episode in urban upheaval that really leads to worldwide notoriety for Marx and attention to those works. And they're very different in form. Das Kapital is intended to be the origin of species of its realm of economic thought, and represents years and years of work of Marx laboring in the British Museum Library, working through statistics, working on little bits and pieces of a larger answer to big historical questions that he believes that he's arrived at. Its tone is different from that of the Communist Manifesto, which is a call to arms. It announces with great confidence what the scheme of history will be, but rather than urging that the answer might be passivity and just waiting for history to play out in its preordained way, it's also a clarion call to make the revolution happen. And is intended to be a pragmatic, practical statement of how this is to play out. And starts in part with those ringing words about a ghost or a specter haunting Europe, the specter of communism, which wasn't true at the time, but decades later, most definitely is.
is there something we could say about the difference between Marxian economics and Marxist political ideology? So the political side of things and the economics side of things.
So I think that Marx would probably have responded that, in fact, those things are indivisible. The analysis, as sort of purely theoretical, is certainly can be performed on any economic reality that you care to mention, but the imperatives that grow out of that economic analysis are political. Marx and Engels emphasize the unity of theory and practice. So it's not enough to dispassionately analyze. It's a call to action as well. Because if you've delivered the answer to how history evolves and changes, it obligates you, right? It demands certain action. You sometimes hear from undergraduates that they've heard from their high school history teachers that Marxism was just a theoretical construct that was an idle production of a philosopher who was not connected to the world and was never meant to be tried in practice. Marx would have been furious to hear this, and it's almost heroically wrong as a historical statement, because Marx insisted that all previous philosophers have theorized about reality. What now is really necessary is to change it. So you could say that in the abstract, a Marxist economist can certainly use Marx's theoretical framework to compare to a given economic reality. But Marx would have seen that as incomplete and as deeply unsatisfactory. There's kind of a footnote to all of this, which is that even though Marxist dialectical materialism grounds itself in these economic realities, and the political prescription is supposed to flow from the economic realities and be inevitably growing out of them. In the real history of communist regimes, you've actually seen periods where the economics becomes detached from the politics. And I'm thinking in particular of the new economic period early in the history of the Soviet Union, when Lenin realizes that the economy is so far gone that you need to reintroduce or allow in a limited way some elements of private enterprise just to start getting Russia back on course in order to have the accumulation of surplus that will be necessary to build the project at all. And there are many Bolsheviks who see the new economic program as a new economic policy as a terrible compromise and a betrayal of their ideas, but it's seen as necessary for a short while, and then Stalin will wreck it entirely. Or consider, for that matter, China today, where you have a dominant political class, the Communist Party of China, which is allowing economic development and private enterprise as long as it retains political control. So some of these elements already represent divergences from what Marx would have expected. And this points to a really key problem or question. All of the history of communism has to do with it being a tradition in spite of itself. And that could be expressed in the following way. An original set of ideas is going to evolve. It's going to change because circumstances change. What elaborations of any doctrine, whether it's communism or a religious doctrine or any political ideology, what elaborations are natural stages in the evolution of any living set of ideas? Or when you reach the point where some shift or some adaptation is so radically different that it actually breaks with the tradition. And that's an insoluble problem. You probably have to take it on a case-by-case basis. It speaks to issues like the question that gets raised today of, is China, in a meaningful sense, a communist country anymore? And there's a diversity of opinion on this. Or, if you're looking at the history of communism, and you look at North Korea, which now is on its third installment of a dynastic leader from the same family who ruled like a god king over a regime that calls itself communist. Is that still a form of communism? Is it an evolution of? Is it a complete reversal of? I tend to want to take an anthropological perspective in the history of communism and to take very seriously those people who avow that they are communists and this is the project that they have underway. And then, after hearing that avowal, I think as a historian, you have to say, well, let's look at the details. Let's see what changes have been made, what continuities might still exist, whether there's a larger pattern to be discerned here. So it's a very, very complicated history.
Let's step back to the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century, and let's steelman the case for communism. Let's put ourselves in the shoes of the people there, not in this way we could look back at what happened in the 20th century. Why was this such a compelling notion for millions of people? Can we make the case for it?
Well, clearly it was a compelling case for millions of people. And part of this story has to do with, overall, has to do with the faith, conviction, stories of people sacrificing themselves as well as their countrymen in a cause that they believed was not just legitimate, but demanded their total obedience. I think that throughout the early part of the 20th century, late 19th century, early part of the 20th century, so much of the compelling case for communism came from the confidence that people in the West more generally placed in science. The notion that science is answering problems. Science is giving us solutions to how the world around us works, how the world around us can be improved. Some varieties of that, and I watch the quotation marks, science, were crazy, right? Like phrenology, so-called scientific racism that tried to divide humanity up into discrete blocks and to manipulate them in ways that were allegedly scientific or rational. So there were horrors that followed from those invocations of science, but its prestige was enormous. And that in part had to do with the lessening grip of religious ideas on intellectual elites, more generally processes of secularization, not total secularization, but processes of secularization in Western industrial societies. And the sense that here's a doctrine that will allow escape from wars brought on by capitalist competition, poverty and economic cycles and depressions brought on by capitalist competition, the inequalities of societies that remain hierarchical and class-based, and this claim to being cutting-edge science, I think, allows people like Lenin to derive immense confidence in the prescription that they have for the future. And that paradoxically, the confidence that you have in broad strokes, the right set of answers for how to get to the future, also allows you to take huge liberties with the tactics and the strategies that you follow, as long as your ultimate goal remains the one sketched by this master plan. So, ultimately, some of the predictions of someone like Lenin, that once society has reached that stage of the dictatorship of the proletariat, the notion that governments will essentially be able to run themselves. And the model he had in mind, oddly enough, was Swiss post offices. Being in Swiss exile must have impressed him so much with the orderliness and the sheer discipline and rationality of a Swiss post office. He thought, why can't you organize governments like this, where you don't need political leaders, you don't need grand visions, you have procedures, bureaucracy, which does its job in a way not alienating, but simply produces the greatest good. When you think of the experiences with bureaucracy in the 20th century, one's hair stands on end to have the comparative naivete on display with a prediction like that. But it derives from that confidence that it's all going to be okay. because we understand, we have the key, we have the plan to how to arrive at this final configuration of humanity.
Yeah, the certainty of science, in quotes, and the goal of utopia gets you in trouble. But also, just on the human level, from a working class person perspective. From the Industrial Revolution, you see the growing inequality, wealth inequality. And there is a kind of, you see people getting wealthy, and combined with the fact that life is difficult, life in general, life is suffering for many, for most, for all, if you listen to some philosophers. And there is kind of a powerful idea in that the man is exploiting me. And that's a populist message that a lot of people resonate with, because to a degree it's true in every system. And so before you kind of know how these economic and political ideas manifest themselves, it is really powerful to say, here beyond the horizon, there's a world where the rich man will not exploit my hard work anymore. And I think that's a really powerful idea.
It is. I mean, at the same time, though, it kind of points to a further problem, and that's the identity of the revolutionaries. It turned out that many of these revolutionary movements and then the founding elites of communist countries in the aftermath of the Soviet seizure of power turned out to be something quite different from people who have spent their lives in factories experiencing the Industrial Revolution firsthand. And there's a special role here for intellectuals. When Marx and Engels write into the Communist Manifesto the notion that certain exceptional individuals can rise above their class origins in a way other people can't, and transcend their earlier role, their materially determined role, in order to gain a perspective on the historical process as a whole and ally themselves with the working class in its struggle for communism. This sort of special role they carved out for themselves is enormously appealing for intellectuals, because any celebration of intellectuals as world movers is going to appeal to intellectuals. That gap, that frequent reality of not being in touch with the very classes that the communists are aiming to represent is a very frequent theme in this story. It also speaks to a crucial part of the story, which is the breaking apart, or the civil war, the war of brother against brother, the fraternal struggle that splits socialism and splits followers of Marx. And that's in the aftermath of the First World War in particular, or during this traumatic experience, the way in which Lenin encourages the foundation of radical parties that will break with social democracy of the sort that had been elaborated, especially in places like Germany, scorning their moderation and instead announcing a new dispensation, which was the Leninist conception of a disciplined, hardcore, professional revolutionaries who will act in ways that a mere trade union movement couldn't. And what this speaks to is, a fundamental tension in radical movements, because left to their own devices, Lenin announces, workers tend to focus on their reality, their families, their workplace, want better working conditions, unionize, and then aim to negotiate with employers or to advocate for reforms on the part of the state to improve their living conditions. And then they're happy for the advances that they have won. And for Lenin, that's not enough, because that's a half measure. That's the sort of thing that leads you into an accommodation with the system rather than the overthrow of the system. So there's a constant tension in this regard that plays itself out over the long haul.
So let's go to Lenin and the Russian Revolution. How did communism come to power in the Soviet Union?
It came to power as a result of stepping into a power vacuum. And the power vacuum was created by the First World War, and it's the effect that it had as a total war, unprecedented pressure placed on a regime that in many ways was a traditional, almost feudal monarchy, only experiencing the beginnings of the modernization that the rest of Europe had undergone. And for this reason, communism comes to power in a place that Marx probably wouldn't have expected, in the wreckage of the Russian Empire. Lenin is absolutely vital to this equation because he's the one who presses the process forward. Ironically, given the claim of communist leaders to having the key to history, just a few months previous, in exile in Switzerland, Lenin had been despairing. He'd been convinced that he's may not even live to see the advent of that day. But then, when revolution does break out in the Russian Empire in February of 1917, Lenin is absolutely frantic to get back. And when he does get back, as a result of a deal that is negotiated with the German High Command, a step that they'll later live very much to regret, he is able to get back and to go into action and to press for nothing less than the seizure of power that brings his Bolshevik faction, the radical wing of the socialist movement, to power and then to build the Soviet Union.
So even he was surprised how effective and how fast the revolution happened.
He was, although I think that he would have agreed that what was necessary was a cataclysm on the scale of the First World War to make this happen. The First World War shatters so many of the certainties of the 19th century that we talked about as a dynamic period with argument between ideologies. It scrambles all sorts of earlier debates. It renegotiates the status of the individual versus an all-powerful state and the claims of the state, because to win or even just to survive in World War I, you need to centralize, and to put everything onto a authoritarian wartime footing in country after country. So Lenin earlier had already articulated the possibility that this might happen by talking about how the entire globe already was connected. And there's a chain of capitalist development that is connecting different countries, so that the weakest link in the chain, if it breaks, if it pops open, it might actually inaugurate much bigger processes and start a chain reaction. And that's what he intended to do and has the chance to do in the course of 1917. Incidentally, just to get a sense of the sheer chaos and the human, on an individual human level, what the absence of established authority meant. There's few works of literature that are as powerful as Boris Pasternak's Dr. Zhivago for giving just the whole sweep of contending forces in a power vacuum. It's an amazing testimony to that time and place.
So you said the Bolsheviks saw violence and terror as necessary. Can you just speak to this aspect of because they took power, and so this was a part of the way they saw the world.
Right, and it had antecedents. Even though Lenin and his colleagues are competing amongst each other for the title of most faithful disciple of Marx and most true to the received theory in practice, there's other influences, earlier influences that operate in the Russian context that were not operative, let's say, in the German context. And here you have to step back and think about the nature of Tsarism, which had maintained still into the 20th century the notion of divine right to rule, that God had ordained the Tsarist system and its hierarchies, and that to question these was sinful and politically not advisable. And the restrictive nature of Russian society at this point, dominated by the Tsarist establishment. Its harshness, its reactionary nature meant that people who in another context, in another country, might have been reformers, could instead very easily be provoked into becoming revolutionaries. And Lenin is a perfect example of this because his older brother was executed as a result of being in a radical revolutionary movement who was arrested and executed for association with terrorism. And earlier generations of Russian radicals had founded populist groups that would aim to engage in terrorism and resistance against the Tsarist regime. And this included people who called themselves nihilists. These nihilists were materialists who saw themselves ushering in a new age by absolute rejection of earlier religious traditions and aiming for material answers to the challenges of the day. Among them was Nikolai Chernyshevsky, who wrote what's been called the worst book ever written. It was, in fact, one of Lenin's favorite books. In Russian, it's "Что делать?" In English, it gets translated "What is to be done?" And it's a utopian novel about revolutionaries and how revolutionaries should act with one another in open ways, new ways, non-traditional ways, in order to help usher in the coming revolution. Lenin loved the work and said it had the great merit of showing you how to be a revolutionary. So there's the Marxist influence, and then there's Russian populist nihilist influence, which is also a very live current in Lenin's thinking. And when you add these things together, you get an explosive mix. Because Lenin, as a result and part of this family trauma of his brother, becomes a absolutely irreconcilable enemy of the Tsarist regime and sets about turning himself into what you might call a guided missile for revolution. He turns himself into a machine to produce revolutionary change. And I mean that with little hyperbole. Lenin at one point shared with friends that he loved listening to music, but he tried not to listen to beautiful music like Beethoven because it made him feel gentle. What the revolution demanded was realism, hardness, absolute steely resolve. So Lenin worries even fellow revolutionaries by the intensity of his single-minded focus for revolution. He spends his days thinking about the revolution, probably dreamt about the revolution. And so 24/7, it's an existence where he's paired off other human elements quite deliberately in order to turn himself into an effective instigator of revolution. So when the opportunity comes in 1917, he's primed and ready for that role.
It's interesting that Russian nihilism, had an impact on Lenin. And traditionally, nihilist philosophy rejects all sorts of traditional morality. It's a kind of cynical, dark view. Where's the light?
The light is science. The light is science and materialism.
Oh boy.
The nihilists, some of them did a very bad job of hiding their political beliefs because they were famous for wearing blue-tinted spectacles, kind of the sunglasses of the late 19th century, as a way of shielding their eyes from light, but also having a dispassionate and realistic view of reality outside. So nihilists, as the name would suggest, do reject all prior certainties. They make an exception for science and see that as the possibility for founding an entirely new mode of existence.
For most people, I think nihilism is introduced in the brilliant philosophical work, I don't know if you're familiar with it, by the name of The Big Lebowski. Nihilists appear there. And I think they summarize the nihilist tradition quite well. But it is indeed fascinating. And also it is fascinating that Lenin, and I'm sure this influenced Stalin as well, that hardness was a necessary human characteristics to take the revolution to its end.
That's right. So prior generations of nihilists or populists had resembled Lenin's single-mindedness by being, by arguing that one needed total devotion for this. This was, if to play this role in society, it was not enough to be somewhat committed. total commitment was necessary. And the other theme that's at work here, obviously, is if we consider Lenin affected by Marxist ideas and the homegrown Russian revolutionary tradition that predates the arrival of Marxist socialism in Russia, it's the theme of needing to adapt to local conditions. So Marxism or communism in Vietnam or in Cuba or in Cambodia or in Russia will be very different in its local adaptations and local themes and resonance than it was in Germany, where Marx would have expected all of this done from.
So let's talk about Lenin, Trotsky, and Stalin, this little interplay that eventually led to Stalin accumulating, grabbing, and taking a hold of power. What was that process like?
So Lenin's supreme confidence leads the party through some really difficult steps. That involves things like signing the humiliating treaty with the Germans, the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, where critics of the Bolsheviks said that no one who loved their country would have agreed to a so draconian, so harsh a settlement that saw the peeling off of large territories that belonged to the Russian Empire. Lenin is willing to undertake this because it's the larger prize. He even says that he's not going to bother to read the treaty because shortly that treaty is going to be a dead letter. His expectation is revolution is going to break out everywhere, especially after we've raised the standard, first of all, in the wreckage of the Russian Empire.
And we should probably say that that treaty, to some small degree, maybe you can elaborate now or later, lays the groundwork for World War II. Because there is resentment is a thing that with time can lead to just extreme levels of destruction.
Right. For German sensibilities, for German nationalists, that treaty meant that Germany had essentially won World War I. And only a turn of events that many of them couldn't even follow or conceive of, the arrival of American troops, the tipping of the balance in the West, led to that reversal. And one of the many scholars and contemporaries pointed out that Germany, between the wars, was full of people who were convinced that Germany had actually not lost the war. However, that victory of theirs was defined. So most definitely that groundwork was laid. And incidentally, this is something we can talk about later. World War I and World War II have a lot of linkages like that. And as time goes by, I think historians are going to focus on those linkages even more. But Lenin also, in his leadership against the odds, leads the Bolsheviks to power in the Russian Civil War, where most betting people would have given them very slight odds of even surviving, given how many enemies they faced off against. Lenin's insistence upon discipline and upon good organization allowed the Bolsheviks to emerge as the winners. And yet, a great disappointment follows. Lenin, as we said, had expected that revolution will break out soon everywhere, and all it will be necessary for the Bolsheviks to do, having given the lead, is to link up with others. And so he considered that what would be established would be a red bridge between a communist Russia and, once Germany inevitably plunged ahead into its revolutionary transformation, a communist Germany. That doesn't end up happening. On the contrary, what happens in Germany is a out-and-out shooting war between different kinds of socialists. When Germany establishes a democracy that later goes by the name of the Weimar Republic, the government is a government of social democrats, moderate social democrats, who are fearful of what they see as Russian conditions of disorder, and who are not necessarily in sympathy with the Leninist vision of tightly organized authoritarian rule. So communists who revolt in Germany are brutally suppressed by mercenaries, hardened front fighters, and nationalist radicals hired by the German socialist government. And the result is a wound that just won't heal in the German socialist movement as a result of this fratricide. It frustrates Lenin's ambitions. So too was the fact that Poland, rather than going Bolshevik, resists attempts by the Bolsheviks to move forward and to connect up with Germany. The Poles, yet again, play a tremendously important historical role in changing the expected course of historical events. It's in the aftermath of these unexpected turns that Lenin and his colleagues realize that they're in this for the long haul. It's necessary to wait longer. They don't lose hope or confidence, you might say, in the eventual coming of international workers' revolution, but it's been deferred. It's been put off. So the question then arises, what do you build within a state that's established called the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, or the Soviet Union? Lenin, as a result of an assassination attempt, is deeply affected in his health and would have loved to continue for years longer to steer the regime, but he's sidelined because of his declining health. And there emerges a contest between a very charismatic leader, Leo Trotsky, on the one hand, who is an amazing orator, who is an intellectual, who has traveled widely in the world, who has seen much of the world, and who is a brilliant writer, a far-ranging intellect, and is seen as extremely radical because of his demand for permanent revolution, the acceleration of revolutionary processes to drive history forward, to strike while the iron is hot. And on the other hand, is an extremely unlikely contender for power. And that's a man who's probably the antithesis of charisma, if you were to meet him in person. A guy with a squeaky, somewhat high-pitched voice, not well suited to revolutionary oratory. His face pockmarked with the scars of youthful illness, and who, moreover, doesn't speak a fine, sophisticated Russian, but speaks a Russian heavily inflected with a Georgian accent from that part of the Russian Empire from which he came, and that was Stalin. And I know that you already have a marvelous interview with Stephen Kotkin, the brilliant biographer of Stalin, who has so many insights on that subject. The one thing that even after reading about Stalin, that never ceases to surprise me, even in retrospect, is that Stalin gains a reputation not as a fiery radical, but as a moderate, a man who's a conciliator, someone who's calm when others are excited, someone who is able, because of his organizational skills, to resolve merely theoretical disputes with practical solutions. Now, to fully take this aboard, we have to unknow what we know from our vantage point about Stalin's leadership, Stalin's brutality in eliminating his opposition, the cult of personality that, against all odds, got built up around Stalin so successfully, and the absolute dominant role that led him later to be described as Genghis Khan with a telephone, a brutal dictator with ancient barbarism allied to the use of modern technology. While Trotsky is delivering stirring speeches and theorizing, Stalin works behind the scenes to control personnel decisions in the Bolshevik movement and in the state. And, it's a cliche because it's true, that personnel is policy. Trotsky is increasingly sidelined and then demonized and eventually expelled from the Soviet Union and later murdered in Mexico City. For Stalin, eliminating his enemies turned out to be the solution that he was most comfortable with.
So from that perspective, there's a lot of fascinating things here. So one is that you can have a wolf, a brutal dictator in moderate clothing. So just because somebody presents as moderate doesn't mean they can't be one of the most destructive, not the most destructive humans in history. The other aspect is using propaganda, you can construct an image of a person even though they're uncharismatic, not attractive, their voice is no good, all of those aspects, you can still have there's still to this day a very large number of people that see him as a religious type of godlike figure. So the power of propaganda there.
Maybe we would call that curating the image.
Curating the image, but to the extent to which you could do that effectively is quite incredible. So in that way, also, Stalin is a study of the power of propaganda. Can we just talk about the ways that the power vacuum was filled by Stalin, how that manifests itself? Perhaps one angle we can take is how was the secret police used? How did power manifest itself under Stalin?
Well, before getting to the secret police, I would just want to add the other crucial element, which is Lenin's patronage. Stalin doesn't, brawl his way into the Bolshevik party and dominate. He's co-opted and promoted to positions of importance by Lenin, who sees him as a somewhat rough around the edges, not very sophisticated, much less cosmopolitan than other Bolsheviks, but dependable, reliable, and committed revolutionary. So I think that one of the things that's emerged, especially after archives opened up with the fall of the Soviet Union, and we were able to read more and more of the communications of Lenin, is that it's not the case that we're talking here about a unconnected series of careers. Rather, there are connections to be made. It's true that towards the end of his life, Lenin came to be worried by complaints about Stalin's rudeness towards fellow Bolsheviks, and in his testament, he warned against Stalin's testimonies. Lenin fundamentally saw himself as irreplaceable, and so that doesn't really help in a succession struggle, right? Stalin is able to rely on a secret police apparatus that had been built up under Lenin, and it's very early in the foundation of the Soviet state that the Cheka, or the Extraordinary Commission, is established as a secret police to terrify the enemies, beat down the opponents of the regime, and to keep an eye on society more generally. The person who's chosen for that task also is an anomaly among Bolsheviks. That is a man of Polish aristocratic background, Felix Dzerzhinsky, who comes to be known by the nickname Iron Felix. Here's a man about whom a cult of personality also is created. Dzerzhinsky is celebrated in the Soviet period as the model of someone who's harsh but fair, an executioner but with a heart of gold, somebody who loves children, somebody who has a tender heart but forces himself to be steely-willed against the opponents of the ideological project of the Bolsheviks. Dzerzhinsky is succeeded by figures who will be absolutely instrumental to Stalin's exercise of power. And they're not immune either. Stalin, in his purges, takes care also to purge the secret police as a way of finding others upon whom to deflect blame for earlier atrocities, and to produce a situation where even committed Bolsheviks are uncertain of what's going to happen next, and feel their own position to be precarious. I mean, incidentally, there are other influences that probably are brought to bear here as well. It gets said about Stalin that he used to spend a lot of time flipping through Machiavelli's The Prince. And it seems that Stalin's personal copy of The Prince, nobody knows where that is, if it still exists. But historians have found annotations in works by Lenin that Stalin, who was a voracious reader, as it turns out, made in the back of one of the books, which sounds almost like a commentary on Machiavelli's almost but not quite suggestion that the ends justify the means. Stalin's own writing says that if someone is strong, active, and intelligent, even if they do things that other people condemn, they're still a good person. And so Stalin's self-conception of himself is someone who, along these lines, and in line with Lenin's emphasis on practical results and discipline, somebody who gets things done. That's the crucial ethical standard. And ultimately, in criticism by later dissidents of Bolshevik morality, this question of what is the ethical standard, what is the ethical law, will bring this question into focus, because and this goes back to Marx as well, incidentally, the notion that any ethical system, any notion of right or wrong, is purely a product of class identity, because every class produces its distinctive ideas, its distinctive religion, its distinctive art forms, its distinctive styles, means that with no one transcendent or absolute morality, it's all up for grabs. And then it's a question of power and the exercise of power with no limits, untrammeled by any laws whatsoever. Dictatorship in its purest form, something that Lenin had avowed, and then Stalin comes to practice even more fully.
Not that it's possible to look deep into a person's heart, but if you look at Trotsky, you could say that he probably believed deeply in Marxism and communism. Probably the same with Lenin. What do you think Stalin believed? Was he a believer? Was he a pragmatist that used communism as a way to gain power and the ideology as part of propaganda? Or did he, in his own private moments, deeply believe in this utopia?
That's an excellent question, and you're quite right. I mean, we cannot peer into the inmost recesses of somebody's being and know for sure. My intuition, though, is that this may be a false alternative, a false dichotomy. It's natural enough to see somebody who does monstrous things to say, well, this ideology is being used as a cover for it. But I think that my suspicion is that these were actually perfectly compatible in his historical role. The notion that there's an ideology, it gives you a master plan for how history is going to develop, and your own power, the increase of that power to unprecedented proportions, your ability to torment even your own faithful followers in order just to see them squirm, which Stalin was famous for, to keep people unsettled. To me, it seems that for some people, those might not actually be opposed, but might even be mutually reinforcing, which is a very scary thought.
It's terrifying, but it's really important to understand. If you look at when Stalin takes power, at some of the policies, so the collectivization of agriculture, why do you think that failed so catastrophically, especially in the 1930s with Ukraine and Holodomor?
I think that the short answer is that the Bolsheviks in particular, but also communists more generally, have had a very conflicted relationship with agriculture. Agriculture, as a very vital, obviously, but also very traditional and old form of human activity, has about it all of the smell of tradition and other problematic factors as well. In a place like Russia, or the Russian Empire, peasants throughout history, for centuries, had wanted one thing, and that was to be left alone to farm their own land. That's their utopia. And that, for someone like Marx, who had a vision of historical development and transcendence and progress as being absolutely key, does not mesh at all with that vision. For that reason, when Marx comes up with this tableau, this tremendous display of historical transformation taking place over centuries and headed towards the final utopia, the role of farmers there is negligible. Peasants get called conservative and dull as sacks of potatoes in Marx's historical vision, because they're limited in their horizon. They farm their land, their plot, and don't have greater revolutionary goals beyond working the land and having it free and clear. By contrast, industrialization, that's progress. The images that today would be deeply disturbing to an environmentalist sensibility smokestacks, belching smoke, the byproducts of industry, a landscape transformed by the factory model. That's what Marx and then later the Bolsheviks have in mind. Similarly, the goal, even as articulated in Marx's writings, is to put agriculture and farming on a factory model so that you won't need to deal with this traditional role of the independent farmer or the peasant. Instead, you'll have people who benefit from progress, benefit from rationalization by working factory farms. So in approaching the question of collectivization, you have to keep in mind that for Stalin and his comrades, who are bound and determined to drag Russia kicking and screaming into the modern age and not to allow it be beaten because of its backwardness, as Stalin puts it, traditional forms of agriculture are not what they have in mind. And in their rank of desired outcomes, industrialization, especially massive heavy industry, is the sine qua non. That's their envisioned future. Agriculture rates below. So in that case, the crucial significance of collectivization is to get a handle on the food situation in order to make it predictable and not to find oneself in another crisis like during the Civil War when the cities are starving, industry is robbed of labor, and the factories are at a standstill. So this is really the core approach to collectivization, to put the productive capacities of the farmers in a regimented way, in a state-controlled way, under the control of the state. This produces vast human suffering because for the farmers, their plot of land that they thought they had gained as a result of the revolution is now taken away. They no longer have the same incentives they had before to be successful farmers. In fact, if you're a successful farmer and maybe have a cow as opposed to your neighbors who have no cow, you're defamed and denounced as a kulak, a tight-fisted exploiter, even though you might be helping to develop agriculture in the region that you're from. So the result is human tragedy on a vast scale. And allied to that, incidentally, is Stalin's sense that this is a chance to also target people who are opposed to the Bolshevik regime for other reasons, whether it's because of their Ukrainian identity, whether it's because of a desire for a different nationalist project. So for Stalin, there are many motives that roll into collectivization. And the final thing to be said is you're quite right that collectivization proves to be a failure because the Soviet Union never finally gets a grasp on the problems of agricultural production. By the end of the Soviet Union, they're importing grain from the West in spite of having some of tremendously rich farmland to be found worldwide. And the reason for that had to do in part, I think, with the incentives that had been taken away. Prosperous individual farmers have a motive for working their land and maximizing production. By contrast, if you are an employee of a factory-style agricultural enterprise, the incentives run in very different directions. And the joke that was common for decades in the Soviet Union and other communist countries with similar systems was we pretend to work and they pretend to pay us. So even labor, which is rhetorically respected and valorized, in practice is rewarded with very slim rewards. And last point, immobility. The collectivization reduces the mobility of the peasants who are not allowed because of internal passports to move to the cities unless they have permission. They're locked in place. I gotta say, at the time and afterwards, that looked a lot like feudalism or neo-feudalism in terms of the restrictions on workers in the countryside.
It is a terrifying, horrific, fascinating study of how the ideal, meaning reality, fails. So the idea here is to make agriculture more efficient, so be more productive. So the industrialized model, but the implementation through collectivization had all the elements that you mentioned that contended with human nature. So first with the kulaks, so the successful farmers were punished, and so then the incentive is not just not to be a successful farmer, but to like hide. Added to that, there's a growing quota that everybody's supposed to deliver on, that nobody can deliver on, and so now because you can't deliver on that quota, you're basically exporting all your food, and you can't even feed yourself, and then you suffer more and more and more, and there's a vicious downward spiral of like you can't possibly produce that. Now there's another human incentive where you're gonna lie. Everybody lies on the data, and so even Stalin himself, probably as evil or incompetent as he may be, was not even getting good data about what's even happening. Even if he wanted to stop the vicious downward cycle, which he certainly didn't, but he wouldn't be even able to. So there's all these like dark consequences of what on paper seems like a good ideal, and it's a fascinating study of like things on paper.
Yes, that's right.
When implemented, can go really, really bad.
That's right. And the outcome here is a horrific man-made famine, not a natural disaster, not bad harvest, but a man-made famine as a result of then the compulsion that gets used by the Soviet state to extract those resources, cordoning off the area, not allowing starving people to escape. You put very well some of the implications of this case study in how things look in the abstract versus in practice. And those phenomena were going to haunt the rest of the experience of the Soviet Union. The whole notion that up and down the chain of command, everybody is falsifying or tinkering with or prettifying the statistics or their reports in order not to look bad and not to have vengeance visited upon them, reaches the point where nobody, in spite of the pretense of comprehensive knowledge, right? There's a state planning agency that creates 5-year plans for the economy as a whole, and which is supposed to have accurate statistics. All of this is founded upon a foundation of saying that's inadvertent. That's not an intended side effect. But what you describe as in terms of the internal dynamics of fostering conflict in a rural society was absolutely not inadvertent. That was deliberate. The doctrine was you bring civil war. Now, had there been social tensions before? Of course there had. Had there been envies? Had there been differentiations in wealth or status? Of course there had been. But a deliberate plan to bring class conflict and bring civil war and then heighten it in the countryside does damage, and not least of that is this phenomenon of a negative selection. Those who have most enterprise, those who are most entrepreneurial, those who have most self-discipline, those who are best organized will be winnowed again and again and again, sending the message that mediocrity is comparatively much safer than talent. And this pattern, incidentally, gets transposed in tremendously harrowing ways also to the entire group of Russian intelligentsia and intellectuals of other peoples who are in the Soviet Union. They discover similarly that to be independent, to have a voice which is not compliant, carries with it tremendous penalties, especially in Stalin's reigns of terror.
Again, a difficult question about a psychology of one human being. But to what degree do you think Stalin was deliberately punishing the farmers and the Ukrainian farmers? And to what degree was he looking the other way and allowing the large-scale incompetence, the horrific incompetence of the collectivization of agriculture to happen?
Well, I think it was both things, right? I mean, they were not only sins of omission, but also sins of commission. Um, Incidentally, one should add, I don't think for Stalin it was personal. These are people who are very remote from him, never coming into contact with the people who are suffering in this way. Attributed to him is the quote that one death is a tragedy, a million deaths is a statistic. I think he, in action, certainly acted in a way that would vindicate that. But the process of collectivization was not just a bureaucratic snafu following a bureaucratic snafu. There was the mobilization of communist youth, of military, of party activists to go into the regions and to search for hidden food, to extract the food where it could be found. And we have testimony to this in the case of people who later became dissidents, like Lev Kopelev, who wrote in his memoirs about how he was among those who were sent in to enact these policies. And he saw families with the last food being taken away, even as signs of starvation were visible already in the present. And yet he did not go mad. He didn't kill himself. He didn't fall into despair because he believed. Because he had been taught and believed, at least then, that this was justified. This was a larger historical process, and a greater good would result even from these enormities. So I think that this was quite deliberate.
Following this, as you've mentioned, there was the process of the Great Terror, where the intellectuals, where the Communist Party officials, the military officers, the bureaucrats, everybody. 750,000 people were executed, and over 1 million people were sent to the Gulag. What can you say by way of wisdom from this process of the Great Terror that Stalin implemented from 36 to 38?
Well, the terror had a variety of victims. There were people who were true believers and who were Bolsheviks, who were especially targeted by Stalin because he aimed to revenge himself for all the sort of condescension that he'd experienced in that movement before, and also to eliminate rivals, potential rival power centers, and members of their families. And then there were people who simply got caught up in a process whereby the repressive organs in the provinces were sent quotas. You have to achieve your quota, and maybe even better yet, overachieve your quota, overperform. That would be the key to success and rising in the bureaucracies in the age of the terror. What's so horrifying is the way in which a whole society stood paralyzed in this process, and how neighbors would be taken away in the middle of the night, and people would be wary of talking about it. Resistance, at least in these urban centers, was entirely paralyzed by fear when, if one had somehow find a way to mobilize, somehow a way to resist the process, the results might have been different. There's an astonishing book. I mean, there are so many great books that have come out quite recently, even on these topics. Orlando Figes has a amazing book called The Whisperers that traces several families' history in the Stalin period. And it's a testimony to how a whole society and some of its most intelligent people got winnowed again and again and again in that process of negative selection that we talked about. The lasting dislocation and scars that this left, and the way in which how people were not able to talk about these things in public, because that would put you next on the list, suspected of having less than total devotion to the state. I think one of the things that also is so terrifying about the entire process is even total devotion wasn't enough. The process took on a life of its own, and I think that it might even have surprised Stalin in some ways, not enough to short circuit the process, but the notion where people were invited to denounce neighbors, coworkers, maybe even family members, meant that ever larger groups of people would be brought into the orbit of the secret police, tortured in order to produce confessions. Those confessions then would lead to more lists of suspects, of people who had to be investigated and either executed or sent to the gulags. The uncertainty that this produced was enormous. Even loyalty was not enough to save people. The stories, Solzhenitsyn's Gulag Archipelago is full of stories of dedicated communists who find themselves in the Gulag and are sure that some mistake has been made. And if only Comrade Stalin would hear about the terrible thing that has happened to them, surely it would be corrected. And nothing like this. Everyone else, by contrast, accused of terrible crimes, there must be some truth behind that. So, talk about ways of disaggregating a society, ways of breaking down bonds of trust. This left lasting traces on an entire society that endured to this very day.
Yeah, they're, again, a fascinating study of human nature. There essentially was an emergent quota of confessions of treason. So, like, even though the whole society was terrified and were through terror loyal, there still needed to be a lot of confessions of people being disloyal. So you're just making shit up now. Like, at a mass scale, stuff is being made up. And it's also the machine of the secret police starts eating itself, because you want to be confessing on your boss, on your, and this weird, dark, dynamic system where human nature is just as it is worst.
Absolutely.
Why, if you look at this deep discussion we had about Marxism, to what degree can we understand from that lens why the implementation of communism in the Soviet Union failed in such a dark way, both on the economic system with agriculture and industrialization, and on the human way with the just violation of every possible human right, and the torture and the suffering and gulags and all of this?
Well, I think some of it comes back to the ethical grounding that we mentioned earlier. The notion that ethics are entirely situational, and that any ethical system is an outgrowth of a particular class reality, a particular material reality, and that leaves the door wide open. So I think that aspect was present from the very beginning. I think that the expectations of Marx that the revolution would take hold and be successful in a developed country played a role here as well. Russia, which compared to the rest of Europe was less developed even before the First World War, is in a dire state after all of the ravage and the millions of deaths that continue even after the war has ended in the West. That leaves precious little in the way of structural restraints or a functioning society that would say, let's not do things this way. I think that in retrospect, that special role carved out for special individuals who can move this process forward and accelerate historical development, allowed for people to step into those roles and appoint themselves executors of this ideological vision. So I think those things play a role as well.
Now, it's hard to do counterfactual history, but to what degree is this basically that the communist ideals create a power vacuum and a dictator type figure steps in, and then it's a roll of the dice of what that dictator is like? So can you imagine a world where the dictator was Trotsky? Would we see very similar type of things? Or is the hardness and the brutality of somebody like Stalin manifested itself in being able to look the other way as some of these dark things were happening more so than somebody like Trotsky, who would presumably be see the realizations of these policies and be shocked.
Well, counterfactuals are hard, like you said, and one very quickly gets off into really deep waters in speculation. There were contemporaries, and there have been scholars since, who suggest that Trotsky, by all indications, might have been even more radical than Stalin in the tempo that he wanted to achieve. Think of the slogan of permanent revolution. Trotsky also, who dabbled in so many things in his intellectual life, also spoke in almost utopian terms that are just astonishing to read. Utopian terms about the construction of the new man and the new woman. And that out of the raw material of humanity, once you really get going, once you've established a system that matches your hopes for the future, it'll be possible to reconfigure people. And I talk about ambition, to create essentially the next stage in human evolution, a new species growing out of humanity. Those don't sound like very modest or limited approaches, and I guess we just really won't know.
Do some of the destructive characteristics of communism have to go hand in hand? So, central planning that we talked about, the censorship, the secret police, the concentration of power in one dictatorial figure, and well, let's say again with the secret police, the violent oppression.
What one should add to those factors that have a kind of interrelated logic of their own, the sheer fact that communism comes to power in most of these instances as a result of war, as a result of the destruction of what came before and a power vacuum. So think of the Russian revolutions in the wake of the fall of Tsarism. Think of the expansion of Stalin's puppet regimes into Eastern Europe in the wake of World War II and the Red Army moving in to occupy areas in Eastern Europe, although they announced that they're coming as liberators. Consider the foundation of Communist China on the heels of World War II and yet more Chinese Civil War. Consider cases like Korea, Vietnam. It's likely that this already is a key element in setting things up for further crisis, because upon seizure of power, if your expectation is, well, it ought to be relatively easy to get this system rolling and put it on a basis that's, after all, we have the roadmap to the future, there will follow frustrations and impediments and resistance. And there's a ratchet effect in there, because it'll produce more repression, producing even more problems that follow. What drives the whole thing forward, though, especially in its Leninist version, but already visible with Marx and Engels, is the insistence on confidence. If you have the key to the future, all of these things are possible and necessary. This leads to an ethos, I think, that it's very hard for historians to quantify or to study in a methodical way, but it's the insistence that you hear with Lenin, and then especially with Stalin, that to be a Bolshevik means to be hard, to be realistic, to be consequential, meaning you don't shy away from doing what needs to be done, even if your primordial ethical remainders from whatever earlier experience you have rebel against it. Under Stalin, there's a constant slogan of the Bolshevik tempo. The Bolsheviks, there's no fortresses they can't storm. They can do everything. And in a way, this is the assertion that it's will over everything. History can be moved forward and accelerated, and probably your own actions justified as a result, no matter what they were, if you are sufficiently hard and determined and have the confidence to follow through. And then that obviously raises the ultimate question: what happens when that confidence ebbs or erodes or when it's lost?
If we go to the 1920s, to the home of Karl Marx, fascism, as implemented by the Nazi Party in Germany, was called the National Socialist German Workers' Party. So what were the similarities and differences of fascism, socialism, how it was conceived of in fascism, and communism? And maybe you could speak to the broader battle of ideas that was happening at the time and battle of political control that was happening at the time.
Well, I mean, there's a whole bunch of terms that are in play here, right? And when we speak of fascism, fascism, in a sense, is a radical movement founded in Italy, which, though it had been allegedly on the winning side of World War One, is disappointed with the lack of rise in national prestige and territory that leads that commences after the end of the war. So bizarrely enough, it's a socialist by the name of Benito Mussolini who crafts an ideological message of glorification of the state, the people at large united in a militaristic way, on the march, ready to attack, ready to expand, a complete overthrow of liberal ideas of the rights of the individual or of representative democracy, and instead vesting power in one leader, in this case the Duce, Mussolini, in order to replicate in peacetime the ideal of total military mobilization in wartime. Although the Nazis in Germany are inspired and borrow heavily from fascist ideology, there also are different emphases that they include, and that includes their virulent racism from the outset, which, in addition to a glorification of the state, glorification of the leader, and preparation for national greatness, race is absolutely core. And it's that racial radicalism that the Nazis espouse as a central idea, along with anti-Semitism, the demonizing in particular of the Jews in this insane racialist cosmology that the Nazis avow. It is the assertion that the Nazis will uniquely bring to pass unity in the people, unity in the society, that leads them to give themselves this odd name of National Socialist. Some leaders like Goebbels among the Nazis accent the socialist part to begin with. Others put the accent firmly on the nationalist part. In part, the term they chose for their movement was meant to be confusing. It was meant to take slogans or words from different parts of the political spectrum, to fuse them into something unfamiliar and new, and claim that they'd overcome all earlier political divisions. That the Nazis claimed that they were a movement, not a party, even though their party was called a party. So what did Nazism and Bolshevism and communism share, or how were they opposed to one another? What we need to start with, making clear, they were ideological archenemies. In both worldviews, the opposite side represented the ultimate expression of the evil that needed to be exorcised from history in order for their desired utopia to be brought about. And this leads to strange and perverted beliefs about reality. From the perspective of the Nazis claimed that because they saw the Jews as a demonic element in human history, the Bolsheviks weren't even really, didn't really believe all of this economic dialectical materialism. They were, in fact, a racial conspiracy, as alleged. And so the Nazis used the term of Judeo-Bolshevism to argue that communism is essentially a conspiracy steered by the Jews, which was complete nonsense. For their part, the communists, and from the perspective of the Soviet Union, the Nazis were in essence a super capitalist conspiracy. If the cosmological enemy are the capitalists and the owners, the exploiters, then all of the rigmarole about race and nationalism are distractions. They're meant to fool the poor saps who enlist in that movement. it's essentially steered by capitalist owners who, it is claimed, are reduced to this desperate expedient of coming up with this thuggish party that represents the last gasp of capitalism. So, bizarrely enough, from the communist perspective, the rise of the Nazis could be interpreted as a good sign because it means that capitalism is almost done, because this is the last undisguised, naked face of capitalism nearing its end. So, the other, beyond this ideological total opposition in terms of their hope for futures, the reality is that there were aspects that were shared on either side. And that included the conviction that they could agree that the age of democracy is done. And that the 19th century had had its day with experiments with representative democracy, the claims of human rights, classical liberal ideas, and all of this had been revealed as bankrupt. It had gotten you what? It got you first the First World War as a total conflict leaving tens of millions dead, and then economically the Great Depression, showing that the end was not far away. This produced, at one and the same time, both ideological opposition and instances of vastly cynical cooperation. In terms of the Weimar Republic, it's obvious, with the benefit of hindsight, that German democracy had ceased to function even before Hitler comes to power. But in the process of making democracy unworkable in Germany, the extremes, the Nazi stormtrooper army with their brown shirts and the communist street fighters, had cooperated in heightening an atmosphere of civil war that left people searching for desperate expedients in the last days of the Weimar Republic. The most compelling case of their cooperation was the signing of the Nazi-Soviet Pact on August 23rd, 1939, which enables Hitler to start World War II. A non-aggression pact in official terms. It contains secret clauses whereby the Nazis and the Soviets, meeting in Moscow under Stalin's wary eye, had agreed on territorial division of Eastern Europe and making common cause as each claiming to be the winner of the future. So, in spite of their oppositions, these were regimes that were able, very cynically, to work together to dire effect. In the course of the 1950s, in particular, there arose political scientists who also crafted an explanation for ways in which these regimes, although they were opposed to one another, actually bore morphological resemblances. They operated in ways that, in spite of ideological differences, bore similarities. And such political scientists, Hannah Arendt, chief among them, crafted a model called totalitarianism, borrowing a term that the fascists had liked about themselves, to define regimes like the Nazis, like Stalin's Soviet Union, for a new kind of dictatorship that was not a backwards cast revival of ancient barbarism, but was something new, a new form of dictatorship that laid total claims on hearts and minds, that didn't want just passive obedience, but wanted fanatical loyalty, that combined fear with compulsion in order to generate belief in a system, or at the very least, atomize the masses to the point where they would go along with the plans of the regime. This model has often met with very strong criticism on the grounds that no regime in human history has yet achieved total control of the population under its grip. That's true, but that's not what Hannah Arendt was saying. Hannah Arendt was saying there will always be inefficiencies, there will be resistance, there will be divergences. What was new was not the alleged achievement, total control. It was the ambition. The articulation of the ambition that it might be possible to exercise such fundamental and thoroughgoing control of entire populations. And the final frightening thought that Arendt kept before her was, what if this is not a model that comes to us from benighted, uncivilized ages? What if this is what the future is going to look like? That's a horrifying intuition.
So let me ask you about Daryl Cooper, who is a historian and podcaster, did a podcast with Tucker Carlson, and he made some claims there and elsewhere about World War II. There are two claims that I would love to get your perspective on. First, he stated that Churchill was, quote, the chief villain of the Second World War. I think Daryl argues that Churchill forced Hitler to expand the war beyond Poland into a global war. Second, the mass murder of Jews, Poles, Slav, Gypsies in death camps was an accident, a byproduct of global war, and in fact, the most humane extermination of prisoners of war possible, given the alternative was death by starvation. So I was wondering if you can respond to each of those claims.
Well, I think that this is a bunch of absurdity, and it would be laughable if it wasn't so serious in its implications. To address the points in turn, Churchill was the chief villain of the Second World War. The notion that Churchill allegedly forced Hitler to escalate and expand a conflict that could have been limited to Poland that assertion is based on a complete neglect of what Nazi ideology was. The Nazi worldview and racism was not a ideology that was limited in its application. It looked toward world domination. In the years since the Nazis had come to power, they sponsored programs of education called geopolitics, which urged Germans to think in continents, to see themselves as one of the superpowers that would battle for the future of the world. And now, in retrospect, we of course can see that Germany was not in a position to legitimate a claim like that. But the Nazis' aims were anything but limited. In particular, this sort of argument has been tried out in different ways before. In previous decades, there had been attempts by historians who were actually well-read and well-published to argue that World War II had been, in part, a contingent event that had been brought about by accidents or miscalculations. And such explanations argued that if you put Hitler's ideology aside, you actually could interpret him as a pretty traditional German politician in the strike with Bismarck. Now, when I say it like that, I think you can spot the problem immediately. When you put the ideology aside, to try to analyze Hitler's acts or alleged motives in the absence of the ideology that he himself subscribed to and described in hateful detail in Mein Kampf and other manifestos and speeches is an enterprise that's doomed to failure, justifiably. The notion that the mass murder of Jews, Poles, Slavs, and Gypsies was an event that simply happened as a result of unforeseen events and that it was understood as somehow being humane is also runs contrary to the historical fact. When Poland was invaded, the Nazis unleashed a killing wave in their so-called Operation Tannenberg, which sent in specially trained and ideologically pre-prepared killers who were given the name of the units of the Einsatzgruppen in order to wipe out the Polish leadership and also to kill Jews. This predates any of the Operation Barbarossa, the Nazis' invasion of the Soviet Union. The Nazis, moreover, in many different expressions of their ideology, had made clear that their plans, you can read this in Mein Kampf, for Eastern Europe were subjugation and ethnic cleansing on a vast scale. So I consider both of these claims absolutely untenable, given the facts and documents.
So do you think it was always the case that Nazi Germany was going to invade the Soviet Union?
I think, as you can read in Mein Kampf, this is what's necessary in order to bring that racial utopia to pass. And so while the timetable might be flexible, while obviously geopolitical constellations would play a role in determining when such a thing might be possible, it was most definitely on his list. And I would want to add that in my own scholarship, I've worked to explore some of these themes a little bit further. My second book, which is entitled The German Myth of the East, which appeared with Oxford University Press, examines centuries in the German encounter with Eastern Europe and how Germans have thought about Eastern Europe, whether in positive ways or in negative ways. And one thing that emerges from this investigation is that even before the Nazis come to power in Germany, there are certainly negative and dehumanizing stereotypes about Eastern Europeans, some of them activated by the experiences of German occupation in some of these regions during the First World War. But the Nazis take the very most destructive and most negative of all those stereotypes and make them the dominant ones, making no secret of their expected future of domination and annihilation in the East.
The idea of Lebensraum, is it possible to implement that idea without Ukraine?
Hitler has Ukraine in his horizon as one of the chief prizes. And the Nazis then craft extensive plans, a master plan that they work on in draft after draft after draft, even as the balance of the war is turning against them on the Eastern Front. This master plan is called the Generalplan Ost, meaning the general plan for the East. And it foresees things like mega highways on which the Germanic master race will travel to vacation in Crimea, or how their settlements will be scientifically distributed in the wide open spaces of Ukraine for agriculture that will feed an expanded and purified Germanic master race. So this was not peripheral to the Nazi ambitions, but central.
As I best understand, there is extensive and definitive evidence that the Nazis always wanted to invade the Soviet Union. And there was always a racial component, and not just about the Jews. They wanted to enslave and exterminate the Jews, yes, but the Slavic people, the Slavs. And if he was successful at conquering the Soviet Union, I think the things that would be done to the Slavic people would make the Holocaust seem insignificant. In my understanding, in terms of the numbers and the brutality and the viciousness in which he characterized the Slavic people.
In their worldview, the Jews were especially demonized. And so the project of the domination of Eastern Europe involves this horrific program of mechanized, systematized, bureaucratically organized, and horrifyingly efficient mass murder of the Jewish populations. What the Nazis expected for the Slavs had a longer timeline. Himmler expected, the head of the SS is given a special mission to be part of the transformation of these regions ethnically. And Himmler, in his role of envisioning this German future in Eastern Europe, gives such a chilling phrase. He says that while certain Slavs will fall victim immediately, some proportion of Slavs will not be shipped out or deported or annihilated, but instead they will remain as slaves for our culture. And in that one phrase, Himmler managed to defile and deface everything that the word culture had meant to generations of the best German thinkers and artists in the centuries before the Nazis. The notion of slaves for our culture was part of his longer term expectation. And then there's finally a fact that speaks volumes about what the Nazis planned for the East. Hitler and Himmler envisioned permanent war on the Eastern Front. Not a peace treaty, not a settlement, not a border, but a constant moving of the border every generation, hundreds of miles east, in order to keep winning more and more living space. And with analogy to other frontiers, to always give more fighting experience and more training and aggression to generation after generation of German soldiers. In terms of nightmarish visions, this one's right up.
And always repopulating the land conquered with the German, the Aryan race. So in terms of race, repopulating with race, and enslaving the Slavic people and exterminating them. Because there's so many of them, it takes a long time to exterminate.
And even in the case of the Germans themselves, the hidden message behind even Nazi propaganda about unity and about German national identity was the Nazis envisioned relentless purges of the German genetic stock as well. So among their victims are people with disabilities, people who are defined as not racially pure enough for the future, even though they are clearly Germans by identity. The full scale and the comprehensive ambitions of the Nazis are as breathtaking as they are horrifying.
One of the other things I saw Daryl tweet was that what ended up happening in the Second World War was the worst possible thing that could have happened. And I just also wanted to comment on that, which I can imagine a very large number of possible scenarios that could have happened that are much, much worse, including the successful conquering of the Soviet Union, as we said, the kind of things that would be done, and the total war ever ongoing for generations, which would result in hundreds of millions of deaths and torture and enslavement, and not to mention the other possible trajectory of nuclear bomb.
That's right. I would think that the Nazis with atomic weapons, with no compunctions about deploying them, would rank up there as even worse than the horrors that you said.
Now, let me steel man a point that was also made as part of this, that the oversimplified narrative of sort of, to put it crudely, Hitler bad, Churchill good, has been used and abused by neocons and warmongers and the military-industrial complex in the years since to basically say this particular leader is just like Hitler, or maybe Hitler in the 1930s, and we must invade now before he becomes the Hitler of the 1940s. And that has been applied in the Middle East, in Eastern Europe, and God forbid that can be also applied in the war with China in the 21st century. So yes, warmongers do sure love to use Hitler and apply that template to wage war. And we should be wary of that, and be careful of that. Both the over application of this historical template onto the modern world and of warmongers in general.
Yeah, and I think that nobody should like oversimplified narratives. We need subtle and accurate narratives.
And also, I just would like to say that probably as we've been talking about, Stalin and Hitler are singular figures. And just as we've been talking about, the implementation of these totalitarian regimes, they are singular in human history. That we never saw anything like it, and I hope, from everything it looks like, we will never see anything like it again.
They're certainly striking and unique historical characters in the record. One of the things that's so disturbing about Hannah Arendt's model of totalitarianism is the leader can be changed. The system itself demands that there be a leader who allegedly is all-powerful and all-knowing and prophetic and the like. But whether particular figures are interchangeable in that role is a key question.
Let me go back to the 1920s and sort of ask another counterfactual question. Given the battle between Marxists and the communists and the National Socialists, was it possible, and what would that world look like if the communists indeed won in Germany, as Karl Marx envisioned? And it made total sense given the industrialized expanse that Germany represented. Was that possible, and what would it look like if it happened?
I would think that the reality was probably very remote, but that was certainly their ambition. German communists get quoted as saying, after Hitler, it's our turn. Their sentiment was that the arrival of Nazism on the scene was a sign of how decrepit and incompetent and doomed capitalism was. In hindsight, that's almost impossible to believe, because what happens is the Nazis, with their characteristic brutal ruthlessness, simply decapitate the party and arrest the activists who are supposed to be waiting to take over. So that's forestalled. A further hypothetical that gets raised a lot is, couldn't the Social Democrats and the communists have worked together to keep Hitler out of power? That's where the prior history comes into play. The very fact that the German Revolution in 1919 sees socialists killing socialists produces a dynamic that's so negative that it's nearly impossible to settle on cooperation. Added to the fact that the communists see the Social Democrats as rivals for the loyalty of the working class. In terms of just statistical likelihood, a lot of experts at the time felt surely the German army is going to step in. And the most likely outcome would have been a German general shutting down the democracy and producing a military dictatorship. It says a lot about how dreadful and bloody the record of the Nazis was, that some people in retrospect would have felt that that military dictatorship would have been preferable if it had obviated the need for the ordeal under the Nazis.
What do you think Marx would say about the 20th century? Let's take it before we get to Mao and China, just looking at the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany.
That's a really good question. I think that Marx was flexible in his expectations about tactics and strategies, even as he was sure that he had actually cracked a big intellectual problem of what the future is going to look like. So how it would play out. He was a man who had to deal with a lot of disappointments, because in revolutionary uprising after revolutionary uprising, whether it was in the revolutions of 1848 across Europe, whether it was in Poland, whether it was in the Paris Commune, this is it. This is the outbreak of the real thing, and then it doesn't end up happening. So I think that he probably tried to be patient about the turn of events. We mentioned at the outset that Marx felt it was unlikely that a workers' revolution would break out in the Russian Empire because for that you needed lots of industrial workers and they didn't have a lot of industry. There's a footnote to add there, and it proves his flexibility. A Russian socialist wrote to Marx asking, might it not be possible for Russia to escape some stages of capitalist development? You have to rigidly follow that scheme. And Marx's answer was convoluted, but it wasn't a no. And that suggests that Marx was willing to entertain all sorts of possible scenarios. I think he would certainly have been very surprised at the course of events as it unfolded, because it didn't match his expectations at the outset.
Not to put this on him, but would he be okay with the price of Holodomor for the utopian destination of communism? Meaning, is it okay to crack a few eggs to make an omelet?
Well, we don't know what Marx would say if he would pose that question deliberately, but we do know in the case of a Marxist historian, Eric Hobsbawm, who was a prolific and celebrated British historian of the 19th and 20th centuries. And he was put this question in the 90s after the collapse of the Soviet Union. And he stated forthrightly that because the Soviet Union failed, such sacrifices were inordinate. But if the experiment had succeeded and a glorious future had been opened for mankind as a result of the Soviet Union's success, that would lead to a different reply. And that is one person's perspective.
That takes us to the other side of the world. The side that's often in the West not considered very much when we talk about human history. Chinese dynasties, empires are fascinating, complex, and there's just a history that's not as deeply explored as it should be. And the same applies to the 20th century. So Chinese radicals founded the Chinese Communist Party, CCP, in July 1921. Among them, as you talk about, was Mao. What was the story of Mao's rise to power?
So Mao takes a page from the book of Lenin by adapting or seeking to adapt Marx's ideology to a context that would have surprised Marx significantly. And that is not only to set the revolution in an as yet not industrialized country, but moreover to make the peasants, rather than being conservative sacks of potatoes, to make them into the prime movers of the success of this political venture. That's a case of the phenomenon that we talked about earlier. When is an adaptation of an ideology or a change to an ideology a valid adjustment that you've made or adaptation? And when is it already so different that it's something entirely distinct? Maoism was very clearly intended to answer this question for the Chinese context, and by implication, other non-Western parts of the world. This was, in part, Mao's way, whose ambition was great, to put himself at the head of a successful international movement and to be the successor to Stalin, whose role he both admired and resented from having to be the junior partner. To take an example of a masterwork in a major milestone in the history of communism, the Polish philosopher Leszek Kołakowski, who was at first a committed communist and then later became disillusioned and wrote a 3-volume study of Marxist thought called Currents of Marxism. In that book, when he reaches Maoism, Kolakowski essentially throws up his hands and says, like, it's hard to even know what to do with this, because putting the peasantry in the vanguard role is something that is already at variance with the original design. But Marx says this is an improved version. This is an adapted and truer version of Marxism for the Chinese context. In case after case, in Mao's rise to power, we see a really complicated relationship with Stalin. He works hard to gain Stalin's support because the Comintern, the international organization headquartered in Moscow, working to encourage and help revolutionaries worldwide, is skeptical about the Chinese communists to begin with, and believes that China still has a long way to go before it's reached the stage where it's ripe for communist revolution. And in a way, that's more orthodox Marxism than what Mao is championing. Mao chafes under Stalin's acknowledged leadership of international communism as a movement. And in 1950, when Mao goes to visit Stalin in Moscow in order to sign a treaty of cooperation, he's left waiting for days and days and days in a snub that is meant to show him that you're just not as important as you might think you are. And then when Stalin dies in 1953, Mao feels the moment is ready for him to step into the leadership position, surpassing the Soviet Union. So many of Mao's actions, like the Great Leap Forward and the agricultural disasters that follow from that, are literally attempts to outdo Stalin, to outperform Stalin, to show that what Stalin was not able to do, the Chinese communist regime will be able to bring off. And the toll for that hubris is vast.
Yeah, in the darkest of ways, he did outdo Stalin.
That's right, in the statistics.
The Great Leap Forward ended up killing approximately 40 million people from starvation or murder. Can you describe the Great Leap Forward?
So it was modeled on the crash industrialization that Stalin had wanted to undertake in the Soviet Union and to outdo it. The notion of the Great Leap Forward was that it would be possible for the peasant masses, out of their conviction in the rightness of the Chinese Communist cause, to industrialize China overnight. That involved things like creating small smelting furnaces in individual farm communes. It involved folding together farming territories into vast communes of very large size that were, just because of their sheer gigantism, supposed to be by definition more efficient than small-scale farming. It ended up producing environmental disasters, and campaigns to eliminate birds or insects were supposed to demonstrate mastery over nature by sheer acts of will. These included things like adopting Soviet agricultural techniques that were pioneered by a crackpot biologist by the name of Trofim Lysenko that produced more agricultural disasters. That involved things like plowing to depths that were not practical for the seeds to germinate and grow, but were supposed to produce super plants that would produce bumper harvests and outpace the capitalist countries and the Soviet Union. So the context for all of this is a race to get first to the achievement of full-scale communism. One of the themes that I think is so valuable to pursue and to take seriously in the history of communism is what concrete promises were made. In the case of China, Mao made promises and projections for the future that were worrying even to some of his own assistants. He exclaimed that perhaps by 1961, perhaps by 1973, China would be the winner in this competition. And it would have achieved full communism. So that which Marx had sketched as the end point of humanity would be achieved first by the Chinese. Later, his own comrades, when he passed from the scene, felt the need to temper that a little bit and promised that they would achieve full communism by the year 2000. Such promises are helpful to a regime to create enthusiasm and to hold out to people the prospect of real success is just around the corner. But what happens when the date arrives and you haven't actually achieved that goal? That's one ticking time bomb that played a role in the increasing erosion of confidence in the Soviet Union. In the case of China, it must have been something similar.
So there's a lot of other elements that are similar to the Soviet Union. Maybe you could speak to the 100 Flowers campaign.
The 100 Flowers campaign is a chance for Mao, who has felt that he has lost prestige and lost standing in the party because of the disasters of the Great Leap Forward, to regain some of that momentum. And the whole 100 Flowers campaign, officially titled the Rectification Campaign, to set things right, is still shrouded in mystery. Historians disagree about how to interpret what Mao was actually up to. The most cynical variant is that Mao encouraged Chinese thinkers and intellectuals to share ideas and to engage in constructive criticism, to propose alternatives, and to let a full discussion happen. And then, after some of them had ventured that, to come in and purge them, to punish them ruthlessly for having done what he had invited them to do. That is the most cynical variant. Some historians argue that Mao himself was not prepared for ideas that he himself had invited into the public square, and that he grew anxious and worried and angry at this without having thought this through in a cynical way to begin with. The end result is the same. The end result is, once again, negative selection, decimation of those who are most venturesome, those who are most talented and intelligent, are punished relentlessly for that.
And just a general culture of censorship and fear and all the same stuff we saw in the Soviet Union.
That's right. I mean, think of the impact on officials who are loyal servants of the regime and just want to get along. The message goes out loud and clear. Don't be venturesome. Do not propose reforms. Stick with the tried and true, and that'll be the safe route, even if it ends in, ultimately, stagnation.
So, as the same question I asked about the Soviet Union, why do you think there was so much failure of policies that Mao implemented in China during his rule?
Mao himself had a view of human beings as being, as he put it, beautiful blank pieces of paper upon which one can write new characters. And that is clearly at variance with what you and I know about the complex nature of human beings as we actually encounter them in the world. I think that in the process of hatching schemes that were one size fits all for a country as big and as varied in its communities as China, inevitably such an imposition of one model was going to lead to serious malfunctions. And so much of the, what other episodes in Chinese history had showed, the entrepreneurial capacity, the productive capacity economically of the Chinese people was suppressed by being fitted into these rigid schemes. What we've seen since, after Mao passes from the scene and with the reforms of Deng Xiaoping, one sees just how much of those energies had been forcibly suppressed for so long, and now we're allowed to reemerge.
Mao died in 1976. He wrote that the CCP in 81, looking back through the lens of historical analysis, said that he was 70% correct. 70, exactly 70% correct.
Yeah, not 69, not 71.
Not 71. The scientific precision, I mean, we should should say that again and again. The co-opting of the authority of science by Soviet Union, by Mao, by Nazi Germany, Nazi science is terrifying and should serve as a reminder that science is the thing that is one of the most beautiful creations of humanity, but is also a thing that can be used by politicians and dictators to do horrific things. And
Its essence is questing, not certainty.
yeah,
Constant questing.
exactly. Humility, intellectual humility. So, how did China evolve after Mao's death to today?
Well, I think that there is, without denouncing Mao, without repudiating Mao's 70% correctness, the regime actually undertook a new venture. And that venture was to open up economically, to gain access to world markets, and to play a global role, always with a proviso that the party retained political supremacy. It's been pointed out that while Khrushchev tries in the Soviet Union in 1956, especially with a secret speech in which he denounces Stalin's crimes, he tries to go back to the founder's intentions of Lenin. Nothing like that, it's argued, is possible in the Chinese case, because Mao was not the equivalent of Stalin for communist China. Mao was the equivalent of Lenin. Mao was the founder, so there's no repudiating him. They're stuck with that formula of 70%, and acknowledging that there were some problems, but by and large arguing that it was the correct stance of the party and its leader that was paramount. And the results of this wager are, where we are today. China has been transformed out of all recognition in terms of not all of the living standards of the country, but many places. Its economic growth has been dramatic, and the new dispensation is such that people will ask, is this a communist country anymore? And that's probably a question that haunts China's current leadership as well. With Chairman Xi, we've seen a return to earlier patterns. Xi insisting that Mao's achievement has to be held as equal to that of the reform period. Sometimes imitations or nostalgia for the Mao period, or even the sufferings of the Cultural Revolution, are part of this volatile mix. But all of this is outward appearance. Statistics can also be misleading. And I think that very much in question is China's further revolution in our own times.
In the West, China is often demonized. And we talked extensively today about the atrocities that result from atrocities both internal and external that result from communist nations. But what can we say by way of hope to resist the demonization? How can we avoid cold or hot war with China, we being the West or the United States, in the 21st century?
Well, you mentioned in the context of the claims of science, humility as a crucial attribute. I think that humility, sobriety, realism are tremendously valuable in trying to understand another society, another form of government. And so I think one needs to be very self-aware that projection onto others of what we think they're about is no substitute for actual study of the sources that a society like that produces, its declarations of what matters most to them, the leadership's own pronouncements about what the future holds. I think that matters a lot more than pious hopes or versions of being convinced that inevitably everyone will come to resemble us in a better future.
You mentioned this earlier, but just to take a small detour. What are we supposed to think about North Korea and their declaration that they're supposedly a communist nation? What can we say about the economic and political system of North Korea? Or is it just like a hopelessly simple answer of this is a complete disaster of a totalitarian state?
So I think the answer that a historian can give is a historical answer, right? That we have to inquire into what has to happen in order to arrive at the pass we are today. We have a regime that's claiming to be communist, has an even better version of Marx's original ideas in the form of a Korean adaptation called Yuche. How does that mesh with the reality that we're talking about a dynastic government and a monarchy in all but name, but a communist monarchy, if that's what it is? I think that examining as much as we can learn about a closed society that is goes about its everyday in ways that are inscrutable to us is very, very challenging, but the only answer. When an example like this escapes your analytic categories, probably there's a problem with your analytical categories rather than the example being the problem in all its messiness.
Yeah, so there's a component here in the release to China as well to bring like somebody like John Mearsheimer into the picture. There's a military component here too, right? And that is ultimately how these nations interact, especially totalitarian nations interact with the rest of the world. So nations interact economically, culturally, and militarily. And the concern with countries like North Korea is the way for them to be present on the world stage in the game of geopolitics is by flexing their military might. And they invest a huge amount of their GDP into the military. So I guess the question there to discuss in terms of analysis is how do we deal with this kind of system that claims to be a communist system, and what lessons can we take from history and apply it to that? Or should we simply just ignore and look the other way as we've been kind of hoping it doesn't get out of hand?
Yeah, I mean, there's realists see states following their own interests and prioritizing their own security, and there's probably not much that can be done to change that, but conflict arising as a result of misunderstanding or mixed messages or misinterpretation, those are things that policymakers probably do have some control over. I think that there's internal processes that'll work their way out in even as opaque a place as North Korea. It's also the reality, just as we saw with the divided Germanys, that it's a precarious kind of twinned existence when you have countries that are across the border from one another that are derived from what used to be a single unit that now are kind of a real life social science experiment in what kind of regime you get with one kind of system, what sort of regime you get with another kind of system. And that's a very unstable setup.
Now let us jump continents and in the 20th century look to North America. So you also have lectured about communism in America, the different communist movements in America. It was also founded in 1919 and evolved throughout a couple of Red Scares. So what was the evolution of the Communist Party and just in general communists in America?
It's fascinating to observe this story because one long-standing commonplace has been that socialism has less purchase or radical socialism in the United States than in European countries. So, to the extent that that was true, it was an uphill battle for the communists to get established in the United States. But it makes it all the more interesting to follow the development of the movement. And there were two challenges in particular that played a role in shaping the American communist experience. One was the fact that, to begin with, the party was often identified with immigrants. The communities that had come over across the Atlantic from Europe often had strong socialist contingents, and when this break happens within the socialist movement between radical socialists and more moderate socialists, there were fiery individuals who saw the opportunity to help shape the American communist movement. But the result was that for many American workers, they saw the sheer ethnic variety and difference of this movement as something that was unfamiliar. It would only be with the rise to the leadership of the Communist Party of Earl Browder, an American-born political leader with vast ambitions for creating an American communist movement, that image would start to be modified. Earl Browder had a meteoric rise and then fall over the promise he made that went by the slogan, "Communism is 20th century Americanism." The notion was that communism could find roots in American political discourse and experience, where Earl Browder fell afoul of other communists was in his expectations during World War II that it might be possible for the Soviet Union and the United States to make their current cooperation permanent and to come to some sort of accommodation that would moderate their rivalry. As it turns out, with the dawning already of Cold War tensions that would later flower more fully, that was unacceptable, and the movement divested itself of Earl Browder. Another point that shaped American perceptions of the communist movement in the United States involved issues of espionage. During the 1930s and the 1940s, American communists, not all of them obviously, but select members of the movement were called upon by Soviet intelligence to play a historical role by gathering information, winning sympathies. One of the most amazing books of the 20th century is the book written by Whittaker Chambers, who had served as a Soviet spy, first a committed communist, then a Soviet spy, and then later a renegade from those allegiances. His book is entitled Witness, published in 1952, and it's one of the most compelling books you could ever read because it's so full of both the unique character of the author in all of his idiosyncrasies and a sense of huge issues being at stake, ones upon which the future of humanity turns. So talk about the ethical element being of importance there. Through the apparatus of the state, the Soviets managed to infiltrate spies into America's military as well as government institutions. One great irony is that when Senator McCarthy in the 50s made vast claims about communist infiltration of the government apparatus, claims that he was unable to substantiate with details, that reality had actually been closer to the reality of the 1930s and the 1940s than his own time. But the association of American communists with the foreign power of the Soviet Union and ultimately an adherence to its interests did a lot to undermine any kind of hearing for American communists. An example, of course, was the notorious Nazi-Soviet pact in 1939. The American Communist movement found itself forced to turn on a dime in its propaganda. Before the Nazi-Soviet Pact of August 1939, they had denounced Nazi Germany as the greatest threat to world peace. Just after the signing of the pact, they had to proclaim that this was a great win for peace and for human harmony, and to completely change their earlier relationship of being mortal enemies with Nazi Germany. There were many American communists who couldn't stomach this and who, in disillusionment, simply quit their party memberships or drifted away. But it's a fascinating story of the ups and downs of a political movement with radical ambitions in American political history.
Yeah, the Cold War and the extensive levels of espionage sort of created, combined with Hollywood, created basically firmly solidified communism as the enemy of the American ideal. That was sort of embodied. And not even the economic policies of the political policies of communism, but like the word. And the color red, the hammer and sickle, Rocky IV, one of my favorite movies.
Well, that's canonical.
Yeah. And, I mean, it is a bit of a meme, but meme becomes reality, and then enters politics and is used by politicians to do all kinds of name calling. You have spoken eloquently about modern Russia and modern Ukraine and modern Eastern Europe. So how did Russia evolve after Stalin and after the collapse of the Soviet Union?
Well, I think the short answer is without a full historical reckoning that would have been healthy about the recent past. In ways that's not very surprising, because given the economic misery of dislocations and the cumulative damage of all of those previous decades of this experiment, it left precious little patience or leisure or surplus for introspection. But after an initial period of great interest in understanding the full measure of what Russia and other parts of the Soviet Union had undergone in this first initial explosion of journalism and of reporting and investigations, historical investigations with news sources. After an initial period marked by such interest, people instead retreated into the here and now and today. And the result is that there's been less than would be healthy of a taking stock, a reckoning, even an assigning of responsibility for those things that were experienced in the past. No Nuremberg trial took place in order to hold responsible those who had repressed others in the aftermath of the collapse of the Soviet Union. In other ex-communist countries, there was also precious little in the way of legal proceedings that would have established responsibility. And keep in mind, the Nuremberg trials had as one of their goals, a very important one as it turns out, not even individual verdicts for individual people found guilty, but to collect and publicize information, to create knowledge and transparency about what the reality had been in the past. In the case of the former Soviet Union, in the case of Russia today, instead of a clear-eyed recognition of the vast nature of what it all cost, Putin, upon replacing Yeltsin, was in a position to instead traffic in the most varied, eclectic, and often mutually contradictory historical memories or packages of memories. So, on the one hand, in Putin's Russia, the Tsars are rehabilitated as heroes of Russian statehood. Putin sees Lenin in a negative light because Lenin, by producing federalism as a model for the Soviet Union, laid a time bomb at the base of that state that eventually smashed it into many constituent parts as nations regained their independence. While Stalin, it's acknowledged, exacted a dreadful toll, but also was effective as a representative of Russian statehood. This produced where we are today. It's a commonplace that echoed by many that Russia without Ukraine is a nation state or could be a nation state. Russia with Ukraine has to be an empire. And Putin, who is not really seeking a revival of Stalin's rule, but still is nostalgic about earlier forms of greatness and of the strength of Russian statehood to the exclusion of other values, has undertaken a course of aggression that has produced results quite different from what he likely expected. And I think that timing is crucial here. It's fascinating to try to imagine, what if this attempt to redigest Ukraine into an expanded Russian imperial territory had taken place earlier? I think that the arrival on the scene of a new generation of Ukrainians has produced a very different dynamic and a disinclination for any kind of nostalgia for the past, packaged however it might be and however nostalgic it might be made to appear. And there, I think that Putin's expectations in the invasion of 2022 were entirely overturned. His expectation was that Ukraine would be divided on this score and that some significant portion of Ukrainians would welcome the advance of Russian forces. And instead, there has been the most amazing and surprising heroic resistance that continues to this day.
And it's interesting to consider timing and also individual leaders. Zelensky, you can imagine all kinds of other figures that would have folded much easier. And Zelensky, I think, surprised a lot of the world by somehow, this comedian, somehow becoming essentially an effective war president. So, that put that in the bin of singular figures that define history.
Surprises.
How do you hope the war in Ukraine ends?
I'm very pessimistic on this score, actually, and for the reasons we just talked about how these things escape human management or even rationality. I think that war takes on a life of its own as accumulated suffering actually eliminates possible compromises or settlements that one might talk about in the abstract. I think that it's one thing for people far away to propose trades of territory or complicated guarantees or arrangements that sound very good in the abstract and that will just be refused by people who have actually experienced what the war has been like in person and what it has meant to them and their families and everyone they know in terms of lives destroyed. I think that peacemaking is going to face a very daunting task here, given all that's accumulated. And I think in particular, just from the last days of the launching of missile attacks against indiscriminate or civilian targets, that's not easy to turn the corner.
So let me ask a political question. I recently talked to Donald Trump and he said if he's elected, before he is sworn into office, we'll have a peace deal. what would a peace deal like that look like, and possible? So we should mention that Russia has captured 4 regions of Ukraine now: Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporizhia, and Kherson. Also, Ukraine captured part of Kursk region within Russia. So just like you mentioned, territory is on the table. NATO, European Union is on the table. Also, funding and military help from the United States directly to Ukraine is on the table. Do you think it's possible to have a fair deal that, from people, like you said, far away, where both people walk away, Zelensky and Putin, unhappy but equally unhappy, and peace is negotiated?
Equally unhappy is a very hard balance to strike, probably. I think my concern is about the part of the equation that involves people just being desperately unhappy and laying the foundation for more trouble to come. I couldn't imagine what that looks like, but that's once again, these are things that escape human control in the details.
So laying the foundation for worse things to come. It's possible you have a ceasefire that lays the foundation for a worse war and suffering in a year, 5 years, in 10 years.
But in a way, we may already be there, because ratifying the use of force to change borders in Europe was a taboo since 1945, and now look where we are. If that is validated, then it sets up incentives for more of the same.
If you look at the 20th century, is what we've been talking about, with horrendous global wars that happened then, and you look at now, it feels like just living in the moment, with the war in Ukraine breaking the contract of you're not supposed to do territorial conquest anymore in the 21st century. That, then the just intensity of hatred and military tension in the Middle East, with Israel, Iran, Palestine just building, and then China calmly but with a big stick talking about Taiwan. Do you think a big conflict may be on the way? Do you think it's possible that another global war happens in the 21st century?
I hope not, but I think so many predictions reach their expiration dates and get invalidated. Obviously, we're confronting a dire situation.
So, as a historian, let me ask you a question. What advice would you give on interviewing world leaders? Whether it's people who are no longer here, some of the people we've been talking about, Hitler, Stalin, Mao, or people that are still here, Putin, Zelensky, Trump, Kamala Harris, Netanyahu, Xi Jinping. As a historian, what is it possible to have an interesting conversation? Maybe as a thought experiment, what kind of conversation would you like to have with Hitler in the 1930s or Stalin in the 1920s?
Well, first of all, I mean, the answer is very clear. I would never presume to advise you about interviewing world leaders and prominent people, because the roster that you've accumulated is just astonishing. So, but I know what I might aim for, and that is, I think, in historical analysis, in trying to understand the role of a particular leader, the more one understands about their prior background and formative influences, the better a fix I think one gets on the question of what are their expectations. What is in German, there's a beautiful word for this. The Germans managed to mash together several words into one even better word. And in German, it's Erwartungshorizont, the horizon of expectation. So in the case of figures like Churchill or Hitler, their experience of World War I shaped their actions in World War II. Their values were shaped in their childhood. is there a way of engaging with someone you're interviewing, even obliquely, that gives a view in on their sense of what the future might hold? And I mean that obviously such people are expert at being guarded and not being pinned down, but the categories in which they're thinking, a sense of what their own ethical grounding might be, or their ethical code that gives hints to their behavior. It gets said, and again, it's a cliche because it's true,